The Halo World Championship 2023 is presented by AMD, the Marines, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, and by Zowie.
Hello HCS fans and welcome back to another HCS Top 10. This time around, it's HCS Dallas Fort Worth. Kicking it off at number 10, it's Big Game Trippy once again with the highlight. He's on Recharge Slayer. It's game 2 of the Winners Bracket Finals against Native Red. He's got the camouflage. The nade comes through with the first kill. Found himself the shock with a double onto Manny. Suppressed and Tog both spotted. The triple kill comes through, but he can't quite get there in time to finish this overkill. At number 9, Suppressed is back in action. He's on Empyrean CTF. His flag is on the move. He's got to make a play. The drop wall and the double kill is easy. The triple kill is beautiful. And Suppressed will stop this flag single-handedly. Coming in at number 8, it's Lucid from the green wall. What can he give us? He's got a sidearm and thrust in his back pocket. Finds the first. A melee thrust forward. Knocks him to no shield. He's got a lot of pressure on him from Dynamos coming. The stick. Finds himself a cluster luck triple kill killing spree for Lucid in the green wall. And at number 7, guess who? It's Lucid. Back-to-back highlight clips. What can he give us this time around? Found himself some more plasmas. Can he put them to use is the question to end this game. The repulse, the stick onto the toes, that's a first. The second repulse, the stick to the face, that's a second. Back-to-back clips, back-to-back repulse sticks for Lucid. Coming in at number 6, it's Soul Snipe from Native Red. He's pushing pipes right now. We're on board with Rain. He's going to get the first kill onto Rain. Find himself under a lot of pressure here, but here come the nades. All 4 dead. Halfway there, number 5, Suppressed. Back with a vengeance this time. It's Native White versus Native Red. Suppressed picks up a double kill in the kill feed to note. Picks up the snipe from Tapping's point of view. Good night, Tapping buttons. Suppressed still looking to do some work. Able to quick scope. Make one back to base for the overkill. Number 4, Formal, and the terror he was on this tournament. Kicks it off in Winners Bracket Round 1. The no-scope on the Tusk is a phenomenal way to start your tournament, young man. Can you give me something more? More players rushing the ball carrier. Formal makes light work of the next. Spots a player on the plasmas to finish him off. The no-scope is a body shot. The perfect shot to match with the battle rifle. And Formal ends Winners Bracket Round 1 for the green wall. Coming in at number 3, it's Soul Snipe back on screen. This time he's found himself rockets against Faze. A beautiful use of the first rocket gives his team man advantage. Second kill, it's Soul Snipe's 2. The third, it's his as well. Spots the 4th player back in arcade. Grenades come through. An overkill extermination to take all of Faze Clan down. Now the second best clip, no surprise here. It's Formal once again on screen, and he's got no teammates around to help him. He's got a lot of SSG around him. He finds the first kill, the second kill with the beautiful slide. I love the jump from him for the triple. And he's going to be able to spot this 4th player, stay alive, and even trade to take down all of SSG to kick off the Grand Finals reset. The moment we've all been waiting for. It's the number 1 play from HCS Dallas Fort Worth, and guess who? It's Stellar once again to top the list. He's got snipe in hand. It's the Grand Finals. We've seen this movie before. The second onto Trippy is a beautiful shot. Pressure on the cuts, no problem for Stellar with snipe. He even hits the body shot onto the 4th, and a little bit of help from SSG gives Stellar all 4 down in the Grand Final.
face-off.
Faze clan, 10 in a row for Royalty.
He's boiled too.
Oh, and Gilkey's heating up. Gilkey's cooking.
A triple kill out of Cormea.
The triple's in front of him if he wants it.
And then Jesus is cooking once more.
Penguin again.
He wants it.
Killing frenzy for Eco.
That's going to be a triple kill for Form.
The green wall stands tall once more. Your champions here at Forward.
Spurs for the double. Beware of the dog because he's vicious right now.
Woo. Double kill for Boo Boo. TJ showing why he's a world champion. One kill to go here. And C9 will win the series.
Great, my God, put on a show.
Cloud9 doing 50 to 48.
Oh boy, XLG.
And Glory picks up the big double.
Jimbo puts a couple of extra bullets in as well. Electro has Sniper in his name for a reason.
My gosh, that's what they call him, the demon.
Frenzy for Renegade. We're here in Seattle. It's the Halo World Championships.
It is the final stop of our roadmap.
History has been made. Optic Gaming are your world champions.
It's a 3-peat for Optic Gaming. They are your Charlotte Ranger champions. The HCS Arlington Major. It's back-to-back for Faze.
welcome to your 2023 Halo World Championships. It is Saturday and the championship bracket is primed and ready to go. Our teams are on to the next stage of their World Championships and the journey is only going to get harder from here on out. Who will push forward? Who will fall short? We're going to find all of that out and much more as the action goes on that main stage. And I do have a wonderful desk here to talk all about it. I've got Clutch and Tony joining me, of course, in this incredible arena that is a Halo festivity. Clutch, Tony, welcome. Day number 2. So excited because I say it every single event and it's no different here at Worlds, is that day 1 was incredible. So day 2 surely has to top that even further.
Pool play's nice, but when the bracket gets set, the pressure starts to build, and that's when players start to look at what their journey is going to look like to potentially winning a world championship. So I couldn't be more excited to get Winners Bracket 1 on the way and just see these guys go at it, because it will be an absolute bloodbath by the time these games start.
Tony, it was absolutely incredible. Day 1, day 2. Is it going to live up to your expectations, do you think, here at Worlds?
It 100% is. Day 1 was just the appetizer. Now it's time for the main entree. You already know I like to eat, so let's get started.
Indeed. Well, I'll tell you something. We're going to be eating it all up on that main stage because the action is going to be fierce, spicy, everything that you want from your Halo World Championships. But I got to say, pool play, it was an absolute dream. We did say goodbye to some teams as well. Here are the results. If you did miss day 1, don't worry. Here is who got top of the pools. Optic, Space Station, Native Red in that tiebreaker, and Faze Clan as well. You know, looking across these pools, Clutch, any kind of shockers for you?
Shocker would be Complexity coming out of Pool A in the winners bracket. Hats off to them. I think everything else pretty much went according to plan. Native Red got the job done even though they fell short in one of their series. So I'm looking at them to have a rebound series, but I mean, pretty much expected on Pool Play day 1.
Well, there you go, as expected. But something I think a lot of us expected was, of course, that close game, Faze versus Quadrant. And Tony, I mean, things were looking so incredible in this series. It was so back and forth. We saw Quadrant really fighting things back with Faze because, you know, notoriously, Faze have the better of Quadrant. They did again in this series, but we saw a lot of life from Quadrant coming through.
Yeah, I mean, Quadrant definitely did their thing, but with me, it was all about Faze, and especially Royal 2. This man was absolutely insane, dropping 13 kills in that game number 2, that 40 bomb with 13 assists in game 3, and then game 5, 18 kills to ice out the Slayer. Faze were looking good.
Yeah, they certainly were indeed. I think on the other side, though, Quadrant, you know, West, when you look at Quadrant, it was very, very close at times. There were certain situations where we saw them steal things away, and it was just very impressive, I think, overall, going up against a team like Faze, who have been prepped and primed for this tournament. You know, the growth is there from Quadrant. Do you think they have a solid chance of going through all the way until Sunday and potentially still going for that title?
I absolutely do. I think Faze is such a difficult matchup for this Quadrant team. There is a little bit of a mental block there, and for them to push them the entire distance, that game 5 got pretty interesting at the end. I am looking at Quadrant to repeat their performance and even find some advantages along the way. I think we saw a great series out of SLG. If he can play like that and give Legend and Chick that support that they're going to need, this Quadrant team is very scary now that bracket play has started.
Yeah, very, very scary indeed. You have some serious superstars on that Quadrant roster. I mean, each and every one of them can pop off. And you can say that about our top 3 at the moment. That's how you know you have a really good team, is when they take turns on different maps and modes in the series and pop off individually. So really excited about Quadrant. I don't think they should have their head down heading into today. I think, if anything, they'll take away some things from that, fix their mistakes, and push on forward. And talking about pushing forward, we got our brackets to show you. Here's the winners side of things. Our quarterfinals, Optic Gaming versus Sentinels coming your way first. We've got Faze Clan going up against Shopify Rebellion. That's going to be a really interesting matchup. The Native Red, they will meet Quadrant, and Space Station, they'll see Complexity as well. Really exciting matches, I think, actually primed for our winners bracket side of things. And we sometimes see kind of slip-ups and upsets happen in pools. And Tony, it has kind of skewed brackets in the past. This time around, though, I'm feeling like there's a little bit more of a balance in the air when it comes to the championship bracket.
Yeah, I mean, things are looking really good, and I don't want to say pools was kind of predictable. Like you said, we still have Complexity to come out on top and get that second place seed over G1, who we know are really dangerous. Let's not forget what happened back at Fort Worth, where they were poised to make a run to the winners bracket finals. G1 were looking kind of scary in Fort Worth, and of course Complexity, they step up when they really needed to.
They certainly did indeed. I'm not shocked, to be honest. I mean, Gilkey and co, Gilkey's such an incredible
Any
talent in
given day,
himself.
Gil can take over.
Indeed. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket, which our teams will have to take over if they want to get through here. Native White, G1, Luminosity, and Na'Vi. I mean, really exciting things coming out of this. Obviously, Luminosity, a huge shout out to them. They won against Cloud9 in Game 5, and they are the first Mexico team this year to make it out of pools into bracket play. That is such an incredible feat in itself. They should be so happy with how they performed so far. You know, a big question is, you know, what do you do with that confidence, that momentum? You push forward, right?
Yeah, it's going to be tough, though. All of that winners bracket is so stacked that any of those teams that lose are going to find themselves wanting to play against Luminosity. So Luminosity going to have their hands full once again. A very impressive feat, like you said, to come out of pool play, but the job's not done. Hopefully they're not satisfied with where they are.
Indeed. Well, we have so much going on here at the World Championships. Where can you guys catch that? Well, we have 4 different places. They're all on Twitch and YouTube. Make sure you get all of your tabs open, because if your favorite teams aren't on the main stage, I can guarantee they'll be on our other stations. So make sure you do that, and rewards for doing so. Get the tabs open. The Twitch drops are coming for you guys. All you need to do is watch 3 hours to get your hands on some of these absolutely incredible in-game items. So make sure you do that, and yeah, reap the rewards in-game. Why not? Love to see it. We also do have a playoff bundle for you guys. This Year 2 partner team bundle looking so good. They've actually been available since September 26th, but for the first time, each bundle contains cross-cool coatings for all 8 armor cores, which is really, really exciting. So you can kind of mix and match things there and get a little bit more custom with it, and we love to hear all of that. We also do have a bunch of stuff happening literally aside from our main stage action. This is genuinely a Halo festival right now. It is absolutely incredible. We have bracket play happening, of course, but we also give out our FFA trophy, which happened yesterday. We have an unlocked episode premiere coming out as well, which is going to be featuring Renegade, and we have our cosplay finals, which is super exciting. I actually did see a couple of the cosplayers walking around West, and when I tell you it was like they just came straight out of the game, honestly, it was just absolutely incredible. The effort that's gone into those costumes were incredible. You've seen a few, you know, Chiefs, Cortanas walking around?
I haven't seen much this morning, but that being said, when they start showing up, I mean, the work that goes into creating those costumes, and not only that, but like putting it on and having to wear that all day, I mean, that is like a long journey that they have to go through. So shout out to them for putting all that effort into it and really creating an atmosphere in the venue.
Huge shout out to them, and a huge shout as well to our 2v2 champions. We did have side tournaments going on, we still do, but
we know that
we want to say a huge congratulations to Shotzi and Avenue, very familiar face in Infinite, but our FFAs, of course, champions Shotzi and Avenue, notorious Optic, COD Pro, and Halo Infinite, Halo player. Yeah, world champion, absolutely. He is a world champion in a couple different things, I'll tell you that much, but absolutely incredible from those guys. We also do have a bunch of side tournaments happening as well for you guys to have a look at. We've got our Halo Infinite 2v2, our Halo 3 2v2, Halo 2 4v4, and our Halo 3 4v4. So loads of action happening around the place, not just on the main stage, but at quite a few throwback tournaments as well. But I'll tell you what, I better get back to business, because we have some business to discuss. Ooh. Sen versus Optic, a really exciting matchup. And Sentinels, you know, I think when you come down to it, in terms of this matchup, it's obviously going to be a hard one, but I have seen a version of Sentinels, you know, all the way back in Salt Lake City, where I thought that they had the fight in them to take Optic. I think that they have had close matchups here. And Tony, talk to me about what you see in individuals on this team.
Yeah, I mean, the last time these two matched up, it was a 3-2 in favor of Sentinels, going all the way back to Salt Lake City. Obviously, it's been quite a journey leading up to where we are right now. If there's one player I'm looking out for, it has to be Sparty. He got that dog in him, 17.4 kills and 5K damage in that matchup against Optic. If they're going to end up winning this matchup, he's going to have to come in with that same fire.
He really will have to come in with that same fire. You know, we're looking back right now in highlights, you know, where they were going up against Space Station in pool play. Things didn't go to plan. So when you look at the comparison from Salt Lake City and that kind of growth, right, that Sentinels were on at the time, where are you seeing them right now in terms of going up against Space Station and what you saw from yesterday?
Yeah, I know they got 3-0'd by SSG yesterday, but I loved what I saw from Sentinels, and every single one of those games was very, very winnable. It's just a matter of one more play needing to be made on the side of Sentinels. If they can just get a little bit more out of one player from the team,
Spartan, I think, could have played better yesterday. I truly believe that this could go in Sentinels' favor very quickly.
Yeah, I've got to say I was really impressed with a lot of the individuals here. I mean, Coveted had a pop-off moment at the back, but I've got to say one individual in particular is this man on your screen. Our USMC service record is Boo Boo Doo Boo, and for a very good reason. Wes, this name actually has been kind of, bobbing around the desk, and it's because he has that kind of X factor for the team. He has a pop-off factor. He has a lot of magic he can deliver, but the question is, can he do it?
Yeah, you said it right. This is the X factor for me for Sentinels. This is the guy that I look at as well as we know Sentinels to be, as strong as they played at SLC. I was like, I still believe I can get more out of Boo Boo Doo Boo. I do not believe that we have seen the best of Boo Boo Doo Boo throughout all of Halo Infinite, but I've been watching his stream coming into this tournament, and he has been dominating in the 8s that he's playing in. If he can play well, this Sentinels team can win a world championship.
Indeed. I think Boo Boo is a very special player. I think, notorious previously for being such an incredible camo player. He can be sneaky when he needs to be. I do feel like he's quite a slow, kind of well-paced player, but he can get also quite fast when he needs to, when the rest of the team speeds up too.
Yeah, I think the one unique quality that I would point out from Boo Boo Doo Boo is his unorthodox play. The routes that he takes, the way he moves around the map is so much more methodical and different than I would say of 95% of our top professional players. And when he is on fire, it is so difficult to find out where he is and expect his timings and where the pressure is going to be coming from. He really makes the game difficult for his opponents when he's playing well.
Well, I mean, he's a long-distance runner. I mean, it just makes sense. He don't go in for the sprint. He literally does this for fun. He thinks about the long game, no matter what matchup, map, and game mode he's going in. He marches to a beat of his own drum. If you don't have Boo Boo Doo Boo as the X factor for this team, I don't think you've honestly been paying attention all season long. When Boo Boo Doo Boo's popping off, Sentinels, they win series.
That is very true indeed. And I got to say though, with X factors comes counter X factors. And I think Optic will know kind of what makes Sentinels tick at certain times. I think they'll know that Boo Boo needs to be on point. They'll know Spartan, get the power weapons out of his hands, etc., etc. But I think for Optic Gaming right now, they're in a really good position. I think they're feeling really confident. They know they had the better of this team last time. And Optic Gaming, I think that they just need to play their game. That might sound a little bit cringe at times, but I truly do believe that if Optic stick to their game plan and they do manage to get things across the board that they have been planning, they have some incredible starting strats. I think this series could go into their hands. Wes, what do you make of the team so far, especially in this matchup?
Yeah, I love what I saw from Optic yesterday, and that was because individuals were stepping up in moments that they needed to. That's what the recipe for success here. I mean, they are such a strong team when they play cohesive Halo, but it really is a league of superstars, and this team's filled across the board with them. Formal stepped up in big moments. You have Trippy consistently doing it. Lucid, arguably the best player in the game in any single game, and APG found ways to change the outcome of games at the end of very important close games for Optic as of yesterday. So I'm looking forward for that to continue and us to see the best Optic of Worlds yet.
Indeed. I've got to say, I'm really also looking at some of the Slayers, Tony, because Sentinels, they won both Slayers the previous time that they played Optic, but overall Optic are actually much stronger as a Slayer team, and they have the second best Slayer record with 38-16. So that could also be another X factor for them up their sleeve, knowing like, okay, we didn't quite pull it off last time, but we got the dub. If we clean up things with our Slayers against this team, then surely this is another potential sweep.
I mean, I think it's a great point. Optic Gaming, you know how good you are as Slayers. Not only Slayers, but also King of the Hill. You lost both of the Slayers and the King of the Hill in that series to give Sentinels the win, so you cannot come out on your strongest game types and honestly look as weak as you did. Otherwise, Sentinels, they're gonna make you pay. So I'm putting extra pressure on Optic. King of the Hill is in this series. You better come out with that fire.
What do you think of Optic's pace, Wes? I think when I kind of see Optic, I don't think they're super fast. They don't kind of, I don't know, when I kind of look at their gameplay, I think they have a really nice cadence about their gameplay. I just don't think it's super manic. At times, they're able to kind of push back and be like, right, let's sit, let's wait, let's figure out what we want to do, let's read the kind of control and the environment. And that's something that I really love about Optic Gaming.
I think Optic are the best team in the game at picking and choosing when to be aggressive and when to slow it down. They are so methodical with their decision makings, but when they realize they have an opportunity, an opening, they have no problem kicking the door open and finding their successes. I think that that's their best quality, is in a game that is so chaotic, like Halo Infinite at the highest level. they are smooth as butter, and they are consistently able to read the room and know what the right play is.
Indeed. We talked a little bit about this, Tony, before about, what happened last time. Well, let's actually just see it on our screens for ourselves. The last time these two met in Salt Lake City with this series rewind here, it went all the way to game 5. It was really, really close-knit. Now, he mentioned, obviously, the Slayers both going in the way of Sentinels here, but what did you make of kind of the way that things had transitioned and kind of trying to reverse this time around?
I mean, yeah, the two Slayers and King of the Hill that ultimately Sentinels come out on top. And this is Optic's bread and butter. We know how good of a King of the Hill team they are. We know how good of a Slayer team they are. And also, they were sneakily a very good Solitude team. Sentinels stepped up when it mattered most. Now my question is, will that happen again? Because since SLC, Optic been looking a little bit different.
The big issue when I look at that series layout, the better team wins the objectives. And if you remember the actual gameplay that happened in those games, those were dominant games 1 and 4. Game 3, Solitude King of the Hill was relatively early on in its meta at that time. So Sentinel's able to squeeze that one out. They're gonna have to do much better in the objectives if they wanna compete continuously in a series with Optic.
Yeah, I think, Sentinels were looking absolutely fantastic at Salt Lake City. It was a time where we were all like, oh my goodness me, this is the real deal. It wasn't just a debut, it wasn't just a honeymoon period, this is actually happening. And I think Optic would have probably gone back, watched the tape, cleaned up on a few things. Like you said, the objective work was dominant from Optic, and there were a few slip-ups down the road. Will that happen again? Will Sentinels get the better of them, or will Optic turn this around? So many questions, so many potential answers on that main stage, which, folks, it is time. Our championship bracket for your Halo World Championships starts right now.
Day 2 of the Halo World Championships has arrived here in Seattle, and what a matchup we have to bring you on the main stage to kick things off. This is a marquee matchup of two of the best squads we have in the Halo Championship Series. On one side, the defending world champions Optic Gaming, and on the other, the wildcard for this tournament in Sentinels.
Really is the perfect matchup to start off the day. Optic, of course, also their first real test of this event. They were very quick yesterday, not only in their pool play matches, but also to celebrate those pool play results. 3-0 all day yesterday out is Optic Gaming. But now they have to face off against Sentinels, which you just heard on the desk, of course, took down Optic Gaming in a Game 5 in Salt Lake City.
This is going to be your series layout. This is the map and mode combinations we're going to see between these two squads. But just to follow on from what you said there, the confidence that Sentinels will have going into this series against the world champions, knowing already this season they've managed to beat them in a best of 5, means that this is such a tightly matched game. Also, Andy, we have to keep in mind, the team who loses this game will fall into the elimination bracket early, which is going to be heartbreak for both of these squads.
That's right. The question is, will history repeat itself? Will Sentinels get the better of the defending world champions? Mind you, the world champions that won the world championship in this very building, on this very main stage, in this same city. We're underway in day number 2.
Well, we're ready. Seattle is ready. The question is, which of these two teams is most prepared and ready to win this series and stay in this winner's side of the bracket? It's going to be Solitude to start off. King of the Hill, a control-based game type. And speaking of control, both teams love to get control, Andy. They're very methodical in the way they work.
Absolutely. This is really going to be kind of a toe-to-toe battle. Really both teams coming at each other in a very head-on way. And you heard the desk talk about it as well. These teams like a certain amount of control. They are not the most aggressive teams with kind of unbridled aggression. Instead, both of these teams playing a little bit more traditional, and we will see them now face off with that same playstyle in this series.
Extremely strong start here for Optic Gaming in game number 1 though. Halfway almost to capturing that top middle hill. Good early slays for them as well. Formal with 3 to his name. On the other side, Lethal and Boo Boo yet to get on the board. However, the break has now come in to have fallen for Optic, and Sen are inside of the hill.
Lucid on your screen right here picks up another one in Glass. We got to talk about Lucid. Yesterday, he was on something, and I think a lot of people would agree in saying that Lucid looked a little bit like launch period Lucid last night. Just unbelievable sequences coming out of him, unbelievable stat lines as well. But as quickly as we say that, Sentinels find themselves with a 2-man advantage, and they're going to take a minor lead here on the first hill off of a very nice string of kills.
They certainly are, and all Optic at the moment are trapped in blue. The game has now flipped. The first hill has now flipped, and Optic find themselves 2 dead. A 2v2 on the map at the moment, but Spartan can change that very, very quickly. Wes was pointing out on the desk quite rightly that he didn't feel he saw the best of Spartan yesterday. Well, day 1, if you don't play your best, maybe not the worst thing in the world, but day 2 and 3, you need to perform.
You need to be here. This is the championship bracket. So much on the line, and very little room for error. Spartan, very confident there from his LR challenges. Eventually he will be taken down. 4 dead for Sentinels at what could be a devastating point of the game.
Optic stood inside of that hill. It's Lucid, who looks down, trying to peruse around the map here on Solitude and find out where those Sentinels players are going to be spawning. And the bad news for Sentinels fans is they're all trapped on the snipe side, but Falcated does get a pick. Boo Boo trying to challenge, and Boo Boo gets a second, and even though Sentinels were 4 dead, Formal's left on his own, and Sentinels might steal this one away.
What a play! What a play from Boo Boo! He flies out, and it looked like there was no chance! Can Sentinels get the stop here?
Formal gets 1. Formal looking for the second. Not going to be able to challenge. Look how close this top middle hill is. 3 dead for Sentinels though. And even though Optic were on the back foot, they are starting the day by clutching the first hill. APG steps in, and Optic will be up by 1.
Optic Gaming backs against the walls. You thought Sentinels was going to get the stop, but off the spawn, they fly out. They get the kills they needed. Formal was your last player alive, and they make sure they connect the dots to still secure the first hill in what I will say is one of the most dramatic opening hills we've seen in a Solitude King of the Hill in the HCS.
Well, this is a fantastic way to start the morning here in Seattle. And if this is how the action is going to go down today, well, sign me up. I'm going to be here all day, glued to my screen, watching teams go up against each other. Sentinels will get the break and will be able to hold down the driveway hill, though. Optic find themselves 3 dead. Formal had that sniper rifle, but Boo Boo's just chased him down, so complete and utter control of this hill is in the favor of Sen.
Formal was last player alive on the truck. APG's eventually going to grab that and go hotel with the snipe. There we go. Shout out to our team in the back. Right away on top of where that sniper rifle was tracking, but notice Formal's dead. So right now we have 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Again, Formal's death was staggered and delayed enough that it caught them off of a bad spawn rotation. APG needs to try to break this game wide open with the sniper rifle. He's got 6 shots left.
APG positioned himself in blue as well, and that's going to be fine, because Optic will be spawning alongside him, but one thing you can't account for if you're Sentinels is APG hitting a shot like that.
Can they get the stop here? Ooh, foul with a very important kill. 2v2 on the map here at a pivotal point on your second hill.
Now Sentinels will not want to let this one slip. Complete control for them. Falcate with the sniper rifle as well. Optic probably have 1 push, if that. They might think about giving this one up. It's exactly what they do, and Sentinels tie this game up at 1-1 with a pretty perfect looking hill.
Nice work there from Foul. You saw him rotate out with Snipe to cut off Loop. And in doing so, lets a spawner grab the hill. They very comfortably get your second hill, and that brings us now tied 1-1.
How sneaky he's been. Foul's got all the way behind Optic, and they have no idea that Foul is here. He gets one, but can't get any more than that. 2v2 on the map right now. Everybody's scrapping for this hill.
3:10 left on the game clock here. Just a little bit of points on the board here, but you can tell on this third hill, might be played a little bit more cautiously, right? The teams are realizing, okay, those were bloodbaths of the first 2 hills. On this third one, it could be the go-ahead hill that is a big difference maker on your final scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this game type mode combo go 2-1 and finish at 2-1. That's how close these games are, and teams can play that clock, so both Sentinels and Optic Gaming know that this could well be the final hill. 3 minutes on the clock at the moment as Optic has stood inside of the hill, stopping that countdown, and at the moment doing a pretty good job of holding this one down.
Yeah, they had 3 dead there. Look at all the spawners here coming in from A. It's a good opportunity with 60% done. Let's get to a listening with Optic Gaming.
Top yellow. They could be flowers. Flowers is open, careful. Yo,
Yo, top last, after top last. Yo, watch Joey now. Just hold this.
Can we get side control here? Hill's moving side here. Go. Yeah, go.
Yeah, hold glass when you spawn.
Here.
Prepping out
Nice, guys. Play the damn game.
Hotel, Joey. I'm watching left. Fight left.
I'm getting naded, guys. I'm getting naded.
We have angles on you. Still hotel. You got a burst.
Still hotel.
Okay, Brett, stay down.
Cypher's coming out, Tommy. 2 seconds.
Still Soda. You went Soda to posters now. Posters right now.
We have snipe, guys. Help Tommy here.
Upstairs.
Nice, Tommy.
Two guys, LR glass. Cypher's down hill.
Soda weak. Two
of them. Both are weak.
Okay, Joey, you just need to stay left. Just stay left us for Joey.
Posters coming up. Posters.
Watch your back, Joey. Watch our concrete.
We need to get Joey here.
Posters, I think.
We just need you to let Joey.
Yo, U-turn.
Bottom weak Eastern.
Hear that? Two guys bottom mid right now then.
You went loop. One went loop and one's U-turn.
Still U-turn. Still U-turn.
Jesse. Watch outside though, Jesse.
Nice.
One deck. LR, weak. Freeze. I'm absolute, guys.
Out the listening back into the game, and it's been all Optic Gaming since we jumped in. They got that second hill almost, the third hill almost uncontested, and now looking to put that third hill on the board to go up 3-1, Andy. They have been dominating this snipe side setup.
Dominating. Look at Formal's numbers right now. 16 and 11 at this stage into game number 1. 3-1 is the score for Optic Gaming on a very, very clean back-to-back hill grabs to go up with a convincing lead. 2:20 left on the clock.
Trippy still with his sniper. Damage onto Boo Boo as well, escapes back to a teammate for a few seconds. Now he can reposition and watch this driveway angle, watch the posters angles. And Optic don't have to worry about this hill for now. They have 2 minutes and 5 seconds left in this game just to see it out. They have the cushion of the extra hill as well. So even if Sentinels get this next one, Andy, they've still got work to do.
Also got to point out, you might have heard during the listen-in, Lucid told Trippy when he was top snipe, live forever. Essentially saying, just play your life here, hold on to the snipe, and he's still alive. He has lived forever throughout the entire sequence.
Lethal comes in and finally takes down Trippy. Lucid will be last alive here for Optic as Sentinels finally get a little bit of momentum here and step inside of that hill. One thing to note, lots of time left for Sentinels to formulate this comeback. 1 minute and 40 every time they step inside of that hill as well, that clock will stop. So the game clock not too much against them at the moment. They're not going to be worrying about having to do things too quickly, but they need to do it efficiently.
They really do here. 2 dead on each side. Let's see what Spartan can do. We know the man can pop off at any given time. It's really just a matter not of if, but when. Eventually will be traded out, though, on the truck.
3 dead here for Sentinels. Even though they had a moment of control, it's Optic who wrestle it back from them. Boo Boo in blue at the moment. The rest of the spawners now coming in from Sentinels, and Optic try and locate where they want to hold first. Foul's going to be challenging bottom middle, but look at APG, just playing his life, waiting for the help to come in. Sentinels find themselves 3 dead, make it 4 dead, as Optic Gaming wipe Sentinels, and now stand tall once again. 60 seconds left before they win game 1.
Textbook from Optic Gaming, they get the 2 dead. APG stays alive as long as he can on the truck. He's instrumental in the third and forces the 4th player to come to the truck. They easily collapse on Falcated, who was last alive, and now they just need to hold for 45 seconds.
Sniper coming up as well, and you can see that Lucid and Formal in position to pick up the power weapon, and that might be the nail in the coffin in this game number 1 for Sentinels, because Formal's currently sat at 19 and 14, and now he's got Snipe to play with as well.
This might just be a victory lap here. 30 seconds you're going to hear from the voice of Jeff Steitzer, and this will just be Formal maybe picking a few extra heads for the stat columns at the end of the game.
Formal can't escape though. The Sentinels still have a chance, although it is a slim one and getting slimmer by the second. 15 seconds left on that game clock as Falcated steps inside of that hill. Spartan in a 1v1 here, has to back down as APG and Boo Boo trade out kills, and trades at this point are fine. If you're on the side of Optic Gaming, having that cushion is fantastic. Now they find themselves 3 dead. This will be the last moments of game number 1 as Lethal should fall as well. Optic Gaming will go up 1-0 in this series, starting off hot here on Saturday in Seattle.
Lots to be proud of if you're on the Optic Gaming side of the stage. Greenwall fans, of course, already hyped up on that game number 1. Impressive numbers coming in, to say the very least, especially from guess who? The likes of Formal, as he will drop, I believe, 22 in that game.
The man lives for World Championships. He lives for the big occasion. He lives for the big series, and I think the Optic realize how big a series this is for them as well. We mentioned that Sentinels got the better of them, this exact lineup. back in Salt Lake City a little bit earlier on in the season. Those kind of losses stay in the memory for quite some time, and the one thing that you want is an opportunity to put things right, and I think Optic are playing with that kind of style right now.
Yeah, you got to think Formal walking back into this building, and all the Optic Gaming guys thinking, yeah, we've been here before. Remember this place from last year. Pretty good memories coming to mind, of course, and it starts off with a hot game 1 for Optic Gaming, and honestly, one of the most competitive starts we've seen to an opening on Solitude King of the Hill. It started off 1-1, but from there, Optic Gaming really never looked back.
I mean, I think the real moment to talk about in this game was on that first hill, right?
Yeah.
Sentinels make a great comeback. They get Optic 4 dead, and they're just moments away from capping that hill, but somehow Optic managed to formulate a push out of nowhere, take that first hill away, and put the first one on the board. Yes, Sentinels answered back and got the second hill almost uncontested, but if Sentinels get that first hill, it's 2-0. It's a completely different looking game as we move into map number 2 now, which is going to be Slayer on Aquarius.
Taking a look at Slayer records here. On the 2023 season, very different records, of course. It goes without saying. Optic Gaming 39-16 coming in. Sentinels dead even. However, I think the one stat we need to highlight, just in case you didn't catch it in the pre-show, Sentinels taking both Slayers the last time these two teams met in Salt Lake City. So you might think that Optic Gaming is double positive in the Slayer category on the season. Sentinels one game away from being negative on the game type, but all that matters is what happens here on the day at the Halo World Championship. History right now indicates Sentinels might have the upper hand in the Slayers. We'll have to see what happens here, though, in Seattle.
Well, no surprise to see the stat at the bottom of your screen there. #1 Slayer KD in 2023 is, of course, Optic's Lucid. We'll have to keep our eyes on his statistics as we get into game number 2 now. Optic up by 1 in the series. Sentinels need something to answer back.
One thing important to watch that we saw in that game number 1, you often think Optic Gaming is at their best when they have their backs against the walls. Think about that first hill, right? When they need to make the exact right play with split-second decisions. When Optic Gaming is firing on all cylinders, that's when they are at the top of their game. In moments like that, game types like Aquarius Slayer do require really coordinated pushes. We'll see if they can do it again here in game number 2.
We'll also have to see if Sentinels can keep the heat wave out of the hand of Trippy, because we've seen what Trippy can do on this map if he gets that short-range weapon into his hands, and it's been a good start for him in this game. 2 kills to his name, but a very tight game off the opening. Just a 3-1 lead, but Formal, he's on the flank. He's going to find 1, 2, 4 here as Falcade does get a double to trade things out, so even with a nice timed flank from Formal, Sentinels managed to trade those kills out.
Optic Gaming really looking like they might be in the same form they left off in Fort Worth. Let's not forget, of course, defending champions of the last LAN event, coming into the World Championship in the same exact fashion that they came in last year. And so far, they've been perfect here. Only a 1-kill lead, though, playing this slow at the 5-4 mark.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting... We talked about playstyle matchup, right? How the two teams very similar in their approach and their theory when it comes to Halo Infinite. And this map is going to show that, right? It's a more methodical looking map. The trust for Formal, by the way, has been the game changer in a few battles and escapes that he's made. But map control, both these teams love it, right? They don't like to flood too much. They wait for the opportunity. They wait for that positive damage before they make their moves. The question is who is going to take the risk and who is going to be most successful when that damage comes in.
Sentinels actually takes the lead there. They were just down 7-4 to now lead 10-9. It's a nice swing for the Sentinel side. And so far, they've actually kept Lucid off the board in kills or assists. Not easy to do at the 10-kill mark, and maybe a sign that they're ready to play once again in the Slayers.
We mentioned the heat wave and how important it can be. It's Booby-Dooby who's got it in his hands at the moment. He's got a couple of teammates alongside him to support. Optic do a really good job there, by the way. Having spawned on the fridge to just kind of stay close enough that there was enough presence that Boo-Boo could push, but also just to scatter around so they can cover enough angles. Great shots coming in from top middle, though, from Trippy. And Trippy will know where that heat wave is because he poked at Boo-Boo a few moments ago.
2 dead here. Means Optic Gaming now goes into a narrow lead by 1. 12-11, and this is, it feels just like the opening to game 1. Back and forth in a way that is even more so and just competitive than we've seen teams off the opening break. Tied at 13 here. You couldn't ask, as we said, for a better matchup to start your day number 2. Now tied at 14.
Well, you've seen the difference that the thrust can make. Lethal used that to win that initial battle, used it again to survive. Well, he's not got any more thrust left. So Falcade picking up that kill. It's going to allow him maybe to find an angle to survive for a few seconds, but nope, there's Trippy. There's APG, Trippy with 2. Trippy looking for 3 as well. Spawn, though! An important win, and those kind of kills to keep the game close, keep your team in it, allow them to get back onto the map, keep the score close. If Trippy gets that kill, all of Sentinels might get cycled.
It's true, and also Trippy then goes to 8-3, and the number is just going to keep climbing up. Like you said, that kill on paper might just look like a single kill, but the fact that Spartan's able to win that one and keep his team here and anchor them on the spawn keeps the game within 1.
Tie game. Falcated again with that first pick. Lucid will tie it up though, again. Wow. Okay, he gets another. As Spawn cleans up the damage we just saw in front of us. It's a 1 kill advantage here, but Optic have 2 in the death screen. Make it 3. And for the first time here, we're starting to see Optic on the back foot. Formal gets 1 though to slow things down. Formal in a 1v1 with Spartan here. Spartan connects with the shots though, and you can see him get a little bit hyped about it.
It's a great push. It's a clean wipe here. That gives Sentinels a 2-kill lead here at 22-20. Let's get into a listen in with the Sentinel side.
One shot, P2, blue side.
Trippy,
Blue side, Trippy.
Formal weak P1 blue.
Yeah,
One shot,
push,
2.
push,
Yo,
push,
2 blue P1, both weak. One up street, one up street.
Logan P jump.
Yep, P2.
Yeah, they're both in the street, I think.
P2, Trippy.
APG.
P2, have
P2,
no
one shot,
Trippy.
APG.
Yeah, we're both one shot then.
You want weak as well?
Mike, I'm watching your
Water
push.
dam.
I'm porting it back.
Yeah, like P1.
P1 weak, Lucid.
I have an 8.
Like yellow side, bottom
P2,
end.
Yo, blue thrusters up, guys.
And one's like at
Yellow
car.
P Street.
Yellow P Street, 2 of them.
Yeah, P1. And blue table, and on me blue gen. I need help. Table's
Yeah,
weak. Lucid.
And then Jack told me
P2,
he's going
P2
back.
blue, drop
That's
in.
a carpenter, they'll throw us deep.
One shot from
Yo,
blue.
blue windows.
Blue P
Mike,
jump,
blue
yeah,
window,
blue P,
blue window
blue
behind you
P1.
guys.
Yeah, I'm fighting blue P. Yo, look
Look window, look window.
Yep.
Behind you. That's on yellow. Part 2 formal.
Trippy, one shot in the back. Yeah, thrust one.
Blue gen
Same,
kind
no,
of
Mike,
weak.
no.
Blue gen kind of weak formal.
I'm still.
Good lift. He's got a
Yo,
thrust.
blue gen 2 of them. APG
Yo,
one
chasing
shot.
Mike,
One
blue
shot
window.
pistol door. One shot pistol door. Make go front.
Blue window is 1.
He's going front. Weak.
The car glass? Or?
Yeah. Car glass.
He's still sitting there.
And they're P-door.
P glass as well.
Yeah, car glass.
Yeah, I've shot some P glass.
APG is my jet.
I vote.
I got him.
Nice. I see yo, Lucid with blue P.
Let's do
Yeah.
it.
Lucid there.
Nice,
Nice,
you're dead.
nice.
I'm already getting there, Jen.
Can you know
Yo,
what?
yellow thrust is up.
Yeah, P2, yellow street.
Yellow
Okay.
thrust is up.
Yep, I'm here. I'm yellow gen. I'm
I'm
watching
already
yellow
there,
P-door.
Jen. I'm already there, Jen, with you.
Yeah. P yellow 2. I don't see him.
Yellow
there,
2,
yeah.
weak, lucid.
Yo,
Two
yellow P glass fighting me. And
two yellow window.
Yep, yellow shrim's kill me.
Go P glass. Dead.
Nice.
Yo,
I'm
fire.
nice. Yeah, they're gonna be in the flag.
My
They're gonna be in the flag,
gen.
yep.
Two my gen, I
Yeah.
think.
See there,
I
see there.
meleeed one. I one shot.
Yep,
Two there.
coming.
One shot. They ran gen.
Keep running together, guys. Keep running.
Here,
Working together. Yeah, he's top car in the vent.
In the
Car one
vent, in
shooting
the
me.
vent, 2 shot, APG. And I got my car.
If he's one shot.
And then
Yeah,
gen
one
two of
shot.
them.
I
I
need
have
to
to
run
run.
one shot.
Two yellow gen,
I got
guys.
car jump.
Two yellow gen, guys. Two yellow gen.
Well, Sentinels are starting to pick up the pace. Sentinels are starting to roll, and I want to talk about the bloom control on the sidekick coming in from Boo Boo, right? He turns a single kill into a double by showing such patience with that sidekick in his hands. A couple of quick shots, lets the bloom reset, then spams again, hits all the shots onto APG.
Really impressed what we see here. Now a 4-kill lead. They maintain that cushion, essentially a full wipe of a cushion. Now 35-30. Still a 5-kill lead here at a very important part of the game, of course. This will be your home stretch of the match.
Clutch was talking on the desk about Spawn, how he needs to be the X factor for this team. Well, at the moment it's at double pos, 14-7 is Sparty in this game. It's a pretty solid looking cushion. And you can see the Sentinels don't want to give any opening now to Optic. Optic's starting to turtle up a little bit, but there's Formal. Traded out almost immediately, and there's Boo Boo again with that heat wave. And I think when you're looking at the overall game, Sentinels have controlled this weapon so much better than Optic.
So well. Look at it, just sidekick heat wave for Boo Boo. Just patrolling, might even two-tap here, almost gets away with it. And it will be cleaned up as well now. 40-36, it's a 4-kill game, so despite Sentinels leading for the past 3 minutes or so of play, not over yet. 2-kill game now.
Optic are starting to get back into this, and Optic are starting to find some picks. And surprise, surprise, who's the man who's at the front of it? The man on your screen, it's Formal. Sap, 12 kills to his name at the moment. 2 kills between the two teams. As both teams just give each other a bit of map here, stand off from each other, and look again for that opening damage.
A huge swing of kills. Let's not forget, this was just 36-31. Somehow Optic Gaming brings it now to 40-38. Still just trailing by 2. Make it 1 here.
Boo Boo's got no idea that Formal's here as well. Boo Boo will forward to tie game as we head into the last 10 kills. Sentinels, who had that cushion a few moments ago, well now, they're looking very uncomfortable. But Formal doesn't check his corners, but he's got the thrust, he's got support. Can they get that kill? Formal survives. APG gets the kill on Optic, are up by 2.
And of course, APG's got his back there, wins a very, very important battle. Optic Gaming now in the lead by just 1, 42-41. And what did we say in the clutch moments when they need to push as the game becomes tied? Optic Gaming finds a way, they find the coordination to get back despite trailing by 5 just 2 minutes ago.
This could be a huge 8 kills in the context of not just the game, but the series. If Optic can clutch up here and win the game, they're 2 up. They're feeling extremely confident, and it will be a hammer blow for the confidence of Sentinels. But if Sen can win this one in a tight game, in a Slayer, then maybe that would give them a little bit of an opening. But there's APG in the kill feed as well. He gets one, 15 and 11 for Bradley at the moment. He's having a hell of a game as Optic go into a 2-kill lead.
Lucid and APG get the openers. Take a look at Formal. You might have just seen it in his player cam. They're taking a look left and right, screen watching, telling them exactly how he wants to play call this. And that's big damage. You know Formal's going to go.
Oh, he's going to go, but can he clean it up? Yes, he can. Frost Psychic again, the difference. APG with his 16.
Wow.
And Optic are taking over as Sentinels find themselves 4 dead again.
Oh my goodness. What do we say? Tactical, this team looks. Optic Gaming is on a different form here. Formal looking left and right, truly calling the shots, the general on that last push, and it was flawless. 48 to 43, only 2 kills to go for Optic Gaming.
Game slows down for a second. Optic say, Sentinels, you want to win this game, you're going to have to make a play on us. APG 16 and 11. Sentinels just trying to slow the game down. Play around the fridge and the flag. APG gets some damage though. Falcated is getting bombarded. Falcated will fall. Optic looking for that final kill here to go up by 2 in the series.
Here goes APG with a thrust.
Lucid will get it. And Optic Gaming showing that late game composure in the players that maybe was missing the last 2 times that these teams matched up. Formal looks confident, sipping the coffee, says get me into game 3.
So impressed with Optic Gaming through this series so far and yesterday as well. Like I said, you can tell how Optic Gaming is looking overall when you put them in these scenarios time and time again. And you really question, how tight is their communication? Just how tight is the teamwork? And we are seeing time and time again, as we take a look at some highlights from that game, that this team is on the same page, firing on all cylinders, wins like that from Formal, but really it was when they found themselves trailing by 5 at 36-31. To bring that game back to 48-42 is absolutely unreal.
Twice now in the series, the Optic have been in close moments in the game, and they've won those close moments, right? And that's why they're up 2-0. First game, the first hill. Second game, the 5-kill deficit that they managed to turn over. And you just saw them starting to pick the pace up, and Clutch again was talking about it on the desk. They're methodical until they get that damage, until they get that pick. And then they know they've got numbers and they can collapse. This kill from Formal, by the way, it just felt like that was the kill that was the punctuation for them to go home and win this one.
A little bit of an ankle breaker there as Formal does it with style on the stairs. As you said, Lucid flies in, gets the last kill on Boo Boo. Also worth mentioning, at the 42-42 mark, it was Lucid who also got the opener there. APG joins him for the double kill. That lets them pull away once again. It's the perfect breaks, the perfect opening kills that paved the way for Optic Gaming pushes. They now lead 2-0 in the series.
Just a feeling about Optic Gaming at this event. I don't know what it is, but one thing we can say is you can tell that they just won that last event. You can tell how important it was for them. And now they look like all their focus, all their worries have disappeared, and the focus is just on the tournament, on playing the games that are in front of them. Optic Gaming looking ominous as we head into our next map. It's going to be live fire oddball. 2 rounds to win this one. Optic on the precipice of a 3-0.
Worth mentioning, the last time these two teams played this game type on LAN, it was game number 4 in Salt Lake City, and Optic won it 200-40. We'll have to see if they can do it again here to close out the series, or will Sentinels stay alive? Here we go, game number 3.
Let's watch a little bit of Lucid. Why wouldn't you? Especially when he picks up the sniper off of the spawn. Opening this game going to be more about control of the weapons and control of that overshield more than going for that early oddball, unless you get 2 or 3 quick kills and you can play around it. But you can see Optic trying to take control of the tower here, make sure they've got lines of sight and numbers over at that overshield. There's the smoke. Did he hit him through the smoke? I think APG just cleaned that up, but Booby should be there to collect. But the overshield gets put into the hands of Optic. It's APG who pops it. And now you're seeing Lucid just starting to pop bodies.
Oh my goodness, how do they pull this off? Somehow Lucid staying alive in the back, still 2 dead, man advantage. The last 2 players are here on scoreboard and cuts.
APG got taken down with that overshield though, and now you can see, oh, Lucid's doing a little bit of pole dancing. Too early for that, Tommy.
Certainly, this time of day. Comes 3 dead in an impressive sequence, without a doubt. Look at this, just hard scoping on the corner as well. Picks up another one.
Hard scopes. Just a body appears on his reticle, zoomed in. Just has to press the trigger.
Oh boy.
Can he do it? That's the question. Lethal finally slows it down. 20 points already on the board here for Optic Gaming. Trippy's going to have to think about playing that ball in a few moments' time, though, as Spartan will finally take him down. 2 dead here for Optic. and Sentinels finally on the map and in control.
And really worth thinking back to, Mark, we talked about the play style, this 3 fall for Optic Gaming. That might be your 4th. Lucid maybe cleaned up on pillars. Yes, Trippy's there too, though. So Trippy has to make a key decision here, and he actually gets taken down as well. So Trippy deciding to fly out there to try to help Lucid on pillars maybe costs them a little bit extra because they're going to be caught on a 2 dead spawn rotation for the next 10 seconds or so.
Yeah, it's going to be 10 seconds that they can't do anything. Like you say, they've got to wait for bodies to get back on. And I tell you what, Lethal is standing tall at the moment. Lucid going to be challenging him on that overshield. Wow. Lethal feeling all kinds of confident, grabs that off ball. Now the battle for the overshield continues, and with the kills once again falling on the side of Sen, they will get that next overshield, and they've turned that early dominance from Optic over. They have a lead.
You got to clip that play from Lethal. That's unbelievable. To sit sandbags already be weak. Lucid's challenging you from the overshield platform, and you jump back out to push him back into cuts, and then you get ball time as the last player with no shields, and he's now rotated to B. This is a masterclass from Lethal, and just like that, as a result off of his plays, they now lead by double Optic's score in round 1.
Sentinels should be able to get the play ball here, but they're milking every single second. Look at Lethal refusing to let that one go. Finally, Optic get the ball out of the hands of Sentinels, and Lucid finds himself with a heat wave. Should be able to rotate this one back, and I think they're just looking for information on where they take that ball. Now they've got the info that green is the push from Sentinels, they'll probably rotate this back towards tower.
Oh, collapse on green here. Looks very good from Optic. Just like that, 2 dead. Lucid identifying that so well. He's sitting pillars, and even though there's 2 players at green, he timed it so that both players are back green as the ball will be rotated. Knew that he could catch them both off guard with the repulse and the heat wave. He also has help on that collapse, and just like that, Optic Gaming is right back in it, only down by 10.
Lucid having fun, just running around at the moment with that heat wave doing damage. Lethal found himself a sniper rifle though, and he knows that something's up here, and that something that's up is going to be formal. Makes him pay for missing that body shot, hits him with the crispiest of falls.
The comms were there, right? Sentinels knew the formal was going to be coming up. The dummy ramp eventually trades on the back tower as well, but 54-50 here, essentially tied up.
EPG with that ball in his hands. Boobadoo with a bullet in his chest. Not going to be enough to take him down. Lethal picks up a kill though. My goodness, look at Lucid. Flipping and whipping that sniper rifle. Lethal there to provide a little bit more support. The only thing he doesn't have is bullets in the gun to fire.
Crafty aid there from Lucid on back tower through the crack in the catwalk. 56-50 now.
Enemy has the ball.
And on board with Lethal here as Boo Boo will hold.
Overshield popping up as well. Going to shroud him. That's going to mean that Sentinels get another overshield here. That's going to be 2 in a row for them. And that's why you're seeing the score tip back in the favor of Sentinels. They're back into a lead now. And if they play this right and they pick up the slays in this next 5-10 seconds or so, then this could be closing in on a round going over to Sen.
A little bit of a melt of the overshield. That's a nice little pop of the pea shooter from Formal to take off Falcated's overshield. However, still a comfortable lead for Sentinels. And you might think these games are looking awfully similar, right? Tied all the way through the early stages, and Optic Gaming somehow stays alive, has edged it out each time. Oh, nice little juke here from Falcated, who gets the last laugh against an extended battle against Formal.
That's a really important kill as well, because Fal went on a little bit of a walk there. You can see he was trying to get a flank, trying to find something, but I think he just miscalculated how many players had come off spawn, and Formal just caught him in the back, but dropped down bottom middle, juked him out like you say, and now he's alive, and now he's a problem, but more pole darts in here. It's APG this time who wins the fight. Optic Gaming have that ball back at green as well, and they might just turn the lead back in their favor.
Wow, unreal stuff there. APG, whenever you see him in a little bit of a peak battle there, just poking, he's going to win those 9 times out of 10, unsurprisingly. That's exactly what he does there.
Tie game. Optic go into a lead, though, as they grab that off ball once more. Sentinels struggling to work out where this ball's going to go. You can see Optic just shifting it one way, shifting it another, and that's forcing Sentinels to have to make different decisions based on where they want to push.
Yeah, transitional rat tunnel hold here. And this might lead to a rotate. 3 players are coming in through mud and green, and just like that, they're able to rotate it. That's 3 dead.
It's brilliant, though, because they've got the heat wave, so they're saying if you want to get the ball off us, you got to come close quarters. You're going to have to go through the heat wave of Trippy. And now Optic just 7 points away, but here comes the push now. Optic 3 dead. Trippy's just come off spawn. And Sentinels break right at the end of the round.
Wow, perfect timing there on the break. Look at this, though. Trippy is still the last player alive. This overshield is absolutely huge. If Trippy can get enough damage here where the team might be able to push, let's see what happens.
This push will win the game. Win the round, I should say. Fal gets 2. Boo gets the overshield. And all of a sudden, Sentinels in full control as the last 2 players alive from Optic are in front of him. So much damage coming in. But keep your eye on the game clock. It is going one way, and it is the way of Sentinels. They clutch up in the final moments and get that first round on the board.
What a push there. As you said, it had to be the final push. The rat tunnel hold was devastating from Optic Gaming. They saw 3 players in mud going to B. That indicated that they might have been able to get away with the full rotate. Instead, as you say, they hold the ball in rat tunnel. It worked out great with the heat wave hold, but Sentinels, on their final opportunity to push, they break, and they also hold there against Trippy and Lucid on top sandbags. They will close out the round, and they lead 1-0.
Trippy got the heat wave early, but Spartan takes him down. We always talk about how important that is, right? APG going to be challenging again, and not for the first time. We've seen APG win some really important individual battles. Falcated gets his shields ripped off. Boo narrowly misses getting his visor ripped off as well. Overshield going to be the next portal call for Optic Gaming, and Lucid is holding it down.
15-0. Ooh, God, he also tags a body there, almost a headshot. APG just, of course, unsurprisingly on a killing spree double. He will get stuck in the end, so 3 dead. It was an overshield hold. Here's a rotate, presumable play ball from Formal.
20 points on the board, almost an exact copy of what we saw in the first round. Now it's the fight for the oddball. Now it's the fight for kills and map control. Boo trying to push out green here. Spartan gives him a little bit of help. So numbers will be in the favor of Sentinels, and immediately they move in on that oddball. Spartan gets another, and Formal finds himself as last alive now. He'll be taken down. Lucid's just come off of respawn, and Sentinels answer back again, and they know that Lucid's close.
Lucid wins a nice 1v1 there to just keep things a little bit closer off the respawn here. However, Boo is making sure to clean that up. Now only down by 10 to Sentinels.
Trippy just managed to take down Lucio, who was holding that oddball. So no scoring here. Sentinels and Boo.
I thought he was about to pull off some wild stuff. Eventually, he's taken down.
I was about to call him a name. I couldn't quite work out what I wanted to call him. Trippy moves in and grabs that oddball instead, though, and Optic do get that break. And it was all off the back of the kill from Trippy on the oddball carrier, right? Lethal getting taken down, the first in the setup. Just means that Optic can take their time to breathe and push as a unit. That's exactly what they do. 34 points on the board now. Power up, coming up, though, as you can see. Sentinels have control of the OS side, and they're going to be able to grab it.
And to be honest, you have to think, with the way that game, round one, went, with the way the series has gone, that might tick off Optic Gaming a bit, right? They're here to mean business in the champ bracket. To lose that first round, it just felt like Optic Gaming was going to wake up in round number 2. Right now, they're doing just that. They have 5 times the amount of points on the board that Sentinels does.
Well, Lucid is on the hunt for an overshield at the moment. Not going to be able to find it. Was last player alive for a few moments, so Lucid just playing his life so smartly, trying to find a 1v1. But there's the repulse! Spartan with the repulse sends the plasma pistol bolt back, and now he's going to find him! He's hunting wabbits!
That's exactly what he'll find in the form of overshielded lethal. Takes him down right away. Great comms. I'm surprised there would have been comms that Lucid was last player alive with the plasma pistol in cuts. There also would have been comms that he won a battle on T-Door. I'm surprised the comms don't get over to lethal on the Sentinel side where he's sitting nest bridge so vulnerable. I'm surprised there's a little bit of a breakdown there on the Sen side.
I have to agree with you there, and we'll have to see if Sen can hold it together. Because Optic have looked a lot better, a lot more consistent in this round. 71 points on the board for them. And that cushion is enough for them to not have to worry too much about that oddball. Formal with 2, you saw the sniper rifle pirouetting itself back towards Trippy, but he says oddball first.
Looks like sniper will be grabbed by someone else right around the C flat as well. They'll have some help here. And they will continue holding, and this could be a very, very fast round here, Mark. Right now, Formal's their only player that's down on the map, and of course Lucid, unsurprisingly, will be the one who grabbed that sniper rifle. Trippy will fall, though.
Play ball does come in, though. Booba gets 2, and we'll take down Lucid as well. So APG's just come off respawn. And he's having to play on the cuts, and I get the feeling he's not going to last too much longer. 15 seconds till the overshield, and that was kind of the secret sauce, the secret to success for Sentinels in that first round. 3 overshields, I believe, they picked up in comparison to Optic Gaming. And it just gave him a little bit more wiggle room when it came to those individual fights. Booba, though, needs to heat up with his sniper. He needs to hit heads.
Important angle and important battles here. Let's see what you can do. But Formal with the overshield pushing in. It's also shrouded the sniper rifle. This should be a guaranteed play ball. Spartan, though, answers back with a green gun. Nice neutralization of the overshield of his own.
Always going to take a one for one with the overshielded player. Sentinels now all swamping bottom middle. And look at the work that APG's doing here, by the way. Trippy getting out. APG just baiting 3 players in without giving his life up. Those kind of plays you don't see in the stats, but they're so important for how Optic can operate.
And all the info as well. Look at that. Now a 1v1 here. Boo Boo versus Lucid on the map. Lucid going to be the aggressor and so far be the damage winner. He's going to win that cleanly and grab the ball, though. Boo Boo stays alive long enough and holds long enough on the correct angle on the map to ensure that that kill's traded out before Optic can grab.
Trippy on the flank bottom middle here. You can see Formal just doing the damage for him to move up. And APG's going to grab that ball. He's going to run away with it and say, Sentinels, you can't catch me, as we head into a deciding round number 3.
And it was a very different Optic gaming in that round number 2. It goes without saying. And you do get the feeling that after that round number 1, Optic thinking, actually, we've got lunch plans here. We're going to move through this bracket as fast as we can. And we're already late for our reservation. We'll see if they can close it out here in a round number 3. If they play the same way they played round number 2, it goes without saying it could be a quick one once again.
Well, the opening strategy heavily favoring Optic at the moment. They've won the majority of the battles for Sniper Rifle and the initial overshield at least. Optic find themselves 2 dead now though, but they do have the weapons to play with. Unfortunately, Lucid just had no idea where Spartan was. Almost a full 360 there, just couldn't find it.
Spartan just slowly tiptoeing around him, behind him, in a scene that would have been perfectly suited for perhaps Looney Tunes. 12-0 off the break. 2 dead though. Spartan here with an interesting scenario. He has 2 of his teammates dead. He's got overshield and snipe. Needs to play this well.
Trying to protect the push coming in on his on-ball carrier. Problem is he can't find any angles at the moment. Shroud goes down and Optic bait him out perfectly. A little bit of early time here. Lucy's looking for green gun kills! Oh, that one's gonna hurt.
In the end, Foul wins that needed to. Also, he was the last player alive. Teammates are going to be spawning behind him, but because he stayed alive, Foul's been able to hold forward here and get him behind the setup. But guess what? Formal checks the scoreboard at the very last second, which is going to slow down the push just a bit. However, they do have the man advantage.
Spartan gets 2 though. Now you're going to see APG's trying to run away with that oddball, trying to get a little bit of a reset. He will be taken down. But again, just making sure that oddball is in a little bit more of a vulnerable position for Sentinels to have to scoop up. Double push bottom middle. Spartan can't hit those shots. And again, Optic managed to keep that ball away from Sentinels, but Boo-Boo's now on the flank. Trippy sandwiched at the moment. 2 players flying at him, gets the beat down, but Lethal will pick up the kill. 2 dead for Optic.
2 dead for Optic. Let's see how this plays out. This is really a bit of an awkward rotate that was attempted by Sentinels. Overall, the ball still hasn't been picked up. A little bit of a throw-tate attempt where they were rushing really quickly through bottom middle. Nice timing there on the Shroud and the back whack. Through all the chaos here, we have 2 dead for Optic, 1 dead for Sentinels, overshield popping.
Trippy knew someone was in that Shroud, but just couldn't decide who to go for first. Formal now in a 1v1 with Lethal. APG comes off the spawn, and that's going to be a fight for the overshield. And on your way forward, he finds a sniper rifle! And now he pops the overshield. Formal hit the shot he needed to hit.
I'm not going to lie, I think we all were hoping that exactly what happened on your screen was going to be how it played out. Formal pushing the overshield, they get the perfectly timed kill on Lethal. Boo-Boo sitting window, and Formal whips out the snipe. Optic Gaming will go into the lead.
APG continuing 25-18 in this game, leading the way for his squad once more. Really strong series from him. Optic trying to rotate that ball back over to the scoreboard, and he's got a heat wave.
All 8 players up right now. First pick, of course, will be a big one to determine if Optic will double the score of Sentinels or if Sentinels might grab a new hole.
And this is what Foul tried to do a little bit earlier, but Trippy has the timing. Trippy has managed to wait until every player was alive from Sentinels. Now he's on the flank. All he has to do is hit some shots, but he finds himself at last alive. However, the kills have been picked up enough by teammates, and the cleanup damage he did to rotate this ball out towards the teammate.
There was a momentary 1v1. Boo-Boo was a spawner. As you see all the way back at tower, Trippy knew that, so he's going to rotate the ball here green, leave it for a teammate, and he... Oh! God!
Ouch!
Not sure we're allowed to show that from Boo-Boo's POV. That's why you had to see it.
That's behind a paywall, that one. Boo-Boo looking forward. And looking to continue with shots like that. And I mentioned that in these kind of series, they're the shots you need to hit. It can't be body shots. It needs to be headshots. 3 dead here for Optic Gaming. 50 points to 20, the lead, and Boo-Boo will get away from that final player alive.
Oh, let's see what Trippy does here. He gets his back tower spawn. Off with some good pressure. Boo-Boo narrowly couldn't even finish the sentence. Does not stay alive. Trippy with such great damage from the dummy door onto the pillar door. Eventually it keeps him alive. And in the end, Trippy as the last player alive finds them with a 2-man advantage off of the spawn.
Lucid's got some work to do here for Optic, but APG's going to go on the flank. He finds 2. He repulses 1. It's 3. It's 4. It's not enough to take down Spartan, but has he created the opening for Optic to have eyes on that overshield? Lucid will get it, but he is last player alive.
Last player alive. Overshield in hand.
Reset comes in bottom mid as well.
There we go. Ball's going to be rotated right away to tower. Oh! That's
a shot of caffeine coming in from Lucid. That kind of shot, you don't see it very often unless you've got the talent that this man does. 77 points And that might have been the dagger for Sentinels.
Talk about blowing a round wide open. You fly across C plat and hit a brainer like that top mid. Guess what? That might be all she wrote. This is the final push here for Sentinels. It's 90 points on the board for Optic Gaming.
10 to go, and it looks like Sentinels aren't really in a position to do too much damage. Valkyrie gets one. The play ball may be forced here, and is. So Optic still have a little bit of work to do, but the work they've done so far means they've got a couple of mistakes in them. However, Sentinels do not.
Gotta respect the discipline there from Optic Gaming. They could have probably forced that on the back mud, hold bottom pillars, but just so disciplined to not leave anything to risk. Look at Lucid, by the way, just the movement master finally will be taken down, but here's the Optic hold for the final.
APG's got the ball, and APG will win the round. Optic Gaming turn up here in Seattle on a Saturday. And when we were wondering, will history repeat itself? Will Sentinels challenge them once again? They prove that this is a different Optic from Salt Lake City. This is a World Championships Optic Gaming.
Late season Optic Gaming just hits different. They do it in this series as well. And Optic Gaming fans are going to be very happy with what they saw on the main stage just now. Not only the first two games, but the way that they won each game. They were tested, backs against the wall. They were losing each of those games, including the ball game, losing the first round. Trailing early on, they find the mid-game composure, and they close out strong. When we see Optic Gaming win championships, that's how they tend to do it. Right now, they might just be on World Championship form.
A dominating performance on the main stage coming in from Optic Gaming, and the perfect tonic for the fans watching who have just enjoyed the success of the last event as well. Optic Gaming looking to defend the Halo World Championships coming into this tournament. Well, with the way they're playing, Andy, they're giving themselves a pretty good chance.
They are indeed. APG there 31 and 21 in that game with a 14.3 KDA.
Very, very impressive series, I would say, from APG. It was him who got Optic back into that game number 2 as well, dropping 17 kills in the Slayer. Sentinels kind of pushed aside a little bit there. They did have some good moments in the series, but it never really looked like they were on the level of Optic Gaming. Here's your series layout. That's how things went down.
And let's not forget, if you're just joining us here, Sentinels leading in each of those. Sentinels playing anywhere from about 25% of the game to 50% of the game in the lead. So a lot to be proud of in the early game from Sentinels, but certainly things to look at in terms of looking at the playbook heading into the next series as well.
So Sentinels have to look at that elimination bracket for Optic. They will continue on the winner's side. And to talk us through that series and talk about what was so good about it, we got Full down on the main stage.
Thank you so much, Onset and Brav. Seattle, give it up for Optic Gaming as they win that first match in bracket play and move on forward. Man, Formal, first time I get a chance to talk to you this weekend, okay? How does it feel to be back in Seattle with all these fans here for Champs?
Seattle's been nothing but great to us, and we appreciate it. So thank you guys so much. We love it. Thank you.
There you go. Now, you know, we got a chance to see the Unlock series, and, you know, I got to say the Team Snipers at 2 a.m., you know, years later is paying off for you, okay? You guys had a fire match on this main stage. Talk to me about what went right, because the last time we saw you play these guys in Salt Lake City, it was poor play and they took y'all down, but right here was a close match, but 3-0, man. How did y'all get it done?
I mean, Salt Lake was a long time ago. It's like two very different teams at the time, and they still like barely edged us out. Like, we're very confident playing them, and we just played really good today. We played our game and we smoked them.
Yeah, definitely did look good, right? Did they look good on stage, you guys? Now, what do you want to say to these fans out here supporting you in a watch party on the stage as you guys get ready for your next matchup?
Thank you guys for all the support. As always, you guys are amazing, and we look forward to the rest of the weekend. Thank you.
Give it up one more time for Optic Gaming Seattle. Lottie, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. I've got to say, Formal looks locked in to me. It's like business, right? It's like, look, hey, we got this done. It's the first one of the day. So happy with that, how it went, but on to the next one. And I kind of love that about Optic Gaming. I think we saw that at the end of the last major. You know, APG said on the main stage, lifting up the trophy, like, yep, we're good, but world's next, and back to work, yep. And I think that mentality is pretty terrifying if you are an opponent and you're kind of seeing what they're doing up on that main stage, and then partnered with kind of, you know, that character, that energy that they're coming through with. Wes, what did you make of Optic Gaming this morning?
I mean, they look great, and that Sentinels team is very, very strong. So to beat them in a 3-0 fashion, the way that they did, these games weren't relatively close. Although the oddball was round 3, the first 2 games pretty comfortable in Optic's favor, and the man I want to shout out throughout the series has got to be APG. He caught a lot of slack. I was hearing a lot of murmurs about maybe a kill-death ratio that wasn't great going into today from a couple of games yesterday, but APG leading this team in stats, as well as the play that I know he provides consistently. Such an impressive performance by him, and what a big time to step up here in winners bracket round 1.
Tony, what really stood out to you in terms of the comparison to these two teams and what we saw last time at Salt Lake City?
For me, it was that Game 2 Slayer, and mind you, Sentinels actually had the lead in that Game 2 Slayer. It was actually 37-31, where Sentinels literally had to close it out. Don't know what happened, but Optic literally come out of nowhere. It's 42-41, and they don't turn back from there. Going back to SLC, what happened? Sentinels took the two obviously most important games of the series, and that was the Slayer. So for you to go into that end game and have that kind of lead, and then have Optic steal it away from you, to me, that was the turning point.
Yeah, and I think you're right. That really is a massive key, I think, to this series and the scoreline there. We're looking at some, some of the stats coming across the board. But Wes, the casters mentioned it. Like each time we saw Optic kind of trailing behind, but they were able to push forward and actually gain the lead and then take the dub on each and single map. Does that tell you more about Optic or Sentinels at this point?
I think Optic. I think that tells you that they're never out of a game, and although they might not start the way they want to or indicated they should have, it's not going to get to them. They can weather the storm. They can find their ground and their footing in any game and make a comeback.
I love to see that 1.35 from APG. I've got to say, I totally feel exactly what you were talking about there in the desk about APG. I think he is such an incredible player, and he deserves his flowers, and he deserves the respect on his name, because there are moments where it is your turn and there are moments where it is not your turn, and that's what it takes to be on a top team on a world championship roster. And the fact that you understand that as a player is exactly why APG is where he's at and why he's got a ring on his finger, and we love to see that from him. But Optic Gaming looking absolutely incredible. Wes, how are you feeling about them pushing forward now? Obviously championship bracket, they came up against, I would say their hardest foe yet, and they handled it with ease.
I think Optic Gaming are still the favorite to win this world championship. I mean, they are the current belt holders from last year. They're coming off of their Fort Worth win, and they look in prime position to not be knocked out easily. So unless somebody really elevates their game, Optic will always continue to move forward throughout this winners bracket.
Amazing stuff. Well, I'll tell you what, Optic, they walk away with a dub, first time in the championship bracket here at Worlds, and you guys can also walk away with something pretty damn cool, or should I say sit down on, because you've probably seen the pros sitting on them on the main stage. Our HaloWC chair, absolutely incredible. It's the Master Chief Collection. It's, absolutely stunning, obviously extremely comfy, and you guys can get your hands on it with a giveaway. Follow HCS, follow HaloWC, and retweet the HCS post, and share a pic of your current chair for a chance at an upgrade. And I'm guessing the worst chair will probably, I think, win in terms of that. That would be me. If I was picking, I'd have to see the kind of worst chair falling apart, some terrible chair, yeah. And then I think that would be sealing the deal for me, but absolutely incredible. You guys also can get 25% off, by the way, of the HaloWC chair. So the discount code is HaloChamp25 if you do want to get your hands on a chair yourself as well. But I'm so excited about what we have coming up next. And folks, up next we do have a break, but after that we will see Sentinels. Can they bounce back? They're going to be going up against Native White. They have a lot left to give here in our Halo World Championships here, but we'll see what they can do, and we'll be back right after the break.
The Halo World Championship 2023 is presented by AMD, the Marines, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, and by Zowie.
The future is threatened by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
There's a lot of people who have a lot of wins. There's only a few, I would say, that earned every single win in a dominant fashion.
Looks like it's gonna be done, but there's Formal for the killing spree. Hits the brand, making a double kill. Will he get the...
If you look at the trajectory of his career, he plays what he wants to play, and when he wants to play it, he's the best.
Formal's legacy is absolutely ridiculous.
2 games, 2 world championships.
It's a crazy accolade, and not a lot of people have it for a reason. He is the FPS god.
The future of our species is at great risk. Master Chief and the other Spartans are our only hope.
Welcome to the rubble.
Moving to you, Chief.
Acknowledged. Cortana.
Hello, Master Chief.
Silver team, on me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Halo 2023 World Championship. Now, all year long, we have had a ton of players playing in our free-for-all throughout Charlotte, Arlington, and Fort Worth. But here in Seattle, we had the best of the best competing in a grueling pool play and bracket play for a prize pool of $25K put up by the Marines. And now it is time to announce your $25K winner of the free-for-all presented by the Marines. It's the last shot. Give it up for him, Seattle. Man, it's the last shot. Happy to have you on the stage. Talk to me about what it was like to play with all of those Halo players there in the free-for-all. How was the competition?
Yeah, man, it was some crazy competition, you know, getting second in Fort Worth, then in Arlington. It was just really surreal getting first here when it actually mattered. Had to ice up, clutch up.
Yes, you definitely did. Had to ice up and clutch up. Now to get second back-to-back, what did you learn from that to come to this event and become the 25K champion presented by the Marines?
Yeah, man, I just had to go through a lot of VOD review and just practice a lot, and I learned a lot from Goober. He taught me a lot of tips and stuff, and, you know, tip it to him. But, yeah, he helped me a lot in a lot of VOD review work.
All right, man. Hey, it all paid off. You are the champion of the free-for-all. Host your trophy in Seattle. Make some noise for It's the Last Shot.
Congratulations to your free-for-all champion. It's the last shot. Incredible stuff. I've got to say, the free-for-all is a very difficult place to be. It is so difficult to win that. Tony, talk to me about the free-for-all and how hard it is to actually rise to the top and take something as big as this accolade here at the World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, you got to come in with speed. You have to come in with that individual skill, but most important, you got to come with decision-making as well. There's a lot of 1v1 gunfights that you don't want to be taking, especially across the map. Your real battle is to win your 1v1 pivots, but to steal kills. And there's one thing I know about Last Shot. I was casting him back in SWAT towards back in the day. The one thing he knows how to do, he knows how to steal kills.
I love to hear that. We'll have to take a look at the bracket right now because, of course, we do have plenty of main stage action coming your way, and we need to get through this. This is the winner side of things. Optic Gaming looking really primed at that semifinals off the back of that 3-0 against Sentinels. A really big dub for the beginning of their day 2. But we do have Faze Clan right now 2-0 up against Shopify Rebellion, closing out their live fire oddball very shortly. And Native Red versus Quadrant 1-1. A really tight series currently with this one. Not sure who's going to be taking that, but Native Red seem primed on day 2. I think they're meeting Quadrant in this kind of regard. And then Space Station 2-0 up against Complexity, looking pretty good business as usual. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket side of things because we do see Sentinels now drop down and they will be meeting Native White. G1 also waiting, as well as Luminosity and Na'Vi. But that Native White Sentinels matchup, it actually could be a pretty good one. It just depends on how Native White are actually going to react to a Sentinels who honestly have just been beaten down. They're not going to be too happy about that, as well as what happened on day 1 for them as well in their pool. So Native White, this is an opportunity to push your momentum forward and catch Sentinels off guard.
Yeah, several different factors coming into this one. Sentinels has already played a series today, meaning they've already got the juices flowing. Although it wasn't a pretty one against Optic, Native White are not going to give you that same firepower Optic are going to give you. So looking for Sentinels to maybe have a hotter start to that series because they've already played one as of today. Native White, however, has beaten Sentinels multiple times throughout the online cups coming into this, and several times throughout the year, to a point where this can be a highly contested series if they come out shooting.
Indeed, we need to talk about Sentinels first because like you said, they are warm, they're primed, they're ready to go. They know what it takes to push through an elimination bracket. We have a lot of experience on the side of this roster. But we talked about Boo Boo last time in the Optic series. I actually want to talk about Spartan because I got to say Spartan was the big performer the last time these guys went up against one another in Fort Worth. He went 20-9. He was a huge difference maker in that map 2 Slayer. He had the most kills in the lobby overall as well. The highest KD with a 1.43 and the most damage was 16,000. And Wes, how important, how imperative is it for Spartan to really have a game-changing performance like we know he can in this series to keep his team alive?
Yeah, it's now or never, Spartan, and you've had a quiet tournament as of yet, I would say. Typically, he's putting on a highlight reel with the power weapons. I haven't seen much of that in the big series that Sentinels has played in, and right now, I'm expecting Spartan to really own this. He's put in so much time and work as an individual for this World Championship. It would be a shame to see Sentinels fall short of their goals and him not step up to the plate.
Yeah, I think it certainly would indeed. There's a lot of experience, a lot of talent on this roster. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to get this done here. On the other side of the stage though, Native White waiting in the wings to capitalize on a potentially lackluster Sentinels. Catching them off guard here would be exactly what they want to do. Tony, looking across the map series layout for you, And looking at a potential advantage here from Native White, I'm seeing that this actually could be starting to spell a dub on the horizon for them when it comes to the maps and modes and some of the stats coming forward. This isn't looking too great for Sen.
Yeah, I think things are looking really good for Native White. I got the chance to interview McWin not too long ago, and he always talked about how he really wanted to up the tempo and really play fast and have his objective play through their slang. When I look at games 1, 2, and 3, like Aquarius, Live Fire, Solitude, these are small and very snowbally maps. Once you get going, you're able to punish your opponents as they're coming off a spawn. This is the way Native White wants to play. It should work out for them.
Now, Wes, we talked about experience, but I'm talking about experience when it comes to an actual setup, a matchup, a series. These guys have played 7 times. Can you believe that? 7 times. So this is a pretty normal matchup for Sentinels and for Native White. And I think that is going to bring something to it. Sentinels, can they get the better of them? They do statistically have the better of them in the series. Do you think that's actually going to play a part into this?
There shouldn't be an intimidation factor from Native White's side is the real answer. And because these guys understand their opponents so well, I think that this does have the chance to go the distance. And even in Native White's favor, if the individuals stars on Native White are playing well. That's the big question for me. This team is so inconsistent. We've seen it across the year where McWin will have a great game, Suspected will have a great tournament, Collect will show up in some big series, but it really is everyone's got to be on fire because this Sentinels team is still one of the best 5 teams at this tournament. You cannot afford for anyone to be taking a series off, especially in the elimination bracket.
100%. I think my biggest worry with Sentinels at the moment is not lack of skill, but it's losing out on close maps. Tony not being able to ice up, clutch up. They get the better of teams in certain situations mid-game, and they have a significant lead at times, but losing out on those close maps currently at Worlds is something that they need to really clean up on, because that is definitely a worry pushing forward, especially in a lim match.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about in the Game 2 series against Optic Gaming, you go into that Game 2 Slayer up 37-31. There's no chance you're able to blow low leads, deep leads like that going towards the end game. You have to find a way to close it out. Now you're in the elimination bracket. This is where it matters most. Let's go big or you're going home.
No, it certainly is go big or go home. Do you have anything you want to see from Native White currently going up against Sentinels? We talk about, closing out these close matchups. You want Native White to take the lead and really push things a little bit further for Sen.
I think this comes down to power weapons.
Right.
And I think it's who gets the snipe, because I think on both sides you have superstars. I truly believe when McWin or Collect get a snipe in their hands, the game can go in Native White's favor very quickly. That being said, we know what Spartan the Dog can do. Falcated's been doing it all tournament already. And everybody on Sentinels is a threat. Traditionally, every one of these close-knit series that could go either way are dictated by who's got the better strategy to acquire the power weapons, because once that's done, the superstars will arise.
There's a lot of different factors weighing in on this series. I can't wait to see how this one goes down, folks. Day 2, our first elimination match, Sentinels versus Native White, starts right now.
Native White versus Sentinels. Someone's season ends here and now. And for Native White, they have finished top 12 for the previous 3 events, and Sentinels coming off the back of a top 8 finish. Both teams with aspirations and ambitions of going further, but they find themselves here right now.
Yeah, this is the furthest we've seen Native White go for quite some time. There was the glory days when they were finishing top 4 all the way back in Charlotte.
the very different roster. As for Sentinels, it's been a very up and down season. Team changes galore, second place in Salt Lake City, but then 8th at the most recent event. They want to go back to those days of being able to get into the finals, being able to get into the top 3, but it all has to start here in the elimination bracket.
Life after Barcode has been a little less than peachy.
It has indeed.
And as we look at the series layout, CTF Aquarius is going to be our stage. It's all ready to go, Dan. Tell me something about it.
I mean, this is probably the best CTF that Native White could have asked for. CTF has not been great for Native. They are 2-14 on every other CTF mode except Aquarius, but they are 6-3 when it comes to Aqua CTF. So this is all they could have asked for. They have not beaten Sentinels ever on Capture the Flag, any map and mode. But if it's going to happen anywhere, you'd have to feel that Aquarius is their best chance. They have a far better defensive rate on Capture the Flag. They seem to protect those flags a lot better than Sentinels do, so maybe this could be the opener.
Sentinels coming off the back of that defeat against Optic Gaming. The desk call for Spartan to be the difference maker, for him to pop off. Saying he's been a little bit quiet so far. One thing we do know is this entire team are capable of much better.
They are capable of better. We saw it at Salt Lake City, and I think that if Spartan does get going, then the team kind of rides off of that confidence. But it's not just about Spartan. I'm going to be looking at Falcated coming into the first CTF. He was the one back in Fort Worth who kind of stepped up KD-wise and really showed what he was made of. But then you've also got to think about that objective. Both Lethal was getting 2.1 steals on average per game. He was the one who was kind of getting in that base, Boo Boo supporting him at times. Everyone on this team will do their job and do their part, and if they play like they did back in Salt Lake, this should be a comfortable series for them.
And on the other side of things, we've got Native White. Who is going to be the difference maker for them? Who are you looking at? We've got Mikun with experience, collected the new young gun. Is there someone that stands out for you right now?
Tapping buttons, in terms of Capture the Flag for this first series, I mean, he has been the guy who has actually put down the KD stats. He's been the slayer for the team, but it's been Collect who is getting in the base, pulling those flags, averaging 2.3 steals per game, and he should be the guy who will be just trying to get in behind and maybe be a nuisance to the Sentinels roster.
CTF Aquarius is one of those game types that every pro player likes to play. It's a traditional Halo map, it's symmetrical, but what is it that's maybe Sentinels are finding a little bit more difficult?
It's their defensive rate. Sentinels just haven't really been able to get those returns. Once that flag is out of their base, they seem to have lost a little bit too much of control, whereas on the flip side, Native White are far better at regaining that control.
Game 1 of the series, as we load in, so much riding on the line. Neither team wants to go home here. Shields up, weapons hot, we're underway.
And we've been waiting to see what this Native White roster can really do. I mean, when Mikun returned, I think there was a lot of eyebrows raised about the team that he was going to build. Were they going to be able to be a team that can challenge for the top spot? And they've never really lived up to that. But the World Championship is the perfect time to make a name for yourselves, and it has to start here against Sentinels, who might be a bit deflated after that loss we just saw on the main stage.
Mikun chasing his flag. Booba throws down a little sizzle stick. Booba is down to no shields. Will get taken care of. Tapping buttons has fallen elsewhere though. This flag should get sent home. Now they have a flagpole of their own. Both flags will stand still. Mikun putting down a lot of damage here as he pushes it towards the back. Baits a trade, double kill. That could open the door for his teammates to follow through.
This is the guy we need to be watching. He's been putting up such big numbers on CTF Aquarius for Native White throughout this season. Has the QT available to use. The flag does get returned. At least the shots are going to be up for him, and now he can start to get aggressive. But this is where you need to be communicating to the team, saying, hey, I'm doing damage. I'm managing to press a couple of people. Yes, Spectre comes in, and we'll finish off the damage that he's done. As long as the comms are there for Native White, they can really start to push onto Sentinels now.
Tapping buttons continues to use that get out of jail free card. He hasn't had the pass go just yet. Lethal down to half shields, top middle. Collect's already got the flag. 75% the way there. But Tapping buttons in hot pursuit will finally take down the former world champion of Lethal. But it's very scrappy right now. Native White just ever so slightly edging it.
But again, it is Collect that's moving the flag. It's Boo Boo on the other side who keeps trying to get those pulls to be a nuisance behind. But at the moment, Tapping buttons is just roaming. He's really frustrating Sentinels in the places that he's sitting because they are just getting shot in the back over and over, and Native White will take the lead 1-0 here. The perfect start for them.
Have Native White just given up a little bit too much control of the map. Mikun's in a good spot to stop any push. They know exactly where he is though. Wise to the experienced man. He's behind enemy lines. He hasn't been taken care of just yet. He's putting down a lot of damage in the back as Mikun Perfect shots into the back of Falcated. And all of a sudden, Boobadooboo and Spartan are very concerned about their own base. This flag has to stop. It's delayed just a touch, and that's all from the good work of Mikwin.
Mikwin just trying to stay quiet here, trying to go unnoticed, waiting to see if teammates can do damage. He at least gets a trade, so he's done his job, and now it's for Suspected to clean up. He's the last remaining player, so he's got a lot to do here, but he's going to get pressured by 2. And even though you've got a good old fella and friend of a heatwave, unfortunately it's not enough.
Flag has made some serious progression on the map. Tapping Button's in big trouble, about to lose his life. Lethal, tip-tap-toe, Flag home. 1-1 now, the score.
And that's a great response from Sentinels as well. You can't afford to allow Native White to have too much control, but all 4 go down. And this is going to be a counter-gap possibility. So both teams committing a lot, but off the rip, Spartan making sure he shuts down Collect, and it might just shut down that flag, but no, there is going to be Suspector there to make sure he picks it up as well.
Suspector doubles back. Not feeling a little bit too safe, but good reason.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful thrust to avoid 1. Drops down, gets the touch. Beautiful from Spectre, double kill to keep this flag alive. Sentinels are 3 dead.
And this should be a cap now, you'd imagine. There's going to be 1 player who can potentially overextend, or a little bit of a fumble, which will allow extra time, but I don't think it'll be a problem. Collect slides it, 2-1 to Native White. So Sentinels, they sent everything for that flag. They really committed, and it allowed Native White just to regain that map control.
Fumble, not too detrimental to the cause. 2-1 the score, 8 minutes, change in the clock. Very fast-paced game of Aqua Flag, excuse me. Boobadooboo will scoop up the QT. Bottom middle will be the point that he can TP2 if need be. He employs it pretty quickly and pretty early here. As he goes from P side to car, Spectre's in trouble over towards the fridge. Boo eventually gets the kill, gets himself immediately out of dodge.
Just have to keep track of where that QT is going to be. Mikwin, though, wise to it. Able just to finish off the 3rd player as Native White only have Suspector now up. So Sentinels can try and take a little bit of height here, take some control. Suspector putting some good damage down as the last player, but he does eventually get spotted out.
At the moment, the Slay's favoring Native White. Ever so slightly, 4 kills difference. A 1 flag advantage they have, but now they're in trouble as Spartan lays siege to the Native White base. Lethal's got hands on flag, and it's on the move.
Spartan just double-checking top middle. It looks like Native are going for an overextension over towards P, so Spartan has to flank around here to do some damage from a distance. Is he going to be a little bit too late to arrive? Tapping is going to get caught off guard. Should go down, but does not. But it looks like Collect has already done the job. The return's going to happen. Oh, so close for Sentinels, but unfortunately Native White gets the job done.
Spartan just didn't have the sprinters on. Falcade on the shroom stairs, tapping buttons though, has a heat wave. And that will be successful in quelling the pressure. And now they have an opportunity to pull a flag of their own. Boobadooboo down to no shields. Tapping buttons was hesitant to step out, and with good reason. Spartan was there, double kill for him.
Yeah, this is going to be a dead flag, Shurs, and Sentinels doing a little bit better at defending now, ensuring they're not throwing too many bodies. They're also doing well off spawn with the grenades and with the damage to make sure that Native White don't have easy pulls, but they just have to be careful of Collect, who keeps getting an easy flank behind. He's just kind of wandering down through bottom middle, and then suddenly he's behind enemy lines, and Sentinels can't allow it to happen too often.
Mikwin and Spartan, no strangers to each other's game, trading shots. It was a killing spree for the dog. He gets sent back to his kennel. Boobadooboo will pull the flag, but has to give it up for now. Play a little bit more patient as he waits and lays a trap. And in steps tapping buttons and has his life taken away. His flag is delayed for now. Suspector will get a kill elsewhere, and that will hinder the cause. Boobadooboo has to play this one expertly, but Lethal's got 2 elsewhere. That's going to be huge.
Mikwin was at least able to shut down 1. They're going to have to try and do some damage from a distance. Flags are out, and Collect actually will throw his body on the line to try and get the touch. So this is going to make it slightly more difficult. Tapping then follows up, so now it's going to be flag for flag. What could have been a comfortable cap for Sentinels will now have to be a wrestle for control here in the middle.
Boo puts it in reverse, backs away.
5 minutes remaining.
Hoping to do some damage to help his team. Has he given up too much territory here, too much of the map? Able to get that final kill on the Collect, and Mikwin solo all alone, all 4 dead for Native White. Expertly done from Sentinels. 2-2 now the score.
So they win the flag standoff. It wasn't too long a standoff. It was never really in a comfortable position for Native White. It was more just desperate antics to try and keep the flag alive, to try and delay the inevitable. But all in the meanwhile, they kind of forfeited the map control here, and Sentinels can now try and press, take advantage of it. Native White very much on the back foot right now. 3 dead, collect the last remaining player.
Native White in the ropes. Lethal looking to land a haymaker here. Already got the flag over to the car side. Oh, Sizzles to scoop up here. Hoping to take as minimal damage as he can. Down to 1 shot. Has to slow down. Happy to put his body on the line just to touch and toss it. 1 more bit. 2 dead now. An opportunity for Native White to collapse.
We are seeing those stats come to fruition though. Native White are far better at defending their flag, getting those returns. And I think it's probably annoying Sentinels because they're getting so close to a lot of these flag captures, but then suddenly Collect appears out of nowhere and gets that return. And Sentinels just need to make sure they don't allow that frustration to kind of seek into their gameplay here. 3 minutes and 30 left on the clock, so you don't have to worry about time just yet because we're tied up 2-2.
Early game, it was Native White who had the slaying advantage. Sentinels in the mid game towards this end game now. They're beginning to outslay. They hold a 6-kill advantage. All tied up on the scoreboard though, and like you say, Native White very good at defending.
Suspect leading the charge for slays for the team. He's going to catch out a Boo Boo Doo unaware. You can see checking every corner, checking every angle, knowing there could be a Spartan lurking around the corner, and Falcated off spawn also helps out.
Mikwin gets 2. Few denial grenades go down. Triple kill. Can Mikwin turn this into an over? Lethal wisely tries to get away. Tapping buttons there. But the damage has already been done. This flag's almost all the way home. Native White take the lead.
And they're going again as well. Mikwin says, get this flag out of the base once more. Let's keep Sentinels on the back foot here. Keep this pressure up, boys. What that pull does is allow the likes of Collect, who has run that flag, to now regain a position. Get to top car, get to top P, wherever you may want to go to get even more kind of height over these players that are spawning on the side of Set.
Remain locked with Mikwin. Just block spawns in the base. He's got teammates in the respawn screen, tapping buttons, has to wait, has to insert a coin to play again. Boo Boo, over towards Car, has to give it up. Mikwin's gonna slide out, flags on the move now. Mikwin has just been a thorn in their side all game long.
Yeah, 19 kills now for Mikwin alongside 10 assists. Intelligently just backs away after doing that initial damage. They don't need to desperate this flag, Native White, but I tell you what, if they can move and groove alongside it whilst Mikwin's getting these kills, it might just naturally find its way into the base. Because Sentinels are very aware of Mikwin's presence and they're all off spawn trying to take him down. They eventually do so, but at what cost? Spartan, the last remaining player to try and stay alive, but it looks like Collect's going to get the re.
That puts a little bit of time on the return. Falcated tries to do the same. Mikwin and tapping buttons, excuse me, will ensure this flag stays alive. They still have to get it home. Collect finishes the job that he started. A 2 lead for Native White. Sentinels are in trouble.
I love that from Collect as well. A little bit of time on the return, then grabs the flag, puts it on the spot, then finishes off the return as well. I said that his steals per game were the best for Native White. He was the guy who was objectively focused. If you consider what an incredible slayer Collect is alongside that, he really is the perfect recipe that Native White needed in this game to try and right their wrongs in terms of CTFs throughout this season. But Sentinels looking to try and now maybe get 2 back-to-back flags in 45 seconds. It's definitely doable, but Mikwin's going to try and slow him down.
Mikwin's there again, being a pest. He gets to stop on the Lethal, tapping buttons there too. 30 seconds remain. Native White, excuse me, are holding the line well.
Yeah, with that return, you think now it's going to be too much of a task for Sentinels to get back into this one. And I said it had to be Aquarius, really, if we were going to see Native White winning on Capture the Flag. And they really just seem to be so much better on Argyle. We saw them just really struggling. On Empyrean, really struggling as well. 1 in 7 across those maps. But now, it seems like Aquarius is their home when it comes to Capture the Flag, and they should be able to solidify this one 4-2 as they take the first map in this series. And does that start to be a worry here for Sentinels?
Native White draw first blood And the hangover, that Optic Gaming series, seems to be looming large over the head of these Sentinels boys. They have got to bounce back. If they continue to play the way they are, they're heading home.
I mean, it shouldn't be panic stations just yet after only one map, but considering Sentinels had never dropped a CTF game against Native White, there is always going to be that question mark of, well, why is it happening now at the World Championships? They've been on a downward trend since Salt Lake City, of course, top 2, then going to top 8, but their bracket wasn't exactly the most comfortable one at the previous major. But for Native White, what a confidence builder that is going to be for their chances in this series. Considering they have not been able to get outside of that top 12 for the last few events, maybe they start to believe, okay, this could be the scenario for us, the ideal scenario where we can start to break into that top 8 again.
And something you spoke about was, when the game started, is as many kills as Sentinels get, Native White are much better at defending. We've seen Sentinels pick up 78 kills, Native White pick up 80, but they managed to get 2 flag caps for those 2 kills. Such good value.
Even though Sentinels' kind of cap rate has been great throughout the season, it's just their defensive one on Aquarius. They just let a couple of flags slip through their fingers a little bit. And I think it's because they heavily commit to their flag pools. They were sending 2 or 3 players to make sure that flag was in. And the flag will go in, but then they will die in the base. And then Native White took control and were able to get counter caps. A great start here for Native White, but it means we go into now Slayer live fire with Native White having the advantage. And we saw the map series layout earlier. We saw these maps and modes and how they benefited ever so slightly onto the Native White side.
As you can see, misery no more. Their first CTF win against Sentinels this season. Like you say, why now?
Well, you'd like to think it's because they've been back to the drawing board, they've been practicing and making sure they right some of those wrongs, but you also have to remember Native White have been through everything when it comes to this roster and the things they've had to deal with. But finally, it seems like these 4, they're locked in on the main stage. And are they now going to be able to go back-to-back here in maps 1 and 2 to try and take a very commanding lead in this series?
Can Native White double their series lead? Or will Sentinels roar back to life? Find themselves down in the series. They've been here before, and they've bounced back, and it's time for Spartan to lead the charge.
And this is a better Slayer for Native White. They're 5-5 across the season. It's 4-6 for Sentinels. So it's one of their worst Slayers. And for Native White, they've been out slaying Sentinels in general throughout the season as well. Slayers have been their better map and mode combination. Sentinels have trended towards the objective, and that's why it was so important that we saw Native White get an objective game under the belt, especially a captain flag that they've not beaten them on before.
Spartan gets 1. 3 dead for Native White. Collect with the snipe. A couple of shots sent over towards Spartan. Not going to find a home though. Tapping buttons will ensure the dog is sent to the grave right now. And then we're on board with Falcated. You see the pace of the game. It's not hectic, it's not frantic just yet. Both teams playing this extremely patiently.
And one thing we've learned throughout this weekend is the importance of back tower as well. We really saw Faze manipulate this map in a way where they would hold back tower, frustrate their opponents, and then burst out when the time was right. I think teams are learning that back tower really can be a power position at times, depending on those spawns. But Boo with the heat wave will be able to shut down Suspector. As you say, a slow start at the moment, but live fire can be that way. It can slow down and then ramp up just when you least expect it.
Mickwin's back tower. Faze were there so often, I felt like we should have renamed it back Faze. Here is Boo with the heat wave. 20 seconds until we see the overshield. Boo might just get the audio cue. There's a player underneath him. 3 members of Native White positioned over towards green. Falcated gets 1. Tapping buttons now on pillars. He's got Suspector hand in hand with him. But it's Boo-Boo's battle rifle shots that ring through. And he re-engages now, changing trajectories, clearing out all of bottom middle here. So much information garnered, and Spartan has the overshield.
Yeah, notice how Boo didn't kind of get desperate seeing the overshield was up and pushed towards it. Instead, he took space on the map. He made sure he took advantage of the fact of the weapons he had and the positions he had to shoot Sentinels in the back. Or shoot Native White in the back, excuse me, and allowed his teammates to instead secure a little bit of overshield presence. Timing is everything when picking up that OV as well. Sentinels still have a 2-kill lead, but Native White have done well not to allow the overshield to overwhelm.
Spartan now, bottom middle. Couple of kills go in favor of the boys in red and black. Valcade picks another one up on the collect. He's having a slow start to his game here. 1 and 4, has 4 assists, so being directly involved in 5 gun engagements that have resulted in a kill. As you can see him throwing down a couple of nades here, knowing exactly what Spartan wants. Going for the combat evolves, clears his exit as well. Thought about going back towards tower to the cover of his teammates, stayed in the shroud screen instead, and that's come back to bite him.
Greeted by several members in that shroud screen as well, though. You hope when you hide in the smoke that no one's going to be brave enough to join you, but Native White were more than happy to send themselves into the unknown, as Collect now will recover that sniper rifle and has it over towards tower. So Sentinels just need to be aware of that, either push him very aggressively now, which they do, and that will allow them to have tower control for themselves.
Boo Boo over towards green. Couple of spike grenades scooped up into the back pocket. Hopefully they don't dig into his legs too much. Mikwin extends sandbags. Tapping buttons will now push the doors, knowing there's damage been done onto Boo Boo. It looks as though he's picked up a lot of grenade damage, and his lifeless body clings onto the wall. Native White have completely cleared out green.
Well, every time you think that Sentinels are going to have an advantage, start to roll away with this game, Native White just force their way back in. They boot the door down. I think that's going to start to frustrate Sentinels a little bit, as they give up potentially another overshield now. So what can Native White do with it? We saw Sentinels were able to get a couple of kills as Mikwin gets shut down. He could have potentially done more with that heat wave, but he got spotted out by Spartan.
Native White have to be very careful, because you cannot pet that dog. He will fall on pillars. Spectre and Collect will fall elsewhere as well, though. Sentinels still hold a slender lead. Put to 1 now. Tapping button's doing a lot of damage. Beautiful trade, but a double kill. Unofficial, it may be. Heat wave now. And repulsor for Mikwin. Could be very important to dictate the next few passages of play if he can have an influence with this heat wave. All 4 members of Sentinels positioned towards house and sandbags here. And you can see they're inviting the pressure on.
Yeah, the call is very much keep this game slow. It was Mikwin who got spotted out last time when he was trying to make the play with the heat wave, just the 3 bullets. And he knows he can make an impact here. Second time's a charm. He's able to get up this time. And there was a little bit of embarrassment the first time when he didn't manage to repulsor up. This game is so slow, and you can see what it means to these guys, because you mentioned it, loser goes home. This could be the end of their season, the end of your championship run in this series. For Sentinels, they cannot afford to go 2-0 down here and force themselves to have to reverse sweep.
Communication is always so important. Both these teams' tournament life's on the line. Let's have a Native White listening and see what they're doing.
You guys out of tower, guys. Hey, pot. Top tower weak, top tower definitely weak, Smarty.
OB and 5.
Big door, top tower, we need to kill him.
Yo, Nest,
bottom tower on me.
Hey, pot, one shot, guys.
And cut to top tower, top middle. That's all. Whenever kill that guy, top tower. Lethal's on you guys. They have OB dummies. I can melt them though.
Going dice, maybe.
Work together, boys.
Or dice. Yo, I spawned in 1 second.
A plat.
I spawned green. What is this? What is this?
Dark shots. Okay, training on you. Training. He's looking at me. He's in green. In 2. He has heat wave.
Okay.
Lethal.
He has repos too. He has repos.
I'm off.
Gonna be a plat. I got him.
I'm dead though.
Or Victor. They know I'm here.
I'm by you. Find you.
Back green. He has repos. Be careful.
None of that. Watch out. 2 there. No, okay.
We're green.
We're in sniper back green 2.
Two weak. Nice. 1 more weak. Big green.
Nice.
Good shit.
That's pillars. Yeah, double somewhere.
Yo,
pillars. Watch out pillars. Absolute bottom middle. Okay, come. Lethal.
I can't see. I have a fucking 4 bullet snipe.
By Yosa. Bottom middle. 2 of them. 2 dummy door. Cuts. I got one. Another one bottom middle. I got one.
Sentinel starting to show a little bit of resilience here. Mikwin almost seemed reserved. Taking the L right now. Down by almost 9. Excuse me, it is 9.
But also, tapping buttons, the silent assassin in the moment. 17 kills, isn't saying a word right now. Of course, we know different languages and whatnot, but he's just absolutely hyper-focused and locked in. And they need to let him go. They need to allow him to just continue what he's doing. Only 2 assists, but he is just listening to everything, patrolling the map and finishing off these kills. This game is not done yet for Native White. Down by 8, but still very much achievable is a victory. This overshield could be their key to victory here.
Any language barriers there may be. Everybody in this venue speaks Halo, fluent in it actually. Tapping buttons needs help from his team here. Because right now Sentinels are showing ice, looking to get themselves right back into this series after losing a very convincing game 1. On board with Boo Boo now. Overshield into the chest. This could be exactly what they need to close out the game.
Yeah, you'd imagine now the game should be done. It was a great push from Sentinels. They pinched Native White. Not only do they shut down Tapping, who is their immediate threat because he's the one who's on fire, but then they're able to secure that overshield. A 10-kill lead, 5 now remain for Sent, and Native White, they're going to have to make sure they're sticking as a unit. You heard Mikwin in the comms just saying, look, play together. Don't allow any easy trades happen for Sentinels here. But unfortunately, they have come through because Sentinels have been so aggressive in their pushes. They really upped the pace in the final stages of this game.
Spartan and Lethal continue to lead the charge. Sniper rifle now to play with. Lost a couple of teammates. Peeks to his left just to see exactly where players are positioned. Mikwin goes down. Tapping could be about to join him. All the confidence in the world to plant his feet, line up the no-scope. Gonna miss 1, gonna miss 2, but it's enough damage has been done. 3 dead for Sentinels. They only require 1 more kill, and it could be Lethal. He could be the difference maker once again in this series. So far in this layer, playing so well. A warning shot fired across, has so much ammunition to play with. Can really pick his spot and take his time with them.
Yeah, Native are just gonna stick as a 4 now, hope that they can maybe get a 4 for 0 trade onto Sentinels and try and make it 49-45, but it's gonna be tough.
Lethal fires 1. Yeah. Nothing but air this time. Connection desperate trying to get away. Straight to the hands of Lethal. And Sentinels are right back into this thing. Series score 1-1.
And even though Tapping was able to put down some damage and get plenty of kills, Sent just held control of the map for a little bit too long, and I really loved that push that they had in those kind of final moments with that last overshield that we saw in play. They tactically just placed 1 player over towards green to be a little bit of a distraction, start peppering them in the back, whilst everyone else collapsed from the other side. And that means we've got a series on our hands here. 1-1, Native White, who usually are the team who win the Slayers, find themselves losing the Slayer. Sentinels, the team who usually was winning the capture the flag, lose the capture the flag. But my worry is if we get to that game 5, because what we've just seen in that Slayer, Sentinels looked a lot more comfortable. Even though Tapping was having a great game, they weren't really able to play it in the way they wanted to, Native White. The pace was very much being dictated by Sent.
It's the Halo World Championships. You can throw the script out as well as the form book. All tied up now. Strongholds on Solitude. And Dan, I know you have a little nugget of value. Let me hear it.
Usually I do. Both these teams have only played it twice though. It's 1-for-1 on either side, so it's a outright coin flip here. This is probably the biggest question mark in the series layout when you look at these 5 game types, and it could really define who takes home this victory across the board, because when you look at the other game types that are available, they do trend towards certain teams, whereas this one is the biggest question mark. So who's been putting more time into Solitude? I know we've had it in the circuit for a little bit of time now. People should be familiar, but no one's really still got going on it for me. I still think so many teams have had losses where they should have been able to find a victory, but they weren't able to close a game out, for example. Who's put in more practice between the last couple of events?
Camera was very briefly on Lethal, being very vocal with his team. Looking to lead the charge. He knows what it takes to get his hands on a world championship. He's hoisted that trophy before, the most prestigious you can claim. Every team works so hard all season long, not just to qualify here, but to make it a championship Sunday and have your name written in the history books. Both these teams still alive right now.
I think if I had to lean towards anyone, you have to go for Sentinels just off their consistency over the past few events in Strongholds in general, maybe not just Stronghold Solitude, but they do have better results across Strongholds as a map mode combination in comparison to Native White, who have sort of struggled a little bit in certain areas of their Strongholds game. But again, Solitude might just be that one map that they need to try and break a little bit of a bad run of events and a bad run of games for them. I'm going to be keeping a keen eye on Spartan because he hasn't really shown us his true potential, I think, in this event. We've seen it last couple of events. He just turns up, gets hold of a sniper rifle, starts destroying, starts yelling across that main stage. He hasn't quite caught fire, and if he can, Sentinels could go on a run in this tournament.
We know Spartan has another gear. We've seen it. This game, right here, right now, could be series defining, tournament defining, season defining. One more time, Sentinels and Native White will go toe to toe this year on Solitude Strongholds. We're underway.
Spartan trying to instantly get hold of that sniper, but good nades from Native White to shut them down, as well as a couple more members of Sentinels. 3 have fallen. For Strongholds, you have to be kind of very aware of your game plan coming into this. Are you going to be trying to out-rotate your opponents? Are you going to be trying to go for trip cap? Or do you just go for the BNC hold, force them back into yard, and wait for them to press? As again, 3 go down for Sen. That snipe shot could have been everything, will be, and now Sen find themselves on the back foot yet again.
BC in control of Native White. B is being contested for the moment. They've cleared out the riffraff. Spartan sent back to the pound. Boobadooboo S1 backed all the way up. He's in big trouble. Knee also falls. Native White appeared to have control of snipe, and as a result of that, they will hold C. But Sentinels elsewhere capture A and B. This one's going to be back and forth, I can already feel it.
Speaking of elsewhere, results coming in. Quadrant beating Native Red 3-2 in a game 5, and will progress to the winner semifinals to go up against Space Station. So already here in the championships, I mean, we're having such incredible games across the board. On that side, it was about moving forward. But here, it's about trying to stay alive. There's 2 players trying to stay alive at the moment on loop, but they're unable to do so.
3 down for Native White.
Enemy team.
Lethal has the map to himself for the moment. He weighs up his options. Decides to try and survive. Mikwin spawns back up over towards Garbage Truck, steps inside B, and immediately turns his attention to try and help his team score once more.
Yeah, Native White doing very well at fighting over towards B. C has to be the target for Sen, but every single time they seem to kind of get caught out, tapping buttons in a position to try and contest C at the moment. But finally, Sentinels get hold of it, and now they get held of the tower as well. So this is where Native White should be forced back, probably will have to retreat to A, and now they're going to have to be the team to break out.
Triple cap locked in tight. It's all about the spawns now. Can Sentinels keep them within arm's reach and ensure they can claim as maximum points here as they possibly can? Suspector's in trouble. Faced with 2 members. Mikwin and tapping buttons over towards blue. They're all spawning that way now. Information has been garnered from Boo Boo. They're going to slip away. Look to re-engage. There's no doubt Native White have to gather their momentum, gather their thoughts, and push out successfully here because they're losing so many points.
Yeah, this is so detrimental for Native White here. This is such a good passage of play for Sentinels. Their push might have taken a while, but it has been worth it because they've secured a long old trip cap. Do they try and fight B here? Yes, they do, and they don't quite get the reset, but they will take down 2 members. And Sentinels are going to look to try and again lock in the 3. It might be enough of a distraction when Native White off spawn might be able to trickle into A or C, but it looks like they're still trying to press B. And you've got to be careful here. If you keep going to B, you're going to play into the hands of this trip cap for Sen. Native White are in 6s and 7s at the moment. They just can't find their footing.
Native White made it to the ropes for a moment, but Sen pulled them away and locked in the triple cap once more. And they're center of the ring right now. They're in big trouble. They could be tapping out any moment. Oh, Spartan finds 1.
And now this is where you give up A. You've lost lethal, so you say, okay, well, they finally stopped the trip cap. Look at all the points we've been able to secure. Now we just set up around B and C. You've got Spartan to be able to watch certain angles. Does catch one over towards Loop. But B is going to be the target for Native White. And you just need people who are prepared to dive in and contest at this point. But no one's there quick enough from Sen.
Native White finally find their feet. So much damage done. Sentinels pulled off a heist. Their bag is brimming full of points. But now it's an opportunity for Native White to lock one in of their own. Will they be as successful? Can they hold it for as long as Sentinels did?
No, is the answer. They didn't press A. They didn't really have the map control or the spawns to do so. So instead, they're going to sit back and try and do the more defensive approach of just holding these two strongholds. His sniper for Collect could make a big difference though, but he gets aggressive, unable to connect with the melee. He just has to back off. At least he had the QT to retreat.
A and B.
Enemy team score.
For Sentinels now. They're scoring again. Native White yet to point pass over the 100-point threshold. That could be about to change very shortly.
Here we go.
As they get B once more.
Enemy team score.
Sentinels spawn up towards Loop. Lethal's trying to get at least a trade. He's done so successfully. And that should give Sentinels an opportunity to build and press from the spawn. But all of a sudden, Native White is beginning to collapse. Falcated's in trouble. Over towards Flowers here. He will fall. Killing spree for the Soul Collector. BC remain in control of Native White. And they're starting to close the distance.
Falcate and Lethal last remaining 2. Lethal tries to have a little fight over towards B, but knows he has to retreat here. Can't take that fight. Needs some teammates. Needs some help. He gets some spawners at least. But Sen, they were able to gain such a commanding lead that there still isn't a panic situation for them just yet. My worry is if Sen commit too hard, losing all 4 dead, Native White then might be able to lock in that trip cat themselves.
This next couple of minutes is so important. What way this game swings. B is the battle, B is the fight, and Native White on top. They continue to get slays. 2-for-1 kills on the map. And very quickly, that 140-point lead that Sentinels have worked so hard to claim, it's almost completely gone.
Yeah, 2 very different approaches, isn't it? You got Sentinels who made all their points from that one period of play where they locked down the trip cap, whereas Native White seem to be better at defending the 2 cap here. Someone needs to contest B, and Suspector might even have to dive in himself, but it looks like Sentinels finally get their breakthrough. They will just about, no, okay, there's gonna be a final player Collect here at the right time. Can he get a double? Yes, he can, and he gets the reset. Massive from Collect here for Native White.
Collect swoops in, handles business. Clears out the Sentinels boys. And that will mean they will continue to score. Tapping buttons has fallen. Numbers advantage for now in favor of Sentinels. 2v2 on the map. Spartan stepped inside B, but he's clearing his angles, clearing his corners. Lethal's there too. And it's the Spectre on Garbage Truck who tries to get away. A and B now for Sentinels.
But even though it took so long for Sentinels, they still have the lead because of that trip cap situation. And now Native White, they can't allow the same thing to happen again when they lose B. Have to win this engagement. They've shut down the first, and now you've got the player advantage. You can take that fight over towards B. They will regain it here. Even with Boo Boo getting that kill, there's going to be enough players in there. But all 4 go down. It's a triple for Boo Boo. So they got B, but it was only temporarily. And now Sentinels will regain map control here.
S1 spawns for Native White, which means B will be the point of contention once more. They've got the first pick as they all sort out together. Strength in numbers. Boo Boo Doo Boo thinning the herd though. Suspector S4 will drop down to help his teammates. Mikwin's positioned over towards Hotel. And Boo Boo says, screw this, I'm gonna try and take C. A backstab here on S1. And Mikwin looks like he's taking the bait. Killing spree for Boo Boo locked in.
I love that though from Boo Boo. A little distraction, just dips his toes into C, then moves around, is able to get behind a player. 3 have gone down for Native White, and Sentinels in the ascendancy now. Not only did they have A and C, but now they're starting to take B whilst Native off spawn will try and grab C.
Enemy team.
And this is an absolute war. It's a scrap down at B. And this could be one of the biggest fights in the game right here, but unfortunately Bandit does not get the job done. And Sentinels seem to be on top.
Every time Collect puts out a fire, one starts elsewhere. But Native White, they have control for now. But we know it won't be for long with how these 2 teams are playing.
Suspector.
Beautiful kill from Suspector. Could be one of the most important of the game. Boo Boo slides down U-bend once more, looking to be an influence. Mikwin has the snipe. We know what that means. Double kill. And Collect gets the contest as well. And this could very quickly be a tied game.
Suddenly A is being contested as well. They are caught at the moment. Sentinels at bottom middle. They have to try and wrestle back something to stop this bleeding. And those 2 snipes from Mikman were massive, but 4 go down for Native Whites, who just when they thought they were back in this game, maybe they got a little bit overzealous there, pushing for that trip cap, and it gives suddenly Sentinels this control. 20 seconds away from winning map number 3.
Boo Boo in blue. It's Blue Boo, Do Boo for now. Boo Boo gets one on the tapping buttons. Mikman's all alone, isolated on S1. 4 dead for Native White again. And Sentinels are on the road to victory here. Native White perhaps have one more push. And the option has come to try and play A. Tapping buttons is in massive trouble, and he will go down. And Sentinels will claim the game.
And I really felt it was all won from that just one passage of play where about 150 points were scored when they held that trip cap. When they were just throttling Native White and they couldn't escape the spawn trap. And unfortunately, even though Native White, they held a double cap for so long, you can really see how it can influence the game just to have that trip cap locked in. And they are 2 very different playstyles, because to try and lock down a trip cap, you have to be moving together, you have to be rotating together, calling out those spawns, watching where those players might be moving, whereas to hold a 2 cap, it's more about watching your own angles, communicating with the team where people are going to be going, making sure your team's shotting. And it seemed like Native White were better at defending a 2, but just couldn't quite get it going when it came to trying to secure that trip cap. And I think they tried to push a trip cap a little bit too late, gave up that map control, and Sentinels took favor.
The game can spin on a dime. One rogue spawn, pressuring a little bit too much at the wrong time. Seconds can be the difference in Halo. And we've seen that there. The shots that Mikman hit, the shots that Spartan hit, both these 2 teams trading blow for blow, like 2 heavyweights in the ring.
And is that going to be a close enough loss that will just suck the life out of Native White a little bit? They put so much into it. They had to concentrate for a long period of time to hold that double cap. All for what will feel like nothing as they now find themselves 2-1 down in this series and 1 map away from being eliminated from the Halo World Championship and their season being over at top 12. Now, top 12 is where they finished for the last few events, but ever since this Native White roster was formed, there was always that, well, you know, they should probably be top 6, at least top 8, you imagine. They haven't really been able to get there, and Sentinels may be standing in their way once more.
One more map win then. It's all that separates Sentinels and a minimum top 8 finish. Collect and Co found themselves here all too many times, going down at a top 12 finish. This will be their 4th in succession. And they want their tournament to continue. They have to win this next map.
King of the Hill Recharge is where we're heading, and King of the Hill in general has been far better for Sentinels across this season, whereas it's a 10 for 10 win rate on the side of Native White across all of the maps and modes. As for Recharge, it's a 50% win rate on the side of Native White, but it's a little bit better on the side of Sen. We'll have to see if Sen can take those win rates, take those stats, and inject it into this map. For Native, it is do or die now. This is where we're really going to see what this team is made of. Are they just going to crumble when they are so close to being eliminated? Or do they still have a little bit of fight left in them?
It's last chance saloon. And the meta that was on Strongholds, we've seen Quadrant lead the line, lead the charge, pushing the meta down. It is all about trying to get those triple caps, but we spoke about it time and time again. When you recognize you don't have an advantage of one stronghold, you simply go where they are not. And Native White continued to hold 2 strongholds, but they just couldn't get enough points to really eat away at that lead.
I think one thing that we can take away from what we just saw at Stronghold Solitude and inject it into the next of Recharge King of the Hill is Native White were very good at holding their setups when they had it. Well, King of the Hill is going to be more setup based. You get your king, you set up around them, and then you are going to be really frustrating Sentinels here. And I think that there is a real chance that they could actually make this work. They just don't want to get overwhelmed by the pressure of what Sentinels are able to do, because we saw it even when we go back to the Slayer game. Sentinels seem to be a little bit better at breaking setups, and that might just hurt the Native White roster.
There is the championship bracket then, winner's side. Quadrant taking down Native Red in that game 5. We brought you that result a little bit earlier. Optic gaming up against Faze, and Quadrant versus Space Station game in the Halo is already heating up, and it's only Saturday.
So it was game 5, 47-47 between Quadrant and Native Red. Now, I remember last year, Ascent, a couple of these guys who were on that roster, they lost to Native Red, and they felt dejected, they felt a little bit embarrassed, but they were able to put 3 kills back-to-back at 49-49. And I'm just excited to see how this one ended, Shurs, because it looked like Native Red getting the camo, it looked like it was going to be their game.
Native Red had everything they needed, but look at that. Talik got caught alone. Bottom elevator with 2 Frenchmen. And he didn't walk out with his life.
Sounds like, well, it's, until you said that, I was going to say it sounds like the hotel lobby for me, but thankfully I am still here. But Space Station versus Quadrant will be our next match on the main stage after we get the result here of Native White versus Sentinels, and both those teams will be competing for, of course, a chance to be in that winners final and a guaranteed top 3 at the Halo World Championship. But our eyes now back focusing on this elimination bracket match. It's do or die here for Native White. If they lose, they go home. If they win, they keep their dreams alive of maybe being able to get to top 8 here in the Halo World Championship.
Mikwin's first year back in competitive Halo in many moons could be about to end in misery if him and his team can't pull themselves up by the straps and go again here. Boo Boo will be the point of contention. Both trade shots, trade damage. Boo Boo looks to bite off more than he can chew here. He wants more.
Has been a really interesting series though. 2 teams who play it very differently. One who's slightly better at defending, one who's slightly better at attacking, and they just kind of butt heads in certain scenarios. And King of the Hill might be one of the best maps and modes to really display the difference here as 3 go down for Native White. So Sen can start to score first. And it's whether Sen try and kind of press these spawns a little bit. Instead of necessarily trying to hold a setup, as it were. The bottom middle hill, you really have to be thinking about where you're positioning yourself for the next.
Very peaceful in the hill for Spartan right now. Matchmaking is not like that for me.
Or for him, actually. I've seen his streams.
Continues to hold. Requiring very little time. They've almost got this one completely uncontested with the help of the camouflage. And they will take the lead here. Native White are on the ropes. 3 dead again. And Sentinels really starting to find their feet in this series.
Well, Native White just kind of waited long haul. I think they were hoping they'd just be able to set up for this next hill, but Sentinels were wise to it. And again, it was a pinch. Trippy box for one player and then up the camo stairs for the other. And now Sentinels have control, and of course they've got the shock in the hands of Lethal. And listen, look at that fly. They were listening to callouts there. They knew tapping buttons was on his own, had taken damage, and they ensured they shut him down quickly.
Lethal to hold the hill with shock rifle. We know he's more than capable in lining up a few headshots. Body shot on the tapping. Enough to push him back. Mikwin will get aggressive, successfully too. 3 dead. And maybe this is an opportunity for Native White to get in the hill and start to build some momentum.
That was a very important and much needed push. They were getting outslayed 14-4, but they get all 4 dead now. Camo is going to be up, so that's probably good here for Sentinels, because it's going to be a slight distraction for Native White. Doesn't look like Sentinels are going to send anyone to it though, so Native, if they can get a couple of kills, they might just be able to swoop it up, and it looks like they will do so. It's Mikwin who grabs it alongside the shock. Second time's a charm again for Mikwin.
One to the spine, lines up the headshot. Booba Doobu just crouches at a clutch time to avoid the headshot. It's 2 down for Native White. Mikwin still has a little bit of camo to play with.
Enemy team took
Boo holds the hill. He's got support. 2 members of Sentinels positioned behind him. Mikwin chasing shadows, finally tracks down Boo Doobu. Tries to evade the attentions, but will go down. Both very even in terms of progression and time on this next hill. These next couple of slays are going to be pivotal.
Collector's trying to take a little bit of space here. Team Nades will damage him ever so slightly. I think he's aware of where Spartan is. Now he's wise to it, but he'd already taken the damage. 3 versus 3 in terms of the death screen. 1 versus 1 in terms of who's on the map.
Enemy team.
As Native White will retreat. They will just hold blue at the moment. They want to hold that kind of head glitch as long as possible, because it won't allow Sentinels to get in this hill. Sen really have to force Native White out of blue here. And that might just be trying to throw players at them, overwhelm them a little bit.
Sen continue to hold long haul. Native white hold blue. Beautiful nade will take Falcated down to just one shot. And as his shield starts to recharge, he can re-engage. But Mikwin stepped inside the hill. Both teams just baiting it. Falcated will go down. Beautiful shots from Mikwin. But every single time they step inside the hill, Spartans over towards the whirlpool. And here come Native White. They decided this is the time to go, to claim the hill. Camouflage has popped up. 1-1 now the score.
Yeah, that was a good call from Native White. Just double hop it, make sure we get as many players in this hill as possible, because they were like edging their toes in each time, just adding an extra second here or there. Sentinels were never really going to be able to score that point from that position. And they couldn't really commit to trying to take the fight at blue as well, because if they had lost the fight at blue, they would have lost the hill, and then they would have lost the next. Because look at where Native White are. They have blue control, so they were able to quickly get over towards Elevator. But Sen have done well to initiate that push because they were patient.
3 down for Native White. As the map quietens for a moment. Native White will spawn back up. Spartan's trying to hold pipes, but they're all alone. He's managed to get a trade, but that will open up the map now for Native to push through gold if they need to. Suspectors unsuspecting of Boo Boo. Back whack. Here is Mikwin through gold pipes. The work they've done to take down Spartan means the setup's a little bit janky, it's a little bit shaky. It could be about to break. His Collect could be about to lock in a triple, and he is. He's got a shock rifle to play with now.
Collect starting to heat up a little bit. He had a great game in the previous, but it just wasn't quite enough to send his team over the finish line. But perhaps he can start to think about a game 5 if he can start connecting with a couple of these shock rifle shots. Native White with a really good opportunity to take a 2-1 lead here in this game. He's just not able to line up that reticule onto anyone's head right now.
Very well have the game in his hands. A couple of shots go down. Will get one. Turns on a dime to try and help out his teammate. Trades come through, they're good enough. Spartan will clear out one. Tapping buttons, another. All 4 dead for the Sentinels. 2-1 now the score. Native White take the lead.
Still a good amount of time on the clock though, because these hills have just kind of been gathered up relatively comfortable by teams. Either team has to panic, especially Sentinels anyway, even though they're behind, but Spectre straight into this next hill. Tapping, throwing grenades at everything. What's happening right now? He's just pressing buttons, I think, at this point. Oh wait, he's tapping.
That's what he does actually, yeah. Boo Boo on mid-bridge. Getting a taste of his own medicine, a back whack to the spine. Now tapping ventures forward. Claiming spawns for his team. Offering a little bit of support to his player inside the hill. Really look to venture into long haul just to claim even more space. Happy just to hold what he has here in blue. Boo Boo is all the way over towards Bat Ledge, and Native White have so much time in this 4th hill.
Yeah, considering this game is pretty much tied on slays, there's only a few that separate the two in favor of Native White, but those few kills seem to have been everything, because now they find themselves 3-1 up. As we do start to crawl a little bit closer to a game 5 here on the main stage in Elimination Round 1. Sentinels getting overwhelmed here at Elevator, but they are holding strong, will hold strong as 3 go down.
They are Native White. They've all 4 dead. They have to go again. They need one more capture to push this series to distance and send us to a shootout. Falcated now with the shock rifle in his hands. Suspector's top tower. He has to go hunting. He lines up Suspector. Eventually locks them in. 2 dead for Native White. And Sentinels continue to hold this Whirlpool hill.
Yeah, unfortunately for Native White, they've not really been able to contest this hill enough to eat away at the clock. Oh! Tapping buttons. Electrocuted to the face, and now we're going to see, surely, Sentinels be able to secure this one. Native White might just have to give it up and take a little bit of map control here and start to think about how they want to play this bottom hill. 3-2.
Hill incoming.
Gonna be a brawl bottom middle then.
Enemy team took the hill.
Boo Boo's got camo. He got the first hill of the game. Very similar to this, with Native White in a very similar position. It can be precarious at times. You don't want to be the player to make the mistake. Tapping buttons is gone, but he's gone a little bit too early. Boo Boo can just bide his time here and wait for his teammates to spawn back up. Trying to do as much damage as he possibly can. All 4 shots connect. And a double kill for Boo Boo.
Tapping last remaining player. Now, what's important here for Native White is a big decision to be made is how hard do we fight for this hill? If we feel overwhelmed at any point, do we start to just take blue control? Because remember, when it started to move over towards that long haul ramp, blue control was everything for Native White and it allowed them to secure it. 1 minute 55 left. Native White making it difficult for Sentinels, making them work for it here. They are actively taking fights, maybe in areas Sentinels weren't expecting. But here comes Sentinels to try and secure a little bit of time.
Our Native White willing to gamble on the blue hill and let Sentinels back into this game. Allow them to tie it up and back themselves to hold the blue once more.
Enemy team
As the Spectre sits on nades. Collect's got to kill elsewhere. They're happy just to play time and eat away at the clock here.
Yeah, Mikwin had a very obvious decision there where he stepped in and then quickly stepped out. He did the hokey cokey, turned around, and now he's going to start to think about holding blue.
Enemy team took the hill.
They can still fight for that bottom hill though. It is still winnable just off of time. They just can't really allow Sentinels to get too much control here down at bottom mid.
Again, Dan and I have this argument all the time. It's actually the hokey pokey. Hokey cokey sounds weird.
Relax.
That's the Spectre. Goes towards tower now.
Took the hill.
As you can see, this play-to-play time, a minute and 11 on the clock. Sentinels are back in hill. Spartan's got camo. Mikwin's in trouble as well. He's managed to get a kill, but he steps in trying to take care of the camouflage player. Spartan dips away, and Sentinels continue to hold the hill bottom middle. And Native White could be about to give up the blue spawns.
Yeah, this is going to be 3-3, surely. They are so close. Only 1 minute left on the clock. It spawns over towards Elevator, and now we're all tied up. And Sentinels are going to have blue control. All they have to do is whip Mikwin out of that position. This could be really tough now for Native White. I love that Mikwin just backed off, waiting for a little bit of support because they know how important it's going to be here to fight for this position.
Spartan playing his life so well, being a nuisance. Mikwin will get one though, eventually puts him away. You hear the little splash as his body hits the water. Mikwin back blue. Now we've seen this movie before. This is exactly how it played out last time, and it was Native White who secured the hill. We've got 42 seconds of regulation time. We could be going to overtime.
The likelihood is we will be going to overtime. I don't see either team really securing this in the next 40 because Sen are going to have to try and fight for blue. Sen are doing well at dipping their toes in, just as Native White had done before. I think they're wise to it. I think they know the plan here from Native White. They're watching the right angles, and maybe we might see it get scored here. After all, 3 are dead for Native White. They've regained control of blue, and they are so close to winning this series.
They hold blue. They hold long haul. The Spectres just slipped through the cracks. 2 kills go in their favor. Boo Boo also falls. It's all on the shoulders of Spartan the dog. He's down to no shield. Tapping buttons is there, and now he's in the hill.
All 4 dead. Native White, they regain control, and they still keep their tournament alive. It's do or die right here, right now. They cannot afford to let this setup slip.
Camouflage just popped up. Who's going to be brave enough to make the move? It's going to be tapping buttons. And he's in the hill. And he's holding. He steps away for a moment, picks up a couple of plasma grenades. Here comes the cavalry in the shape and form of Collect. But he's in the hill again. 13 seconds as he steps out. Spartan dives in, Spartan falls. Falcade could be about to join him and is. Lethal in long haul. Needs help, it won't come quick enough.
Great play though from Tapping in the moment. Staying alive, being a nuisance, big damage, big grenades, and winning big fights as Native White are still scoring. Sentinels backs against the wall a little bit here. They know they have to push. We're going to probably head to overtime shortly. Lethal falls, Spartan falls, Tapping is still alive, but Boo Boo takes down 1. Here comes Falcade as Sen make their push.
Massive 1v1 on the map right now. Boo Boo's down in shield, has to give it up for now. These final moments on a knife edge. Native White not willing to wave the flag of surrender just yet. There's still life in them here. But Sentinels have the position that they need. Lethal continues to get killed. 3 dead apiece. It's a 1v1 for the ages, but Falcade's down to no shields. He has to stay alive. It's imperative to the cause. And Tapping Buttons gets the kill. And Tapping Buttons holds once more, but he also goes down. Native White push us to a game 5. It's a shootout.
Could Falcated have hold on to that hill just a second longer is the biggest question I have. But he felt like he had to just try and play his life. But what a passage of play from tapping buttons in those final moments. Held the camouflage, picked his fights perfectly, held strong when he was being pressured. And Native White, they keep their tournament alive as we go to Game 5 now. And this has been quite the series, considering Sen 3-0'd Native White comfortably at Fort Worth. Native White have come back with a vengeance.
Well, well, well. Tapping buttons. What broad shoulders you have. 18 and 22. 6,700 damage. Look at Mikwin's damage as well. Almost 8,000 on the lobby. An absolute turret at times.
And I'd love to be in the brain of Falcated right now. And the thought process. Could he have just kind of crouched, put his head to the floor, tried to strong side his way to a little bit of a victory? Or was he being contested? But what an end to that game. Remember, Native White, they had a 3-1 lead. And they were more than happy to start to play time. They allowed Sentinels back into the game. And they were moments, milliseconds away from being out of this tournament. But a lot of the work was done by the likes of Mikwin, for example, who held blue for a long time to stop Sentinels from being able to hold it. He had 21 kills in this period of the game, but then it was tapping buttons in these final moments who did everything for me. The fight he took at Longhorn when he was in that hill to win that engagement along this one, alongside his teammate. So many players maybe would have just tried to stay alive on stairs, but he took his fight. Again, the fight against bottom middle. You can see how confident he is in his gameplay.
Native White, battle like brothers, back to back, to push this series to distance. And Slayer Streets is where we're gonna settle this little squabble, Dan. And I see you wincing. What are you gonna tell us?
I mean, it's back and forth in terms of which maps and modes have favored these teams, and we pointed out right at the start that Native White have traditionally been a better Slayer team than Sentinels. That's where they found a lot of their victories throughout this season. Slayer Streets does favor Native White. They're 5-3 across the season, whereas Sentinels are 4-6. Maybe this could be the moment where Native White, they rewrite the script of their top 12s back to back to back, and they find themselves bursting into the top 8.
Once more we go. We wouldn't have it any other way. Game 5. Nothing to separate these two after 4. Tapping buttons is going to eat a rocket very early. And a bulldog in the hands of Falcated as he immediately looks for that stalker rifle.
And this is when you want players like tapping buttons to do what he had done in the previous game, to pop off a little bit. Will Collect start to make a name for himself? Or will one of the old guards, the likes of Lethal, the likes of Boo Boo Doo Boo, can they be the ones to make the difference here to stay alive in this tournament?
When you're growing up, when you're watching Halo, these are the moments you dream of. To be the difference maker, with all eyes on you. To keep your team in a tournament. All tied up. Falcated under the bus shelter, trying to tie him. And Falcated will step out now, will engage in the cafe. 2 members of Native White to contend with. Damage will be traded back and forth. Both teams very acutely aware of what a mistake could mean at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about these moments, and I can tell you from my playing history, like, Game 5s, whilst the feeling of winning a Game 5 is one of the most glorifying things you can ever experience when competing. Losing a Game 5, one of the worst, and the nerves that will be going through some of these players' minds right now, you just can't let it affect your gameplay, but it will, naturally. Risks you might not take that you would if you were just playing online, for example. This is when you really need your coaches, your IGLs, to just be able to step up and kind of take control of these games, to kind of do some of that thinking for you, so you can just focus on aiming, focus on being that aim star that we know the likes of tapping button can be, for example.
Who's gonna handle the pressure better? I know if I'm in that lobby, I'm shaking like a leaf. Tapping buttons with 2 shroud screens down bottom middle. As both teams contend for the rockets. Bulldog sparking, it's good for 1. 3 dead for Sentinels, it was 2 for Native White. The It's a 3-kill game for now.
I mean, if you solely base it off experience and who's done it more and who's been here before, Sentinels have that upper hand for sure. You saw the Game 5 statistic wins as well throughout the season. Sentinels have done it 3 times against 2, whereas Native White have lost 2 Game 5s and won 2 Game 5s. So it's pretty even across the board. As this game also fairly even as well, 13-12. Not much ammo left in the Stalker Rifle, but we'll have control of when that spawns a little bit later.
Boo eats a friendly nade. It was detrimental to the cause. His teammates are there to capitalize on the damage that was initially put down on tapping buttons. They get that kill, they secure it, and they retreat. 3 members of Native White now against 2 members of Sentinels. 3 dead somehow, some way. Lethal's still alive and has half shield to play with. He steps out once more and gets the kill. Sentinels take the lead.
Yeah, that was a 4v4 on just one side of the map, it felt, but it was Sentinels who baited and switched just a little bit better there. It looks like it might happen again as Arcade is going to be flooded with players. Falcator gets the opener, that will be traded out. But Miquid also falls to Boobadooboo. Bulldog is going to be a big difference maker this game. We know it, they know it. The Stalker Rifle also is going to be a big focus as Collect tries to escape but does not. These rockets up in 25 seconds, but Lethal. Solid shots onto Suspect.
Lethal by name, lethal by nature. Beautiful shots as he slides across the map, gets the kill as well. Spartan desperately trying to close the distance. He knows how important the Bulldog can be, how much damage he can do at close range. Looks to re-engage across the other side of the map. Sends a couple of warning shots. But it's Native White have the damage advantage, but with good reason, because Sentinels stepped out to get the rockets, and as it falls down the bottom of B stairs, as do Sentinels, all 4 fell for a moment.
1 rocket left for Collect to work with. He's just kind of listening at the moment to see if teammates have any info on spawns. Sentinels just keeping themselves at arm's length at the moment. They don't want to show, because they know full well that this rocket could not only get a kill, but it opens up a push, but Miquid's fallen to Boo Boo.
Native White are a man light here. Make it 2 as they trade back and forth. 3-kill game. Lethal trying and successfully living. He's got Suspector over towards Cafe, who slipped away again. Threat sensor goes down, not picking up the information that he would want. Next bottom middle, now B stairs. It's so cagey, it's so nervy.
Boo Boo every single time seems to be getting the opener, but that's a great reply from Native. They have the extra player now. Lethal trying to finish off that damage. That's an experienced veteran right there. In and out, job done, and now back to where you were previously.
As he heads towards heaven. And he rained down fire and brimstone for here and be a little bit of a nightmare for Native White. Good damage. Gives up territory, gives up the spot for now. Look down long haul, Miquid, half shields. Lethal continues to do really good damage on the map. But it's Native White who still hold a lead of 3. Rockets in 10. They're going to be huge.
6 minutes left on the clock. We've lost half the time. As both teams just kind of eyeing each other up now. Shroud screen goes down to cover those rockets. And it's Native White who are there waiting to pick them up. It's Collect again. Connects with 1, as well as the rest of the team picks up 2. And now suddenly it's a 6-kill lead for Native White. Sen on the back foot. They weren't able to get those rockets. This could be huge for Native White's chances as Spartan also falls. It's a 7-kill lead. And Native White are starting to feel themselves now as another rocket goes in.
Just all starting to unravel for Sentinels. 7 kills the difference between these 2 teams in our Game 5. Native need 11, and if they're successful, Sentinels are going home with a top 12 placement.
Which is crazy when you consider the tournament that they had at Salt Lake City when they were at 2nd place, and we were thinking of what we might see from Sen for the rest of the season. But they found themselves falling to top 8 at Fort Worth. They're on the brink of now top 12, but Native White, the job is not done yet. A 6-kill lead is still not enough. It's 7, they're up to 40. This Stalker Rifle that's coming up could really help them, but it's the Bulldog from Collect that is allowing them to get yet another kill. But he has passed it off. That's a power weapon for Sentinels to work with.
Great poke damage from Suspector. Tapping buttons. Will retreat. Mistakes at this point could be detrimental, but Collect gets the opener again. And he stays alive in red, which could be even more important. Mikwood's gonna fall though. Collect again gets a kill. Spartan in a 1v1. Collect down to one shot. Spartan will come out on top. 5 kills now, the difference.
Native White just need to be careful here. They don't want to play into some of Sentinels' traps. Sentinels have time to work with. 4 minutes on the clock, so they don't have to panic and rush as Boo Boo has the Stalker. It's a 4-kill game now. Rockets are going to be coming up. If Sentinels get hold of these rockets, as Spartan gets another one, then this lead suddenly starts to slip away from Native White. Tapping buttons has gone down. Rockets have been picked up, and Sen, they're back in this game. It's 42-43, and Native White, they were up by 8 at one point, but Sentinels showing their experience as we're all tied up.
What shots from Lethal to back Bigwin away on the rails. He had but a pixel to aim at, and he hit all but 3 bursts. And now it's Sentinels in the ascendancy. They have a 1-kill lead. And Rockets are heading into PD. They're not even required. 2 kills separate these teams as we head towards the end game.
It's only one push really that Sentinels need. It could all be chained off of this kill from Spartan with a rocket. If he can find the first, which he does, but Suspector's traded. It's a killing spree. 47-45. Sen pushed one way, Native White pushed the other.
These teams continue to push and pull. And it's Native White who have made it towards Red Room. Spartan has got to be careful here. Grenades go down, he's aware. He cannot fall, because it could open the door for a collapse. 3 members of Native White positioned over towards this arcade side. Tapping buttons continues to jiggle peek. He's done good damage. This could be the moment. As they continue to hold, Tapping buttons falls. Boo Boo Doo Boo's there. 1 more kill. Is it going to be the dog? Mikwin runs. Mikwin will survive for now. And he gets chased down. And Falcated wins the game for Sentinels. They keep their tournament alive.
The lights are still on in Sen City. But for Native White, the tournament is done. It's another top 12. Tried as they might, they came so close. They had an 8-kill lead. But Sen will clutch up. As Boo Boo stood up and said, that's what we do. Maybe we get to see another Sentinels run in this tournament. They guarantee themselves top 8, and their elimination bracket will continue.
And you know they have ambitions of going further, of making it minimum to Championship Sunday. They iced up, they showed resilience, and they capitalized on the mistakes that Native White gave up.
It's going to be a sleepless night in Seattle for a few of those players on Native White, that's for sure, because an 8-kill lead is not something you expect to be thrown away at this level, but it's so difficult when momentum is gathered like that from the other team, especially when rockets were then secured. And it was the patience from the likes of Spartan. He had those rockets, he picked his time, he saw there were several members in arcade, and it was that initial damage from Spartan, the 1-2-3 onto tapping buttons. Sentinels knew that was their moment, and they burst out onto the arcade, and they find themselves winning 3-2. There's your final confirmation of the series layout. Native White go home, but Sentinels, they stay strong.
Native White's season is over. Sentinels push on. And Dan, we have to talk about Native White's run. They made it to top 12 again. They look damn good before they fall to the sword.
They really did. I mean, if you consider at Fort Worth, it was a 3-0 loss to Sentinels, but now a very close 3-2, which probably could have gone in their favor on a different day. They have been able to jump from, you know, an average team at the previous event to a very strong one. And hopefully, as we progress to next season, because unfortunately their season is over, maybe we'll see Native White back on top again.
Well, I know I want to listen to Boo Boo Doo Boo, and Blaze has got an interview with the Iceman himself.
Thank you so much, Passers. Give it up, Seattle, for Sentinels as they continue on with their tournament run. And Boo Boo, I know that was a stressful match for you, losing the first map. You guys go up 2-1. We saw a possible comeback happening in map number 4 that really didn't happen. And going into that game number 5, you were down about 8. I saw the score about 40-33. You're winning on a 17-5 run there. Talk to me about those final moments. How were you feeling when you were down there, and how did y'all make that comeback possible?
I mean, you just play it to the end. You never give up, and that's why you never give up. We were down like, I saw 39-31, I think.
Okay.
But we got those rockets. I had a stalker. I didn't miss a single stalker shot for like 2 minutes straight.
You definitely did not.
And the team just like, we just played good. We played aggressive. We didn't care what the score was. We just played it accordingly and came out with a dub. It's about time we finally clutch up.
You definitely did clutch up right there, and it's a perfect time here at Champs. Everybody, you know, kind of saw what the perfect play had to be in that moment, and you guys set the pace, and what a fantastic victory. But you guys are here in the losers bracket and haven't had the results that you wanted. How do you guys plan on building off of that going forward with the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, we gotta just live in the moment. That didn't happen. The other series didn't happen. We gotta go next and just keep
Go
improving.
next, yo, okay? Have that goldfish memory. Don't worry about nothing else. Worry about the next matchup. Anything you want to say to these fans out here who was cheering, watching this awesome comeback?
Yeah, thank you. Hopefully that was entertaining. Thank you guys for showing up and supporting Sentinels. Appreciate it.
Give it up for Sentinels and Boo Boo one more time. Lottie, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. We love seeing Boo Boo pop off on the main stage, and rightfully so. That was such a tough series, such a close one. And, you know, we talked about it on the desk before that. You know, we needed to see these kind of ice moments, these clutch ups in these really close games, and they did exactly that. Absolutely incredible from Sentinels. They keep their tournament alive. We say goodbye to Native White. But that final map 5 was just absolutely glorious. I mean, just clenching here on the desk. We just couldn't believe what we were seeing. But Wes, talk to me about the opening Sentinels gave themselves to walk away with that series.
I mean, we saw it from Spartan's point of view. I'm so happy we had an opportunity to interview Boobadooboo because I noticed he picked up the Stalker rifle, and all I saw in the bottom left of Spartan's screen is Boobadooboo killed, Boobadooboo killed, Boobadooboo killed. This is the final moments where they have the advantage, they have the numbers, they want to collapse, they have 1 kill to get. But it really was Boo Boo with the Stalker rifle, the X factor for the series, stepping up and making sure Sentinels' tournament run is not over yet.
He certainly did indeed, and that created the opportunity, the openings, the control, and that's so important, especially in a Slayer. If you have control, you're going to be getting kills. If you're dictating where they're spawning, if you're blocking spawns, you are able to then know where the threat is coming from and clean up accordingly. It was just really, really nice to see such an incredible ending to that series. Tony, I will say though, Native White had some fight in them. They had the dog in them, didn't they? And I've got to say that map 4, bringing us to map 5, was absolutely exceptional. And from one guy tapping buttons, the way that he was playing this, he really made that game-saving play, taking us all the way into that Slayer. Talk to me about these final moments.
Yeah, this was crazy. Even a little bit before here, you notice that there was a point where Falcated and Boobadooboo could have hopped on the hill a little bit early to maybe close it out. Look how close it is right now. We're literally a second or 2 worth of timing, where if they would have jumped in that hill early, could have been the win right there. But the Native White come in, tapping bunch, making plays left and right from the double kill to the 3rd one before finally going down. Tapping bunch literally took down 3 members of Sentinels with him, and Native White really made it tough in that game number 4. That was a big win, and I'll be honest with you, I was scared for Sentinels.
Me too. I'm not gonna lie, I was terrified for Sentinels. At that moment, it was just absolutely incredible. And something that I really loved, Wes, that I noticed in that map 4, honestly from both sides of the coin here on this main stage, was the playing your life. The being able to stay alive in certain situations. That is why we saw the knife's edge at the end of that one, and being able to re-engage and knowing when you need to re-engage, when you need to stay alive, and how important that really was. You know, we saw Falcated kind of hop out of the hill there with a split second of the time left, and that's because if he had died in that situation, they would have lost it earlier on before tapping started popping off.
Yeah, so many different moments where I thought, oh, it's over. Oh, this game's over. Or so-and-so choked, yada, yada, yada. Eventually, Native White do get that job done in game 4, but it was as chaotic as ever a Halo Infinite game is, and that just goes to show you every single life and death matters at this World Championship, and that is where Native White will fall short. 1 life could have changed on that Street Slayer even, and it would have dictated a lot differently. And I mean, they could be moving on, but that's going to haunt them for another year.
It certainly will indeed. We're going to take a look right now at our brackets as well, because of course, Sentinels will go forward. We say goodbye to Native White. Sentinels, they'll be going up against Shopify Rebellion, who fell short to Faze earlier on. They managed a 3-0 G1, so things are looking up for that, and we also have more round 1s to go. We also do have our winners bracket, of course, and on the brighter side of things here at the World Championships, we have 2 semi-finals, and I've got to say,
Bangers.
This is looking very mixy indeed. Optic Gaming versus Faze and Quadrant versus Space Station Tony. Two incredible semi-finals prepped and primed to go. What are you making of these?
I'm not really surprised.
No.
Let's be honest with you. I mean, this has been kind of the top 4 run going on all year long. Quadrant have been absolutely incredible. Optic have really stepped it up when it matters most, and obviously Faze and SSG are 2 of the favorites to win it. So I can't really say I'm truly surprised. I will say though, that Native Red Game 5 against Quadrant, a heartbreaker, 50-49. Eventually Quadrant ends up moving forward, but could have been Native Red in that same exact position.
It could have indeed, but we'll be seeing Native Red a little bit later on in the elimination bracket. But coming up next, we will have our first winners side of things coming your way. We've got Space Station versus Quadrant happening on the main stage. It's going to be an absolute banger. You won't want to miss it. And we'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
The Halo World Championship 2023 is presented by AMD, the Marines, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, and by Zowie.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
There's a lot of people who have a lot of wins. There's only a few, I would say, that earned every single win in a dominant fashion.
Looks like it's going to be done. Formal for the killing spree. It's the brand. Making a double kill. Will he get the...
If you look at the trajectory of his career, he plays what he wants to play, and when he wants to play it, he's the best.
Formal's legacy is absolutely ridiculous.
2 games, 2 world championships.
It's a crazy accolade, and not a lot of people have it for a reason.
He is the FPS god.
The future of our species is at great risk. Master Chief and the other Spartans are our only hope.
Welcome to the rubble.
Moving to you, Chief.
Acknowledged.
Cortana.
Hello, Master Chief.
Silver team, on me.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
Hello folks and welcome back to the 2023 Halo World Championships. We're live from Seattle, Washington, the home of Halo, of course. And I gotta say, it really is a Halo festival in here today. We have so much going on. If you are in the arena, I hope you're enjoying all of the incredible Halo festivities that there are on offer today, including, of course, the main stage matchups that we have on the desk to talk about all of them. I have Clutch and Tony. Gents, my gosh, okay, I thought day one was good, but looking at the bracket, looking at some of the results, we've already had a game 5. Sentinels versus Native White are gone. Optic's already taken a win as well. I mean, what more could you ask for other than maybe a Space Station versus Quadrant matchup on the main stage next? I mean, that's pretty good, right?
That's exactly what the doctor ordered, right? We have the 4 best teams still in the winner's bracket, something you can't often say because typically, traditionally throughout this year, somebody falls short, somebody falters before they get to this point, but we have the matches we want. We have Optic and Faze later on, SSG and Quadrant going at it now, and this is where the Halo gets to be great.
Yeah, it really does indeed. I couldn't have put it better myself. Honestly, look at this broadcast schedule, guys. We have so much action coming your way today, and these matchups are only getting better and better, and the competition only fiercer and fiercer. Well, let's set things up, why don't we? Tony, this matchup is going to be huge, and for both of these teams, it means an awful lot. Now, Tony, looking at Quadrant, this is a previous matchup that they've had before, and this one didn't go to plan for them. It was really, really difficult. You know, they are looking pretty good at the moment. They've had a few hiccups. I mean, going game 5 with Native Red wasn't on the cards, I think, for this roster, but if they do pull off this series, this will actually tie them for their highest placement of all time and Europeans' highest placement of all time as top 3. There's a lot on the line here to make sure they get this done. How are you feeling about Quadrant?
I'm feeling really good, and for us, I know it's a really big deal for us for them to tie again, like you said, the highest place for any international team here in the World Championship, which would be crazy, but for these guys, they have championship aspirations. 3rd place isn't good enough. 2nd place isn't good enough. This team wants to win a tournament here on North American soil. So yes, it's big for us, and yes, it'd be a huge accomplishment, especially here in the World Championship, but I promise you, these guys are not going to be happy with anything less than raising that trophy.
Indeed, but I got to say on the other side of things, they're also looking for blood today, Space Station Gaming. They've been looking awfully good so far at Worlds, Clutch. They have a 12-1 map count with perfect records in Strongholds. They're 2-0, CTF they're 2-0, and Oddball 3-0, King of the Hill 2-0, and they're 4-0 in map 1s. So huge stats coming forward. The Clutch matches are there for them. They're making sure they get those done and dusted. How are you feeling on the side of Space Station?
I think Space Station feels pretty disrespected with the amount of hype that they're getting and their opportunity this weekend. This is a series to put them back on notice and to wake up everyone else in this bracket and say, guess what? Our consistent selves are here. The MVP Stellar has showed up, and we are here for a world championship this time around.
We certainly are here for a world championship, and we need to, talk about, I think, a head-to-head that we're going to be seeing, because some of these players are just absolutely incredible on both sides of the stage here. We have some main slayers, we have players who can do it all, and for me, I think my eyes right now are on Stellar and Legend. I think when you put those two together, when you compare what they are capable of on the main stage, it's pretty terrifying. I mean, Stellar in his Southwest has had such a phenomenal tournament so far, and he is, of course, our regular season MVP, but he's been on fire, sitting at a 1.37 overall KD, behind with a 1.66 in his Slayer, so he's doing everything that he needs to do, but in comparison, Legend's also that guy for his team too. So when you put them together, what do you see?
I think it's brilliance is one, and two of the best players in the world currently. These two will dictate how this series goes. If Legend outperforms Stellar, he will give Quadrant opportunity in this series. But Legend played great the last time these two teams matched up. Legend was the only player to go positive on Quadrant the last time they were able to play SSG. You're gonna need everybody to step up here, because SSG has superstars in all 4 chairs on the other side of the stage.
They certainly do indeed. And Tony, when you're looking across the maps, you've got to obviously notice that strongholds, because we do have our #1 and #2 strongholds team matching up here. This could be huge, a pivotal moment, I think, for Quadrant more so than SSG, because I think SSG have acquired a taste for Quadrant. They know what they're going to come up against, and they've done it before. Quadrant need to win this map 1, but when you look and run the numbers, what are you thinking about that map 1?
I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it for Quadrant whatsoever. No matter how you spin it, Space Station Gaming are the heavy favorites going into this matchup. However, I'm still going to put pressure on Quadrant. You have championship aspirations. You have a game #1 that really favors you. We called you the best strongholds team in the entire world, especially if you're on land. And you've already beaten Space Station Gaming in Slayers. You've exposed their weakness in Slayers. This is your time. The first 2 maps need to be yours. Otherwise, you're going down to elimination bracket.
Very, very true indeed. I've got to say though, Quadrant, I think that the preparation that they put into coming into this World Championship has to be kind of noted and kind of tippable, right? They've come through a couple of weeks now, boot camping together, being there for their online tournament. They get all the way to the grand finals. They take Faze to a map 7. There's a lot, I think, to be recognized in terms of Quadrant and how they're performing recently and their growth, right? Keep going forward, hopefully topping that placement that they had previously. How are you feeling about maybe the preparation coming into Space Station? These guys make sure they do their homework.
These guys stay under the radar with their preparation, but I know for a fact, having talked to Elimite a couple of times throughout the past few weeks, that they have been scrimming, they have been doing VOD review. I mean, these guys traditionally don't go what is known to be above and beyond, but they know how to prepare better than anybody. That is why they are always in the grand finals. That is why they are so consistent. I do not question whatever SSG does behind the scenes, because they will always be there.
Well, folks, I hope you are ready for a bloodbath, because this certainly will be one on this main stage. I hope you guys are ready. We've got Space Station versus Quadrant coming up right now.
We got ourselves a clash that's about to take place here, Dave. You got Quadrant going up against Space Station Gaming. 2 teams that are vying for a championship opportunity, but only one can move on to the winner's final.
That's right, we got the most consistent team in the HCS in the form of Space Station, and the #1 European team who have cemented themselves as one of the best teams in the world in Quadrant. this could be the highest place we've ever seen in EU history if Quadrant win this match.
History is on the line, and this is your series layout. Strongholds on Solitude, Slayer Live Fire, King of the Hill Recharge, and well, I'm too old to remember the last two ones, but it don't matter, because no matter what happens, Dave, we're gonna go to the distance. I feel it in my bones. I feel it all over the place. This is gonna be a massive, massive game.
Yeah, I hope we see game 4 and 5, which are Oddball in the Streets and Solitude Slayer. So Solitude on both bookends of this story. And let's go back one match, one event ago, GB. Stronghold Solitude is the only Strongholds match that Quadrant have lost in the whole HCS circuit. Is history going to repeat itself? Is Lightning going to strike twice?
We'll
or
find
Quadrant
out.
here to stick it out and show why they're the absolute best Strongholds team in the world?
All right, well, we're going to find out if that is going to be the case here, Dave. A lot of people are on pins and needles waiting for this one. Already out of the gate, though, it's going to be Quadrant establishing themselves with A and B control, but it's going to be a real fragile one for a moment there. Stellar with the snipe as well. He's got his sights set on the target by LR. He knew the one shot was there, and he finds his mark. That's going to be a flip over, and Space Station have answered back.
Yeah, and they're not going to try to push this trip cap. Not here, not now. They need to clear out all these players. For a moment there, they had 3 dead. Chick, the last one remaining. And Stellar has spotted out the spawns at loop, so he knows pressure's likely coming from Glass or LR.
Stellar's looking for a target. Doesn't manage to find one. You get 2 down now. 3 down. Actually, no, scratch that. 3 down now for Space Station Gaming. And just as I say that, Quadrant doing everything right. That's going to be a flip on A and B control. Quadrant's going to start earning.
And that's a little scary. You saw quite a bit of control for Space Station there for an extended period of time, and they only had about a 10-point lead. Now, let's see what Quadrant does that they have the setup. Looks like SLG goes down. Sitka is being picked apart, but he is able to teleport around. Let's see if he decides to go for a counter over towards C, or decides to play a little defense. Looks like he's kind of caught between a rock and a hard place right now.
Hey, but he has the QT, so if he does need to get out of dodge, he could use so one more time if it's a bad fight, but he does not take that opportunity to do so. Instead, he's going to go down. Now it's going to be VC control here for Space Station. His answer right back. It's going to be a small lead here for Quadrant ever so briefly. See now with Legend being trapped between 2 players here. The spawn's coming in on the cafe side, hotel as well. That's where they're going to be pushing. You see those power items are going to be spawning up as well. So we got to see how these players are going to position for that.
Yep, and that's going to be Stellar grabbing the yard, getting a kill on Sika. Let's see what he does here. I like this play. Sometimes with yard, you're isolated and you can't do much to help the rest of your team. But instead, Stellar goes over towards this top ledge to help the rest of his team.
Yeah, and you are looking at the perspective of Stellar currently. You can see the little white arrow next to his name. There it goes. We got a switch. Thank you guys. Love you very much. And we now jump over to his POV. So, continuing to hold out around this area here, A-B control, pinning Quadrant, as you had mentioned, Dave, inside of the C area, and they haven't really been able to get out.
Well, that's the thing is, you got Stellar not only tricking the opposing team, he's also tricking us and the production team, getting behind enemy lines and tricking all these members of Quadrant. He's just been behind enemy lines this entire time. So much damage. He's got to be on one heck of a spree right now. I believe he's on a 7-kill spree at this moment.
Impressive stuff there from the MVP of the regular season, Space Station Gaming. Think about the journey that this team has been on, all these teams all season long, but both of these squads have world championship hopes in their minds. They came into this event, everyone did, but I feel like a lot of people going into this were like, there are top 4 teams in this competition, and the top 4 teams are here in the semis. It's Optic, Faze, Quadrant, SSG, and we're being treated right now to really just SSG showing that they have put in that work to shut down Quadrant Stronghold.
Yeah, and Space Station, they've been trading out kills back and forth there, and all because of that, they now have a 100-point lead. All these different jostlings of positions that we normally see from Quadrant as they're getting counter caps and they're pushing across the map have been effectively shut down.
Well,
so I'm not sure if these players have been studying or what against this Quadrant roster.
Well, I think that a lot of players, you know, in talking to a lot of the players that are out here in Seattle, they've all been telling me that they've been putting in that work and seeing what Quadrant's been doing right. They really did write the book on how to play Strongholds in Halo Infinite. So it makes sense that everyone is just doing the things that they do, tackling sites, you know, one after another, but not necessarily at the same time, but kind of staggering it to really make your opponent continue to guess. And look, that is what Space Station is doing right now to Quadrant, getting a taste of their own medicine. medicine.
I'm also wondering if some of these players have been going on Duolingo to get a little learning of French as they're going through, like, what they call out in that situation? Man, do I gotta learn another language here just to get better at strongholds? Must do it because they're the
That's
best.
Halo, baby. I think. I don't know. All right, well, Space Station Gaming continues to add on to their lead here, and it's quite sizable at this point in time. They're even going to go for a trip cap here as well, but there's going to be a shutdown for that one over toward A. Bound can't stay alive long enough, though. Trip cap comes in for just a brief moment as A is going to get flipped over. You got a few members down here for SSG. Let's see how Quadrant responds.
Yeah, Stellar has just been glued on top of that ledge, doing so much damage. MVP. Put on MVP performance, almost taking out Chick, but the damage has been done. Chick gets cleared up, Sika's down, make it at 3 with Legend falling, and we now have a 125-point lead here for Space Station.
And it's only going to continue to climb up if they keep playing like this. Penguin now, top mid, knows where the pressure is going to be coming from, but he looks away at the wrong time. He knew that they were going to be coming cafe because he saw that player jump over, but that was just some timing that ruined him. He hates to see it. Oh, Legend tried to go in for that melee, doesn't get it because of the really crafty dash that was used at that exact moment to avoid that and keep that fight going. And this has looked very good for Space Station, as every single time Quadrant think they have an opening, an opportunity, it's Space Station to answer back right away, just as we're seeing right now.
Yeah, and Space Station clearly are outslaying, but it hasn't been anything super extensively. I mean, we're not seeing them like outslay 2-1. The slays are within reason. We're within 10 kills. They've been outslayed about by 30% more kills. And the score is nowhere near. So huge props to Space Station for just slaying and being incredibly efficient with their slays.
If you're Quadrant, you don't want SSG to hit that 200-point threshold, but you have no choice but to accept it because Bound's got the snipe in the overlook position. You don't really have many angles to try and contest. And C and B control is going to be really difficult for this team to break out of here. And Bound's just pretty much not being contested, and he has the freedom to just do what he wants. I was just as I say that, but he'll go back for the peek again and get the headshot.
Those double backs, these players at this highest level are going to do that from a long range. When they're not being contested so closely, they're going to say, yeah, I'll take one more pot shot at this.
Bound continuing his life here. Sika inside of the hill. They do manage to get the trip cap for a moment here, and he goes right in for that no-scope, hits the body shot, but now we're going to see a flip coming in potentially here for Quadrant. Problem is that they haven't been comfortable the entire game. Every time they get a site flipped over, there's Space Station answer right back. This time, they finally get a moment to breathe.
Yeah, and I hate to say it, but this is one of those times for Quadrant, they essentially have to get that trip cap. They need to close that gap a little bit longer. You can't expect against a squad like Space Station to just hold on to a 2-cap setup for 150 points.
I think they're doing it, man. They're trying to go for it, but Chicks he needs to respond to this player here. Unfortunately, they lose Sika. He's got 2 players to deal with! And a massive double kill there for Chick is going to keep the yard area cleared for him. Does he have any help as well? My God! He wins another battle. Chick is on fire.
That's going to be a trip cap still staying in effect. Now the question is, where are the spawns coming from? Looks like Chick knows they're spawning over in the hotel or over in the market somehow. Stellar threading the needle on those shots from the pillar and finished off Chick. That's going to be the opening. No, it's actually Stellar coming from behind that loop. I was wondering how he hit those shots from that doorway.
Yeah, and they're really just trying to get on them. They don't want to let anyone get on a hot streak here. You can't let Chick do what he did, for the rest of this game. Otherwise, Quadrant are going to be right back into this battle here, and SSG will be licking their wounds as we go to map 2. So they need to be mindful of the fact that even though you have this sizable lead, it could change at a moment's notice.
This gap is already closed, Golden Boy. It is now a 60-point game between these two.
Oh, that's a big win.
Space Station are still 3 down. Stellar, the only one alive here is Space Station. Gonna try to break out and not get them stuck in the spawn trap. And look at this, the same position Chick was holding. Sika is holding now. He must know that if he's just a little bit down that ramp, he's generally blocking those loop spawns and those spawns down lower, LR. So brilliant play. Doesn't matter which player it is from Quadrant, they're all on the same page, hold the right positions.
Wow, that also was a great play that we saw there from Eco. He knew pressure was coming from the driveway, never exposed himself on the pillar, took the fight toward loop, and then had his teammate come from driveway to pick up that kill. SSG's right back in this one. After giving up a sizable amount of points here, SSG could very well win game 1.
Yes, and Quadrant drops 2 members. This could be the dagger.
10 points
3
left.
down, Legend, the hero, the only one alive, gets taken down by Penguin. This one's looking like it's over, Golden Boy. 5 points remain.
Can anyone stop the bleeding? There was going to be an attempt there on B, but I don't think it's really going to matter all that much. And that is game 1. SSG strike first.
And you gotta wonder what ifs there, Golden Boy.
Oh, yeah.
What if you don't get down to a 160-point deficit early on? It took them too long to.
I have that
Well, how am I
exact
supposed to talk when I see Elamite Jesus picture?
You don't have your Elamite Jesus picture?
I have it in candle form.
Okay, great. At least you have it. Oh, man. What a way to start things off. And let's not forget, Strongholds was the Quadrant game mode. And it still is.
Still is, but maybe Solitude, they're just not there yet for you. You have to give credit where credit's due. Shopify Rebellion barely winning, what, a 250 to 249 at last event against Quadrant here. We saw the power of Quadrant when they get control, when they get things going. Just Space Station, they just got to such a strong lead.
If there was a team that would have beaten Quadrant on Strongholds, it would be the #2 best team in the game mode. So that makes a lot of sense. But if you're a Quadrant, you have to be very frustrated with this because they
you want to start off strong.
They lost to Faze on Strongholds. They nearly gave up a Strongholds, I think, against Navi, I want to say it was. And then on top of that, too, you had a loss here, 250 to 200 SSG. It has to be a little frustrating, but at this point now, you can't worry about it. You have to focus on this Slayer.
Yeah, you have to move on, but that is going to be a little tough here for Quadrant. They want to start off strong there, especially when you look at a game mode that's been so good for them. They want to hold on to that and start off the series. And yeah, Space Station already getting some momentum. Wow. 11 straight Stronghold map wins in a row since Salt Lake City.
They're doing a Quadrant cosplay.
They have found the key to success there and rolling with it.
That is all you can ask from this SSG team. I think after the Invitational, everyone was like, oh, SSG on the up and up. And then we get to Fort Worth. Things kind of slow down a little bit. But in no way, shape, or form would you ever think that SSG isn't a championship contender. The way that they dominate opponents, the way that they control the map, this team has everything that it takes to move forward, but so does their opponent.
Yeah, and I know we said Quadrant in game 1. They absolutely need this game 2. It's pretty evenly matched based on their 2023 record. In 2023, Space Station are 8-7 on Livefire Slayer, whereas Quadrant are 7-5. So pretty evenly matched here, but not quite as evenly matched when we get to game 3, and I'll talk about the stats later.
Yeah, and we have Eco now. He doesn't really have much of a choice here. Can't really contend from this angle, so he's got to go help out his teammates to the side. That is going to allow them, though, to be able to get that overshield, which it looked like Quadrant were in a really good spot to do so, but Space Station is set up on the early days of that one, and they were able to lock it down.
Look at that target switching by Bound. Realizing they has overshield, he's going in, laying down shots on the house or window player, trying to hit the other one behind the pillars. Every so often, he's making a quick slide and moving. He just has every single movement down. So impressive seeing how he infiltrates across enemy lines.
It's also been cool, too, to see how Bound has just grown as a player. You know, well, Bound and Penguin, both of these guys have just done so much as individuals to contribute to this team, to contribute to this World Championship duo in Stellar and Eco that has really paid off for them all season long. They're keeping this one really close, though. Quadrant certainly benefiting from that early opening gambit there when they were able to lock up 2 kills in their early goings. So they're going to ride that lead, but as I always say, it's a fragile one here. And this is where things are going to get a little hairy here. And SLG was not aware of that player on the high ground.
Not ready, and they're just taking too many low routes here. And this is going to be tough. If all these players kind of stuck down low and they don't have anyone up high, they need to reposition over towards Garage. It looks like that's the push that Quadrant are making right now.
Okay, so here's the thing. There's an overshield coming up in a few seconds. I want to jump into a listen-in with Space Station Gaming and hear how they're going to acquire this.
Dummy door. Let's do that. Sorry, dummy door. Master. It got one shot. It shot. Sick is on overshot, I think.
And screens as well.
Last guy on overshield. Watch out. They're gonna spawn A, go fast.
Dude, I have a fucking recall.
We got it. We're spawn green, dude. Green and cement was one shot.
Hey, bro,
I have a shot. You gotta get your Zane.
Let's split and put kill off 4.
Should wait for us, Zane.
I'm waiting.
How many top
I think there's a guy here.
Training me.
Watch out green.
Pillars, one shot.
Look at pillars from bottom left. Back green, one shot.
Two there.
And behind me, 8 off.
Watch out green.
Top 8, top white box.
Go one.
Cement.
Green.
I hear you. Guys. One shot. Three does.
Spawn in dummies. Ain't dummies.
About to wrap to Braden.
Once again, another calm, cool, collected SSG listening, and with that, they end up getting the lead by 2.
And you heard them debating, do we push in and charge for these kills, or we kind of keep them constricted here? You saw the same setup without the comms, where they're holding tower, they're holding top center and sandbags, and forcing the spawns over at green and garage. And just like that, Penguin gets a double kill with the needle and a mind the gap.
Hit him with the purple knit. I love it. Every single time I get to see him get a kill. Makes me happy. Brings me joy in my life. 5 kills now here. Space Station have been able to peel away this lead away from Quadrant. As I had mentioned before, Quadrant, they had that really strong start at the beginning of it, but ever since then, it has been the coordination of SSG that has come out on top here, but a great battle win by Chick.
Yeah, Chick getting a win there, but the rest of his teammates falling in that position, and it's a bit surprising. It feels like even the times when Space Station are blocking the spawns at green and holding there, they don't have great avenues to get out of garage. It feels like this entire time they've been constricted to this opposite side of the map.
Yeah.
I've yet to see Quadrant get somebody at tower for the last 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon because, oh, wait a minute. Okay, so there was a trade there. Eco manages to get the body shot. Just heard overshield coming up. It is going to get grabbed, back whack for Bound. Another overshield picked up there for SSG, but there was a call that it was not picked up quite yet, and it gets popped right at the nick of time as Bound's able to get that kill. Loses the overshield in the process, but should be able to get 2 for his efforts, which he does.
Yep, and all the way he is sliding on over, taking up more cover. Every single time you notice that he's not content just hitting his shots, he's always moving to a new location as he's hitting these shots.
Hey Dave, they're at tower now. Look at that.
We're gonna see if that turns into anything. I mean, it is a 6-kill game right now. That's a little scary, but also not insurmountable. But also not helpful when we're seeing all these 1v1 wins.
Yeah, that was something I was going to point out just now, is that we're getting a lot of these fights that are happening isolated away from everything else. And Quadrant, in the previous series that we watched them play against Native Red, they were doing an excellent job of backing each other up and always taking fights as a duo or having someone there to pick up the kill. This time around, Space Station has scattered them. It's like the lights turned on and they scattered away.
Let's see what happens here. Seems like the same story since the whole time. And oh my gosh, gets the back smack on Chick, knowing that someone's going to come through the tunnel there. Didn't expect to get a back smack though. Likely expecting to trade just melee damage.
All right, Quadrant has to, I think at this point, you know, I would say slow it down, but most importantly, above all else, just play together, because I think we're seeing them take so many fights separately. I would just want them to play alone here, play together, work with each other, and just try and isolate some of these players here from SSG.
Slows down, like you said. That's got to be a little more helpful here for Quadrant. They also have control of tower. Down by 8, but we're going to see what happens here in these next 10 seconds as we got Camo and new sniper, or Overshield and new sniper popping up. Bound, the first one to go down. Using that playmaker here. Stellar, the MVP, also taken out. Is this going to be the opening that Quadrant needs?
Stellar's job there was to handle all of those pesky players that are going to be coming out of the dummy doors as well as short, but he ends up dying there. And I think we saw an Overshield attempted pop, but then died immediately, and it was picked up by Legend. This is huge now with 7 kills. You can't come back. You get a round of slays on this one, and you're in this matchup.
Yeah, this one is not over yet. We got a sniper. We got an Overshield in the hands of Legend. Now, what can you do with it? He's going to get some kills. It's just how many and how much damage do you take?
He's looking for the mark. Finds one. That's a good target for him. Now Legend's looking for another. The call's been made, so they know that the attention's going to be here. The sniper, the overshield, you know that those comms were coming through there, so they're going to be a little mindful of it, but as I say that, turns out not the case, because Legend's living up to his name. Looking for another shot, but he's going to wisely enough back away. We're now down to 4.
Gap closed down to 4, still has 5 bullets left in the sniper, and they had them
they're all outdoor.
Stuck in the garage. How's Legend play this? He knows that they're all trying towards him. Somehow hits a headshot to Stellar.
But they got to follow it up. They only have 5 kills to catch up on. I say only, but it's 45-40, so if anything, this is where things are going to be a little hairy here. He goes down, pressured! Oh my word, he just hit him with a clothesline from hell. That was amazing. Now he goes looking for another target here, but he does not find it. Instead, it's going to be Chick who gets the mark on his man. 47-42, 3 kills left for SSG.
This is the difficult time. Space Station happy to trade out damage, trade out kills. Right there, just tossing a desperate grenade. Stellar MVP also gets taken down. That's a big opening right here. 3rd player falls down in the form of Bound. They got a spawn trap here over at green. How does Quadrant decide to play it? It looks like they're charging for the kills. This is gonna get some messy spawns, but it could result in 2 free kills there for Quadrant, and it does. Tie game, Golden Boy.
Ruh-roh, Raggy. This isn't good because it looked like Space Station were going to lock up the game, but instead it's Quadrant now coming back. Oh my word, what a win against the MVP. The overshield's going to come up here, but the kill comes through at the last second, and it's 50-48 SSG. Whew, what a game we just saw from Space Station as well as from the boys over in Quadrant. This series has delivered time and time again, and it just started. I feel like it just started.
Insanely close, but it feels like every single time just Quadrant aren't able to get that initial step, that initial lead, that initial maybe even positioning that they need.
It's the initials, right?
It's the very start, the first few minutes, the first third of the game.
What do they do after they successfully start with their opening strat? Because that's what happened this time around. They were able to get 3 kills right out of the gate. You're like, oh, hey, this is looking pretty good for Quadrant. And then you look on the other side, and it's SSG. They're like, you can have those 3 kills. We're gonna get OS, we're gonna get Heatwave, we're gonna get Sniper, and we're just gonna come up in this game. So if anything, I feel like, yeah, you're right. The opening is solid for Quadrant, but it really is like that mid game. They have to bounce back faster, otherwise they find themselves needing to come back yet again.
Yeah, just getting to too many deficits here, but look at this. Legend and Stellar, the 2 top dogs of both these squads. Legend coming out having that engagement, but shortly after his teammates fall, as you see a 3-on-2 over at the tower.
Oh, and those 2 kills came in quick succession, thanks to Penguin and Eco. And there you have it. So, if you see the scoreline here, kind of the tale of the tape for SSG. Close games, still winning. One of the most consistent teams in the league. How do you stop them? You got to do it here, Quadrant. You have to bounce back now. Your only choice is a reverse sweep in order for you to make history for European Halo.
Yeah, reverse sweep is going to be their best chance. However, it needs to start here. Clearly, this is a must-win game. However, stats are not looking as good for Quadrant. When we look at these teams' records here on Recharge King of the Hill, Space Station, 7-2 record. Quadrant, 1-4.
Oof. Can I get an oof in the chat? Man, that's a little rough, won't lie. And I think, if anything, that should give a lot of SSG fans, sigh of relief, but it's Quadrant. And I feel like this team, even though the stats may not be in their favor, they will find a way, Dave.
This Quadrant roster out of Europe has been strategizing so incredibly well. They don't get the same level of practice as we do out here in the US, consistent top teams and top players.
They've been out here the whole time.
And one thing
now.
we have, they've been out here for a couple of weeks. They've been grinding. I believe they did a boot camp out in Texas. And one thing to take away is we always keep talking about how these other teams are picking apart the strategies and adjusting to what Quadrant have been doing and taking away the stronghold strats. We have been talking about what have Quadrant been doing behind the scenes to fix maybe some errors on something like King of the Hill or Recharge King of the Hill. So let's see if they can come through here on game number 3, fix up anything that's been going wrong in the past, and start a historic reverse sweep because they need this game or they are getting down to the elimination bracket.
Some of the players to keep an eye on here, even though Chick had a few moments of brilliance in game 1, you also got to look at the man who does it all, Penguin, who just handles the business, gets the kills, gets the caps, does everything that you need on this team. Dave.
Also, I'm like, we did Chick dirty here. It's like, hey, Chick, look at the camera for this. Like, is this good? Am I gonna be looking at a great shot here? Like, no, we're gonna put like bad stats next to you in that one.
But that is a good smoldering headshot, though.
It's a great headshot. Don't get me wrong, but like, if he knew, if we knew we were gonna put next to some stats where it's like doesn't reflect how incredible a player he is, he would have put a different face.
Now think about it like this: imagine him looking like me, and then looking like him with those stats. I'd rather take him looking like that with those stats than me. All right, could be it. A 3-0 sweep on the table, or the start of a historic reverse sweep. We'll find out in just a little bit, or it could very well be a 3-1, which in that case, forget the narrative. But I do think that no matter what happens here, this one will go down to the wire. because King of the Hill we've seen some insane games on top. And what an opening here for SSG, shutting down the players pushing over toward blue side and just denying them any kind of positioning whatsoever.
They did a 3-1 charge. They sent 3 members of Space Station through control. 1 player holding out in the center, getting ready to grab camo after. And because of it, they just ran through all these players at Quadrant into the control and Hydro.
An incredibly scary start here for Quadrant, if we're being honest with ourselves. That is not what they wanted, especially after these last 2 maps. But they were waiting, trying to suss out where this camo player is going to be, and they did identify Stellar, but they'll continue to hold this one down. Now here comes the opportunity for the push. As Stellar got an angle, he thought that there was a player going to be top tower, but instead he ends up being caught looking on that one.
Yeah, he also did what I would categorize in early Halo as like, you see a grenade and if you slip past a grenade explosion, you know you are past what they're expecting. Like there's a lot of times if you see someone throw a grenade and you slip past it, you might as well take that avenue because someone's gonna be looking away. So he saw the opportunity, took it because it was given, and then kind of put himself in the corner. It's like, oh man, like I don't know if I actually want to be here now.
Yeah, it's those little moments, right, where you think you have the right call, the right play. Even in that instance there, Bound, he was just doing everything he could to just try and stop SLG from getting inside of the tower, but SLG's running rough shot on everyone, gets himself a triple kill.
Huge trip. Now he's going back to block Hydra a little bit and now getting ready to help over on elevator side. Feels like this is coming out a little delayed though. Doesn't seem like Quadrant have as much support to shoot towards this pistol pit or towards Needler as his team's trying to grab this hill. And now they're back in, but at what cost? They had a full set. They could have been anywhere they want, and they aren't grabbing that time. They gave Space Station all the time to push out, and they got all the kills now.
Yep, sure did. They got 2 down, 3 down now, with Chick being the last player left alive. Is anyone going to be there to try and stop this? Camo's been secured now yet again for SSG. There has been a kill there from Chick, but he's going to die immediately after that. Seek off the respawn.
Overkill for Bound.
Overkill for Bound is going to lock down that first point, and SSG is on the board.
Space Station not only on the board, but they have control of the next hill. Eco realizing pressure coming from this direction, so he's going to rotate on over towards the pipes and see what he can find. Gets the first few shots on SLG and finishes the kill.
They had to eliminate that camo player though, and they did identify where he was. Eco, not long for this world, with that power item in his hand. Oh, that's unfortunate for Bound, losing that battle in the Whirlpool. Happens to the best of us though. Big win there for Chick. Does get taken out with a remote detonation that comes through with the shots on the other side, so clever play there for sure. SSG looking to remove Quadrant from this back portion of the site, but with those 2 kills coming in, I don't really see that happening unless that player on the flank can have an answer, and he does.
Looking at that POV though, you saw Penguin looking towards SLG. You saw Bound chasing SLG. SLG got a double kill and had the remaining 2 members looking his direction. You can't ask for more of a distraction and support from one of your teammates than what we just witnessed there.
Yeah, and all in an effort to just pull this attention. So well done, excuse me, by the one and only SLG, who's had what an incredible career, for being completely frank with you, in European Halo. Continues to add on to his accolades here, but unfortunately, SSG does not care about your accolades, as they'll go ahead and punch you right in the mouth. They don't care. They'll grab whatever they need, and they do just that. So this is going to be SSG now with control. They have shock rifle over toward long haul. Spawns are coming over toward elevator, and this push is going to have to come through, but they're going to be met with a lot of resistance, Dave.
Yeah, this one's going to be tough. I mean, they know the spawns are on an elevator, and look at this slight repositioning. Stellar in the perfect spot before when they were all stuck over at elevator, realizing that the push hadn't come through, and then rotates over towards Sneaky. Now just delaying and doing so much damage, eventually takes out Chick.
That camo's still available as well. No one's gone for it. 2 players down now, only 1 down for SSG. And yet again, it's going to be SSG grabbing the camouflage and using it to great effect here. It's been pretty much the name of the game for them in this one, where they have controlled the power items completely. Quadrant have not had any opportunity to be able to use those. And this is very well going to be that second point locked in if they can manage to get a body in there in time, which they should be able to. But even then, though, these spawns are going to be on the opposite side, and that is 2.
Look at how one step ahead Space Station are there. They realized those players were pushing the pipes to get an angle from Bat Ledge or from top goal, and they meet them over at the pipes. They fight them at the pipes where they're not even expecting the battle.
Yeah, because you would think at that time the rotation's going to come through, but then this is when your opportunity to push. SSG had a great read on that, and they're going to be benefiting greatly from this. And they're already at the halfway point, Dave. This is looking like utter domination from SSG, not what I was expecting at all.
And that has to hurt so much from Quadrant too, because during that last push where they pushed out the pipes, they spawned at elevator. They said, we're going to make one last ditch effort to try to stop this C-plat hill. They leave elevator, they push towards pipe, they push towards control, they get wiped, and then they lose the elevator spawns. And because of that, Space Station got half of the hill captured immediately.
Yeah, but just as, you know, they were able to do that, that last play managed to get Quadrant a little bit back into this. The issue is, it never really felt like they were playing from a position of strength. Whereas SSG knew exactly what they wanted to do as they made that push happen and they locked this one down. They can get this third point and it seems like no one's going to be in a position to stop it. They have not been able to extend outside of it just yet, but it doesn't matter. They got the third point and SSG's on the path.
Quadrant need to step it up here and now.
This is it.
The only answer they really have at this point is they need to match firepower with firepower. They're getting outslayed currently 41 kills to 31 kills in this game. So if they want to have a chance here, they really need to start slaying because objective efficiency only does so much. That's generally when you're around even slays. Clearly, Space Station getting the better of them right now. Sika with this camo. Let's see what he can do to help create this opening. They're in a good spot to capture this fourth point, but they have to do that not just here. They have to do 3 more points in a row.
Oh, he's going to get that nade. Big kill. Does he get the other one as well, though? No, he does not. He was so focused on that player, making himself such a hard target for Eco. Just yet again showing why he's had so much success in Halo here and trying to go. Oh, my goodness. He had no idea. He's letting him know. He's letting him know what's really good.
And those are heartbreakers. A situation where Legend assumed he was getting a back smack. Bound is checking every single corner and getting another back smack over on the Sika.
This is it's a carnival at this point. They're having a great time. Someone get some corn dogs. Want to go into a Ferris wheel, Dave? I don't know. It seems like Space Station's having a great time out here, doing whatever the hell they want and getting away with murder.
The only Ferris wheels I've been seeing is Golden Boy's BR reticle going round and round these players.
Hell, no one can windmill like me. 3 points here, Space Station Gaming. Eco still getting the kill even though he's flying away. And I think that SSG is feeling rather confident at this point in time. They have every right to be, given the positioning where they are. And the fact that Quadrant have really just struggled to be able to get inside of blue. This is a difficult one. And then on top of that, you remember you're going to rotate to a new hill, which gets even more challenging. You're really just asking a lot from Quadrant here, and SSG's hitting everything.
Yeah, Quadrant have no choice but to try. And 3 members down, Sika's the only one alive. Don't have many more push opportunities here. You have to not only push, you have to get Eco out of this hill. Then you have to jump in yourself and save as much time as you can. Penguin has camo. Time on Penguin's side. He's totally fine to run around somewhere else. Flank, get a kill. 0 damage come out of Legend there for a trade melee, and that is going to be devastating.
They're waiting for when that camel's going to drop down, which he does at the perfect time. For SSG, they get inside. They only have a few more to go. With that camo in, this is going to lock it up. And consistency is the name of the game as SSG strap a rocket ship to the winners finals once again at a Halo World Championship. SSG do it unlike anyone else, Dave. Truly.
Consistent all season long.
How is it you just like show up, you land, and then you're like, oh, by the way, we're gonna get top 3. that's nuts.
Guaranteed top 3, and we're not even to 4 p.m. here yet on Saturday, so SSG gotta be feeling good.
Quadrant, on the other hand, certainly.
They had their chances, those 2 games so close.
Yeah, you're right.
Just some slow starts on those 2. Game 3, stats not totally in their favor. We knew that one was going to be a struggle to come back, but you know, you lose some games that you maybe should win, or some close ones against SSG. It's gonna be tough to expect to take that series.
Well, and I also think too, like, we knew it was gonna be a struggle, but I did not expect SSG to control the map the way that they did. Quadrant looked as if they spawned up and they're like, all right, boys, what are we gonna do? And then everyone's just like there, waiting to do something. And they just couldn't, because SSG, every single time they had a thought, SSG was just on them, like white on rice. It's just, it's So impressive. I cannot continue to speak better about SSG and what they've managed to accomplish this year in competitive Halo. Very few teams in esports have been able to be as consistent as they are.
Yeah, they've just put on such performance, and what a domination of a overall scoreline. Yes, games 1 and 2 were close, but they got me feeling good. It's a 3-0. They're going into the winners bracket finals, guaranteed top 3, and you know they have their sights set on #1 here at Halo Worlds 2023.
And it's very, very doable for this team. Let's go ahead and hear from them because we got Bound standing by with the man Blaze himself. Blaze, take it away, brother.
Thank you so much, GM Walshy. Seattle, give it up for Space Station Gaming as they go to the winners finals. Man, Bound, what a 3-0 that was on the main stage against a talented Quadrant roster that we've been seeing all weekend. Now, in those first 2 maps, it was really close. It looked like they were starting to make a comeback. Which one were y'all kind of worried about the most? Was it the Slayer, the Strongholds? They both got kind of scary at the end.
I mean, to be a top team, you can't really worry too much in those moments. You know, that's what makes you a good team. When you feel the pressure, you know, you just got to turn into a diamond. So that's what we did and close it out. So, yeah.
Hey, there you go. You closed it out. Okay, now, in this event, I gave your teammate Stellar the trophy for the most valuable player of the whole season. Now, we know he's a man of few words, but can you talk to me about the impact that he's been making here for this team this year?
I've seen things like I do in this game that I've never seen, like, ever. Like, when we scrim every day, my mouth is just open, just like, I just see him do the craziest shit every day. So, yeah, he deserves it, for sure.
Nah, he definitely did deserve it, okay? Now, you guys are going to the winners finals. You don't know who you're going to play yet, but what do you want these Space Station fans to know in the crowd that's been cheering like no other for you guys throughout this event? And I know you guys are going wild in the chat. You guys love Space Station? Talk to him.
Love you guys. Thank you. It's awesome. Thank you. We should have had last event. We're still on our shoulder thinking about that in our minds. So we'll close this one out, get this one, get the ring. Let's go.
All right, I'm going to let you get back to work. Give it up for Space Station Gaming. Lottie, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. What a love of Space Station fans. I love that. Coming out in full force, we had a taste of that in their hometown series win. I mean, absolutely incredible. And I got to say, that series spoke for itself for me. I think Space Station Gaming looking really good because Quadrant are no easy foe to go against. That opposition is always going to be challenging you. And we saw that in the first 2 maps, but that map 3, Wes, was an absolute clinic. What did we make of the kind of momentum that Space Station Gaming gained throughout that series and then really just started to post up in that 3rd one?
Yeah, so far throughout this tournament, SSG keep looking better, and better every single game. That last game was an absolute clinic. They wrote the book on how to play Recharge King of the Hill there, but this entire series, even though individuals on Quadrant made plays, it really never seemed like they had life to play with. Space Station are suffocating when they get control. Everyone on SSG was making plays. The snipe falling into anyone's hands, especially in this live fire Slayer, was truly the difference maker for SSG.
It certainly was indeed. And Tony, those final moments of this Slayer were heartbreaking for Quadrant. We saw Legend really popping off here. Background, he had the tower control, he pushed forward, we managed to get in-house, but then this incredible win. He then peeks this window and Penguin is sniped up here and that double kill comes across the board, or sorry, a team double kill comes across the board quicker than you could even blink. I mean, it was absolutely heartbreaking for Quadrant. Talk to me about those final moments, what you're thinking there for Space Station keeping cool, calm, collected.
I mean, for Quadrant, like, even when things are going well for you, there's somehow still something happens that turns it around, whether it's the end of that game number 2 or even the end of this game number, or the beginning of this game number 3. Space Station up 1-0 in that game. You saw all of Quadrant kind of rotate over toward the A side, get ready for next hill. What do SSG do? They step out of the hill, grab camouflage, break that settle quickly, and then take over, end up turning the 2-0 into a 3-0, and then we saw what happened. Just nothing really going Quadrant's way. SSG had control.
Certainly wasn't, Wes. You know, you're looking across the stats here. What impresses you the most when you look at these numbers?
It's the same story, but a different day for Quadrant. Legend absolutely popping off, was winning some major key one-on-ones that you would think would give Quadrant some life. Not the case. Bound had one hell of a series, but who stuck out to me the most was Eco. Eco, in so many different plays, was maximizing his damage output before getting taken down, and it just allows the rest of SSG to have so much success. But it really is a 4-man legendary team that makes this SSG team such a threat for this championship.
Completely. I actually love the way that Eco goes about his playstyle. I think it is an incredible playstyle. Maximizing damage, like you said, across the map makes cleanups really, really easy, but often he has an incredible shot and he will get those shots off easily. Double kills, triple kills. We've seen him pop a 50 on oddball before this season. I mean, it's just been absolutely insane to watch him, I think, continuously grow as a competitor, despite the history that this guy's had as well. But it really is effortless when we go on to Eco's POV. Absolutely incredible from Space Station. I think, Tony, at this point in time, I want to ask you about Quadrant. Obviously, they go down to the elimination bracket. There's still a really good chance for them to make a serious run here. What do you think they need to clean up on? You know, they're meeting really, really good teams like Space Station. What do they now need to do to try and get the one-up?
I mean, honestly, I'm not going to hang my head low if I'm Quadrant. I mean, SSG, it's a tough matchup for you, and eventually you got to kind of GG, go next, hit that mental reset button, get down to the lower bracket, and do what you do best. You already have such great decision-making. You already know how to get aggressive and take over games when it's possible. Quadrant do what it takes in order to win. Now it's time to forget this happened, go down to the lower bracket, and do what you do.
I'm going to give a different answer. If I'm Quadrant, I don't feel good because right now we all talk about how Quadrant has championship aspirations and we know how much talent they have and how much hard work they put in, but you had your chance against Faze, you couldn't get it done. You had your chance against SSG, you couldn't get it done. Well, you're at the World Championship. Eventually, you got to start beating these teams if you have championship aspirations. It's not going to happen if you can't beat two of the three best teams in the world. We've seen them beat Optic, but you got to figure out a way to have success against the other teams or there's no chance you win a championship.
I like the conflict here. We love to see that kind of thing on the desk, but you are right about one thing, Wes, and that it is the Halo World Championships. And for you folks at home, that means our World Championship bundle can be yours. Absolutely gorgeous stuff here. We have so many items for you guys to get your hands on. We've got coatings for 8 different cores here. We've got victory wings. They're available from October 3rd to the 31st only, so they're limited time. Make sure you go and pick those up. And of course, a portion of all sales during this period will go to the winning team of the Halo World Championships here 2023. These are absolutely gorgeous. I'm not gonna lie, the effects on these are outstanding. We're seeing incredible effects happening throughout Halo Infinite at the moment. Armor's never looked so good, Wes.
No, they haven't. And I tried to convince the studio to put a 10% speed buff on that skin specifically, a little pay to win, but they went against it. I was like really pushing for it, but unlucky there. They did make me feel like I'm going faster when I rock them in-house though.
That is very true. They probably do give you some kind of mental buff, you know? Sometimes you need
placebo
those.
effect.
Exactly, placebo effect indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, we have so much more action coming your way on the main stage. After this break, we will see our next semi-final in the winners brackets. And folks, it's a grudge match. We've got Optic versus Faze coming up right up.
The Halo World Championship 2023 is presented by AMD, the Marines, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, and by Zowie.
killed by Rich's face-off.
Faze clan, 10 in a row for Royal 2.
He's Royal 2.
Oh, and Gilkey's heating up. Gilkey's cooking.
A triple kill out of Cormia.
The triple's in front of him if he wants it. Jesus is cooking once more.
Penguin again.
He wants it.
Killing frenzy for Eco.
That's going to be a triple kill for Formal.
The green wall stands tall once more. Your champions here in forward.
Spurs for the double. Beware of the dog because he's vicious right now.
Woo. Double kill for Boo Boo. TJ showing why he's a world champion.
1 kill to go here, and C9 will win the series.
Great, my God, put on a show.
Cloud9 doing 50 to 48.
Glory picks up a big double.
Jimbo puts a couple of extra bullets in as well.
Oh! Has Sniper in his name for a reason.
The future is threatened by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
The future of our species is at great risk. Master Chief and the other Spartans are our only hope.
Hello, Master Chief.
Silver team, on me.
Hello folks and welcome back to your 2023 Halo World Championships at the home of Halo, Seattle, Washington. It is getting very litty in here, folks. We have a large crowd. We just saw Space Station take a 3-0 dub against Quadrant. Incredible stuff for the SSG fans, and they will go on in our winners bracket side of things to hopefully meet another potential opponent to knock down to that elimination bracket too. I'm joined by Clutch and Tony on the desk. Lads, I mean, some of the plays that are coming out of day 2 and honestly day 1 yesterday are just incredible. Truly, truly elite stuff. But honestly, all season long, we've had some incredible plays. And we want to look back at how amazing those plays have been. And all weekend long, we'll be showing you some of our absolute favorites from this season. So here's another AMD Power Play of the Year.
Used to do that all the time in Halo 3 is take rockets, give up OS, and looks like they decide just to hold this training sesh rocket side, and look at that double kill from Formal, making a triple as he gets a snipe on Sab. That's gonna be a cap coming in, and it's an overkill. Back smack for the overkill.
So Optic tied up 1-1 Rebellion. They tried as they might to stop Optic in Tram, but they just couldn't do the job, and now Formal has the Bulldog, gets the double kill, and they are pushing aggressively as it's a triple now for Formal. He wants more! Give it to him!
Oh! Formal hits the kill-tacular!
20 seconds left on the game clock. It will have to be back-to-back. It will have to be perfect. But again, you've got to deal with Formal. He'll find 1, he'll find 2, making a triple Formal! 3 dead, he shuts down SSG single-handedly!
Formy hits different, huh? Damn, I've got to say my favorite line in that is, give it to him. That is absolutely incredible. We love to see some of the incredible plays that have happened all season long. And yeah, Formal just hits different at times, and it's going to be that kind of X factor, that kind of I don't know, that just historic FPS god, I suppose, instinct is coming across the stage that might actually carry them to another dub here very shortly. But really exciting stuff, including, of course, our championship bracket, which has started here, day 2 of the Halo World Championship. On the winner's side of things, Optic, they find themselves in the semi-finals going up against Faze, who are also looking to take down the green wall. And then you saw Space Station going up against Quadrant, who will now push through to the winner's finals, sending Quadrant, you guessed it, down to the elimination bracket, where we do have some other competitors waiting in the wings to see if they can continue their journey here at the HaloWC. Now, Quadrant, they'll find themselves in the elimination quarterfinals, and we're still waiting to see who will join them. Sentinels is going up against Shopify Rebellion, and Native Red on the other side of this elim bracket going up against Na'Vi. So, you know, I think honestly still strong contenders here who are still in the mix, and the elimination bracket is always a really mixy one. It's a really difficult situation. You have to have a really good head on your shoulders to be able to push through mentally, but I'm really excited about a couple of these matchups here. Sentinels, do you think they have what it takes to beat Shopify Rebellion after honestly a couple of difficult series that they had?
Absolutely. I would still give Sentinels the nod in that series, but Shopify is a very live dog. I can't tell you which ways that's going to go, and honestly, the way Na'Vi's playing, look out for Native Red versus Na'Vi to be a great series as well. If Native Red are not on their A game, Na'Vi can very well create that upset and possibly get a top 6 performance, their best performance yet at this World Championship.
They certainly could indeed. Well, let's set up our next match on the main stage. It is a grudge match right from the beginning of the year. Back in Charlotte, these two found themselves in the grand finals, and yet again, they're facing off on the main stage. Let's start with the boys in red, Faze. This team could not get the better of Optic the last time they played, but I think they're a different breed at the moment. Tony, what are you making of this roster, the changes that they've made, the adaptations that they've had coming into this Halo World Championship?
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why you brought in Renegade onto this roster, and it's to win this tournament right here, right now. Everything's on the line, and I want to see Faze come in hot. I want to see exactly, I mean, the last time we ran into Optic, it was a little tough, so definitely want to see Faze come out swinging that game number 1 and really don't turn back from there.
I've got to say, Clutch, this first map is so important for this Faze roster. The last time they played this exact map and mode, which is Solitude Strongholds, it was 250 to 10, a really abysmal kind of scoreline for this Faze roster, and something you probably wouldn't have expected. How important is this map 1 going to be?
I think it sets the tone for the entire series, and if Optic can get off on the right foot, that's bad news for Faze. Faze need to figure out a way to not start some of these series slow, because so often do we see them going down 0-1, 0-2, and having to dig themselves out of a hole, and they are playing possibly what I would consider is the strongest starting team in our league in Optic Gaming.
Yeah, they certainly are indeed. On the other side of the stage, though, lit up in green with the green wall, watching them hopefully taking a dub in this series is, of course, Optic Gaming. Now, Tony, when it comes to Optic, this is the 4th time they're matching up with Faze this year. They have managed to win the majority of these matchups and meets. But this is also going to be a difficult one because this map set actually is pretty crazy for both sides. So right now, I think the iciest will win. Do you think Optic are icy enough?
I think Optic really are. I mean, as of right now, you've been looking polished all tournament long, and like you said, this map layout really favors you. 250 to 10 the last time you matched up. Then you end up going into live fire for game number 2, which is exactly what Optic want to see. Optic must be feeling confident on their way to the winners bracket finals.
They certainly should be. I think the scoreline kind of dictates their confidence level, and right now it's been pretty golden. We also do have a Strongholds head-to-head here, just because of how important this map 1 really is. And Clutch, when we're looking at some of the statistics that are going to be coming up on the screen in just a second, what are you looking out for in particular? When you are looking at head-to-heads in a map mode, what really stands out?
Traditionally, it's those objectives, but right now, this Solitude Strongholds, it's still the newest game type that we've added to the rotation list, and I think that the meta will evolve over time to where a lot of these numbers are going to be skewed and outdated. I'd like to see something new as far as what the meta for this map mode combination is, kicking it off. What a better way to show some new meta and a surprise potentially that throws off your opponent than in this winners bracket semifinals against what I would assume is the biggest rival you have in the esports.
Yeah, indeed. I've also got to say, for the side of Optic Gaming, they really do have a serious contender in Formal. I mean, it really is such a difference maker to this team. Just a couple of stats here, Tony. In Worlds right now, he's #1 overall KD with a 1.68. He's also #1 in damage difference, #1 in Slayer KD, #1 in kills per game, #1 in Slayer damage difference per game, and #1 in oddball damage difference per game. How many more #1s do you want other than really getting the 1-up over Faze, right?
I mean, you did call him the FPS god for a reason. I mean, Formal is the real deal. And when's the last time Formal had a performance like this? Fort Worth, where they ended up winning. I mean, at Fort Worth, he was sitting with a 1.48 KD, 68.5% actually almost every single game. Like you said, the numbers that you put out there so far in this tournament really remind me of what we saw back at Fort Worth, where Optic Gaming were your champion.
Yeah, that's what else #1 Formal wants. The only #1 Formal cares about is being #1 tomorrow night at the end, after the grand finals. This team, this kid has an opportunity to create their legacy, to continue to build what is this Optic dynasty that we have been a part of. #1 is what matters most, and I think that's my favorite part about Formal, is the fact that no matter what, he is always focused on what it takes to win. Yes, he's great at slaying. Yes, he's a highlight reel waiting to happen, but he is always playing to win the game, and I think that that's what makes this Optic team so efficient when they have the power they do.
100%, and just to be devil's advocate here on the side of Faze though, let's just remember the warm-up tournament that we had coming into Worlds. Let's remember the scrim results that we're seeing coming out of Faze, the adjustments that these guys have made. You know, they did 3-0 Optic the last time they met online, and you know, this is something that you want to kind of consider coming into this matchup. I truly believe that from the comparison of Fort Worth, we're seeing kind of a different Faze team here, just in terms of what they've been working on in West. I do think this is going to be a lot of a stronger matchup now for Faze than it was previously.
Yeah, that 3-0 at Fort Worth, throw that out the window, because every time these two teams match up, something different happens, and this Faze team has put in so much work coming into this tournament preparing for an opportunity at another world championship for these guys. It's not often you see two teams on both sides of the stage with such ambitions, with such expectations. Both of these teams expect to hoist that trophy at the end of this weekend. They match up in a winner's bracket semifinals. This could be our grand finals as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, buckle in. This is gonna be a ride.
I gotta say you're right, buckle in, because we're there. We're getting to the main stage right now. Optic versus Faze is happening right now.
It's a full house here in Seattle for the biggest game we've had on the main stage so far this tournament. It's one which has given us so many different results throughout the year, but in the winner's side of the bracket at the Halo World Championships, we see Optic and Faze match up once more.
You heard the Dev saying that this is one of the matches that we came for this weekend, and that we could definitely see again in your grand finals. Optic Gaming versus Faze Clan. Neither of these teams want to drop to the elimination bracket, certainly not this early, and they're going to have their eyes on a winner's final, but first they need to get through one another. Here's a look at your series layout.
Solitude going to be our first map we play. Bit of strongholds to get into the rhythm of this series. Slayer Live Fire going to be map number 2, one that Faze are extremely good at. As we work our way through the series, we'll see a lot more map mode combinations, but as I mentioned, this is where things will start. Solitude Strongholds, 250 points to win here. Faze Optic, I've got to be honest, Andy, kind of excited for this one.
Very excited here to have these two face off, especially on the main stage of the Halo World Championship. We always knew they would meet each other. The question is, who will take the win in the winner's bracket? This is your winner's semifinal. El Clasico. Faze here versus Optic Gaming. We are underway in game number 1.
Here we go then, everybody. The one that everyone's been waiting for, and maybe we're getting it a little bit earlier than we expected. Both teams still in the winner's side. And both teams, you could say with their performances as well, made a pretty good argument for maybe being a team to lift that trophy at the end of Sunday's tournament. Be going to be the point of contention, as you would imagine. Optic down numbers at the moment, but trying to flood through.
So much riding here on this series, you really cannot overstate it. And both teams know it. Neither one wanting to be the one that has to fight through the loser's bracket to get into your grand finals. To have to win a second best of 7. Staying alive here in the winners is huge, as it was 3 dead for Optic Gaming off the open. Trip cap early on here for Faze Clan.
Trip cap and Optic still with 2 dead. Trippy wins his 1v1 against Snakebite. Lucy going to be trying to back him up, and it looks like the wrap back into A is going to be the play call here from Optic Gaming, just to stem the bleeding for a few seconds. Oh, Frosty found himself a sniper rifle, and I've got to be honest, I've been waiting for Frosty to have the performance we're talking about at the end of a tournament so far this season. It's been the likes of Renegade, it's been Snakebite at times who's been that guy. Frosty, we know what he's all about. The World Championships is the perfect stage for him to perform.
Yeah, scary for Optic Gaming fans to think about if you have Frosty kind of dialed in, firing on all fronts, what he might look like here this weekend. An AB hold still for Optic Gaming as they get some points on the board.
Trippy going to be last alive though, so that should be a flip coming in, you would imagine. Unless Trippy can survive. Oh, Snakebite! There's some moves that anyone would be proud of. Still keeps the contest on B as his 2 teammates.
And the trade too.
Will work through and keep A and C in their control. It's a triple cap again. Here for Faze Clan.
Enormous play from Snakebite there to not only win the 1v1, but also to force the trade there. Huge, and that keeps 3 dead as well. Trip cap continues for Faze here at the 85 mark.
And this could be punishing. We know how punishing this map mode combination can be. All of Optic at the moment trapped in blue, trying to work out if they play for kills or if they try and rotate back and stem the bleeding by getting control of A. That seems to be the play call, but look at what Faze are doing here, Andy. They're keeping the pressure on. They're trying to get aggressive here and take the kills towards Optic, where they're trying to get back on the map.
You might have just heard a Let's Go Optic chant in the building, but still an AB hold here for Faze, and they will continue scoring at the 122 mark as well.
They're rotating them at the moment, and Frosty with that QT is going to be able to survive. His teammates are moving in. Snakebite's there. Royal 2 is there as well. Lucid last alive, and Faze have started this game incredibly well. 136 points on the board. Snakebite's still alive, by the way. Frosty there to help.
And this matchup, of course, on the main stage, it goes without saying, the biggest test for these 2 teams so far, but we're also learning about what have the past 6 weeks looked like in terms of world prep. Right now, it looks like Faze has done the work to show up in a big way. They're still up 142 to 15.
Trying to flip C as well. Royal 2 staying alive. Sniper rifle coming up. Faze will be able to confirm that seat capture and keep the scoring in their favor. And now we get to see a little bit of Renegade, and APG is not going to want to see that again.
What a treat this is. You look at all 8 players on the stage. Former last player alive, by the way, getting collapsed on glass. He does get taken down as well. That's a clean 4 dead and another trip cap for Faze. You look at all 8 names on the stage. Anyone can go off at any time, but right now it's Renegade with a killing spree.
Line them up. Renegade's going to keep knocking them down. A double kill coming in from the Demon. A triple cap still in effect. APG has 1 kill. Formal just 3. Lucid just 3. Frosty Sound 10, and Faze are dominating Optic.
Speaking of Demon, this is some special sort of hell for Optic Gaming fans.
He's going to hit it.
Oh boy, you think he needed maybe just a fraction of a second to do it. He does get taken down though. 216 to 17. It's a 200-point lead for Faze.
Finally, Optic have a semblance of control, but the pressure's still coming in. The contest still comes in. And even though the body comes in, Royal 2 will still win the battle. They reset bottom middle once again, Faze, and they keep scoring. Royal 2 now trying to contest bottom middle. Optic again, 3 dead. Faze again in full control. APG will fall as the last player alive, and even though C is going to be momentarily kind of contested by Optic, it will be reset. Now it's a triple cap once more. This is getting out of hand, and Faze are looking terrifying.
APG was your last player alive in that scenario. All players spawning here in Cafe. Few points to go for Faze.
This is going to be it. Unless Optic can get anywhere near this hill, they cannot do it. Faze FaZe lay down a marker in game number 1. That was terrifying.
250 to 17 with a final slay count of 44 kills for Faze against Optic's 19. More than outslaying them by double. That is quite a statement from Faze Clan here on the main stage.
Solitude, strongholds, can be unforgiving. If you're on top of everything, if your teamwork is there, if the shots are matching. And Faze showing that they are feeling unforgiving here at the Halo World Championships. It's game number 1, of course. There's a long way to go in this series. But if this is the Faze we expect to see here in Seattle, if they keep playing like that, they might be unstoppable.
Like we said, the question was always going to be who's done the hard work. You had about 6 weeks of time between Fort Worth and the Halo World Championship. A lot of time to study gameplay, to put in the reps on the game types that you needed. FaZe Clan was ready for this game type here. The scoreboard shows it without a doubt. Also the plays that we saw, the control, the sequences. And as you saw, also the highlight reel clips from the players on FaZe. They show up in a big way. And now Optic Gaming needs to answer back here in game number 2.
These are some game mode records from the 2023 season, including the 2 teams that are playing on our main stage right now. Of course, these are going to be the next 3 modes that we do play. Slayer, FaZe Clan, just ahead of Optic Gaming. 40 and 15. How many of those have been game 5s throughout this year? Slayer's going to, of course, be the next map we find ourselves playing, or should I say the next mode we find ourselves playing as game number 2 in our series. And Live Fire is going to be where we find ourselves.
We know Optic Gaming with a strong live fire record, but they've kind of ebbed and flowed since the early days of Halo Infinite when they were undefeated on this map. They are back to a fantastic record overall on live fire, and they will need to rely on that here in game number 2 to avoid going down 2-0. We're starting things off Renegade in game number 2.
Renegade challenging multiple players. Snake right there to keep him alive. Slides out, slides away. And of course, the battle for the overshield is pretty much, you would imagine, what's going to decide this game between the 2 when they're so evenly matched. And Renegade sneaks away with a sniper rifle. That's Heatwave Snipe in the hands of FaZe. And after the impressive game 1 that we just saw coming out of the FaZe clan, well, this has been an impressive start in game 2 as well.
You had to pick one thing. You wouldn't want these 2 power weapons in hands of players like Renegade as well as Royal 2. Also Snakebite with an overshield and a 5-1 lead. FaZe with everything to play with.
Danger signs here for Optic Gaming. Repulsives as well here for Snakebite. APG going to fly out. APG will be dealt with, you would imagine, but no! He uses that dummy for just long enough to get his teammates onto the map. Renegade there to trade out the kill with that snipe. 3 bullets left for the Demon. The question is it going to be headshots or is it going to be bodies?
7-3 here early on. An opportunity here, FaZe Clan here, see if they can continue on with this lead.
Cut OS. You guys should go, right? You guys go, right? Yeah, let's wrap back BJ. Yeah, let's wrap back BJ. You're just hiding a B right now. Oh, let me Apple. Let me get the BJ, come back. Yeah, Apple. Just show this. Let me try to get picks. We got OB in 30 as well. Yo, PJ, come bottom mid. We're just walking. We're just walking. Tell me. Yo, I'm gonna slide this. In the van with repulsor. I'm gonna walk up in the van, okay? Yeah, they have Heatwave and repulsor. Remember, they're probably playing cringe as fuck right now. Yeah. I got 20. Yep, there he is. Bottom mid weak. Nice, scammer. Yo, I'm back now. Yeah, make that sink. OB 50. Yo, killed me bottom mid. Chasing. One. Nice. One more key. What a key. And OV in tunnel. And on spawn B, guys. Still, you want to Screens bomb mid. What screens? Are you done? Holy fuck! Nice. Shoot over. Yeah, look guys. He's on me. I'm looking at Nice. Skeeter. Sniper's out too, by the way. A flat. Nice. Yo, we got him. Going to take guy with you. There's two. I'm here. I'm flanking, guys. Yo, Pan, you guys dummies. Two dummies. Yo, PJ, try to go check E-Wave if we can too. Follow me. I like that. Can we check E-Wave? Yeah, I like that. He's on a P. One check heater, PJ. One check heater. Yeah, I can't get him. I got him here. One A flat, guys. Yo, Matt, we're not pushing. Take your time. PJ, no death. PJ, yeah, we got sniper 20. They probably have Heatwave, guys. No, yo, big sniper. No. Hey, what's up now? Nice, John. Big snipe, guys. Big snipe.
I have you.
Yeah,
snipe
in
15.
I left
John,
you guys.
John, did you have your big door?
Why did double cuts with you?
No, I'm trying to sit top on the middle.
Matt, help John. Lead me there.
Yo,
I'm just gonna keep watching.
Watch my top middle. Do not make sure I get sniped. 5. They have one big door.
Yo, Matt, I'm watching left. Okay, just keep holding that. I'm watching left.
Yeah, 5 to the right. White wall have, John. 2 to there, John. 2 there, White wall.
I'm getting shard, guys.
2 left, not to the left.
Yeah,
Aggressive.
Nice, dude.
Alright, live now.
Yo, careful of a push. Yo, 2 left.
Yeah, when it cuts.
Right here. I'm looking.
When it cuts.
Top cuts, loose.
When it cuts.
2 cuts. They're gonna look like they're on back to door.
We can't get those kills.
Elbow.
He's up on tower, John.
I killed one.
Sweet man tower.
You did, yes. Last guy,
On C-Pod on John's.
You're VIP. He's cut, Sean.
John is VIP right now.
He went back door.
Brett, can I get this repulse?
Yeah.
Try to...
Yeah, Matt.
Pillar door.
Can you move, Mac?
I'm gonna die.
Back. Stay right here. Yeah. Yo, garage CP. Yeah, I'm kind of weak.
I'm just sharing your back. Turn out, guys. They're hitting out.
Well, the intensity is there for Faze. Formal gets 2 to keep this a little bit closer. Now Renegade left on his own after some pretty nice shots just a few seconds ago.
Will eventually play both the Heatwave and the Sniper Rifle. Wisely done, however, what looked like a Faze lead and a go-ahead lead has now been reduced to just 1, and just like that, tied for just a moment as well here. Chaos on C plat, bottom mid. Frosty trying to stay alive in a 1v1 versus Lucid.
I mean, we need to talk about how good Optic have been, right? Because we were talking about Faze, how well they started the game. They were getting everything, overshield, Sniper Rifle, Heatwave. But Optic have gone into a lead. They didn't let those deaths start to stack up. They didn't get cycled. And even though Renegade has found the next overshield again for Faze, look at how hard he's having to work to take down Formal. Formal is giving him problems. Formal stays alive. And Optic keep this game tied up.
A perfect bait from Formal. I think everyone was wondering the same thing. Can Formal stay alive on the overshield pillar while he gets help from tower? That's exactly what he did, and you put it perfectly marked there. Somehow, Optic Gaming, they have not had snipe, overshield, or the heatwave. However, they find a 20-20 lead here. Enormous effort from them, despite incredible communication, incredible coordination as well, from FaZe Clan during that listen-in. Just having all of their bases covered, it has not resulted in a lead.
Now you have to wonder what's going to happen if Optic can get an overshield, a snipe, something in their hands. Are they going to be able to get into a lead and extend it in a way that FaZe weren't able to do so? 20-20 is where we find ourselves, and the pace of the game has just slowed down.
Earlier today, you saw Formal looking left and right. The general calling the shots, totally screen watching and letting the team know where they needed to be in the earlier matchup. Can he do it again here against an even tougher opponent in FaZe Clan? As you say, you can tell this is a World Championship Game 2 Slayer. Things have slowed down to a crawl.
Snipe coming up in around 25 seconds. Overshield coming up in around 25 as well. That's why you're seeing neither team want to commit to a push, because they know if it fails, then they're going to give away so much power on this map. A couple of kills going to be traded. Renegade and Trippy will fall. And Snakebite might just snuck past Formal here. EPG gets taken down. Frosty was the flanker here for FaZe. And FaZe look like they might have just wrestled control of the OS side away. They've done exactly that. Frosty has the snipe. OS goes over to FaZe as well. They've got both.
This is big here. Despite 1 kill coming in for East Side, it's 2 dead for Optic. And here comes Snakebite wrapping around scoreboard.
APG is trying to send him on his merry little dance and manages to escape. Formal take it down in the meantime. FaZe go into a lead. It's a 3-kill advantage, and Snakebite's looking for more.
Looking for more and wants to get that lead back. However, still just a 2-kill lead, 25-23. Wants to grab this extra one at tower if he can. Shrouds for a little bit of extra cover.
But there comes Lucid, pokes back through. Phase 3 dead, Lucid showing no fear whatsoever. Pokes back through the Shroud screen. And not only picks up the kill, but turns over the Heatwave.
What do we say? Backs against the wall. Somehow Optic Gaming, they dig deep. They tied the game again despite not having the weapons in hand. 26-26 here.
And now we have Optic with the weapons. They have the snipe. They have the Heatwave. They have map control. Can FaZe stay as close to Optic as Optic did to FaZe when they don't have any power on the map?
And you just heard the audio cue with 5 minutes remaining and tied 26-26. Let's get into a listen in here with Optic Gaming.
They might be waiting for this OS. We got 45 seconds.
They definitely are. They definitely are.
Make sure we get the smoke when we can.
Hey, there's a guy pillars. There's one guy green. I think there's a guy pillars. Yeah. Might push me. Yeah, he's trying to push me. Keep holding up, Brad.
Two bottom mid. Elbow, push me. Weak. Renegade 3 close. He has 3 close. Still up. OS is in 20.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Yeah, listen, I'm gonna make a long point for the source, okay? I hear that. They're gonna have a sniper tower. Not good sight.
15 seconds.
I'm seeing cuts. We just need to distract. Look, one guy training, Matt. I just saw him.
Look at looking.
He's I think he backed up. I think he backed up next.
Okay, OS in 5 guys. Elbow.
Okay, one guy. Go cuts with Heatwave. Walking down. Elbow climbing. Dummies trying to rush.
We can't still live. Yeah, we gotta live.
One shot top mid. One bullet top mid. Going cuts right now. One bullet. Top mid left. Nice. Stay alive. Top mid. Nice. Yeah, stay alive now, Joey. Stay alive. Back up, Joey. Run. Chill. We should go green, guys. We should go green.
We have OB. I do.
Hey, I'm gonna watch one. I think this guy's back green, Brad. I think this guy's. That's one next week. Might be guy. Let's go back in, Brad. Let's go back green.
Watch for Pulsar.
Check our corners.
Yeah,
two. Here, use it. Point out. Wait. Nice. Elbow sniping, crossing. He backed up. They know we're here. We need to reset. We need to use this.
It's almost out.
Yo, yeah, they're rotating.
We can fight it here. Yeah. Okay, Brad, you're by yourself.
Staying here. Oh, yo, screen. 3 year. Two half shields here.
We have help.
Keydoor one shot. And tires.
Bottom mid. Keydoor.
Tires still.
Three.
Sniper
Right now.
He's trying to fight for me. Tires. Spawning green. Yeah, he's bottom tower. Got sight. Top tower. Yo, they're nice 1-8.
Well, the question is, what can Optic do when they get the power? They get a lead. They're up by 2. Heatwave in the hands of Lucid now, and Optic, having held on in this game, now find themselves up by 1, but Snakebite has a little poke and brings it to win in just 1 kill again.
Threads the needle. Snakebite, you know he only had a few frames to get that shot in from the Keydoor all the way into the scoreboard. He hits it, and of course we're tied 36-36. We did see Optic Gaming there secure an overshield, a Heatwave on the snipe, but that has quickly turned over due to that key 1v1 battle there and that sight line from Snakebite here, tied at 36 on the home stretch.
Overshield coming up as well, but keep your eyes on the time. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left in this game. Are we going to have yet another Slayer that doesn't go the distance?
Oh boy.
2 players from Optic, top middle. No stick coming in. Formal. He gets 1. APG gets 1. Renegade gets 1 on his way down to the grave. But Trippy will come out of this with the overshield. It's a 1 kill advantage for Optic. But can they make the most of this overshield? Can they get into a lead, a dominant lead in the death of this game?
Optic fans certainly hope so. The Let's Go Optic chance starts in the room. They haven't finished the kill on Nest just yet.
Renegade just dancing around, and somehow the overshield just gets exterminated. 40-40, Faze going to a lead. Frosty gets another. And at the death, once again, it's Faze who hold the strongest.
Frosty getting loud, and for very good reason. There, what a counter from FaZe Clan against that overshield. It's perfect coordination, and they'll take a 2-kill lead. Take a look at the game clock as well here. 1:10 left here in a game that's separated by 2.
1 or 2 more pushes, you feel, for Optic. FaZe don't have any sniper rifle ammo though, so Frosty is going to be a little bit more restricted than he would have been with even just 1 more bullet in the chamber.
Remaining.
You know that Frosty's locked in. You can see the eyebrows working. As FaZe just need 8 or to keep Optic at bay for 50 seconds.
Keep an eye on the opening damage here. They'll determine if FaZe goes for an immediate push and tries to collapse, or if we see Optic Gaming start to get that opening. FaZe will have to defend here. Renegade with this AR. Top mid.
Optic needs to make the play. Trippy's going to slide, but he's going to find himself. Renegade a little bit too close for comfort, manages to stay alive. Renegade doesn't want to overextend, but now he sees the opportunity to push. Formal gets the trade, but here comes Lucid. Lucid gets 1, APG gets 1, tie game again.
Look at the game clock, 44 here. Trippy gets a kill for 44, 15 seconds left on the clock.
What a push from Optic Gaming. And who gets the final kill? It's Big Game Trip once again, living up to his name. FaZe have to push. There's a grenade in the feet of Lucid. He sends it back with that repulse. And Optic Gaming clutch up in the final moments with one of the best pushes you will ever see in Halo.
Lucid with the repulse at top tower to send back what would have been the game-tying grenade. An unbelievable play. 45-44. is your final score in game number 2. And if you're feeling a little bit of deja vu, you are in the right place. Optic Gaming wins yet another Slayer by 1 that does not go to the 50 kill mark. If you didn't catch it, this is how this season started. Optic Gaming winning a Game 7 Grand Final, 42-41. And we're seeing these teams are just as tightly matched at the end of the season at the Halo World Championship.
What a game of Halo. And it means that we get more Halo than just 3 games, Andy. Now we have the series tied up at 1-1. And I think there's more to this story than just the fact that Optic won that game. How many times do Faze win those games? The nail biters, the ones that go down to the final kill. Not this time. Optic show that in those close games, they can match the composure that Faze have become famous for in Halo Infinite. And in the final moments, like you say, the repulse to send what looked like the world's biggest frag grenade on Lucid's screen back to keep him alive is what puts Optic Gaming at 1-1.
It's an unbelievable push there in the end. Kills will be traded out. We watched it from Key Door, but back tower, Lucid and the rest of Optic Gaming were flying in to back dirt, to back mud, got the kills they needed. They got top tower control, and Faze had to push through dummies and cuts up to tower. And even though they got, as you said, the perfect nade, Lucid had the perfect counter with the repulse to narrowly win the game by 1. We've said it before this weekend, and now we're saying it maybe more than ever. Optic Gaming, when their backs are against the wall, tend to show up in a big way, especially when it's World Championship time. And they needed it there, and they needed it then. After an enormous game number 1 from FaZe Clan, they will now find themselves tied 1-1 in one of the best Slayers we've seen on the main stage this season.
I feel like we've been saying that a lot this season.
Yeah.
The best we've seen. Keeps getting better and better. And when you have 2 of the best in the world on the main stage at the biggest event of the year, you can only expect that we're going to be saying it a few more times. 1-1, we find ourselves here. As we move towards map number 3 and a little bit of a change of pace here, we're heading over to Recharge. King of the Hill is going to be our game type.
Renegade also dropping 16 in that game. Big numbers from him, however, not enough from the side to close it out. And we're all tied up here. We wouldn't have it any other way going into game number 3. FaZe Clan knowing if things had gone just a bit differently there, in dozens of different scenarios in that game number 2, they would find themselves up 2-0. But of course, they cannot dwell on that. On the other side, though, you can see Optic Gaming maybe a chance to ride that momentum. It's a clutch play to close out the game, to say the very least. Let's not forget, they were down by 2 going into that final push. Not only did they need a perfect push, but they needed to come out on top and close out back tower. They do just that. They tie the series. We're heading into game number 3.
Game number 3 is about to kick off here. The series, nothing to split the 2. 1-1. This is the go-ahead game. Optic answering back after a dominant performance from FaZe Clan in game number 1 by showing that they've got the ice to see out these games. Lucid, the man who made the plays towards the end of that game number 2. Let's see if he can do it here as we enter game number 3.
You heard the desk say it. Settle in, get comfy, get yourself a snack. This one could go the distance. Already tied 1-1. At minimum, we will see 4 games here. Renegade, you're first to grab the shot. We'll see what he can do. Grapple as well in hand. Might even think about having all the goodies. Grabs the camo.
Gonna pop it as well, knowing that there's a little bit too much pressure on him from Formal potentially. Ooh.
Almost a haircut.
I was gonna say, you don't want to get Lucid's haircut, Ron. The man loves that hair. APG gonna stay alive for now. FaZe Clan inside of the hill, and Renegade able to patrol and do what he likes. He's got that camo, he's got that shot, and he's got Formal in front of him, but can't quite connect.
Gonna rotate as well yet again. Lots of damage here, but they're not converting just yet. 3 dead. Renegade, your last player alive.
And look at this. Just a little bit of a shoulder peek from Trippy. Knows where he is. Says, hey, cool, you can stay over there. We're going to take control of this hill. Optic Gaming now with a full setup around the C-flat. And outside of Renegade, everyone else over towards the elevator for FaZe Clan. So this is a tough break for them to make. The first kill always important. Again, Renegade just not quite connecting with those headshots that we're so used to seeing him do.
I was going to say, uncharacteristic. Renegade's just so talented that we're used to seeing him blow a game wide open. You give him that scenario 10 times, 9 times out of 10, we've got at least 3 kills on the board. Instead, Optic Gaming has done very well to peak and stay alive.
One thing that he is doing well, though, is causing enough of a distraction for Optic that FaZe are able to kind of work their way on the lower side of the map and work through the tower towards the Optic Gaming players, and they managed to pick up a couple of kills. So 2 dead here for Optic, make it 3. Trippy now last alive, stuck inside a tower. So even though the shots weren't there, I think that shows the fear factor of Renegade with the shot rifle.
It certainly does, and the team was able to collapse around it really comfortably. So they will now think about continuing to score, but it's great pressure coming in from Trippy. He knew he needed to fly in to get that kill.
Hammer just popped as well. Frosty's going to go for the burn and should just about get it. Snakebite now on the Trippy corner. Trippy says that's my spot.
Enemy about to score.
And instead steps inside of that hill. Phase down numbers at the moment. Snakebite's going to have to pressurize Trippy and get him out of that hill, and it's exactly what he does. Optic just lost track of Snakebite for a second there, Andy, and it cost them the conversion.
Still 2 dead. Snakebite knows he has a lot of responsibility here. And that's a big kill there on APG to keep things a little bit closer for his respawning teammates.
Got to challenge this hill. Form will win the fight. And Optic lose 2. So as close as they are, Optic, Faze are still in this hill and still challenging them. And this is going to be the story of the series, right? Every hill is going to be so hotly contested. And Optic, having been so close, are probably thinking, no, we can't throw this one away. Here come Optic.
3 dead here for Faze. Snakebite's your last player alive. Optic will get this hill.
Lucid takes him down to no shields. Trippy takes him down to the death screen. And Optic do secure the first hill here on Recharge. And I love the patience we saw from them, Andy. Didn't get carried away with the moment, with the momentum, with Snakebite getting away and picking up 1 or 2 kills. Stuck to the game plan, managed to convert, and now they have the setup on the second hill.
And that hill, like just about everything this series, down to the wire. However, it will be Optic Gaming that not only the Hail Mary stick from Trippy into the bat ledge. Not only do they get the bottom mid-hill, they get the rotate, they get the next 3 dead, and they continually have a continued 2 dead. This might be a completely uncontested hill here on hill number 2.
There's certain moments in series that you remember. And with Optic Gaming standing proud inside of that second hill, and Faze trapped over at the pipes.
Baiting.
The stick that came in for Trippy might be one of those. Optic go up 2-0 as Trippy is taking over.
I love it. Look, they even wait, and they bait the hill as well. They wait an extra 2 seconds to see if they get the damage and the kills, and then they do get the kills, and then they finish the hill, and now they have rotated and got camo as well. This is devastating textbook gameplay from Optic Gaming.
And Optic saying, hey, strongholds might have been pretty good for you, Faze. Let's play a little bit of King of the Hill and see how you match up. Trippy with another kill. 5 in a row for him. Still has the camo. Still escapes. Gets another on his way down to the grave. And Optic already halfway to going up by 3.
Snakebite last player alive. It's the 3rd time we've said that in this game. Somehow, though, Snakebite wins the battle. If we're honest, he had no business winning against Formal, and that's going to make this hill a little bit more interesting.
Renegade wins the 1v1 bottom middle as well. A little bit of help from Frosty coming in. Snakebite's still alive, by the way. Renegade using that grapple to get to his team captain, to support him, to pick up some slays, and important ones as well, to keep Faze inside of this hill.
3 dead here for Optic now. And this would be enormous. To say that this hill is big would be a big understatement here. Can Faze answer back and steal this hill out from Optic Gaming and send us to a much more interesting late game?
Enemy about to score.
Renegade having to watch the top and bottom at the moment. Frosty should have his cross. Optic throwing all their utility. The grenades are flying in, but Renegade's keeping his shield so well, and there's that first pick. Frosty's going to get it. Lucid has managed to sneak through, though. And Faze have lost 2. Lucid has broken alongside Trippy here inside of this hill, and with Faze so close. Now they're on the respawn screen, and now Snakebite has to wait for help.
Let's see what Frosty and Snakebite do here. They're going to have to try to make a whirlpool push happen now.
Formal just took him down, though, and Optic with the last second break. Get the 3rd hill on the board and put themselves within 1 of going up in the series.
How about Lucid coming in top elevator there to get the stop? It's a perfect timing with the rest of the team. Trippy almost makes it happen as well. Eventually he will fall. But Optic Gaming now, after perfect hills and an unbelievable stop there, and perfect timing on the push, they now lead 3-0. However, a lot of game time left here on the clock. Faze can still bounce back, but they will need to play some excellent Halo.
If anyone's capable of it, it's Faze. We've seen them perform miracles throughout their careers, all 4 of the players that find themselves wearing the FaZe Clan jersey, but for now they're going up against Optic, and Optic look extremely strong, but here comes Formal, last alive, stops Faze stepping inside of that hill, and he's looking for more.
1v1 momentarily with Royal 2. Royal 2 is the last player alive. They will block the spawns as well, so they should be able to isolate this battle.
And look at the confidence. Formal just leaves that kill to Lucid, turns his attention away, full trust that his teammate is going to get that kill. Faze 2 dead at the moment. The last 2 players alive for Faze are in front of the double stacks. They get taken down as well. Faze 3 dead, Royal 2 the only alive. And Optic Gaming almost 50% of the way to not just winning this hill, but winning this game.
Trippy forces the trade as well on Royal 2, which is really well timed because Faze is still 2 dead as a result, and it will be an eternity before their teammates are back. They need to push here and now. This will be their last push in the game.
Yeah, this is the Hail Mary now coming in from Faze. It has to happen right here, right now, otherwise Optic are going to take this hill and take this game, but the Hail Mary's kind of working. Royal 2 goes down, maybe it's not going to work. Royal 2, by falling, allows Optic to stay inside of that hill. And that's a, shall we say, retaliation for what happened in game number 1. Optic dominate Faze and go up 2-1 in the series.
Exactly what I was going to say. How about a series that has delivered on all fronts so far? Faze with a blowout win that might have given you an indication that this was going to go one way. Game 2 comes down to 1 kill, and now Optic has their chance to put on an unreal scoreline at 4-0 and take the series lead with a score of 2-1. How about this thing from Trip, huh?
You snakebite in that situation, like, really? Well, that is unreal. And that's game sense, right? That's knowing where a player is on the map, where each one is coming in, and even if he doesn't get the stick, he denies Snakebite from leaving and getting an angle on that battle edge. But this is the moment that I think just really broke Faze. This break that came in at the last second from Optic, when you felt they had no right to get into that position. Well, they did exactly that. Trippy stays inside of the hill. The 1v1 there, massive. To take down Royal 2. No one else can Faze, can challenge the hill, and Optic now find themselves 2-1 up, and Faze are staring at the elimination bracket.
And how about 25 minutes ago, the last thing they would have thought after game number 1 would be that they would find themselves 1 game away from being knocked out of the winner's bracket. How things have changed over the course of the last 25 minutes or so. Optic Gaming looking good in these last 2, and we had a feeling the momentum off of a 45-44 game 2 win, you can ride pretty high, and it's safe to say Optic Gaming did just that in your game number 3.
Now game number 4. And the question is now, is this going to be a series that we're talking about as a game 5? Where we're going to go back to see a bit more Slayer. We're going to see another fiercely contested game between 2 of the best teams in the world. Or are Optic going to be able to lock this series down in 4 games, winning 3-1?
That's the question. And what we saw with Faze in that game number 1 tells us a lot. We know they not only have a lot of gas in the tank, but also, of course, that they can play some of the best Halo in the world. And when they are firing at full capacity, they look unbeatable. The question is, which version of each team will you get in this game number 4?
Well, we had a pretty good Streets Oddball game back at Fort Worth in the grand final between Space Station and Optic Gaming that went right down to the final moments of the 3rd round. Streets Oddball is going to be the game type we find ourselves on right now. Optic Gaming and Faze fan know what's on the line here. We have seen all year long that no one has been able to come from that elimination bracket and win a tournament. The winner's side of the bracket is everything for these teams. The winner's final we keep talking about as arguably the most important series, outside of the final, of course, to give yourself the advantage going into the final. Well, to get there, you've got to win this one. And for both teams having to go through each other, they will know how devastating a loss this would be to fall early into that elimination bracket.
You know, Optic Gaming wants to do it here, and they want to do it now in this game number 4 as they load in to Oddball on Streets. They do not want to leave things up to a game 5 Slayer. They want to end this series in this very game.
Well, for Faze, it's time to wake up. They want to send this to a game 5. Optic looking to close things out here. Streets Oddball. It's going to be the game type to decide if it's 4 or 5 between these 2 teams. Starting off with the APG POV. Good damage coming in allows Trippy to pick up the rockets.
Early kill advantage coming in here for Optic Gaming, and as you say, it also leads to a rocket grab. Also a little bit of a ball toss here as Trippy will look to exercise the boom booms. Here goes one.
Trippy trying to get aggressive as well. Might be thinking about firing a rocket off. Instead, he's going to pick up a Bulldog. He's got a rocket. Excuse me, swaps out for the Bulldog. As early on here, they get a rotate back towards that tram. Lucid with the Stalker Rifle as well. Optic have all the goodies on the map.
Still 3 players alive here. Looks like because they lost Frosty and now Royal 2, okay, this will definitely be an Optic Gaming hold. Big play there by Trippy, big awareness to make sure that ball doesn't come down the tram stairs. He grabs the Bulldog, he grabs back in, and look how much time it results in for Optic Gaming. They get another kill, and Faze will continue to be on staggered spawns, 33-0.
A lot of this is down to APG and Formal. You know, APG picked up a double kill of 2 players who are trying to push on the map. Formal got another one, just being a nuisance to the back of the tower, and now you can see Lucid finally under a little bit of pressure himself, but hitting some perfect shots, and might be able to do it again. There's 3! Snakebite learns how to count to 3 very, very quickly.
What is this confidence here out of Lucid? Even pre-firing with a Stalker, no one dares push up. Finally, he's taken down. No play ball, I don't believe, though. I think the ball's still down at tram.
APG keeps it a little bit dicey here for the numbers. Faze down 1, Lucid just come off a respawn as well.
Look at Trip.
Trippy's here. But should be eliminated, is indeed. Anyone in position, though, to pick up that op-board. Killing spree here for Frosty, but APG is there. Lucid is there as well. And APG being such a nuisance, and FaZe can't pick up that op-board because they know they have to clear him out first.
It took a little bit extra time. Finally, it should result in time, but nades come from distance. That nade would have been from front A, and they're still hitting. Finally, it's time on the board here for Faze, but it's uncomfortable.
Royal 2, I think, just managed to pick up the rockets. He gets 1 out of the chamber. Frosty trades out that kill, though, and Optic Gaming find themselves 3 dead. Snakebite just staying alive, Formal looking to clean him up, and there is still, I think, 1 rocket somewhere to be played with, but look at the milk from Snakebite. Stays alive so long, doesn't show, doesn't challenge, and now he grabs that ball too.
Beautifully done. That was, oh boy, what a juke there for a second from Trip. Renegade doesn't panic, though. And a little bit of chaos here at Tram, and still a 40-18 lead in favor of FaZe Clan, but Snakebite, as you said earlier, does very well on the Tram stairs to bait himself while Renegade finishes Formal in the 2v1.
Lucid goes in, but he gets double teamed, but look at the damage that came in. Formal should be able to clean up too. He does indeed. 2-for-2 trade here inside the Tram, and look how scrappy this is. Both teams holding forward. And APG now tries to throw this ball out, and I think this is a smart play. Just get this ball out of Tram and get it towards my teammates.
To be honest, I think it's long overdue. They could have really afforded to play ball out of Tram earlier, about maybe 2 minutes ago, to avoid all of this chaos. And FaZe has been thriving in it as they've reduced that 40-point lead to about half.
Trippy looking to clean up his second kill. Snakebite will be taken down this time. Royal 2 chasing down Formal. Formal will get that trade thanks to the extra shots that just came in from Trippy. On-board down as well, and Optic might be able to rotate this one back in towards the tower. Trippy inside a PD. Not only has the oddball here, and more time starting to stack up, but he's got the Bulldog in the back pocket as well, so the PD is going to be a great hold for him.
Ooh, yeah, thinks about a bit of a rotate there, and starts to get the ball out of PD, and you can tell why he was getting the ball out of PD as well, because that Faze push was coming in. He thought maybe he could get maybe to be stairs, play the ball bottom middle. There was a few options there, but the pressure comes in so fast from Faze that they were not able to get that play ball.
This time it's Snakebite. He's going to look for a rotate. Royal 2, he's going to have a Bulldog, but there's APG. Walks straight up the B stairs and manages to trade out some kills, which means that old ball is going to be dangerous to pick up for either side. Rocket's now the focus, though. You can see the Optic is set up for these. Frosty gets taken down. Formal's going to make his move, and Renegade knows he has to give these up.
Very good presence there, very good team. Ooh, boy, Snakebite and Royal 2 actually with a perfectly angled team shot on Formal, so the Rockets will be down front palm trees.
Trippy gets taken down as well. It's 4 dead, like you say. Rockets in the hands of Snakebite. 1 to play with here. But they know where that spawn's coming in, and APG is going to learn where Snakebite is in a few seconds, but somehow manages to avoid the line of sight.
You got to wonder, did Snakebite get the audio there so far on his POV? You don't think he got the audio from B stairs. It might not matter, though, because the Rockets are just that powerful here. 2 dead for Optic still, maybe 3 if they take down APG, 3 dead. Lucid's your last player.
Lucid is over in Tram as well. He's in no position to put pressure on, and FaZe will keep that ball in their hands. They're in a lead at the moment, but it is a slim one. 60 points on the board, 50 for Optic Gaming. First pick goes to Optic, second pick goes to Formal. It's 2 for him, and now the map is open, and Snakebite saying, get this ball out of here.
Love that play for Snakebite. Look how he played ball. He didn't even show for it. Doesn't take the damage, so he can still do that much damage against APG. But right away, Formal and Optic Gaming, they steal the play ball out of the air. They bring it back here to tower. But right now, they find themselves 2 dead. It's dicey. Wow, what a push.
Just like that. What a push from Faze, 4 dead. Oddball should be picked up in a few moments' time as well. 2 minutes or so left in the round. So plenty of time for both teams to put points on the board. Royal 2 with the Stalker. Not many things more scary than that sentence if you're on the receiving end.
Look at this. Oh boy, calls it perfectly. Knew that Trippy might go benches to bottom middle. That's exactly what Trippy does. As a result, it's 3 dead again. Lucid is your last player again. You see him here at Cafe. Likely a few Cafe Neon spawns coming in.
Faze moving closer and closer to a round win here. They only need 10 points. APG gets 1 though. Formal's challenging. Lucid has managed to kind of sneak through, but Royal 2 comes back, sniffs him out. And with 92 points on the board and Lucid in the death screen, it may be about 1 more push for Optic to keep this round going.
Snakebite with the Rockets as well. This is exactly what you want to see if you're a FaZe fan. Has to trade out with APG. 2 dead for FaZe here at the moment.
Renegade gets that next rocket though, and that should be an opportunity to at least break through the setup, but he gets a bit wild with that rocket. Lucid going to be challenging as well, as FaZe know that they can take their time on this push. There is that pick from Royal 2. Renegade can now play his life. Trippy and APG answer back though. Frosty manages to break through PD alongside Snakebite. Form in a 1v1 with Snakebite. Both teams backing down, knowing how important this set of kills is.
Oh boy, Spike does not kill. Snakebite stays alive in PD, which is very big as you see his teammates flying in for help.
Snakebite might come back to bite him. Renegade and Frosty get 2, and here's Snakebite now versus APG. He gets that kill. Frosty's gonna fly in and get the final one onto Formal, and it will be FaZe with that break who will take round number 1.
Wow, look at that at the end. Snakebite staying alive. It's once again just perfect Halo Infinite play from FaZe Clan. Snakebite stays alive in the PD at a tough to play angle. The team flies in, gets the kills that they need, and by the time he even checks the back of the base, Frosty has taken down Formal. FaZe Clan with your first round of oddball on the board.
And maybe just a little bit of a breather and a confidence reset for FaZe after the last game. You get the feeling that both these teams just have that unshakable mentality here at the Halo World Championships. Nobody getting flustered by a big loss. It's all about the next game, as Renegade has the Rockets.
3 dead here. Trippy is your last player alive. FaZe off to a very good start here as they will start the rotate. Cannot get all the way in. Lucid is the only player alive on Optic Gaming. Formal is your spawner. Lucid's going to try to probably get into a position here where he can really help his teammates. They're going to be spawning up. He flies right in for extra kills, and wow, what a play there from Lucid to make sure that the ball grab does not happen in Tram. He stays alive long enough to continue. Just doing Lucid things, another assist on the board. He's completely turned the game around.
I mean, Lucid is playing free right now. He is just running around the map and finding victim after victim to call his own. 16 points on the board for Optic, 4 dead momentarily for FaZe there, and Lucid with this Sentinel beam is a problem.
Unbelievable play from Lucid to take down Renegade on the stairs. Finally, those kills are traded out. And then get another kill from B-Rail and just cause absolute havoc as the last player alive. And to do it against the players on FaZe Clan. Unbelievable stuff here from Lucid. They now lead 30-0 in round number 2.
Formal gets the play ball, throws that one out of Tram to make sure things don't get as messy as we saw in round number 1. Veteran play from one of the best to ever do it. Lucid Renegade going to trade out. 30 seconds or so till the Rockets come up though, and Frosty's going to pick up that Stalker, and the timing of that Stalker spawning could be so important here for FaZe to lock down that line of sight onto the boom booms.
As we said earlier, Optic Gaming knows what's on the line here. They want to avoid that Game 5 at all costs. Was that round 1 a wake-up call like we saw earlier? Let's not forget, Optic Gaming was on the main stage on the receiving end of an oddball round 1 loss earlier, and they immediately answered back and closed out the game in the next 2 rounds. That's what they're going to look to do here as well.
Trippy just got a really important kill though. Snakebite got away with the Rockets momentarily, but the kill allowed everybody to flood, and Rockets are going to be down at the bottom of those B stairs. Renegade tries to burst out. Couple of kills get picked up here by FaZe. The battle for the Rockets continues, but at the same time, Trippy was just holding that oddball.
Renegade with a big opportunity here. They already have 1 kill on the board. This Rocket could make it 2, maybe even lead to 3.
Doesn't connect though. Trippy's so elusive. Finally, Snakebite takes him down. And FaZe do have some numbers to play with here. It's a 2v4 for them to try and overcome. One of the players is in front of him. That's going to be APG. Renegade just plays his life and said, hey, just hold that oddball. We can leave this kill for now.
As you say, great discipline. APG, though, with the first kill. Going to keep things very interesting here. Here comes Lucid off of that damage as well, but it's a great team shot coming in from FaZe that will keep 2 dead for Optic.
Ball is essentially respawning here down, just outside of its drop area at the start of the game. Formal comes back out and back into the game with 2. Formal's still alive, by the way. Or maybe he's going to turn 3. Oh! Under pressure, Formal just hit shots.
Ball drop.
You can just tell how narrow this is, narrow margins, right? The ball can sit outside Cafe for so long and the kills will be traded out sometimes for 30, 40 seconds of play because the players are understanding what the kill priority is at any given time and the pressure is just non-stop.
64 points of rising though for Optic. Finally, Faze will pick up a couple of kills, which is certainly going to just slow down the ball time. And APG throws it out, comes back to challenge Royal 2 now. Royal 2 with a perfect 4 though. Means that APG will have to wait a few more moments to be back involved with this game. 65 points is a considerable margin that Optic have to the 10, and Formal again with a big win.
Plays like that at back tower are going to be absolutely massive, especially when you have the rockets popping.
Formal gets the rockets. 21 and 16 in this game. Second most ball time for Formal as well. Royal 2 going to be challenging, baits out one of the rockets as well. Lucid there to clean that up though. Faze 2 dead, Lucid ball in hand.
1 rocket as well. It was a nice fadeaway there from the plants for Royal 2. However, Renegade is your last player alive for the 2nd time in a row. And he's going to get taken down on a staggered spawn on B-Rail. Now it's Royal 2 alone on the driveway here. They might even isolate this battle as well. Lucid probably has the kill in mind. Here comes the push.
Shroud goes down. Royal 2's not here anymore. He's a shadow. Comes back in. Wins the fight. Royal 2 with a big individual win though. Inside of the red room gives at least an angle for them to work with. Trippy taken down as well. Royal 2 trying to drag Faze back into this. Lucid, last alive, he gets taken down as well. Will be taken down in a few moments. And when he goes down, that's a 4 dead for Optic. Oddball in the hands of Faze.
Look at this now. Faze could pull off an upset here to end the game in this round. They need to have an enormous run as the kills are traded out. There's no room for error here. 1 Optic gaming hole and this round will be over.
Ball drop.
APG trying to bait out Frosty. Frosty wins the fight though, even with Formal giving a little bit of help. 2v2 on the map. Renegade versus Formal. Renegade's gonna win it with a little bit of help coming in from Royal 2. Teamwork from Faze starting to step up, but is it too little too late?
That's the question. They've let a lot of points slip away here. Truly no room for error. Lucid answers back there with some vengeance for his teammate. 1 dead for each side.
3 dead here for Faze. Renegade left on his own. Rockets coming up as well. Lucid on your screen right now. Formal with the ball in his hands is going to put Optic in a position to go into round number 3. Optic much more dominant looking in that round. And that hold just around the kind of, I would say, first third of that game really put them in command where they can think about not having to overslay, not overthink to close the round out. Deciding round number 3 is where we find ourselves. Optic, if they win this one, they win the series.
Did you really think it would be any other way? Of course we're going to a sudden death round here, an oddball between these 2 teams. 1 round to close it out, of course, best of 3, so this round will decide this game. If Optic wins it, the series is over. Faze goes to the elimination bracket. However, if Faze wins it, we'll go to a Game 5 deciding Slayer.
Rockets picked up here by Optic. It's a great start for them. Lucid with the toys to play with. There's 1. 3 dead for Faze. Where's the oddball though? Are Optic able to get in a position to get this one back into trap?
Lucid just staying alive here. Still Stalker and 1 rocket to play with. A lot of damage potential that could come out of him.
Look at this, just threaded the needle. You might be able to pick up 2 here off to Faze. Oh, there's 2! Killing spree for Lucid. And the way he just maneuvered himself through the setup blows the game open, blows the Faze setup open, and Optic have that ball in their hands.
Like you said, perfectly maneuvered there, needed to play that rocket perfectly, and does it in such an elegant way here. They're now up 10-0. Let's get into a listen in here with Optic Gaming.
You should push this out.
Still tired. Tap shields, one shot.
We're rotating this purple.
Pillars. One shot flowers. And back nest.
I can't. Purple absolute. No one was there. Shotty's up, man.
Cut to me. Hear that, Brad. Stay down. Stay down.
We're here with you.
It's up. Two.
Last guys are there. Come in a week.
Listen, I'm gonna go
Rockets
for
are coming, guys.
10
seconds rockets.
I hear that, Jason.
Got me, Mindo.
Commando very weak.
Mindo's one shot. Absolute. Good ball. Bring it back.
We
just
make
rockets, guys. Oh, yeah, rockets. Yeah, there's gonna be a guy near Brad. PD on me. These rockets are up. Yo, shoot out, guys, shoot out. Again. Yo, front up.
Purple, one shot down on Bulldog. ATM, really weak.
Last guy. He's cut. Don't do nothing. Yeah, you're good here. He's pushing you, I think.
We have help.
Let's get out.
He went fronts up.
Fronts up. Rocks. Ivy, I think. Not sure. It's Frosty.
I have a smoke.
Yo, smoke our fronts up.
I heard yours.
Yo, driveway. I forgot. Backs up on us. Fronts up.
Pretty weak.
Right here.
Bring the ball back, guys. Go for them.
What a life this is from Lucid and Optic. Get that ball in their hands. Trying to rotate it back, but there is a grenade that's going to slow it down. Snakebite takes down APG. Takes down another player in Formal, and Lucid now has to do some heavy lifting himself.
They eventually saved that smoke, but you heard Lucid saying, let's use this front sub. What a life, like you said, from Lucid to stay alive as long as he did, and of course, enormous credit to the rest of the Optic Gaming roster as well. In the end, though, it's a lot of slay trading back and forth. It's big control from Optic Gaming as they outslay currently 100 to 93, but it's still only 20 points on the board. Anyone's game here in round number 3.
Formal. 32 for him. The man loves Seattle. He wins championships here. And he's shooting like a champion right now. Frosty has got the Stalker Rifle, and this has been, I think, where a lot of momentum has been picked up for Optic. When they've got that Stalker Rifle in their hands, they've been able to put it to use. Can Faze do the same now with it in the hands of Frosty?
Frosty sees 3 players go over to Cafe, so it's a lot of info, but he wasn't able to get the damage he might have needed here. 1 dead for each side off the opening trades. Faze is the first to fall for the second kill.
Yeah, relatively low scoring round this so far. Lucid get a challenge.
Oh, yeah.
Lucid gets 3. Trippy tries to get that ball away, and maybe the distraction was just enough. Trippy survives. Frosty knows there's an opportunity to push, though, but is the help going to be there? Can he stay alive?
I think it's a tram spawner. I think Formal spawns Tram Cafe. Lucid, your last player alive here in this scenario. Alive on benches. Rockets popping as well.
That's the play's life. Rocket's going to be picked up here by Renegade, so this is the chance that Faze have been looking for. Renegade just about stays alive. But he's going to be able to use those rockets to protect Snakebite with that ball in his hand. Snakebite, the objective mastermind for Faze. So many times we've seen him with the most ball time. And there's no difference here as Renegade looks for another kill and finds Formal with 1 rocket.
Nice safe play there from Renegade. Knew that he'd get the splash damage without taking any damage himself. They will now go into the lead, Faze Clan, after an all-out bloodbath of about 5 minutes of slaying. They finally will now take a lead here by about 10 points.
Pressure here on Renegade, has to waste that rocket. Trippy gets taken down. He was the player that was causing problems. As Royal 2 takes him down, and Faze now in a lead. A considerable one, 40 to 24. Looking to take us to the game 5, but Faze fall. 4 of them fall into the death screen, and Optic now have control of that outball and looking to go in the lead themselves.
And the Let's Go Optic chant here in Seattle, potentially perfectly timed. As they, as you say, 4 dead, and now will take the lead again in your round number 3.
Trippy with the first pick. Optic with control of the map. Faze need to break, and Faze will know it more than anyone that this could be the 1 or 2 pushes that decide if they go to the elimination bracket or push Optic to a game 5.
This is a big moment here. It was 2 dead. APG needs to hold as best he can. They do get the play ball, but that's a clean wipe.
Snakebite comes in on the flank, takes down 2, takes down 3! El Capitan looking for an overkill on Lucid! Enough damage going to be done though as Renegade clears it up and Faze aren't done yet. 1 minute and 11 seconds left in this game. And Snakebite might have just kept Faze in this one.
Incredible awareness from Snakebite to push the triple there on the nades and continue dealing damage for the next 2.
Rockets coming up.
Tied up
Faze
at
has lost
53.
2. Game is tied. Damage being taken here. And there might be a combat evolved from Lucid to grab those rockets. He just blew them to himself. And Lucid with a big brain, a huge brain, a galaxy brain play. Might have just won this round for Optic.
Traded out though, doesn't get as much damage as he wanted on the second rocket. And just like that, it's 2 dead for each side. 3 dead now for Faze. Snakebite is your last player alive back tower. He tries to play the ball.
Snakebite has the Bulldog. Snakebite does go down, and Optic still under pressure here at the back of tower. Renegade comes in with a trade. It's 2 dead for Optic, but where is that outball? And where are the rest of Optic? Can they take advantage of the damage? Royal 2 gets 1, Optic 2 dead, and Faze back in control of the outball.
Oh my god, unbelievable. Renegade somehow goes back tower. Snakebite stays alive long enough to get the right spawn for his teammates. Renegade gets the kills. Royal 2 has the help, and now we're tied at 64.
Formal's still alive, by the way. On the L, he wasn't taken care of. And Trippy He's playing so sneaky. Where did he just go? There he is. He gets snapped on, though. 2 players from Optic trying to push up the pink streak. The oddball in the hands of Faze, who go into a lead with less than 30 seconds
Look at the
left.
Threat Seeker play. They get all the info. They're going to get the first kill. They're going to get the second kill. Here, if they get this one extra, this could be the game. APG with a big kill to keep them alive.
Faze trying to rotate away. 27 seconds left. APG cuts down the rotate from Royal 2, but Snakebite is there to continue it, or at least to play that oddball.
Snakebite stays alive. No splash damage there from that grenade on B stairs. This is enormous here. 15 seconds left in the game.
Snakebite trying to do what he can. It's a fireworks show. It's a light show with that Sentinel beam, and look at how he's holding off so many players. Optic Gaming, 3 dead.
4 dead.
4 dead. Renegade watching that oddball. Royal 2 gets the touch to reset, and Faze will send us to a game 5.
Wow. And you needed to make sure you got here early at the Halo World Championship because you're already seeing some of the vast matches that you might see this weekend. Faze clutch up in round number 3 of Oddball to send us where we potentially were always headed. As fate would have it, a game number 5 between Optic Gaming and Faze Clan for a chance to stay alive in the winner's bracket.
We'll take a look at some of the stats that are coming in from that previous game. It was a grueling one. It was a long one. But at the end of it, it's going to be Faze who win on rounds. 2-1, they get the job done. Formal drops 40. As we take a look at the damage, Lucid with a huge amount of damage himself, and a lot of it done with that Sentinel beam.
Tell you what, unbelievable stuff out of Lucid. Also, it's quite telling that Optic Gaming with a total of 227 on the board to 205. We should also reference the slaying stats. Faze Clan in the end outslay 131 to 123. So even though they got outscored overall, they will win the rounds 2-1. As we take a look at some highlights for what has been already an unforgettable series and a fantastic game, unsurprisingly, of Streets Oddball as well.
This little run that Lucid went on, it did have that early Halo Infinite feel about it, right? Just jumping around the map, using the sandbox, cutting down anyone that was in his way. But I've got to give a huge amount of credit to Faze in that final round, because Optic got out the gates hot in this round, the final one. They were winning the slaying battle for quite some time. But when you're a championship caliber team, you just have this ability sometimes to not get carried away with the moment, to take the time. And when you have the experience and the veteran knowledge that a player like Snakebite does to make that play, that triple kill kept Faze in it. It didn't win them the game, but it kept them in it. And from there, they were able to break. They were able to keep Optic away from that oddball. And now we move into a game 5. This is the map and mode that Optic won back in Fort Worth to call themselves champions. Will Faze be able to stop them? The players taking a break, Optic having a chat, as you can see behind the stage, about how they want to approach things. But it's set up beautifully here. And remember, what's on the line, Andy? The elimination bracket looms for one of these teams.
Right, it is no exaggeration to say that the team that wins this series here, even though we are early days in the winner's bracket, no exaggeration to say that the team that wins here has a statistical likelihood that is enormously higher compared to the loser here of winning this tournament. Of course, staying alive in the winner's bracket reduces the total matches you needed to play, reduces the total opponents you need to go through, and of course, it goes without saying, also ensures that you only need to win 1 best-of-7 in your grand final rather than needing to win 2 from the elimination bracket. It's a story we've been telling all season long, and it feels like the Optic Gaming backstage chat is also a story we've been telling all season long as well.
A couple of times we've seen this, right? And Optic usually come back on the main stage and win the game that follows. Or win the series, follows. We'll have to see if that's going to be the case once again, or maybe if Faze are going to be having a little chat themselves about how to approach this game 5. We'll take a little look at the KD leaderboards from the Halo World Championships. Formal at the top of the ladder, a 1.82, by the way. Almost double positive.
You saw earlier, Lucid, of course, has the season record at 1.3.
That's
so
ridiculous.
For Lucid here, for Formal at the Halo World Championship to be on a 1.82 tells you that he's on one this weekend so far. And as you said, Faze also, of course, backstage, taking their optional player break and discussing what they want to bring to this game number 5. Of course, undoubtedly talking about the priorities here. Optic Gaming re-enters the stage to applause from the Green Wall fans.
Both teams undoubtedly talking about a few things backstage. One will be the opening strategy. The second thing will be the priorities that they really want to focus on during this game number 5. There is so much riding on this moment.
It's a fantastic shot, by the way, of Faze walking their way back to the stage. All business. They know what they've got to do. Optic back on the stage first, back in their seats first, waiting for this game 5 to kick off. Well, we need to talk about this game 5, right, Andy? We need to talk about Solitude Slayer. We need to talk about the utmost importance of controlling the sniper rifle. It is probably the one map and mode that we have which is so dominated by that sniper rifle. And if you don't control it and you let the other team with the talent that we have on these two teams control it, you're going to be chasing the game.
Look at this, different hat, different formal. I think Optic Gaming fans will prefer him in a black hat. If you take a look at the stage.
better with the glasses on.
That's glasses as well, thank you. Yeah, he's certainly shooting straighter, 1.82 KD versus a 1.03. Formal is in World Championship form here so far this weekend. The question is, can he bring it to this game 5 when the team needs it most?
Really wanted Formal just to pick up his glasses there for game 5, pop them on. I haven't seen that stat screen. But he's been performing ridiculously well in the Slayers like we saw on the stats just a few moments ago. If you're just joining us, glad to have you with us. Optic Gaming and Faze Clan going all the way down to a game 5 here. This is how the series went. Solitude strongholds dominated by Faze Clan. Optic didn't look like they were on the map, and you started to worry if you're an Optic fan. Live Fire Slayer did not go to 50. It was 1 kill that Optic managed to clutch up with in the final moments. King of the Hill recharge revenge for Solitude as Optic smashed Faze Clan. Old Streets went all the way down to a round 3, where Faze managed to clutch it up, but now we're left with one more game in front of us to decide who's going to go to that winner's bracket final.
I mean, it really is the perfect series layout. Not only do you have these two teams, legendary rivals, going up against one another here, but they both have blowout wins, 2 games that were narrowly won by each side, and that is what sends us to a 5th and final game in the series. And being in the winner's bracket, this game truly could determine who you see in not just your winner's finals.
Do not endorse that.
But also in your grand finals.
There's a few things going through my head that I can't say on broadcast. APG. I want to talk about him a little bit in Slayer as well, because I think he's had some really, really strong Slayer performances. The 17 kill game that we saw in Aquarius a little bit earlier. The game 5s that he's been involved with. Renegade, though, he was the standout in that game number 2 for Faze. Even though they didn't get the job done, Andy, 16 kills for the Demon. But as we head into a game 5 here in Seattle, who is the name that we're going to be talking about when the final shot is fired? The winner's bracket final awaits one of these teams. Only one can make it. It's Faze and Optic, and it's a game 5, baby.
We wouldn't have it any other way. You know, Optic Gaming is remembering that not too long ago they won a tournament on this exact map and game type combo as we are underway in game number 5. Take a look at your game 5 records on screen.
8-5 for Optic, 9-2 for Faze. And both teams trying to prioritize that snipe side, as you can imagine. And now you're going to see Renegade and Snakebite combining. Faze, an early lead for them. 3-1 the score.
Next damage here is big. Will we see Faze extend this and continue on? Formal, though, sniping here bottom left. This is big, 1v1.
Formal gets the body, gets the kill! And most importantly, keeps the sniper in the hands of Optic Gaming, but Frosty keeps the pressure on. Frosty going to be trying to push Hotel. 2 players from Optic are weak, but where's that sniper gone? That's the real question here.
There it is.
There it is. Oh, loose it! That's why you're going to control it. That's why it's so dominant in these players' hands.
Unreal there. You thought maybe it was going to be a collapse from Faze Clan after they take out Formal with the sniper at bottom lift. And they have top lift control. You would think that they would come away with that sniper rifle, but amazing pressure from Cafe, from Optic Gaming, as Lucid comes in and sneaks away with 2 kills, and now gives Optic Gaming a 2-kill lead as well at 7-5.
With 2 bullets, it could be 2 more kills going to Optic as well. And off the back of that, the potential they have to cycle spawns is enormous to really look to extend that lead. Game starting to slow down for just a second. Snakebite going to peek. We're not going to pay.
Body shot again. 8-6 here. 2 minutes of play, only 14 kills recorded. This one, unsurprisingly, very, very nervy. Neither team wanting to be the one that makes the mistake to allow the game to blow wide open.
Snakebite versus Lucid. A little bit of help from Trippy. Still that 3-kill advantage. Trippy now looking to get aggressive, and look at Optic. They're sneaking up a little bit on the map here. They want to try and trap Faze in and around that yard. Frosty gets 2 though somehow. And now all of a sudden Lucy was thinking, let's go forward. But Frosty gets a triple kill out of nowhere. Royal 2 gets another. Optic 4 dead. And it's all off the back of the play from Frosty.
Blows the game wide open.
Oh, I'm out of here.
Royal 2 with a Homer Simpson straight back out the window. Eventually he'll pay the price as well. Optic Gaming then goes into a narrow lead as a result. For just a second here, tied 12-11.
I have made a terrible mistake. The only thing that was going through his head then is he tried to get back out of that situation with 3 Optic players spawning in front of him. Trippy picks up a kill in the feed to give Optic that 2-kill advantage once again. Oh my. Frosty with the thrust, but he knows that Trippy's got that repulse as well, so can't challenge too aggressively. Formal will though. Formal flies in. Royal 2 will trade out. Trippy with that repulse should clean it up and does.
15-12 now. 2 dead here. Keeping an eye on Snipe, of course.
Snipe coming up right now, and Optic winning those fights means they have Snipe side control here, Andy. This is a massive moment in this game, a pivotal turning moment if Formal can hit some shots.
A turning moment, and it's only right to hear the comms of Optic Gaming. Let's get into a listen in.
You don't need to worry about yard, okay? Or
are they peeking the road right?
Only one guy did. One guy glass. If he knows you're there, just relocate, Loki.
Make sure we're watching Soda. Nobody's watching Soda.
Yo, bottom in. 2 guys U-turn. 2 U-turn. 2 U-turn. Both have shields. U-turn.
They might come top yellow, man.
2 guys are Soda. Absolutely. Yo, bottom dip. I'll look at you, Joey.
Got one.
On your dip. One window. One shot.
I know. There's no one there.
Okay, Cypher was down hotel area.
Okay. They're fighting me. The sniper's
One Soda here.
Truck, can't move out of sight. Still truck. He's on me. Yeah, still here, guys. Still here.
Blue truck, guys.
Blue truck, Renegade. Absolute, U-turn one, absolute, standing on the block.
Dip. One shot.
Got one.
Lucky dip.
One shot. Absolute dip. Absolute mark, you guys. Sitting on the left side.
One bullet on dip. He's right here.
Don't dive right.
He's right here on dip, guys. Still here on dip. Still here.
I have a nade mat, careful.
Yo, let's play for skill, guys.
Still in cafe, guys. Reset. Still in cafe. Oh, Joe, hey, cafe.
Yeah.
Yo, high window. High up here. Still there.
I shot.
There's 2 here.
Frosty's one shot. Powder, one shot. Go, get your shield back, Joey. Get your shield back.
Hey, stay alive.
Listen, our goal is to get Quantum, okay?
Yes.
That.
I'm going to Quantum, guys. Look over me.
Okay, I'm looking.
Look, U-turn, make sure.
They probably have
One shot.
Stay alive, guys. Back Quantum, okay? Just play around me.
I have repulse also. Yeah. I have repulse in here.
Guys, I'm gonna go drive.
Okay, Joey's gonna go drive out. I'm gonna peek flower to them in a second. Help.
They're top yellow. They're just getting
LR,
I didn't calm down.
LR might push.
Look right, Brad. I'm here.
Yo, man, I'm sitting on the sword. There's somebody close.
He's just peeking.
Yo, top mid. I think what's top mid, bro? I'm not even trolling.
I'm looking at
I don't see anything.
No, you're good.
I
can go top gold for you, Joey. I can go top gold for you.
They don't mind calling.
We don't gotta push.
Yo, LR guys.
Just keep getting your angles.
Guys.
Two loop. Watching LR, hold Tommy.
We have a sniper coming in.
Going back to S4, bro.
You should literally wait for snipe. 40 seconds.
Yo, one guy going top gold right now. One guy thrust. One guy sitting on thrust.
Waiting for snipe.
You guys are just
I'll go S4, bro. I'll go S4.
One is sitting loop, still back loop, right side, two loop.
Okay, I hear that. I'm watching your files. Only thing we're not watching is bottom, guys. Yeah, you should watch bottom. Yeah.
Don't give them a reason to push. 20 seconds.
Yeah, so does
two drivers trying to come out.
Yeah, you're good.
LR, we can win.
Absolute LR.
It's one shot.
Might be dip.
Yeah, might be dip.
So does ours.
You're going fire.
They might play for Matt here.
Yeah, they're still playing in. No, there's a guy on my close left. Actually, he just ran here.
I'll be weak.
Give me sign.
Asking yard.
Hear that.
Okay.
Joey.
Last two here.
Well, Optic test the patience of Faze, and Faze, they just didn't have it. They try and make the play, and Optic pick them apart, 24-20. Formal with that QT, and he was one player we were talking about, Andy, when the QT was first introduced into the Halo Championship Series that mastered it almost immediately.
He did, and he stayed alive long enough. APG actually spawns Hotel. APG was the first one to spawn, but he's taken down. Formal now trying to stay alive, and he does so well to maintain a 6-kill lead for Optic Gaming.
Trippy gets another as well. The patience of Optic is paying off. Faze starting to look a little bit flustered here. Starting to look like they're losing their cool a little bit, which is something you don't associate in a game 5 with this team.
Trippy gets taken down, though, to keep things within reason for Faze. Let's not forget, while it might look like a heavy lead here at 28 to 22, especially on Solitude with these two teams, the game is far from over.
Shots from Formal. Has that snipe as well, doesn't quite connect. Snakebite trying to push and manages to just sneak a couple of bullets into the visor to take down Formal, more importantly, take that sniper rifle down. Renegade with one as well, and all of a sudden, Faze are back into this. Renegade with another. As Optic start to look a little bit nervy themselves. That kill will slow things down for just a moment, maybe the second, but no, Lucid won't be able to turn that into a kill himself. Snakebite now. The one player who reignited Faze in that last game, well, he's got the power weapon to play with.
And you have to think at the World Championships, a player like Snakebite has done the work to make sure he brings his absolute best to this tournament. 4 shots in the snipe left, and they only trail by 4 game in his hands.
Just needs an angle, just needs an opening. And you can see the chess game that's being played between the two. Everyone knows their angles. Everyone knows where they can't be seen and where they can be, and Trippy makes a play here for Optic. Renegade will trade that kill out, though. Renegade gets 2.
Oh, my.
3 bullets left. And 3 kills still to go. Frosty gets the kill onto Trippy. It's a 2-kill game.
And what was just now, as you say, a 4-kill game has been cut in half to a 2-kill game. 33-31. And this series has delivered on all fronts. 3:37 left.
For the first time, we actually see Faze with a semblance of snipe side control, right? It's been all Optic on this side of the map, with that sniper rifle controlling things.
Now, just how disciplined will Optic be in not showing for the final 3 bullets? Snakebite's only used 1, and they've cut the lead in half now, or on their side, the deficit in half. 3 bullets left, they only trail by 2.
3 bullets, 33 kills to chase down, and around 3 minutes left in this game. Can't connect with that difficult, high-pressure shot onto Lucid. And now Optic, off the back of that, looking to make a push themselves. Can't connect with another one. And now he has to back down. Optic are making a play here, Andy.
Yeah, Frosty waiting for new snipe as well. This is big. 2 snipes in hand. Optic on the push, though. They get the first pick.
Formal works his way through, gets that kill, has to reload at the worst time. But Snakebite will be taken down. 3 kills still the advantage here for Optic.
World 2 gets a big kill there as last player alive. He needed that. Presumably it will be traded out here. 37-33, a 4-kill lead once again here. Lucid now gets that fresh, new, crispy sniper in hand, and will start to snipe here from S4.
Order is restored here for Optic.
Oh.
1 body shot, cleaned up immediately. The Optic fans know they're getting close to another historic Game 5 win. The lead is getting bigger, it's growing at just the right moment, as is the presence of Lucid on the map.
Of course, that hits the body right away. Trippy's there to finish it. The assist comes in here. It's now a 6-kill lead. Almost does it to Royal 2 as well. 2 minutes left on the clock. 5 kills separating the 2.
Trippy's going to chase this one down. Royal 2's not expecting that. Trippy plays his life instead. And Faze really have 1 or 2 more pushes here. Things are starting to get scrappy. Faze are looking to up the pace, but Optic are holding strong once more. Frosty taken down. APG, no shields, but still living. Still alive here, bottom middle, until Renegade takes him down.
Beautiful help there from APG. He has to drop bottom middle. Oh, no! Lucid shows up when he needs to. 44-39.
Left on his own. Gets 2. Repulses back to safety as well. Stays alive, most importantly, just about gets back to his teammates. And if Lucid doesn't do what he just did there, Faze have a chance to get back into this game.
In cinematic fashion, hits the no-scope bottom middle under pressure.
Oh my goodness.
And continues to add more kills to the Optic Gaming tally. It's now 46-39.
Double positive in a Game 5. Snakebite gets 1. It's 4 to go here for Optic. The Optic fans willing them forward. 60 seconds left to find the last 3.
Unreal. S4 push comes in here. And even with 50 seconds left, a 5-kill lead, Optic Gaming can really just make Faze come to them.
Formal gets another one. Snakebite tries to escape. Lucid's gonna chase him down. Lucid gets cut down though. 2 dead here for Optic. And they have to be careful. You cannot make a mistake that you're gonna think about for the next couple of hours by throwing this game away.
Potentially not just hours, maybe longer than that, depending on how this plays out. 46-49.
1 more to go here for Optic. Lucid, who secures a Game 5 win for Optic. Your defending world champions continue their run on the winner's side of this bracket.
And how about Lucid 13-7 in a 50-47 Game 5 win? Anyone who's seen enough of his gameplay over the past 2 years, you know there's something special about him this weekend. And he proves it yet again in a Game 5, going +6 in a game that they win by 3.
You can always pick out the moments when you have a series between such incredible teams. Lucid with the sniper rifle, bottom middle. Looks like he's dead to rights. Player lunging towards him, no scope, takes him down, survives, gets out there with that repulse, then snaps onto another player who's no shields. Those moments are the ones you remember in a series. And it means that Optic Gaming will go into that winner's final. And for Faze, it is now a long, long road ahead.
What a serious layout. Look at that thing. It is a thing of beauty. One of the best series, not just of the weekend here at the Halo World Championships, but it is safe to say one of the best series that we have seen this season, and we are just getting started.
Another epic between two of the best in the world, and you're going to expect more of that as we work our way through this weekend. Optic are going to stand tallest as they knock Faze down to the elimination bracket, and one man who's probably thinking, that was quite a fun series. His name's Trippy. He's down on the main stage now with Blaze.
Seattle, give it up for Optic Gaming! They go to the winners finals to go up against Space Station. But man, Trip, this was an intense series that we saw here going to Game 5. As you got the... I'm gonna let them have it, okay? Because you came up big as your namesake, big game, Trip, okay? Let's talk about the Slayers in this series because you guys go down 1-0 on the maps, but going into that map number 2, down 40-42, you had an incredible push down low on Tunnel. Can you talk to me about that for you guys to be able to clutch that up and tie that series?
Yeah, there's like a minute and a half left. We made the decision to wait for Heatwave rather than just pushing, and then we ended up making a great play. Tommy just pushed elbow, got the flank, and then we ended up killing, pretty much wiping them all 4. So it was a great Slayers by us this series.
Definitely was, okay? And then going into the Game 5, all right? I know a lot of nerves there. What was the mindset? How did y'all lock this one up?
I don't know. I mean, again, Faze is a great team, so we just had to play our advantages, especially with snipe, holding setup, a lot of those things. So, yeah, came out the dub. So.
You definitely did very well, okay? Now, this venue has been absolutely electric with the Green Wall champs and the Optic champs, okay? These fans want to hear from you. Talk to them real quick as you get ready for tomorrow.
I just want to give a huge shout out to my family that's here, my sister and her husband that first time that has come and see me, and my best friends from middle school. They're over here. And of course, the Green Wall. You guys are amazing as always. I love you guys. Thank you.
All right, Seattle, one more time for Optic Gaming as they go to the winners finals. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Shalot, take us away.
Thank you so much to Blaze. A huge congratulations to Optic Gaming. What a series that was, Clutch. So many different moments you can pick out of that. But Optic Gaming, they turn up for the Green Wall. They turn up for the co-stream happening in here as well. And my God, it couldn't have got tighter than that, to be perfectly honest. That was just nuts.
It's not often I get goosebumps like watching Halo, but a world championship and that level of Halo will do it to me. You don't get any closer than that. No. And that live fire Slayer was absolutely insane. The fact that Optic kept this one close throughout the game was absolutely incredible because they never had a power weapon until halfway through the mark where it was tied up. All they needed was a couple, and they were able to press their advantages, trade out successfully, and I mean the last second repulse we're gonna see from Lucid here in a second is a game-changing button press that changed how the series was being directed because that was where Optic Gaming gained momentum.
They certainly did indeed. I've got to say, in terms of teamwork, Optic certainly shined. It felt like there were so many moments Optic made plays, made decisions, and they executed those so well. There were great pivots coming out of Faze, and they were turning the game around, but I felt like in terms of executing what you wanted to achieve here, Optic had that time and time again, Tony.
They really did. I mean, even going right here to that play right there, you saw Lucid staying alive so well before the bottom C side. It was his decision making, but on top of that, it was the teamwork keeping him alive for so long. And then, like you said, that game number 2 had repulse to keep him alive. It was absolutely insane. It was all about that teamwork, and it was quite impressive. And definitely, man, on screen right now, Lucid didn't always show up in the stat sheet, you know, in the kills and the damage, but his target prioritization, the way he was helping out his team, the assists he's been putting up all series long. I've been really impressed with the way Lucid's been playing.
Yeah, indeed. I think he has been absolutely incredible. As you can see, highest KD on Optic. And it's very interesting. If you look across the KDs, this will show you exactly all you need to know about this series, how close this one was. There is no kind of like lopsided KDs coming forward. It's very, very even across the board at certain times. And even if anything, I mean, FaZe Clan, they kind of outslayed it in the entire series, but just couldn't get it done.
Yeah, I mean, that Solitude Strongholds was something incredible to watch, doing exactly, basically what Optic had done to them in Fort Worth. But this was an Optic Gaming Slayer dominance, right? Like, the fact that they showed the ice that we kind of touched on, who was going to be the ICS team in this series? Well, the ICS team in this series was Optic Gaming. The clutch kills, staying alive, Lucid did everything for them in those clutch moments to give them the little upper hand. The margin of victory here was so slim, but Optic Gaming, it's just incredible in those moments.
Certainly was. I've got to say that series was special. It was so down to the wire. I hope you guys at home enjoyed it, but I also do have something else for you to enjoy. They might not have done it here on this series, but Renegade certainly has his eyes set on that journey in the elimination bracket. He's fighting for his life. Let's meet the demon.
Renegade, take one. Good? Yeah.
How do you explain Renegade? That is the million-dollar question.
One word: confidence. He is fearless and he's confident. And I think that those two things with his skill set go a very long way. He's made controversial team changes. He's helped spark rivalries.
You talk to Renegade, he is one of the most confident people you'll ever meet.
He has had this air of really not giving a shit about what happens around him.
Renegade truly believes he is the best player in the world.
Kills per minute, #1 on LAN in the
There's just something about
league.
Renegade's entire kind of persona. He'll be sitting on the main stage, he's laser focused, probably some hair in his eyes.
Sometimes you might come across as a little bit toxic, but I think you need that edge to be one of the best.
Honestly, all in all, I genuinely feel like I'm the best Halo player in the world.
For Renegade, you cannot give him the time to make a decision there, and that is going to cost them. It's going to be the triple.
Renegade's playstyle is, I think it definitely is defined by aggression.
He just plays his situations so confidently.
He's an absolute menace on the map.
The confidence works for him, and he gets into battles that he has no business winning. He'll win those battles and go on to do even more damage.
The trajectory that he's on right now, he can line himself up to be in that conversation of greatest of all time.
We're seeing script.
Use your triple kill. Lucid does kill.
That we're witnessing here on the main stage.
All right, well, let's jump right into this here as we get ready. Street Slayer.
I grew up in San Bernardino, California, which, you know, if anyone knows where that is, it's not necessarily the nicest place. I grew up on the poor side of town. It was just me, my mom, my older brother. And, you know, we went through tough times, hard times, but we love each other, and I always support them, and they always support me. When I realized I was good at Halo was like freshman year of high school. I was like 14, 15, seeing that, you know, some of these tournaments, like the first time I saw was like $2.5 million tournament. I'm like, dude, these guys are playing for that much money. Like, you know, there's no way, like I couldn't do that. Like, I believe I'm better than them. My mentality about Halo is I want to be the best to ever do it. And that is my goal, that is my plan, and try every single event to prove myself right.
There's a lot of things I don't know about Renegade, but one thing I do is that his mentality is on point. He wants to win.
He's a divisive character, but I think as the years have gone by, he's become more himself, more comfortable, and I think certainly found himself as a person as well as a player.
As a person, he's much different than he is as Renegade. I mean, John, he's honestly a really funny, cool guy.
He really is a funny guy who has a great personality.
Outside the game, I would definitely say I'm more of like a quiet, reserved. I don't really talk to people who don't really talk to me. I kind of keep to myself. I just try to keep my circle small.
Halo 5 is really where we saw John start to shine, especially when he joined Splice.
By the time Renegade gets that first win on that Splice roster, you could kind of tell that things were building that direction. They had had a lot of success in online cups and LCQs. By the time they got to dominating on LAN, you realized this team was here to stay. So by the end of Halo 5, Splice are world champions, and you're starting to see the roster, of course, that would develop at that time. It's Eco, Stellar, Renegade, and Shotzi. And of course, 3/4 of that roster would make their way into the Cloud9 roster of Halo Infinite.
Eco, Stella, Penguin, Renegade. When you hear that roster, you think, damn, that's dangerous. The dominance that came through from that Cloud9 roster was unmatched. It was so difficult to touch them.
So at this point, Cloud9 and the former Splice roster, they're used to winning. They win the first 2 LANs of Halo Infinite. They're feeling on top. And then you felt a little bit of tug at the back of the shirt, and that came in the form of Optic Gaming, and certainly was a wake-up call for not just Renegade, but the entire Cloud9 roster.
And Renegade decided to take a bit of a risk, leave his team, big controversy, and join a new one.
The fact that he left his boys, his world championship teammates, to join like the enemies per se, it was surprising.
Felt like this was more of his play style and his ability to do what he wanted to do, even though he's done amazing things on Cloud9, but it was just crazy when he really decided to make that change.
We've been at least a core trio. Me, Eco, Stellar, been a core trio since 2017, late 2017, 5 years. So that was a hard thing to do. But how I always saw it is I want to be the best to ever do it, and I need to surround myself with players who think like me.
There's a lot of talk in the Halo community about that roster change.
A lot of people were unhappy with the decision, more like fans, because like obviously Lethal is a fan favorite, and Renegade has always been like the villain of Halo.
I think some people thought they were crazy to drop Lethal. Some people thought the change made sense.
People just have to understand, like, he just wants to win, and he felt like joining this roster was a better ability for him to win.
Criticism towards me is something that just, at least I believe, just comes with it. At the end of the day, it's just like, they don't really know who I actually am.
I would say the Halo community had mixed opinions for sure. Some people loved it, some people hated it.
It finally came together, and after winning an event, I think Renegade's decision could be justified.
I think the Halo community sees Renegade as one of the best damn players in the world. How else could you see him? He is so skilled. You don't see a lot of players with the type of skill level and the impact that he has on a map.
He's really one of those players that no matter what the case is, no matter how the game looks or the situation of the game, he's gonna just keep grinding and grinding and grinding until he's a champion and continues to be a champion. So I think no matter what happens, if Renegade is in Halo, he's gonna continue to do great no matter what.
There's definitely people, you know, who are still have done so much more than me. Like even my 3 teammates, for example. I feel like I've done a decent amount in Halo, but they've still done so much more than me. And it's just like, I don't know. I want to get to that point. I want to get to the point where like, well, I'm the best.
Minor advantage. Oh, wow! Renegade's gonna kill 5 players. Absolutely absurd what he's doing. Frenzy for Renegade!
Well, there you have it, another episode of Unlocked. I've got to say, these episodes are absolutely incredible. A huge shout out to HCS and Loose Films for putting those together, taking a deeper dive at some of Halo's best, brightest, up-and-comers, superstars, you name it, whatever you want to call it, is so incredible. I absolutely love that. I love learning more about Renegade and all of our players. If I do know one thing about him, though, is that this series that we just saw them lose isn't going to phase him too much, excuse the pun. I think pushing forward through the elimination bracket's not ideal, but I do think that this team have a bounce-back ability, and when you look at everybody talking about Renegade like that, that mentality has to come forward here and now, and he has to believe that he is the best in the world, like you know he does.
He can obviously turn it around, I think. I think this Faze team coming from the elimination bracket is probably the scariest thing to see in the elimination bracket for everybody that is already down there. It's a matter of what does that journey look like, because those guys have done it in every shape and form when it comes to getting back to the grand finals and finding themselves in a second best of 7, which is going to have to be the reality. But you got to get more out of Renegade, I think, in those series. I think the superstar is going to hold that on his shoulders. He's going to put a chip on there, and we will see the best of Renegade coming up.
We certainly will indeed. Tony, what did you make of the Unlocked episode? You know, taking a little bit of a deeper dive into the lives and what makes some of our players tick.
Well, I loved hearing from his from the words out of his own mouth, and even from his peers as well, talking about the confidence that he has and how he just wants to win. And in the position that you're in right now, being knocked down to the elimination bracket, that's going to be tested. They're going to have to make a deep run through the elimination bracket, and if they want to make it to the grand finals, even if they get there, they have to go through a bracket reset, like you said. This is going to be a very long and different journey for Faze on their way to winning a world championship.
Certainly will indeed. And speaking of, let's take a look at the brackets right now and see how they are primed and prepped and ready to go. We're starting things off with the winner's side. We got Optic Gaming primed against Space Station. This is, again, another banger of a matchup. A winners finals, a rematch of many a different grand final that we've had this season. Absolutely incredible stuff. Really excited to see how those both line up on the main stage. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket though and see who are fighting for their lives. As you can see, we do have Quadrant versus Sentinels coming up very shortly, and Faze, they are waiting to see who is going to be dropping forward from Native Red versus Na'Vi, and then hoping to get to that semi-final position. We're actually going to be watching Quadrant versus Sentinels. I think this is going to be a fantastic matchup. So far, so good for Sentinels. As you can see in their elimination bracket journey, 3-2 against Native White. Things got a little bit testy at times, but then Sentinels taking on Shopify Rebellion 3-1. Some really good stuff, and hopefully they will grow and continue on against Quadrant, who again are a pretty difficult opponent there, Wes.
Yeah, it turns out that game 5 the Sentinels was in, they were able to come back from that 7-10 kill deficit, whatever it may have been. That may have lit a fire under these guys. How far will that elimination bracket go? Because Quadrant's going to be a tough team to beat.
They certainly are indeed. As you can see, the stage is getting set up right now. Let's actually talk first about the European roster. They are sat down, locked in. They're hoping to continue their elimination bracket journey. And Quadrant, they have been absolutely fantastic all season long. The growth has been there. I think they've really started to solidify themselves as one of the best teams in the HCS, forgetting and leaving that kind of European, I think, problem behind them. So long in the history of Halo, Europe was kind of not considered to be a contender at times, and now I think with Halo Infinite and especially with Quadrant, that table's completely turned around, Tony. So for Quadrant right now, going up against Sentinels, it's something that they, I think they're feeling pretty comfortable with right now. They have been against the best of the best before.
Yeah, I mean, they've always known that they're, a top 3, top 4 team in the league, and they really put everybody else on notice. I'm pretty sure you talk to everybody in the audience, they'll tell you Quadrant are the real deal, where, like you said, sometimes European Halo has been overlooked at times. So really happy to see Quadrant, as deep as they are so far in this tournament, but the job is not done yet, because the same way that you're a real threat, so are Sentinels. Sentinels have made it to a grand finals this year. This is not going to be an easy matchup for you.
It's not. Clutch, who are you looking at right now on Quadrant? Who are you looking to go off and have a great series here?
I mean, I sound redundant, but it's got to be Legend. He's the best player in this series, in my opinion, and if he falters at all, if he starts slow, Quadrant are going to be in trouble. If you lose to Faze and you lose to SSG, it's one thing. You have to beat teams like Sentinels to gain some sort of momentum because your elimination bracket life is on the line.
It certainly is indeed. On the other side of the stage, though, we do have Sentinels who are getting themselves prepped, ready to go. And I think Quadrant is going to be a difficult match for them. I do think that Quadrant are a serious contender in this series. And Tony, what do you think Sentinels need to kind of pull out of the bag of their magic tricks, deep dive into to try and get this dub?
Well, where I feel confident with Sentinels is in games where they're going to be able to slow the game down. So I think of like the Oddballs and the King of the Hills. I really feel confident with Sentinels with those game types, but when it comes to like the strongholds or the capture the flags, where they're really going to have to dominate that mid-map and beyond and get onto the offensive, that's where Quadrant shines. So it's going to be a tough matchup for you either way, but I think Sentinels do have that experience on their side, and that's one thing that I tend to lean on in close matchups. Who has the most experience? Who has that been there, done that type of mentality?
Yeah, I think experience is going to be key. And to be perfectly honest, so much experience on our screens right here. Spartan, I think for me, Spartan is going to be a huge key to this success. I think you look at him and the way that he performs and plays consistently, it is of such a high level. No matter if they win or lose, you already know Spartan has it down. He is so unbelievably impressive, not only just making incredible plays, but he seals them off, right? He manages to take those plays and turn them into something that is well executed and often is very pivotal for a map or a series. Now with Spartan, how are you feeling that impacts the rest of the team, Wes? When Spartan is popping off, things are going well, they've got control. I feel like the other three fly.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage that comes out of it, a lot of space you're around to play around, but the mentality, the vocals that Spartan brings, when he starts barking, everybody on the team feels that energy. Everybody starts to roll, right? That's such an important vibe to set throughout a series, is to make sure that everybody knows that you're popping off. Spartan's one of the best we have on the circuit to bring confidence to his team that they are still in it or they are rolling. And when that happens, great players will step up. Valkated, Boobadooboo, they will start to shine because of the opportunities that Spartan gives them, not just in the server, but mentally as well. These two teams actually matched up at Arlington, and Quadrant pretty much squeaked by a couple of games, but they did get the better of Sentinels throughout that series. Sentinels cannot have forgotten how Quadrant play, and like Tony said, this pace is going to be a lot for Sentinels to handle, something we've seen them struggle with in the past. I'm looking at players like Spartan the Dog to slow that pace down for Sentinels because Quadrant come at you fast.
Yeah, indeed. I've got to say a follow-up to that though, Wes, while I still quickly have you, is that I look at Spartan, but I also see a little bit of Spartan in Falcated at certain times. I do see Falcated start to really take over and become the kind of nuisance, the difficult player for the opposition. You know, we do see duos happening quite a lot, whether that honestly rotates around in a team, walking together, running together, whatever it may be. Being able to get kills at the same time and kind of pop up, you see on Optic, see on Faze, see on SSG. You want to see that on Sentinels. I'm actually yet to really see that. I often see individuals popping off. I don't really see duos popping off often. Are you looking at Spartan and Fel to do that? Or do you have a different duo in mind?
No, those are the Slayers on this team. Those are the guys that get the kills on this team. The guys that pick up the power weapons and go to work. They're the playmakers. Weethel and Boo are the cerebral players on this team that will finesse their lives, that will buy time, that will be such a nuisance to deal with. It's Falcated and Spartan that are typically your highlight reels waiting to happen. And when they're popping off, good things happen for Sentinels fans.
Certainly do indeed. I've got to say both sides of the stage though are going to be primed to take this series. I'm hoping for a very close one here. I think it's going to be an absolute brawl. We are, as you can see, waiting for Sentinels to get things ready to make sure they're comfortable. They've just come off the featured station after a grueler against Shopify Rebellion there as well. So they're going to be getting things set up. We're going to head on over to the community stage right now to see what is going on over there and give you guys a taste of the Halo festivities in the room.
Gravity Hammer, we got it right here.
Go.
Queen Stank with the answer. Nice job. All right, the go ahead.
Yay!
It is good. All right. So that's 3-2 now. You're back on top, right? All right. I guess we're over here. Now it is...
It's all about perspective, because that's just 3 rectangles from where I stand, but hammer, I guess.
It's the Halo Mind Meld. They're locked in right now. They're locked in.
That is a Minecraft hammer, my friend.
You ready? You got this. You got this.
Or maybe you don't. You got this.
All right.
I believe in you. No, I believe in you, Mo.
So start the timer. Go.
Jackal.
15 seconds. 10 seconds.
Oh my God.
We got a lot of detail going into this one. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2. Didn't get a guess. It's good.
Oh, wow. That's
all right,
a solid drawing.
How are you guys feeling about a steal? You want to take a shot?
All right.
Cat ears? Cat ears.
Cat ears. I heard it from Damon.
Cat ears. It was as simple as we thought. Cat ears.
I would suggest if all you had to do really is just draw just an arrow. Just an arrow pointing at the ear.
A big circle around
Chin
that
got it.
circle
I'm
would have
sorry.
also.
Let me give the right credit where credit's
Cat
due.
ears.
Chin came through with the cat ears.
I believe that puts them, what? 4-2?
Your guess is as good as mine, Ron. I have no idea.
I'm supposed to count 2? Nah, bro.
Yeah, I need you to. It's 4-2. 4-2 for Cobra. You're up over here.
That's what I
Doubling
would
down.
have said.
So, it's your turn. Okay, here we go. Here's your clue. Hold on. You ready? You got this.
Oh, yeah.
Ready?
Ever see somebody look not confident?
The audience is giving some O's and ahs.
Yeah.
Go.
You can do this. Or not.
Okay. It's a ship. It is an airplane. It's Wonder Woman's airplane. It is. It's Master Chief in cockpit.
Pilot.
Nice.
Let's go.
It's
Great
Fernando.
use of the arrows. Great use of the arrows. 5-2 Cobra.
Nose. Cockpit. Plane front.
All right, I think we've cycled. Now we're back on to you, I think, Steve.
Oh, Steve coming back up.
Come on, Eagle. We need some.
Started. Come on, Eagle.
Let's cheer for Eagle. Cheer him on. Come on. We need Eagle. Let's do this.
I'm not gonna lie. You did give them outcasts, and you gave them cat. Actually, y'all had cat ears.
Yeah, it all balances out in the end, Ron.
Look, I was trying.
Okay, you ready? You got this.
I know, I'm afraid.
Okay, Steve. Ready when you are. Go. Eagle.
King. Prophet.
Feel free to guess.
Prophet of truth. Prophet of regret.
15 seconds.
King.
King of the Hill.
King of the Hill.
King of the Hill, Casey!
Let's go! You know the game. I know you know the game.
That's good.
King of the Hill. That was nice. See, that's the Pictionary I'm talking about. Make 'em sweat a
5-3.
little
Eagle
bit.
clawing back into it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. Eagle
Keith,
claw.
remember that
Eagle
thing I
claw.
told you about the community lifeline? You might want to consider that on this one. I'm sorry.
Wow.
It's up to you, though. It's up to you. Even the audience is like, woof. It's up to you. Would you like to use a lifeline, or you want to give it a shot?
Oh, this is brutal. I say give it a stab and then use your lifeline when the time.
You're winning by a few points. You got a buffer.
Look, man, I say you use all the time you can. But that's just me. Pro strats.
Oh, he's gonna go for it.
Let's go.
All right, and go ahead. Let's go. Okay.
It's a fencing, it's grid.
15 seconds. 10 seconds.
This looks like tic-tac-toe.
4 seconds.
Yeah.
3, 2. That was a hard one.
That was a tough one.
All right, that's all right. That was a tough one.
That was a tough one.
You gave it a shot. Now they're going to try to steal. You guys have a shot here? You want to give it a guess?
They won't get it.
No,
Oh, wow.
Wow. Game.
Wow.
Trash talk.
Wow.
Eagle, you have a guess over here? Anything, just say something. No?
Damon with the smack talk, I appreciate that. Get in their head.
All right, 5 seconds for a guess. 4. You got, just say whatever's top of mind.
Virtual AI.
Survey says no, I'm sorry. Audience, what was it? The Shroud screen. That was a really hard one.
Shroud
I get the screen. Yeah, you were dialed in. You're dialed in.
That's tough.
I blame your teammates.
What kind of Diablo clue was that? Why are you this way? That was terrible.
It's the way.
All right, man, I'm just man of black up here. I ain't got no say. I ain't got no horse in this fight, bro.
It's the way it all worked out, Ron. It's the way it worked out. All right, Troy, we got some redemption here. I'm feeling it. This one, here, I don't want anybody to see this. Step forward here just a little bit.
You gonna hit him with Encyclopedia Britannica this time?
Elimination quarterfinals time, folks. Quadrant up against Sentinels. Europe's last hope at a top 4 finish at the Halo World Championships. And for Sentinels, what better place and what better team to get some revenge on?
And Sentinels are looking fiery at the moment after a victory, a 3-1 victory over Shopify Rebellion on the side station. Will they be able to take down Quadrant? Remember last time we saw these guys going up against each other, it was a battle for top 3.
Yep.
And now we're going to see it being a battle for top 4 instead. But this should be an incredible series. We briefly saw the series layout there, and I think it actually favors Sentinels.
Well, one thing we can say is, in the past, these two teams have, in order to get onto the street, in order to get into the top 4, you have to play an SSG, an Optic, or a Faze. But both teams here will fancy their chances against one another.
Yes, they will. They'll want to shut down the opposition to find themselves within that top 4, getting themselves into Championship Sunday here at the Halo World Championship. Solitude, King of the Hill, is where we start. We're locked, we're loaded, as he'd say, shields up, weapons up. It's time to get going.
We're on their way then. On board with SLG. Snipe in hands. Booba puts a couple of shots down and leaves the area very quickly. S4 is the destination. Getting hassled and harried from just below him. Spartan will get the kill, looks up. 2 fresh bursts will take down SLG. Slaves favor Sentinels for the moment. As they step inside the hill, they would really like to try and control loop here.
It's a 50% win rate for Quadrant on this map in mode throughout the season. 75% win rate for Sentinels. And again, that's just because it's one of these games where you can really slow it down. Quadrant seem to excel in the games which are a little bit more fast-paced, where they can rotate accordingly. Whereas Sentinels, they like to lock down any sort of setup that they can find. And certainly in the early stages, they've not really been able to get control of top middle. As at the moment, it's Quadrant scoring.
Spartan's hit some shots. Drops down to finish up the pieces. Legend on silo. Spartan using the Quadrant skin on the sniper rifle. Obviously scooped up off SLG. Almost a victim of their own undoing. Where Quadrant. Falcated now. Over towards Flowers. Backs up, backs away. Look to re-engage now over towards light rifles. Helping his teammate, working in tandem with Boo Boo Doo Boo. Couple of shots go down. Nothing really landing. Spartan now on loop, feet planted, trying to line a few boys up in the scope.
Yeah, very evident that they're just trying to control glass at the moment to restrict Quadrant's chances of holding this top hill. Chick caught slightly unaware, but good reversal there to ensure he does shut down Spartan and shut down that control they had of glass. Certainly Sentinels have got the better of Quadrant in the early stages, but that's only for hill time. It's 10 for 10 in terms of slays. Very even to begin with on that front.
Lethal ensures blue spawns are blocked, at least for now. He steps away into the hill. Double stack inside. Quantum translocator has gone down. I believe it was Spartan who scooped it up. Legend over towards posters, down to no shields. Falcate will get the finishing touches on that one. As these two teams continue to trade back and forth, 3 dead now for Sentinels. But it's the North American team who have the most progress in the hill so far. Seeking out over towards Yard. And they begin to score. What do Sentinels have to break the setup? They get the opening pick, 2 go their way. And this could be the chance to take the lead.
A lot of responsibility for Seeker then. SLG, though, does get a kill onto Lethal Kazoo. This isn't going to be a guaranteed hill, but Spartan somehow still alive. Eventually falls, but it's not going to matter. First hill still will go in favor of Sen. Booby Dooby was there, just gathering, gobbling up that hill time. Now they find themselves leading here. Boo Boo, who had a fantastic series against Shopify Rebellion, really seems to be finding his own and finding his footing here at the Halo World Championship. But can it carry on any further? Quadrant, who typically like to get in the faces of their opponents, they're struggling really to match Sentinels' pace at the moment because Sentinels really seem to slowing down the game.
Seeker still in yard. Nice damage to Spartan. You might choose to re-engage here. Here comes Falcade. Seeker's shields have just come back. 3 dead now for Sentinels. Spartan, position top gold. Has to back away, has to give it up. Seeker's hitting some shots now. Quadrant closing in on leveling up this game. This reign of terror that Seeker's on continues. More damage output. 1-1 now the score.
And this is really good from Seeker. I mean, there's been a few times where we've seen Seeker on Solitude struggle a little bit, where he's kind of on his own, he gets caught out, he'll die sometimes 6-7 times in a row, and we're like, you know, is he going to be able to get back into the game? But that's the highs and lows of being that player who does try to go for those flanks, who does try to maraud a little bit as a solo. When it works, it looks incredible, but when it's going against you, you can look very flat.
SLG looking at a trade. Sentinels remain in the hill for now. Chick's trying to change that, trying to be an influence. As he looks to re-engage from a different angle, picking up the thruster pack along the way. Just to maneuver his hitbox in a time of need. Lethal on Silo will just get away for now. Gonna make himself a really difficult kill, and Chick doesn't know whether to stick or twist for the teammates on hand to get the kill. Boo Boo now on posters, and Chick continues to fire down damage. His shield's looking pretty healthy for now. We're almost tied up in progress to this hill. Chick will eventually fall. Spartan now threatens to step inside the hill and building this lead.
Quadrant starting to edge ahead in the slays now, which is a little bit worrying for Sentinels, but a couple of kills make it 3 going in their favor. Suddenly gets them right back into this one. They can get a little bit of hill time. You can see they're desperately trying to find this last remaining player, but it's Chick playing his life excellently. Gets assisted then by a teammate. You'd think Seeker off spawn could have helped, but Spartan held strong.
Shots go down. Spartan continues to put down damage. 2-1 now the score. Sentinels regain the lead.
But it's because it's a really difficult hill. If you are just a little bit behind, but you find yourself very close to losing that hill, you don't want to throw yourself into it because then you'll give up map control. Quadrant, very patient. They're more than happy to just give 1 point away because there is still plenty of time on this clock. Sometimes on Solitude, this game can kind of get away from you, and we've seen games won at just 2-1. We've even seen a game won at 1-0 actually on Solitude before. But Sen with a great push onto that snipe to shut down SLG, which is extremely important. Otherwise, if he had got going, might have just been what Quadrant needed. But now Quadrant firmly on the back foot, not only 2-1 down, but starting to lose slays as well.
A 1-0 King of the Hill win. Sounds like a Mourinho masterclass to me.
I'll give you one guess as to which
Ryan
team it
Noob.
was. It was
Ryan Noob.
Shopify, yeah. Who else but Ryan Noob? And unfortunately for Shopify, they finished in top 8. They lost to Sentinels just mere moments ago on the side station. That's why Sentinels find themselves here in top 6, competing against Quadrant. 4 dead for Quadrant, and Sentinels now with a chance to try and put this 3rd one in, which could be the final nail in the coffin with how Solitude goes sometimes.
Falcade continues to patrol Flowers, trying to provide a little bit of support for his team. Crossfire goes down. Seeker's getting a lot of damage. He loses his life. 3-1 now the score, and Sentinels are in cruise control.
Yeah, Sentinels can now just back it up a little bit. They can play in whichever way they want, really. Get aggressive and try and play the hill. Go for 4 if you are out slaying Quadrant. But if Quadrant start to excel a little bit in the slaying department, that's when you just take a step back, you watch a couple of angles, and you make sure you make it difficult for them to get into that next hill and start to use that shot clock to your own advantage.
Both teams with 45 kills right now. Neither one outslaying, but Sentinels have just been so objective efficient. And they hold a 3-1 lead. And even if Sentinel, or even if Quadrant, excuse me, are to capture this hill, We're going back to top middle. We know how difficult that can be to capture.
And I think it's just King of the Hill in general is not necessarily Quadrant's favorite. They don't like to be shackled to one position. They like to be moving. They like to be grooving. That doesn't mean they're out of this one just yet, though. Although with 2 falling, it's certainly not looking particularly pretty for Quadrant fans at the moment, as Lethal puts down another double kill. Quadrant have like maybe one more push here to try and get a solid setup on this hill, and then they still have a small chance. But we're starting to look like it might be a Sentinels victory here in map number 1.
Sentinels happy to play time here, using the hill as bait. Time is now their teammate, and the 5th man. Double kill in the feed. Falcated and Spartan will pick those up. And you can see Quadrant desperately trying to close the distance, get into the hill, but Sentinels using it as bait, continue to put down damage. And Quadrant just can't deal with the pressure.
We so often see this 5th final hill be the final hill. We very rarely get further than it because of this reason exactly. Manage to trap the other team in yard often, and then you can watch all of those angles. You don't allow them to be able to push through comfortably. With 35 seconds left on the clock, I think the writing's on the wall, especially with Lethal picking up a killing spree. Chick, the last-ditch attempt to try and get the hill, but he should fall shortly as well, as Sentinels now will be on their victory parade around Solitude.
It was only 1 year ago. Lethal was massively disrespected by the community. Look at him now, proving why. He's in that GOAT conversation, one of the greatest of all time. You can argue whether it's him, Ogre 2. One thing I know is he's definitely top 2 for me. And Falcated will continue to put down shots. 5 seconds as time dwindles away. Quadrant just didn't have enough, and Sentinels will claim game 1.
SLG just slows it down a little bit. The fist bumps all round. Job done from Sentinels. The momentum from their previous game against Shopify really starting to show through there. Quadrant were hot out of the blocks with a few slays, but Sentinels just said, all right, well, we don't need to match their pace. Why are we running around like lunatics? Start setting up around some of these hills. And Quadrant just struggled to break some of those setups, and I think that is one of their main issues as a squad. Their playbook doesn't necessarily run as deep as some of the other teams in the league. But it's not all doom and gloom. We already knew that this was going to be a tough game, map and mode for the Quadrant boys. It was a predicted win for Sentinels as we look back at some of the highlights from map number 1.
That has been a criticism of Quadrant. You speak about not having so many pages in the playbook. It's what happens if plan A doesn't work. Well, for Quadrant, more often than not, it's let's try plan A again.
Plan A is usually a good plan for Quadrant, so it can be rinse and repeat. But it just is King of the Hill for them. I just don't think it really suits their play style. And with a new season coming around and with Extraction coming into the HCS, you'd have to imagine that could be another problem for Quadrant. So they need to find something to try and get through these setup-based game types. But up next, Slayer Streets. Very different approach you're going to need. You can play a little bit more of a flow state. You can move around the map together, but we do see a lot of squads also slow this one down. It is a slightly better map for Quadrant. They're 6-5 across the season, 5-6 on the side of Sentinels, so it's pretty even. And again, it could be one of those coin flips, and it could be series defining. If you go 2-0 down here in your Quadrant, your head starts to drop. You start to think that maybe that top 4, that top 3 that you once had is not going to be reachable here.
Quadrant have proven in the past that they are wobbleable. Is that a word? Wobbleable?
Reachable, wobbleable. Lots of balls.
They find themselves down in the series here, and their ticket for Championship Sunday is in jeopardy. Sentinels knows what it takes to be playing on a Sunday. None more so than Lethal. And we're on board now with Spartan.
It was something that the desk had mentioned, the experience. When it comes to crunch time, when it comes to that clutch factor, Sentinels definitely have the upper hand. Yes, we might have seen Quadrant take down Sentinels for that top 3, that so famous top 3 that they had back in Arlington at the Optic Major. But this is the Halo World Championship. This is where there's even more prize money on the line, more pride on the line as well. And will the occasion just get a little bit too big for Quadrant? That's my biggest question that I want answered from the Quadrant boys. Find themselves 3-2 down in the early stages, but Rocket's gone wayward there. Spartan just manages to avoid it, but he's still got shut down.
It wasn't that long ago for Quadrant. Top 6, matching European history, was a big deal. And it was huge, and it was almost the sum of their ambitions, but how quickly things developed. When they placed top 3, all of a sudden top 6 becomes a disappointment.
Which is crazy if you look at Quadrant. I mean, this roster, these 4 players have not finished outside of the top 6 all season. The only time we saw Quadrant outside of the top 6 was when they had to play with a substitute in the first major of the season. They have solidified themselves as a top 6 team, which, as you mentioned, was historic for Europe. But now there's always been that expectation of, well, they can go further. We've seen them go further. They can get to the top 3. They can get to the top 4. If they were to fall here, they would be disappointed with themselves. But as for Sentinels, I mean, they were top 8 last event. They fell from 2nd to top 8, and now they're competing for top 4 again. It's been a roller coaster for Sentinels. Now, boy, would they love to find themselves in a grand final, and it is a long old journey to get there. They'd have to beat down these European giants if they want to find themselves in Championship Sunday.
For the teams who find themselves in the elimination bracket, you're going to have to do it the hard way. Nobody has reset the bracket against a team in the winners final and went on to win the tournament. Everybody down there knows they're going to win it. They're going to have to make history. Rockets in hand. Chick gets 1. It's a 3-kill game. He continues to get pressured, has to back away. The Rockets not the insurance policy he needs. And Boo Boo with a couple of spike grenades for the eye of a needle manages to take off SLG's life. 4 kills now. That rocket doesn't connect. Falcade Lethal step up. Take a stroll down the middle of the street. Pick up a couple of kills. All 4 dead now for Quadrant.
All 4 dead. Spartan starting to scream some call outs at his teammates. Let's jump into a listener with Sentinels and see what the comms are like.
That's a my window.
They're pushing.
Yeah, entires. Yo, laundry on me, I think. Yeah.
I think 3. I think go 3. I'm pushing.
Yeah, PD to the right. PD.
There's one shot tires, guys. I want music.
I'm here. PD weak too.
Music dead.
PD. I'm pushing. He's weak. It's legend.
Yo, I'm trying to spawn the purple.
Got shields.
Nice. Trying to spawn the purple, guys.
That middle. I'm looking C. Yo, shotty spawn.
Yeah, I'm
looking.
Mikey, I'm front A. I'm here.
Up Ivy now.
Cafe now.
ATM on me.
I'm coming.
One shot. Nice.
Ivy, I'm here.
You're alone, Jesse. You're alone.
I got him.
Yep.
Caution.
Tires.
I hear that.
Yeah, I downed C1. P1. I spawned in C, guys.
He's Pete. I'll go for that. No more talking ammo. Yeah, on agent fast.
I'm
good. I can live.
I'm at B.
Two agents. Hold nest for
tires quick.
Yeah, I hear that.
Plants on me?
Yeah,
we still hold it.
Cafe. And tire gun. Cafe.
They might push on that. Yeah, ATM. Dead end.
They pick it up. See stairs. They pick it up. See stairs.
He's still tired, Tyler.
Yeah, we should just look B.
Yeah. Yo, laundry. Wait. Two. Fire squatting me.
Yeah, P1. ATM. Yeah, laundry in it. I saw ATM.
Nice.
Tires.
Yo, 10 for rockets, guys.
Tires. P1 now.
Get these kills for rockets. Get these kills for rockets.
P1.
See, I wasn't lying. He was screaming for a short while, but for good reason. Sentinels really starting to pile it on to Quadrant at the moment. 26, make it 27-13, and Quadrant just falling to pieces here on the main stage. Killing spree now for Boo Boo. Golden Boy told me backstage, he said, look, Sentinels are hot at the moment after their victory over Shopify, and he also was not lying.
Not listening. One thing I know is when those boys are communicating like that, confidence is flowing through their veins. When Spartan starts to get loud, it's when you see the best of Sentinels. You know he's vibing. Head in a swivel here as he peeks towards his teammate's screen. Now eyes trained on Arcade. SLG will just be the beneficiary of a little bit of timing. Spartans will try and get close to his teammates once more. But for Quadrant, it's such a tough ask to get back into this game. Killing spree locked in for Spartan.
They're just too far behind as Spartan again starts to get amped up here is what we asked of him right at the start of the day when we saw Sentinels on the main stage. When it looked like maybe there was even a chance they were going to get eliminated and not even find themselves here in the top 6. Will Spartan get going? Will he start to catch fire? Because if he does, it just produces this kind of crazy element within the team where they all start to believe in themselves. They all start to get going. You heard it in the listening as well. And for Quadrant, that is bad news. And you see on the opposition team someone starting to heat up at this moment. You know it's going to be a tough series.
At the start of the series, I mentioned how this is Europe's last chance to get top 4. I was wrong. I'm used to tournament after tournament, Quadrant being the last team, but Navi are still here. They're still in the fight. They have to take down Faze, that's the only problem.
Yeah, they've got Native Red over in that elimination bracket, and if they were to take down Native Red, then it's a matchup with Faze. It's very terrifying side of the elimination bracket, that's for sure, but Maybe still hope for Europe, even if Quadrant were to go down here. It's looking pretty dim in map number 2 for Quadrant, but rockets in hand for Chick. Down by 13, make it 12. Is there still any sort of life here?
Quadrant looks shell-shocked right now. SLG gets another kill. Chick will connect with the rocket. And is this an avenue to explore, to get back into this game and the series? Stalker rifle. Sprays at a red room from Spartan. He'll change angle now, he drops down, but it's straight to his demise, and a killing spree for Chick this time. Been trying to match the exploits of Spartan, but just whiffs the melee. 3 dead for Sentinels for a moment. It's a 9-kill game. Still some hope here.
We have seen comebacks of around 8 to 9 kills happen already in this tournament. With how Spartan's playing, 15 kills at the moment. Are they even going to allow Quadrant a chance here? It's still up by 9. Assault rifle for Falcated to work with. And they're just hunting down Quadrant at the moment. And that's the worrying sign. When it gets to this stage of the game where you can play with this kind of confidence, there's never really going to be a chance of a comeback.
Spartan gets one elsewhere, SLG down. Seems to be a matter of when, not if. Sentinels win game 2 and are 1 game away from progression and dumping Quadrant out of the competition.
Is this going to be the end of the season for Quadrant? It's been such a historic one for them. It made a lot of European fans happy, but now they will have to reverse sweep this Sentinels roster if they want to find themselves within that top 4 and keep their chances alive of competing at the Halo World Championship on Championship Sunday. It was a very one-sided affair here on Streets, which we've seen before. We've seen Quadrant struggle on Streets. It just seems like if you allow a player like Spartan to have that much freedom to be taking the amount of gunfights he did in 1v1 scenarios, then you're probably going to be looking at a result like this. You have to take 2v1s. You have to try and not allow Spartan to have that freedom. But when you look at those damage stats, it was Falcated, it was Lethal who were laying down the foundations for Spartan to move around the map in the way that he did.
We harp on how big a factor momentum is. Quadrant now down 2. It's been all one-way traffic. 3-1, King of the Hill Solitude, 50-36. They couldn't even get over the 40-point threshold. And with an oddball recharge on the horizon, Dan, please tell me there's some good news.
This is probably Quadrant's worst oddball.
That's not good news.
Map. It is one of Sentinel's best oddball maps. Now, elsewhere, we have another European roster competing. It's Na'Vi versus Native Red. And Na'Vi 1-0 up in oddball here on Streets. So there is still hope elsewhere for the other European team. I've got to say, hats off to Na'Vi. After back-to-back-to-back top 12s, they break into the top 8, and now they are competing for top 6 at the Halo World Championship.
This team is really starting to put together something special. All those boot camps now starting to pay off. The team have been grinding, improving, getting some tips from the North American boys.
13 kills in the moment for Snipe Drone and Glory, and what an amazing addition Glory has been. An up-and-coming player, or he's not even an up-and-coming player anymore because he's solidified his place on this roster, and I think he has a very bright future in European Halo, if not international Halo, with how they're playing at the moment. And can they catch Native Red off guard? Native Red often have been that team that just a little bit of a step too far for European rosters at time. But Native Red, they've lost 3. And Na'Vi find themselves with a little bit of ball control and a chance for Snipe Drone perhaps to set up with this Bulldog.
Snipe Drone heads to heaven. Backs away now with the PD. As trusty Bulldog comes out the back pocket. Gonna have to have it on a tight leash, only 1 bullet left. Manny's gonna slide out, eat the first one. Battle rifle will get the job done. And they continue to hold the ball, do Na'Vi. 37 and climbing. Native Red not out of this one just yet. But if they keep allowing Na'Vi to surmount these points, particularly so easily it would seem, they're going to be in big trouble.
It has been a long time coming for a performance like this from Na'Vi. When you speak to some of the other US teams, they respect what Na'Vi can do. Oh, nice from Soul Snipe though, but 22 kills now, triple kill, putting the rockets to full effect. That's one way to disrupt any sort of setup. Gets the stick as well, as now Soul Snipe really trying to elevate Native Red here, saying, look, let's not give up on map number 1 here. We're still very much in this.
That sticky grenade was in a very interesting place. And Soul Snipe might just have carved a hole straight back into this game for Native Red. It was needed. And he didn't stand on ceremony. Tolic hands the ball over, drops it into a little bit playable space, waiting for the rest of his team to get touch tight. But unfortunately for him, Na'Vi have hands on again, and they're scoring once more.
And Na'Vi just don't want to find themselves kind of in a Game 5 situation. It's been a very up and down season for them. A lot of downs where they were in three-way ties, Game 5s they lost, games they perhaps should have won, and it was always the buts and the what-ifs from this Na'Vi team. They finally find themselves answering them here. It all seems to have clicked at the right time as well at the Halo World Championship. As for Native Red, I mean, we know the trials and tribulations that they had to go through as a roster, and they finally found someone who just seems to fit the right shoe. Suppressed has come in and shown what he's made of, and now he's just trying to get a little bit of ball time, trying to avoid the eyes of Na'Vi.
It was 3 dead for a moment, though, for Native Red. They have ball again. 55 points in climbing, but Native Red are hot on their heels. And Snipe Drone continues to put down damage. Tolic's bottom middle. Manny on the stairs. Snipe Drone will get shut down, and that will mean Native Red can take control again.
As soon as you shut down Soul Snipe, I think you're in a good spot here if you're Na'Vi, because he's the one who's really threatening this game for you. But you don't want to throw this one away, but Manny now with the assault rifle getting in behind enemy lines. Na'Vi just need to be very careful. They don't allow that to happen too often. Next set of rockets up. Any eyes on them? We saw what Soul Snipe was able to do with the previous set.
These rockets are going to be so important. Mighty's. He has to be an influence here. Glory trying to put down damage. Tolic has scooped up the rockets though. Mighty's did try to have that influence, but unfortunately for him, a prediction rocket fired towards the garbage will find a home. And if you want to check out more of this match, head to twitch.tv/HCS to see its conclusion, because our eyes immediately switch back to our main stage action. Quadrant up against Sentinels. Reminder, Sentinels hold a 2-0 lead.
So Na'Vi competing for top 6, Quadrant competing for top 4. European Halo is well and truly on the map in the international scene. And both teams doing their region proud. But is it going to be the end here for Quadrant? They find themselves 2-0 down, and it's Oddball Recharge that's coming up. I mentioned it earlier, one of Quadrant's worst game types on Oddball, but one of Sentinel's best. They ranked 3rd in this league. It's not looking good.
When I asked for good news and you didn't give it to me, I can now see it's in front of me, it's plain as day.
But it's also another thing that I was talking about. When we look at these maps and modes, it's another very setup heavy map and mode, Recharge Ball. You get that ball into gold or an elevator and you set up around it. This is great for Sentinels. Whereas Quadrant, they want to be moving, they want to be getting behind, they want to be flanking, they want to be rotating as a team. Strongholds fits them perfectly, but when it comes to ball, when it comes to King of the Hill, sometimes they can be a little bit lackluster in areas. We'll have to see whether they can maybe change that narrative and show what they're made of as we head into Game 3 here on the main stage.
Series layout seemed to favour Sentinels, and they're proving that here. I have a bone to pick with a man named Richie Hines. I told him I needed 5 Strongholds games back-to-back in this series. He told me to shut up.
Quite rightly so as well. I'm sure Sentinels fans wouldn't have been enjoying that one. But a hot start for Quadrant. They're able to get an opening few kills here. It's an unfortunate push. Lethal really wanted to shut down that player in pipes, but if you try and push pipes and there's someone holding top cat, you're very rarely going to be able to survive.
3 dead for Sentinels. Quadrant have the ball. SLG holding gold. Putting down damage. Spartan cannot push now. Damage done was enough. Legend gets the opener. Down to no shield. It's going to be traded out. Spartan has about 2 bursts worth of life. Boo Boo Doo has also got a trade elsewhere. 3 dead. Falcated. Top elevator. And a 1v1 now with Sika, who tries to get the trade and does so successfully. The spawns are going to be so important, and Legends all the way over towards pipes.
They need to start pushing as a unit here, Quadrant. They're so good when they start to get into a flow state and when they get going. You've got to remember, they've now lost 5 maps in a row if you also count the 3 maps they lost to SSG just prior in the winners bracket. Momentum is very much not on their side. You've got to flip that script, and sometimes you need your star player to pop off, and that is Legend. He is the guy that everyone's been talking about, individually so talented. Can he be the one just to raise the roof a little bit here and keep Quadrant's hopes alive?
SLG The experienced Frenchman. No stranger to the world stage. This will be his highest ever placement at the Halo World Championship. Of course, last year had to watch from home as Quadrant fumbled and didn't qualify. What a difference a year can make to the complexion of your career.
Ball dropped.
Ball played. Booba-doo-boo, 1v1 with Chick with camouflage, but Chick wins the fight. They need more of that.
Yeah, they need to be winning their individual engagements. I think it's something that's let them down at times. They're great when they're a pair or a 3. But you're going up against some of the best players in the world in 1v1s. It's what happened against Space Station. You know, SSG, some of the most individually talented players that you will see in the HCS. And if you try and take them blow for blow in individual fights, it's very rarely going to go well. And the same can be said for some of these Sentinels players as well. So much experience, so much Halo history on this roster, but at the moment, Quadrant are doing very well just to keep them at bay, getting good ball time, playing it when they need to. It's a solid start for them.
49 seconds to 0, to be exact. 2 dead once more for Sentinels. Quadrant are managing this one perfectly. Falcade in towards pipes, faced with Legend. The Starboy comes out on top this time, shutting down his counterpart. Falcade is expected to do the damage and make the difference, as is Legend. So pivotal in both their team's successes. But Legend still positioned top gold. They're happy to play this one patiently and not make mistakes, not hand Sentinels the initiative.
Doesn't seem to be any panic for the side of Quadrant. They seem to have calmed themselves down. Maybe that little bathroom break after map 2 just allowed them to mentally reset a little bit. You can see it in their BR fights. I mean, Legend was not phased at all there by the push from Falcated. And Chick also winning that individual engagement down at bottom blue just shows that I think they've reset a little bit. But finally we get to see what Sentinels can do with this ball. It's not going to be a chance at a proper setup just yet. They need a couple more slays before that can happen. It's a poor man setup over towards Longhall. They want to just get this ball over towards blue to at least go for a subpar setup.
Falcade tasked with keeping blue safe. He was good for a trade. 3 dead though, lethal. Will make it all 4 dead. Chick gets the kill and the camouflage, the boot.
Enemy has the ball.
It was a per man setup, but it was broken wide open pretty easily. Chick now shots down on gold stairs. 2 members contest him at battle edge. He backs away, stays alive, keeps the camo in the fight.
Chick with 12 kills at the moment, Seeker with 11, and I do think it's important that these Quadrant players do take the pressure off of Legend a little bit. As their main slayer, we know what Chick can do. We've seen the highlight reels that have been put throughout the HCS and his experience and what he can achieve. 12 more seconds, a nice position he's taken as well. He should be able to be rewarded with a kill and an assist, which he will. And now Sentinels may just have to accept this round could be over as SLGs just needs to dance. A merry dance off the map into the water. And it's going to be 1-0. Quadrant will take the lead. And that is going to do wonders just to reset them mentally.
Round 2. Fight. SLG in blue. Chick. Just moments ago under the stairs like Harry Potter. Providing a little bit of magic for these Quadrant boys. Seeking now will take down Sparty. Puts a couple of shots. Make it 1 shot into lethal. Who will get the trade. Maybe that's a wake-up call for Sentinels. Camouflage now. Needs to make a difference.
Yeah, Boo Boo struggling a little bit at the moment, trying to go for a few flanks, and he's been spotted out by Quadrant. It was similarly to what I was saying on Solitude with Seeker. When you're that player who's just trying to move around on your own a little bit, if you start to get caught out and spotted out, your stats start to show. And it looks very negative, but Boo Boo's trying to make plays for his team. He's trying to be that difference maker, and that's what I'm talking about. Making sure you finish the damage that your team has done as he turns it into a double. And that's one way to start to turn your game around.
We're looking for more. Has to get out of dodge though, down to no shields. Looks for the comfort, the sanctuary of his teammates. Drops on ball, scoops it up, starts to juggle it. Thought about going bottom elevator, but the calls come to bring it blue. They now have the option to play it if they need to. Plasma grenade scooped up. We know how they can be. Spartan now, surveying the land. Here comes Seek It. Falcade calling for help. It will come, but not in time. And it's now Sentinels who've had a perfect start. It's them who have a 35-second lead.
I think it's smart moving it over towards blue here as well. obviously you can throw the ball off, but what Quadrant have been doing well, and what they did well in round 1 was when they retrieved that ball, they turned it into a setup very quickly. You deny that if you're over towards blue. Spartan has his hands on the shock rifle. Bad news though for Quadrant.
An update from the other game on the B stream. Navi has won the oddball game against Native Red. They're ahead in the series. 2 more of those. And that could be their best placement, matching the top 6 of the Fabi roster long ago.
Yeah, I'm sure that would do wonders for all of their confidence as well. It's been a long old season for Navi. They've been in the shadow of Quadrant for the entirety of it. And all those records they had once set, some of those players, the likes of Jimbo, they were all whipped away by Quadrant. As Chick shuts down Lethal. 55 seconds ahead are Sentinels. They're looking to try and add a little bit more there as Boo quickly just has a little touch of the ball, but realizes he needs to probably drop and slay because Chick's starting to approach.
Chick's on the hunt. Backs away after doing some good damage. Recognizing he's a little bit exposed and could be the opening pick. Seek is falling elsewhere though. He needs to get himself back into the fight as quickly as he can. Boo though, and Falcade will fall to the battle rifle of Chick. Not quite Kentucky Fried Chicken. It's French fried. 3 dead for Sentinels.
Still no ball time though. Sentinels doing really well at just frustrating Quadrant, not allowing them to get an easy touch. It's a double for Spartan. And instead of just getting desperate to look for more, it's small things, small minor details like that, that quick toss of the ball, allowing Sentinels just to get Boo into pipes and get those extra seconds on the board. They can be the difference makers at times to just give you the round.
Sentinels continue to make this an ugly one for Quadrant, a difficult one. Scrapping so many seconds of ball time. Legends has the ball over towards Glass, but only now has he decided to scoop it up. Only now does he feel comfortable to start getting some time, eating away at that significant lead the Sentinels have built.
It was something I had mentioned it, I think it was yesterday during the tournament. Quadrant often it is Legend who is the ball carrier, or it was at Fort Worth anyway. He was the one who played the objective, which was a little bit of a surprise considering the slaying statistics that came out from him as well. Maybe that could be the key to success here, is him also getting involved in some objective time, because they are 50 down.
Enemy has the ball.
Seeker gets a double though. Legend again back on that ball as Spartan's now just trying to have a little sneak around.
Seeker caught unaware. 4 shots straight to the visor. He'll be calling out his last known position, but he's no longer there as he doubles back once more. Legend gets one on the pipes. The collapse is coming from Sentinels. The Frenchman was forced to play the ball down towards batteries. Shock rifle. This is bad news, Bears, if you're a Quadrant fan. As Sentinels continue to pile on the pressure. 2 kills go in their favor. And it appears as though 2 members have dropped out of the lobby.
Enemy has the ball.
And we'll have to get that one sorted, as it was a lead for Sentinels, so we'll wait for admin ruling, but I imagine we'll restart with X amount to play and X amount of points needed for Sentinels, and then a full for Quadrant. But Quadrant were 1-0 up overall, as we'll get this one restarted between the two. Now, we noticed the real difference there in round 2. It was kind of shock rifle control for Sen, really helped them. They also didn't allow Quadrant to get set up in pipes ever. They constantly got that ball away from them. They moved it towards blue at times, and I think it started to frustrate Quadrant. They were never really able to get that setup that they desired.
Sentinels continue to make life difficult for Quadrant, making it very uncomfortable. Now, as we put some ice on the series, Dan, time for it to reflect. Still a lot of work to do for Quadrant.
A lot of work to do, and I'm wondering, is it just too much to do? It's a lot of pressure when you have to try and reverse sweep some of those absolute legends that you're going up against on that main stage. But Quadrant will believe it. When you speak to the likes of SLG, I mean, these guys think that they can win events. They don't just play for top 6, for top 4. They're here to try and win. And I think it probably deflated them a little bit when they took that 3-0 loss to SSG, because when you have that belief that you can win an event, you think you should be able to go toe-to-toe with a team like Space Station, but they just were not able to do so.
And I mean, we've talked about for a long time now how in the past, Quadrant haven't matched up well against Faze, against SSG. They're starting to figure things out against Faze, it would seem, bringing them to a Game 5 and a Game 7. But SSG have their number time and time again. And you spoke about how this is their 5th loss in succession in this tournament. They have got to bounce back here or their tournament's over.
And we do see that. I mean, it's rock, paper, scissors at times in the HCS. One team will beat another, and that same team will then lose to a team who you've just beaten, and it's all playstyle dependent. It's about the pace of which you play. Are you a setup team? Are you a rotational team? And I think that maybe Quadrant are meeting their match a little bit here, especially on the maps and modes that we're playing right now. They are much slower. They are not the fast-paced game types that Quadrant like to play. This is feeding into how this Sentinels roster likes to play the game. It's perfect for them. And a series layout, that's how the cookie crumbles. But that's why teams like Space Station are so good, why we always see them in the top 3. Because there doesn't really seem to be a bad series layout for the likes of Space Station, but it does exist for some of the teams outside of the top 3.
And a criticism that constantly lands at the feet of Quadrants when they find themselves down by 2 in the series. We've seen it last event. They lost a Strongholds game type where they were strongly favored against Rebellion. They end up getting 3-0'd then. They lost game 1 here, albeit King of the Hill, very different, but at the same time, they don't seem to have the ice when they go down 0-2.
I mean, you look at the player cams there as well. There's not much chatter going on. It's kind of heads down. They look a little bit deflated, I have to be honest. And if I was the coach of the squad, or if I'm the IGL, I'm trying to amp up my team a little bit. I'm saying, hey, we're 1-0 up, we get a restart. We're going to be down by, 40 points or so, but we're still in this series. We still can win this one. We can go further than the top 6. Come on, SLG. Amp the boys up. Get them firing.
You tell me what exactly your speech would look like or sound like.
Absolutely not.
A little bit of French if you wouldn't mind.
Definitely not. My French accent not quite good enough, and I don't want to offend an entire country as well as those boys on the main stage. As you can see, the game remake conditions are just under review. The admins are going to make sure they get the numbers right and that both teams are going to be happy with it as well. And then as soon as they are, we can get this game back underway. What do you think? Do you think Quadrant genuinely have a chance of getting back in this series, or are you leaning towards this starting to look like a 3-0 after the round we just saw?
Round 1 looked very good.
It did.
They were smooth sailing and looked like if they just replicate that and go again, we have a series in our hands. But what I've just seen from Spartan, from Lethal, they seem to have found that extra gear and it's the perfect time of the tournament.
And it might look disappointing for, I mean, let's put it in a world where Quadrant do lose here to Sentinels. They would be disappointed. But you have to remember, Sen back in Salt Lake City, they were second place. They were in that grand final. They've shown they can get to that grand final, which is one step further than Quadrant have ever reached. It's crazy to see these two teams competing for top 4, but at the same time, that is the depth we have in the HCS now. That is how close it all is. And also, because of the top 8 finish we saw from Sen, they had a bad seed coming into this tournament. So that's how the brackets can play out. Quadrant have done their best to give themselves a good bracket. They played very well throughout pool play. They believe they should be beating a team like Sentinels, and I think they just feel a little bit dejected here.
And this is something we spoke about the strength of the HCS and the teams that we have. Outside of, say, the top 3, the likes of Faze, Optic, and SSG, there are 4 teams who can claim that top 4 spot. We've already seen Sentinels and Quadrant and Native Red do that. And on their day, these teams are capable of beating one another at any stage.
And now we're throwing in a team like Na'Vi, who seem to be having a great tournament. They're 1-0 up against Native Red. They have a chance to push themselves into the top 6. And then they would be playing against Faze for the top 4. Now that might just be one step too far. That's what happens when you have a league which has 3 teams who are at the very top. There is always going to be one side of the bracket that is just a little bit more difficult than the other because someone has to play one of those top 3. So Quadrant are on the better side of the bracket because arguably they have the 4th seed right now. They are the team to be beaten. So Sentinels doing very well to find themselves 2 up, and I think they're going to be very happy with how they've played so far. But when you have a situation like this, when you have to have a restart, there's always going to be some sort of implication of how does that affect you as a team and your mentals. Can you reset quickly? Does it bode well if you're behind? There's always going to be those questions answered when we get this round restarted.
And you look at the body language in the Sentinels boys, they look relaxed, they look calm. This series is well within their control. This next stage of the game is in their hands. They're the ones who are going to dictate what way this one shakes out, it looks.
I mean, Lethal always looks calm.
He does.
Very rarely looks like he's going to be annoyed or frustrated.
You can't frazzle the man.
Always eyes on the prize. And I mean, you spoke about his career and what an incredible player he is. If he was to find himself again into a grand final at Halo World Championship, no one could question it. Very few still do question it, that he's one of the greatest of all time. But he put together this roster, he believed in this team on this Sen side. And they have definitely shown up at certain tournaments. And it is no easy feat to take down Quadrant. We've seen what Quadrant have been able to do at previous events. Can Sentinels finally put a final nail in this coffin? As fist bumps go round, game about to restart here. Remember, Quadrant were leading 1-0 in rounds, as Sentinels had the lead in round 2. And shortly we'll get a ruling from the admins as to how much they start with here in the restart.
Getting confirmation, Sentinels will need 62 points, Quadrant needing the full 100. So as it stands, Sentinels hold the advantage in round 2, while Quadrant holds a 1-0 round lead. And will this next map determine whether it's being pushed on, or will it be game, set, and match? Because Sentinels looks very strong. We now switch sides then. Both teams, one spawning elevator. It's going to be Quadrant spawning over towards Long Haul. Spartans immediately got eyes for the ball. All 4 dead for Quadrant. Things looking rosy for the boys in red.
I was about to say the starting strategy is going to be a big indicator of how this round is going to go. Sentinels had started very strong in round 2, and they've done exactly the same here in the reset. Boo has camo and shock. This is going to be bad news, but Quadrant at least were able to wrestle back that ball. And one of the things with Quadrant being down by the lead that Sen have, they know they have to be a little bit more urgent about their objective play, and that might help them here.
Enemy has the ball.
Boo-Boo's got ball again. Already got 10 points of the 62 they need.
Enemy has the ball.
Boo-Boo's patrolling with the shock rifle. We know he can hit the shots. Chick just baiting out one. He won't find a home this time. The Quadrant has to get close. They have no time to dilly-daddle here.
Great map awareness there from Boo-Boo. He sensed that someone was challenging over from control, and that usually means there's a player who's trying to approach you from glass. So he walked out, didn't face control, instead immediately faced Legend. Didn't take him down, but was very close to doing so. Legend's just slowly walking his way up on Boo-Boo and does get rewarded. 3 go down to Sen. It was a very slow and methodical approach from Quadrant, but they have managed to just break through.
Quadrant need an almost flawless hold here if they're to win round 2. Push this series to a game 4. Seeka's fallen while trying to rotate. That's some slide looking like Sol Campbell in his prime. SLG will get close to the ball again. It's going to be traded out. And these trades will benefit Sentinels every single time.
That was a soccer reference, by the way, for you Americans. You just alienated an entire nation.
I'm okay with it.
31-11. Sentinels halfway there.
You just said soccer. I don't know if I can look at you.
Because I tried not to alienate an entire nation. 31-11, and it's looking comfortable for Sentinels, but Quadrant are doing very well to deny the strong setup as SLG gets a big kill onto Spartan, but Falcated, as he always is, listening to call-outs to try and sweep up any kills, but not able to do so on SLG. He was managing the map very well to dance around that pillar.
Sen require 31. Quadrant, they get kills, it gets traded out, but they can't get control in this round 2. Sentinels continue to make life difficult, get the kills at important times, and just take the steam out of the Quadrant engine. Another kill goes the way of Sentinels here. It's 2 dead apiece. A Spartan tried to get close to the ball, Chick shuts him down, but even he still can't get hands on to eat away at this lead.
Chick could probably do with grabbing this grapple just so that he can then stay alive and potentially grapple that ball away into pipe shortly after, but there's a lot of steps there. And instead, he's just going to say, you know what, screw it. I'll take the risk. I've seen kills go in my favor and go in my way. So Quadrant now have a chance to set up. Sentinel's going to be spawning over towards Elevator, but there is already an aggressive stance from Legend. He's taking that fight against them, which is going to give Quadrant a little bit of all time, but Legend now goes down, so Sentinels can push out.
2 beautiful nades,
Ow.
spin up. Take SLG right out of his boots. Lethal slides in, hits the shots. So much confidence flowing through his veins. Still challenging on half shields. Seeka looks to re-engage. Lethal's making a meal of it, making it a very difficult kill. Seeka eventually gets the job done, but buying so much time for his team to push forward here. Spartan's in a precarious spot, but somehow finds the visor of Seeka. When these shots start to go against you, Quadrant really starting to think maybe it's not their day.
Quadrant doing well at shutting 2 or 3 down at a time, though. You just have to be very careful of this shot clock. 1 minute 55 left. SLG will fall, but it's a 2 trade. Chick has camo. He's being patient, but Falcated, he sniffed him out. He'll be all 4 dead if he falls, which he will. Seeka last remaining player, but he has the ball. This is good time for Quadrant.
Seeka had the whole map to himself for a moment. Game's not so hard when it's like that.
Quite peaceful, actually.
51 seconds now and climbing. Reminder, they need the full 100 there to win the game. The Sentinels only require 31 more. Ball has been played here. Sika tries to get a kill, but Spartan and Boobadooboo will combine to ensure that will not be an eventuality. 3 dead for a moment for Quadrant now.
It's a good hold from Quadrant. Playing it over towards blue just to make sure that they can get that ball off the map. A little game of hot potato, just keep it away from Sentinels. It's Boo Boo now trying to make that flank. Again, he's the player who is trying to disrupt any sort of setup from Quadrant. Manages to get one. It's a spawn over towards Elevator. Now, Sentinels, they can play this in several different ways. They are still technically ahead right now.
If you went silent so you can do the maths, is that what's happened there?
No, it was a fact.
Okay, no, I thought you were trying to do the maths and work out just how much they were ahead.
I didn't need to do
I'm
that.
not going to do it.
Now you're putting me on the spot.
Yeah. There's only 53 seconds left in the round. The kill's gone the favor of Sentinels. Spartan picks up yet another to add to his tally. 13 kills for Spartan. Falcate with 11. Boo Boo now has got his hands on the ball once more as they close in on the lead. Again, Quadrant have got to go here or the round's going to slip through their fingers.
Sentinels only need 12 more. Boo Boo holds strong. 2 go down. Make it 3 for Quadrant, and this might just be the round here for the Sen roster. Maybe one last quick push, but it doesn't look like anyone's in sight. Just a couple more seconds, and Sentinels will take round number 2, and we're tied up 1-1 here in oddball on recharge. And that worryingly means Quadrant are 1 round away from being eliminated from this tournament.
Pacing is such a big factor, and we've seen that in this game. You spoke about how Sentinels love to play setups. They're setup heavy, they play a little bit slower, and they invite pressure on. And they seem to be setting traps for Quadrant, who are stepping into it every single time.
Well, not only do they kind of set traps and they can play at a certain pace, Boo Boo has been playing in a way that I think is unexpected from Quadrant. He almost isolates himself a little bit. He plays away from his teammates at times, and he's happy to play that flanking role. Because you've got a static nature of his 3 teammates, Quadrant are just expecting someone to maybe be positioned top gold, for example, but suddenly Boo Boo will then fly out of blue and surprise you from behind, and then that's when Sentinels pick their chance to try and push. As we're into round 3, tied up 1-1, Quadrant's last chance to try and stay alive in this tournament. As for Sentinels, top 4 starting to ring in their ears now.
One more round for Quadrant to prolong their season. For Sentinels, what a statement this would be. To beat the European champions in Quadrant, the heavyweights, to put them to the sword, but with emphatic fashion, a 3-0. What a statement it would be. They could roll into Sunday full of confidence. And they are the ones who got hands on ball again, and they continue to score. They continue to look dominant against the French team.
And if you consider what some of these Sentinels players have gone through as well, I mean, they were down in the top 12 at one point this season. They had to go through many a team change to try and find something that would work. And they had the highs of Salt Lake City of 2nd place. Can they break into the top 4 again here? And remember, at the Halo World Championship, that's when it's the big boy prize money. That's when all that cheddar starts to come to fruition. As for Quadrant, are they just going to succumb to a top 6, or have they got anything left in the tank? A shake of the head from Chick as he goes down. Sen, they have the lead, and they've got the ball. 1 player remains from Quadrant, but nowhere to be seen is Sika, as he's just trying to wait for teammates. He's trying to wait for a little bit of help.
I've spoken to Clutch about this. When you see your teammates starting to nod their heads like that, it's not something you ever want to see, because all of a sudden you start to think to yourself, is he not up for the fight anymore? Has he already resigned to losing this game? Kills continue to go against them. Boobadooboo has hands on ball. They have goal pipes. He tried to play the ball. It looked as though someone might have caught it, but it managed to get down there anyway. Goalkeeper gloves were not applied. 2 dead for Quadrant here. 29-point lead, and Boo Boo's just going to scoop it up again.
I mean, talking of like a shake of the head, that mentality, even though the best of players will say that it doesn't really phase them, that seed is always going to be planted in the back of your mind of, well, what if I lose this next fight? Is this going to lose us the game? Is this going to lose us the series? Are we going to be out? And as soon as your brain is starting to focus on those things, that's less brain power going towards a fight, going towards a rotation. And you can't allow too much brain power to go towards it, but it feels like Quadrant at the moment, they're just being outgunned by Sentinels in areas. They're being out-rotated. They're being outplayed by this Sen roster.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
57-second lead then. Quadrant have it all to do. They're gonna have to do it the hard way. As Boo somehow, some way, strong sides down long haul and stays alive. Little moments like that continue to go against Quadrant. They can't find the headshot. And Sentinels continue to apply and mount the pressure.
Ball does get played at the very least, so Sentinels push isn't going to reward them with ball time just yet as SLG gets a double. Nice placement of that sticky grenade over towards the sneaky. And he's on the hunt, wants to find Falcated, but ammo is going to be against him, so he has to trade with the melee.
Into pipes we go. On board with Spartan. 2 members of Quadrant to contend with. Lethal will get a double kill. We'll get back smacked along the way though. 2 dead apiece. Falcate goes down. An opportunity now for Quadrant to hold a pipe setup. They're opting instead to bring it to elevator. Legend down to no shields. Boo gets the opening pick but falls. Here comes Spartan over the top catwalk. Seeker's in big trouble. Another kill for Spartan. 2 dead apiece.
Notice how Sentinels are not allowing Quadrant to get that setup. They are not slow about their push. Off spawn, they're engaging straight away. Boo sent himself in bottom whirlpool. Then we saw Spartan fly over catwalk, and Lethal winning that engagement against Legend. Means that yes, okay, Quadrant still have that ball, but they are constantly down in numbers. They are constantly running. They are fleeing with their tails between their legs, and Sentinels can continue to take advantage of the map control they have. It's another camouflage for them to work with.
Camo for free. Ball in pipes.
Enemy has the ball.
2 members of Quadrant positioned over towards long haul. Lethal will get a fresh spawner. It's a 1-2 Uniflu. Still a bit of camouflage to play with as well. Boo will whisk the ball away towards blue. Chicken hot pursuit, but getting tagged up on his way.
Ball dropped.
They just need 29 more seconds to eliminate the Europeans.
Ball dropped.
And they continue to hold strong.
And we are seeing a Sentinels who are absolutely locked in and focused and looking at their very best. We knew they were capable of this from Salt Lake City at the SSG Invitational when they got to that grand final, when they were just swatting teams away like flies. And Quadrant may just be another one being splattered against the window. 76-19. What do Quadrant have left here? A couple more pushes may be left in the tank as it's 1 minute 38 left on the clock, so time is very much against the European team.
If they're going to do it,
Nearing victory.
they're going to have to produce something special here. It'll have to be flawless from here on out. 2 dead for Sentinels, but it's 2 dead for Quadrant. A trade. It benefits Sentinels once more. Boo-Boo's got more ball. 90 seconds now to 19. 10 more required. And even if Quadrant get their hands on the ball, there's only 1 minute and 24 on the shot clock.
And notice how Boo wasn't desperate for ball time. He knew that staying alive and doing some damage would be far more important here for Sentinels. They don't have to force this one. They can make Quadrant try and make a play as Legend tosses it down bottom middle, but he goes down. Boo-Boo's going to be there to pick up this ball. Seeker, though, makes one last stand as he takes the challenge, but Spartan's going to be there waiting. Sentinels trying to play the time, trying to use that clock to their advantage. SLG has a camouflage. Quadrant's tournament's very much on the line now. And as you said, it has to be something special, something magic.
One last ditch effort then. As SLG picks up an unofficial triple kill. Falcade in the crosshairs as well. 3 dead for Sentinels.
Ball dropped.
They've got ball, but all of a sudden he's isolated and they've got long haul spawns have Sentinels. Chicken in a fight for his life in there in blue. Killing spree. 4 dead for a moment for Sentinels. Seeker's got hands on ball. There's still a chance. There's still life in this series.
So you're telling me there's a chance? And do Quadrant believe it? It has to be a perfect setup. Will Sentinels panic a little bit? They've got the experience. They've been here before. They know what to do in these scenarios. Boo gets the damage done. but is not able to pick up a kill. Chick gets one. Legend also picks up another. 3 go down for Sen. Falcated, last remaining player yet again, but he has to flee. The time starting to tick up as Quadrant really giving this one a go in these final moments.
35 seconds required to tie this game up. But every single time Quadrant are forced to drop the ball, it benefits Sentinels. Because they know they just need one break of a setup here. They just need to force Quadrant to play the ball one more time. SLG continues to hold, and the Slaves are going in their favor. Falcated down blue pipes as he just leaked through. Do they have the information? 2 dead now for a moment. They don't have the information. Falcated with the play of the game. Gets 1, gets 2 here. Ball has been played.
What a play from Falcated that may have just won the game here for Sentinels. Deflated looks on the faces of Quadrant. Someone has to go for that ball.
Someone. Anyone has to get close. There's no one inside. Zika tries desperately to get there. Will not be making it. Sentinels progress. Quadrant going home.
Twice Falcated was the last remaining player and he was unable to sneak through, but third time was a charm. Gets behind enemy lines, the back-to-backs, the ball beats played, and it was enough to win the game. Quadrant really gave it a good go in the final moments, but just left it a little bit too late. And unfortunately for the European Giants in a historic HCS season, the best HCS season we've ever seen from a European team, it will come to an end and it will come to the demise of Sentinels, who now find themselves back in that top 4.
Quadrant brought to a grinding halt. A lot to be proud of this year. But top 4 at the World Championship was a step too far. The experience on that stage opposite them proved to win the day here. They iced up, and what a play from Falcated to win that game in the final moments.
Experience is everything, and Sentinels, they ooze experience. And I'll tell you what, they still have a chance to disrupt things in this tournament. It's top 4 secured, but is there even more possible for them? They've still got the likes of Na'Vi and Faze in the elimination bracket, and then of course, in the winners finals, SSG and Optic Gaming, one of them will be dropping to that elimination bracket tomorrow. As for Quadrant, again, hats off to all 4 of those players and everyone involved in that organization. What an amazing season it has been, and it might feel like a deflating one with this loss right now, but they have to think about what they've done. They've broke records, and they have changed European Halo forever.
Heads down, dejected, as they clear the stage. Taking a look at the damage, the kills, all the carnage. And you can see Spartan and Falcated. Lethal had 7k damage as well, but look at Falcated, 8,673. He was the difference maker.
I think Falcated is often the unsung hero for every team he's been involved with. The amount of damage that he can output, the amount of slaying power he has, I mean, there's often other teams, other players that take the plaudits off of him, but you can see there the stats do not lie, and also that play that he made at the end of that game. I mean, we very easily could have seen Quadrant hold on without it. They could have won that map, and then you go into CTF Empyrean, into Slayer Aquarius, and I'd start to think, okay, maybe there is a chance for Quadrant. What an impressive 3-0 that was from Sentinels, and they find themselves in the top 4.
Another top 4 performance for Sentinels, but like you say, as they're on that stage, is there more for this team? Is there another chapter they can turn to?
Well, I think that certainly with the way that they've been playing, the win against Shopify, the win against Quadrant, they are looking hot at the moment. And yes, it's going to be a little bit of a downside that they have to wait until tomorrow. I'm sure they would love to play a game this evening against one of the teams whilst they have that momentum. But unfortunately, they're going to have to wait till tomorrow, but they are into the top 4.
One thing I know is Lottie and the 2 boys have a lot to break down. Take it away.
2 boys, you say, Shell? I have 2 men up on my desk.
Lottie, when did you get so tall?
When did you honestly get your ankles snapped? Because you are so small there. Welcome to the desk, Golden Boy, Unushek. Lovely to see you guys. Tell you what, though, Sentinels, boy, oh boy, on absolute fire right now. And you know what? Golden Boy, that's exactly what having momentum does for you, confidence and belief, and that's exactly what we just witnessed in that series. Incredible.
Yeah, we
Absolutely
saw it
incredible.
in the, I had an opportunity to cast that, the match beforehand. I believe it was Sentinels versus, oh man, I'm drawing a blank on it because
Was it Native White?
No, but I did cast that one too. Oh,
Shopify.
Shopify, that's what it was. Sorry, Mental, I apologize. But yeah, like, you know, and in that game, it was very clear, like this Sentinels team is hitting. Right, Boobadooboo's making all the right plays. Spartan is on fire. Lethal has just been the great all-around player that this team desperately needs. And Falcated is just so damn good in those pivotal moments. I think the Sentinels team is on par to make a really wild run, and I think the remaining field needs to watch out for them.
I think they certainly do indeed, and I think that's the beauty of, I think, the competition at the moment is that a lot of our teams here are absolutely incredible and are lights out when they need to be and when they can be. But the question is, can you do it on the day? And they have another day to try and prove that one. Unishek, though, it's so lovely to have you joining me on the desk yet again, another time on here. I got to say, love the merch, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
little
thank
shout
you.
out to
Gotta
what we
show
saw
up,
yesterday.
gotta represent, of course.
Love to see it. Obviously, back in Halo. That's music to our ears over here. But also, so much has been going on in this arena. It's been absolutely incredible. A true Halo festival. Talk to me a little bit about what's happening on the community stage and what's been going on.
Yeah, right now we've got a panel with our author, Troy Denning. Before that, there was some legendary Pictionary with Keith, Steve, and Jen. They were doing some drawing, some Halo clues and hints. Got to see some fabulous artwork.
Yeah, I respect,
and some not so fabulous artwork.
I respect Keith for going for the shroud screen. That was an ambitious play, if I'm being honest with you, Keith, David. Big fan, big fan.
Keith got the Arbiter, and he drew it, and he nailed it in within 5 seconds. Like, it was easy, right? He made it look easy.
Awesome.
But lots of great stuff over on the community stage. A ton of awesome booths around, including a merch booth, which I had to swing by yesterday after the announcement.
Love the merch booth.
And then, of course, there's cosplay on the community stage, and I believe we're going to be talking about the finals here.
We certainly will be. I mean, I've got to say, so much goes into cosplay, and you can see right now the community stage, you know, looking absolutely incredible from top to bottom. In-game heroes of Halo. And I just got to say, I'm so impressed with what I'm seeing here. Golden Boy, I mean, look at this. It's just unbelievable. It really is like IRL Halo characters.
Yeah, it really is a testament to this awesome community, the passion everyone has to create these incredible ensembles. I mean, just the size of that snipe is just nuts.
Awesome.
It's so cool.
I would not want to run into that person walking down the street.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, because worst case, you can take the sniper and just bat him over the head with it like a club, you know? It's crazy.
I mean, definitely sniping from like 3 blocks away at that point. I mean, just absolutely incredible. And I also love the coloring as well. You know, just the customization that's gone into this. They have built these costumes just to let you know.
The Hydra rotating, you saw that? Yep.
There was the Hydra thing.
And then
you're
you've got
joking. You're
a
joking.
Master Chief with pineapples.
Oh, that is so cool. Oh, yeah, with pineapples. Okay.
We're just geeking out of here, just nerding out.
They're all so talented.
Absolutely incredible, but we want to give the flowers where it is due. So I have Blaze on the main stage right now, so he can announce your winner of our cosplay competition.
Thank you so much, Lottie. Seattle, this weekend, we had the 2023 Halo World Championship Cosplay Finals, and now it is time to bring our top 3 finalists to the stage. So Seattle, help me make some noise for all these awesome people who came to show out. Coming out first is gonna be Hunter as the Reach Spartan. Look at him. Man, I can tell that took some time in the build. Give it up for him, Seattle. All right, now coming down next is our second finalist. It's gonna be Cheyenne as the Mark 6 Spartan. Give it up for Cheyenne, everybody. Look at the detail on that. All right, and now time to bring out our last finalist. This is gonna be Ken as Jorge. Oh my God! Seattle, make some noise for Ken! All right, everybody, now it's time to find out who won our cosplay contest of 23. Now coming in third place, drum roll please, we have Hunter. Give it up for Hunter, everybody. And now, for your 2023 Halo World Championship Cosplay Contest winner, it is Ken as Jorge! And of course, Cheyenne with second place. Give it up for her as well. And now we had so many amazing people come to this event with their cosplays. Let's bring them all out to the stage right now so you can see everyone who participated and see all the amazing effort in which they put out. Give it up for the Spartans, Seattle. One more congratulations to everybody who competed this weekend, and congratulations to Ken coming out on top.
A humongous congratulations to Ken for taking the dub away and $3,000 to go with it. But also, guys, come on, how incredible are all of these guys here doing the cosplay competition? So much effort, love, passion, and work has gone into these costumes. Absolutely amazing. So yeah, I love to see all of this. And also a massive thank you so much to Sketch and the entire cosplay community for joining us in this awesome moment. We love to absolutely see that. Wes, I gotta say, some of these are so detailed. Like you know, this is your job. You get to stare at this every single day. And this is so impeccably detailed. I can't even fathom how they've managed to do this.
Yeah, all the different skins across the franchise, titles throughout the years, and I mean, it just brings back memories and different coatings and skins that I've rocked. So shout out to those guys for putting in so much effort to make it just a little bit more Halo in the ring.
Yeah, I've got to say, absolutely amazing. Tony, Ken looked so damn good on that stage. I mean, he was basically taking up the entire thing, to say the least, but some incredible costumes there. I think we were all hollering while they were having their moment to shine. But what did you make of the cosplay here?
I mean, in my opinion, he was missing a little bit of cat ears on this one, but Ken came out with that attitude, the giant turret and everything. He definitely looked like that Reach Sport. He definitely looked like he was putting in the work. I loved what Ken brought to the table, and like I said, yeah, he had the style with it.
Yeah, indeed. I've got to say, absolutely amazing. You see them all gathering on the main stage there. Just so much effort has gone into this moment. And like I said, a huge Halo festival has been happening all weekend long. It's been incredible, including the merch booth, of course, the community stage, which has been holding so many amazing legends on that as well. I mean, we have characters, real in-game characters. We have Cortana here. We have Chief here. I mean, Clutch, you know, moments like that, I think, take me back to being a kid and geeking out, you know, and looking at some of the voices that have been with me since I was absolutely tiny. I'm sure you can also say the same.
Yeah, absolutely. The voices of our childhood in person. It's a pleasure to meet the rock stars that they are, and to see that they're just across several generations of people in this building and how much Halo has impacted their lives. The fact that we have them here in this room and an opportunity to listen to them, to get a chance to talk with them, meet with them, it's an unbelievable opportunity this weekend, and it really is a true Halo festival.
It certainly is indeed. I love how we're giving them their moment, but we also have to give a moment, of course, to the series that we saw just moments ago. And while I have my two experts back on the desk, Clutch, Tony, you know, we look at this elimination bracket, my gosh, was this a difficult one to watch if you are a European Quadrant fan here? 3-0 against Sentinels. This was really, really tough. And Quadrant, we say goodbye to them early on in the tournament. They were expecting to go into Sunday, but Sentinels said absolutely not, denied any chance, opportunity of that occurring. A 3-0 sweep here. And we're just watching right now, you know, some absolute clinics from the Sentinels roster. We talked about that, Wes. We talked about what happens when these guys heat up, and momentum, it has to be the big factor, I think, in this incredible series that they managed to take the dub on.
Yeah, and to think that they were almost out of the tournament in that Game 5 versus Native White, down 9 kills late in the game. The fact that they've carried that momentum across multiple series at this point, this team is as hot as ever. If it was up to them, they would finish the tournament tonight. They would be fine playing all the way through their elimination bracket run, because that is something you do not want to stop. This momentum, you have to keep carrying it if you're Sentinels, and they're doing a fantastic job of riding that wave.
You're completely right. Momentum is a really dangerous thing to go up against. It is something that is very hard to stop, and usually can be stopped in a very long series, and hoping that you have a couple of maps and those that go your way. Tony, when you're watching back what happened to Quadrant here, what are your big takeaways from this series? What are some of the things that Quadrant might have missed out on? Was it a little bit lackluster from them? Because I feel like a 3-0 against a team like Sentinels just doesn't sound very Quadrant-esque to me. I felt like this should have been closer.
Well, in the game number 3, I feel like in round number 1 and in round 3, we saw Sentinels go on a 55+ run, and Quadrant weren't on the board at all in either round 1 or round 3. They ended up kind of picking it up towards the mid-game and towards the third quarter, but by that time it was kind of too deep of a hole to climb out of. On top of that, Falcated was a monster, not only in the kills department, the assist, and even through an objective in that game number 1, having the most objective on his team. Falcated, we wanted him to have a big game, or big series, excuse me, he definitely did.
He certainly did indeed. And Clutch, when you're looking at Sentinels, the way that they just ended their day here, right? They ended their day 3-0 against a team like Quadrant, a team that has been on the rise this season. They have been absolutely incredible. We do say goodbye to them early on. It is extremely sad to do that. The Sentinels have to take something seriously away from that, which is confidence, buckets of it. You mentioned momentum. How difficult is it as a pro player? You've been in these shoes, you filled this shoes, you filled that stage. How hard is it to then take that, go to sleep, and bring it to a Sunday where you know that your back's against the wall in the Elim bracket?
Yeah, I think you have to realize that every series is going to get more and more difficult as you continue on in this elimination bracket. I mean, for God's sake, on the other side, you're waiting on the winner of Faze, and I believe the winner of Native Red and Navi. Not sure who's taken that series yet, but it's only going to get harder from here. So you still have to focus on cleaning up the small mistakes. Although you look great against Quadrant, you're not going to play Quadrant again. You're going to play Faze, a team that has gotten the better of you the last time around.
Well, we mentioned the Halo festivities earlier on. It really has been jam-packed in here. But while we're getting our series ready to go, another one, that's right, added to the broadcast schedule for you guys and for your entertainment. Why don't we take a look and enjoy the community stage that is happening right now?
Hours or like years, and there's all this crazy stuff going on, and he comes out and everyone's like, dude, where have you been?
Yeah.
Is that also what it feels like writing a book? Actually, I think that's where that experience comes.
Sometimes, yeah. Or playing a video game. What do you mean I've been awake a week?
All right, well, I think we're coming up to time here, so I thought I would just give Luke, do you have any further questions that you would like to ask Troy? Big pressure.
Yes, I do actually. So if you could write in about one specific like Halo maybe setting or location or faction that you haven't written about yet, obviously not giving out any like future hints, and this is purely hypothetical. Is there anything specific that you've not written about yet? Are we just having a meeting now? I think you guys got to leave now, I'm afraid. Welcome to the creative meeting, everybody.
Well, we're gonna.
So is there like one kind of specific setting or scenario, or maybe like kind of character that you've not had a chance to write about yet that you would potentially like to?
Well, I find that when I write a book, I tend to leave enough things dangling that I want to explore in the future. I mean, that's how we came up with Outcast. Is they said, Jeff and everybody said, well, we'd like you to write a book, you know, where the Arbiter teams up with the Olympia Vale. And I said, oh, great, I'm going back to Netherop, you know, because I'd always wanted to explore more of what made Netherop the way it is. And I think there's two things that I have left dangling in recent books that I would be interested in exploring. One is what happens to Rosa Fuentes after she gets back. I don't want to spoil how that happens, but she comes back different. Yeah. And the other one would be to explore the Basvod. Yeah. I can't remember his name right now.
Das Basvod.
Yeah, Das Basvod. To explore what is going on with him and Cloister, because he was a fun villain. I mean, he was, I think he's as strictly a villain as anybody I've written, but he was definitely a lot of fun to write.
I think some readers might have a bone to pick with him, given what happens at the end of Divine Wind. And
Yeah. I can imagine.
Nice.
Yeah, but he was efficient.
He was very, very efficient. Good at his job.
Yeah.
He cut off a certain character mid-sentence.
Yeah. And you know that's another example of kind of the collaboration that we talked about is.
All right, got a little bonus matchup for you guys. Tied up at 1 apiece in a swing game number 3. Na'Vi going up against Native Red. The winner of this plays Faze in elimination bracket round 3. So much implications on the line, and the new guy, Glory's coming out with the sniper. Okay, show me something.
What does Na'Vi have in stores? Glory has been on fire all tournament long. It's the reason Na'Vi have been able to get into the top 8, looking to go into the top 6. And we're a minute into game 3. Not sure how the first 2 games went. Doesn't matter at this point though, Tony. Tied up 1-1. Argyle CTF is going to be a very impactful match in this tournament.
And okay, nice little shot coming out of Glory. Sniping, Soul snipes, head off. And now we're seeing Glory quickly backing down over toward the vent side, trying to stay alive with the sniper that he still has 5 bullets in. Couple warning shots onto suppressed. I don't think he's gonna take that angle again.
Na'Vi not able to really take advantage of the first pick from Glory. Can you give him a second to maybe give him numbers and an advantage here? He does find suppressed, but unfortunately 2 go down. Glory though makes the play. It's a 2-on-1 Talik, the last one alive for Native Red, and Glory has his eyes on the flag.
Once that double kill comes in, Native Red go 3 down, and Glory not wasting any time whatsoever. Flag is up and almost off the map there as Glory goes down courtesy of Soul Snipe, and Native Red's objective defense should be able to clear Na'Vi out of their base.
How quick did they just come off spawn in order to get that kill? And make sure that flag doesn't turn that corner, Tony, because if that flag turns that corner, it could still be run. Unfortunately for Na'Vi fans, you're going to have to wait for more slays. In the meantime, though, Manny looks to be aggressive as he approaches Na'Vi's base with a grab.
Ladies and gentlemen at home, get comfortable. I promise you, Argyle, it's going to go the full 10 minutes. We're going to see some overtime. It's going to be a tough matchup here as Manny, he's going to take a little bit of the scenic route over towards this sniper. Instead of using it for himself, throwing his opponent's sniper off the map and then quickly trying to exit as fast as he came. That's going to be huge for Native Red because now there's only 1 sniper on the map and it's in the hands of them.
Snipe Dome picks up that repulse. Pay attention as he plays towards the side where you're often able to knock someone off if he finds them out of position. Right now, he looks to be on a flank, trying to be quiet. Not spotted yet as he approaches the flag. And if he finds Talik, this could be the opening. 2 are down for Native Red. He knocks Talik to no shield. He finishes off Talik. Little sloppy shots, but doesn't matter. Flag on the move. Multiple members of Na'Vi are here to help. Everyone on Native Red coming off respawn. Na'Vi should be able to punch this one home shortly.
Mighty's was able to start that pull off with a double kill with Snipe Drone while simultaneously moving that flag, picks up the 3rd, and nobody's gonna stop him from taking this in. That flag is almost home and might end up being relayed as Na'Vi want to make sure that this base is clear.
There's so many members from Native Red, bottom, middle, and top middle right now trying to watch that flag. Nobody home though, nobody able to stop that cat from going in. And now all of a sudden, the upset of the year, Na'Vi have the lead.
Tyler goes for the easy stick, but Snipe Drone gonna send that right back with the repo, somehow able to stay alive over toward the mid side. Meanwhile, you see that there's gonna be 2 snipers coming up in 26 seconds, and now Snipe Drone is starting to lose teammates left and right. Finds the 1-shot Manny, but not able to deal with them. Manny's gonna escape with his life. It looks like Native Red are about to escape with another flag. Sniper's about to be up, but it looks like Native Red don't need it. That flag is already halfway home.
But look at this. Snipe Drone is in the back of Native Red's base. They do not know he is there. He has an opportunity here to make a play. Soul Snipe and the rest of the team have to figure out a way to get him out. They get the stick before getting taken down. Now the big question is, who will be the first to that flag?
Pistol is out here for Talik, wants to get some close range combat. 3 down for Na'Vi, and that flag is touched before being reset. Manny turns that corner, and it looks like we got a tied up game, 1 apiece.
That stick from Soul Snipe just tied this game up, Tony. If he does not get that stick before getting taken down, that return comes through from Snipe Drone, and Na'Vi would have the lead. However, that's not the reality we live in. It is a tied series, tied game with 7:20 left.
But it looks like Na'Vi were able to bounce back too quickly, going down for Native Red. Manny once again making every use of that grapple, but not able to stay alive. Manny quickly goes down. Both teams end up going 2 down. This next play is so important, and it looks like it's going in favor of Na'Vi. They should be able to get aggressive. They should be able to get some map control because of that.
Jimbo Quantum's out at the perfect time, able to play his life right now, but Jimbo still under pressure. They know exactly where he Quantum to with those grenades, showcasing it. But Jimbo has the snipe. He's going to re-peek it from Suppress point of view, and Suppress, lucky to be alive, only takes the body shot, and it looks like Native Red's defense is held for now.
They took down Jimbo with that transporter. Sadly, didn't have an exit route. That was being covered by Native Red, as we see Talik and Glory going to trade out kills there. Talik does make his way over toward the bottom base, and with less members on the map here for Na'Vi, this is an opportunity for Talik and Native Red to push up.
Native Red have been on their back feet a majority of this game, and Talik's back in respawn right now. Snipe Drone rips his head off with that S7. Relocates bottom middle, finds Suppress, and Snipe Drone has been a man to watch today. Every time I have seen Na'Vi on screen, Snipe Drone is popping off.
If you got Snipe in your name, you better show me something. Snipe Drone with that sniper, 10-4 already, and looking to add more to his score line. Meanwhile, off the screen, Manny does take down his duo in Glory there, so he's gonna have to defend this Quantum Translocator on the top mid by himself. Snipe Drone watching that angle, knows it's clear, gonna move up while also getting the no-scope onto Soul Snipe. Excellent damage onto Suppressed. What an angle, I didn't even know that one existed.
3 down go Native Red. Na'Vi with map control, Snipe in the hands of Snipe Drone. Just 1 bullet to play around, but he does also have Quantum in the back pocket. It's activated, so he's able to maybe overextend, try and make a play, continue to get some slays. That's what it's gonna take to get an actual flagpole here. Soul Snipe does go down, and Na'Vi find themselves in a 2-on-2.
And that's the power of the portal right there. You get the kill, and then you quickly retreat out of harm's way. Staying alive with the sniper, and ultimately staying alive with your life is huge here for Snipe Drone. But Native Red having 3 members starting to push up over towards their snipe side. Snipe Drone wants to slow things down. He knows he has to value his life. 1 down could turn to 2, could turn to 3, and we know Native Red how objective efficient they are.
Once again, Na'Vi finding Native Red off guard. It's a free kill on the Manny. Multiple players from Native Red going down. Na'Vi use that map control, slow the game down, and now a flag trying to get pulled. The flag carrier gets taken down. That's big, because slowing the momentum, buying some time for Native Red respawners is exactly what you need if you want to stop this game from going in Na'Vi's favor. However, Snipe Drone still being a nuisance. A rat catching Manny off guard again keeps this flag runner alive.
Still tied up at 1 apiece here. Native Red desperately trying to get Na'Vi out of their base. Meanwhile, Mighty and Glory is getting back-to-back kills. Snipe Drone going to start this flag run. Don't exactly have the timing. The spawners for Native Red should be able to get an angle on them. The problem is that Glory has a sniper. So does Mighty's right now. Native Red, they're having a hard time.
A perfect setup flag run right now from Na'Vi will gain them the lead here shortly. Both snipers still alive, still doing work, still popping off in the kill feed. And Native Red have no chance at stopping that flag or a counter cap.
2-1 lead here for Na'Vi. As of right now, still tied up in the series though. 3 minutes and 51 seconds are on the clock right now with Native Red the ones on the clock. Argyle is the hardest map here in the HS to capture a flag on, and we know Na'Vi's defense pretty good.
Snipe Drone's got a lot of pressure coming his way. Native Red have to start being aggressive, have to start overextending. 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock might sound like plenty of time, Tony, but like you said, very often do we go the distance in this time, and if you can't figure out a way to cap a flag here, you're going down in this series. Unfortunately for Native Red fans, Soul Snipe has found himself the snipe, and he has snipe in his name too, Tony, so let's see what he can bring to Native Red fans.
Counter snipe from Soul Snipe, able to take down Snipe Drone, but the problem is they still end up going 3 down. Na'Vi have the advantage right now, with Soul Snipe has to pull off a clutch here. Meanwhile, teammates should be able to come off the spawn. He was able to buy enough. You see Manny with the kill on the feed. You see him pick up Mighty's right there. That could have been dangerous, but looks like Native Red, they're going to weather the storm, at least for now.
But in that situation, Soul Snipe with Snipe wants to be aggressive, wants to be making plays to progress an opportunity to get a flag on the move. Unfortunately, he's forced to play defense that whole time. A beautiful play from Jimbo to throw that flag out and just buy time, because time is what Na'Vi should start playing for now that we have 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
Mighty's on screen with that sidekick. Once again, want to get in close range with this weapon. Finds Manny. Couple shots onto him. Almost able to finish him off, but the bait and switch is now coming in for Native Red. Mighty's has to get away with his life. High IQ play. Recognize the situation, and somehow Mighty's is still alive right now. You talked about buying time. That was about 30 seconds off the clock before we saw the last pull. And as of right now, Native Red, they're not in position to get another one. Time is winding down.
Not often in this game 3 Native Red found first blood. Here's a second, and the flag is being pulled right behind it. Unfortunately, Soul Snipe is immediately taken down. Snipe drone is spotted back to base. 2 down for Na'Vi still. Native Red and Talik in person is going to be able to get this fight to the elbow. Unfortunately, that's where it stops, because Jimbo, the nuisance himself, is able to take down Talik and stop that fight from getting any further.
Hopefully been working on your 2-minute drill, because as of right now, Native Red, again, you are on the clock. Suppress might have been able to get a big kill onto Mighty's. Now we're seeing Suppress start to get aggressive. Jimbo also falls on the feed as well, but Suppress is not able to take down Glory, who has that S7. If there was any player you want off the map, it's the man with the sniper. It's the man with 22 kills. It's the man that's been a thorn in your side.
And who better for Na'Vi fans to see anchoring their team right now than Glory right now with the snipe. He's able to get a body shot there, or at least a melee. Unfortunately, 4 go down for Na'Vi as Glory falls, and this could be Native Red's best chance at tying this game up.
And now it seems like all eyes are on Na'Vi. All you have to do is hold Native Red out for a minute. And as of right now, Manny has already gotten that flag moving. Across the pistol side we go. Barely taking any damage whatsoever. Tally being just a distraction onto one as Snipe Drone ends up going down. And while all this happens, Manny's gonna move this flag forward all the way through the Snipe side. Na'Vi may be getting kills, but it's too late. Native on the board.
It's just on time. 36 seconds left in regulation, and this game, like this series, is all tied up.
I told you. It's going to go to full regulation. It's going to go overtime. I done told you that's what we're going to see in 23 seconds. If we don't see a part of either one of those teams, we will be seeing the end of regulation. Glory makes it toward the backside. Excellent stick onto Talik, but doesn't quite get the pull there. 10 more seconds on the clock. Can Snipe Drone get there in time?
Snipe Drone is the only player that looks like he's in a position to be on the move here. Potentially wants to play for this flag. Unfortunately, he's actually going to choose to just turn this game into an overtime reset, because he didn't feel comfortable overextending there. He wasn't quite sure where Native Red was and if it was bigger of a risk than a reward.
Yeah, Mighty's was already down, was a 3v4. I can only imagine that pulling that flag might have worked in Native Red's favor as opposed to yours. Got to watch out
Heads up
for
play.
those counters.
Heads up play there, but as overtime kicks off, Glory makes his way to the snipe, and Glory puts the snipe to use. Soul Snipe goes down. It's numbers advantage once again for Na'Vi.
Clutch, how many times have you been singing this man's phrases, man? Glory's the real deal, man. He comes onto this Na'Vi roster, and they've been looking different tournament after tournament, including here in the Halo World Championships, but you're still in the elimination bracket. You still got to hold off Native Red, and they're not gonna go down easy.
Glory not able to really advance on the map as of yet. So Native Red, even though they lost that first pick, they've done a great job at making sure Na'Vi don't take advantage of it. Suppressed versus Glory, suppressed all day, every day, showing you he's got something left in the tank as well.
Sticky goes down, just barely missing out on Mighty's, but that BR doesn't suppress, putting down the damage that eventually puts Na'Vi 3 down. They are able to come off a spawn, so Native Red are gonna have to get another round of slaves. Argyle is so punishing. It's not good enough to get 1 round. You need a second. As of right now, they gotta suppress, and he's suppressing everybody on Na'Vi. 3 down, and you have the timing. Suppress is gonna be able to move this flag and doesn't take any damage despite being 1 shot. Jimbo tried to get in position, but he's forced to back down. The flag is still moving west. Native Red might just done it.
It's up to Jimbo, but unfortunately, Native Red have spotted him on the overextension. He's able to get a touch. That could buy time for Na'Vi. Unfortunately for Na'Vi fans, you lose 2, and that time is not going to be much. Right now, Native Red playing this so methodically, taking their time, making sure they get the slays they need to win this game.
Manny gets the double kill, make it a triple, and with that, Suppress gets the information. He's gonna run this flag in. Native Red take the lead in the series.
A clutch play by Suppress with the snipe. We've seen it a few times, and he's able to end that game in Native Red's favor.
Glorious was absolutely doing his thing, but somehow it wasn't enough. And there's one person I trust, it's West, when it comes to in the clutch. He can tell you what those moments are, and Native Red stepping up, taking the lead in that one, going all the way down to the wire, all the way down to overtime, and now you're the ones one win away from advancing forward to go up against Faze Clan.
Absolutely incredible stuff from Native Red. I gotta say, they are keeping things alive here. 1-1 is a really tricky situation to be at the end of your night in the elimination bracket, round 2. Very, very difficult, but I've got to say both sides are really keeping that one so tight. I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing from the Na'Vi side of things. Glories really has been such an important person on this roster. Wes, when you're looking back at this, obviously it wasn't enough to take the dub there. What were some of the slip-ups that Na'Vi were kind of seeing at the end in that overtime?
I mean, when you got 2 minutes left on Argyle CTF, so often do I feel like teams succeed in being able to play defense for that final 2 minutes. But they went all 4 down, and that was the opening Native Red really needed to get the flag on the move and punch their ticket to an overtime opportunity. It was really figuring out a way not to go 4 down is what Na'Vi needed to be able to implement there. The second that the map is wide open, a team like Native Red is always going to find opportunity.
They certainly will indeed. An opportunity comes in the form of Strongholds next. And Tony, here are the stats for the next map between these two. 2-1 record there for Na'Vi and a 3-0 for Native Red. So right now, things are looking pretty up from here for the guys in red. How are you feeling about this next one in the series?
I feel it's going to be really tough for Na'Vi. You know, I feel confident with the Na'Vi when the game's able to slow down. A map like Argyle usually favors a team like Na'Vi, but going into a map like Live Fire, you already know Native Red can up the tempo. And like you just saw, 3-0 in Strongholds. I don't want to say it's over, but Na'Vi, you're going to have to dig deep for this one.
You certainly are going to have to dig deep. Wes, what do you want to see out of this Na'Vi roster right now? You're looking at the stats. Okay, stats are stats, they're numbers, they're past, right? This is present. What can Na'Vi do to try and combat that?
Yeah, I think a big difference between a map like Argyle and a map like Live Fire is one team, like the power weapons and power ups are neutralized, right? It's not a symmetrical map where both teams get a snipe and an opportunity to pop off. You got to figure out ways to acquire the snipe, the overshields, and make sure they stay out of the hands of the likes of Suppress, because you just got a full taste of what Suppress can do if you give him an opportunity with a power weapon. Na'Vi have individual skill players. Snipe, Drone, and Glory need to find their way to the S7 and change the outcome of this game.
Yeah, it can be very, very tricky when you do have a power weapon in the hands of somebody who can use it very, very well. Wes, what is the best way when your opposition does have a power weapon and you're thinking, damn, if I peek, my head's getting ripped off? How do you actually start to kind of counter-strat that? How do you get it out of their hands?
Yeah, against players in my time, we would play against like Snipe Down, and it would have to be extra mental focus towards where is Eric Rona on the map, and how do we take him down before he breaks this game wide open. I think that level of focus is needed, because if you, for any lapse in judgment that you have, he's gonna take over the game.
We just might have found a new strat, a new starting strat coming out of Talik right there, right up to the tower side to steal the AR. Then he curb slides right through the middle of the map and fights for Sniper immediately. I haven't seen many teams doing that one. Talik, he's really feeling himself.
In the meantime, though, Na'Vi does get away with that overshield. So Talik would have liked to have been able to compete for that overshield. The Shroud denies that storyline from happening. And with that, here come the Na'Vi forces onto B.
Double cap still in effect here for Native Red. Sniper still in the hands here for Talik. It looks like Glories and Jimbo guarding the seaside for dear life. Native Red might find that out the hard way, because it looks like they're going for a weak side push. You got 3 members already up there. Manny trading out his life towards tower. That's going to be clear, but the moment they win over Charlie, now they're going to out-rotate him. They're taking Alpha.
Na'Vi taking a page out of Quadrant's book right there, just out-rotating Native Red in the moment. They still have Talik with the snipe to deal with. As the rotation onto B, Native Red have their eyes set, and Talik is in a perfect position to cover Soul Snipe.
Soul Snipe was one shot buying as much time as possible. Talon gets the body shot onto that player. Manny picks him up, and now those sandbag players are just a step behind. 2 down go Na'Vi, and it's all because Soul Snipe played his life.
And Talik's played this entire life so slow and methodical and has given Native Red consistent map control and an anchor position that they can rely on, something Talik does best. And as his second overshield is coming up here momentarily, Talik tries to compete for it. Too many members of Na'Vi in too many different directions for him to deal with.
46-10 run here for Native Red. On top of that, Mighty's was able to get the overshield, so is there any chance for them to kind of spin this game around a little bit? It's coming behind Mighty's and this overshield, chasing Talik off of his yard. Now gonna chase him even further. Talik somehow makes it out alive, but can't say the same for Manny and Soul Snipe. 2 quickly go down. Eventually the third one is going to fall, and that means Na'Vi, they're taking Bravo.
2 straight overshields for Na'Vi right now. They do find themselves down 50, but they should have an opportunity here to gain complete map control if they played the situation correctly. Unfortunately, nobody went to B, and as B was wide open right there, with all of Native Red coming off spawn, Na'Vi just a little bit too slow to the punch in order to have control, and Native Red continue to score.
Mighty's put that heat wave to work. Suppress gonna match that same energy. As of right now, Native Red are trying to defend Alpha, but it looks like Na'Vi are sending waves of bodies after it. Glory is finally able to take down Talik with the sidekick, and now that's a free lane going towards Bravo. Manny has something to say about that.
Na'Vi right now are outslaying Native Red. It's close, but the objective work is all Native Red so far. It's an 80-point lead as Na'Vi pick up a couple more kills, finally find themselves in an A-B setup. And they have their eyes set on C, knowing that Native Red are gonna flip spawn onto A.
But what's the word you used there? Finally, it's taken them so long to get into that setup. And look at the hole that you dug yourself, 92-17. As Native Red still have the lead, Na'Vi do have control. Mighty's 3 shots left in this heat wave. He might need every last one of them. 2 taps. Manny Suppress does take down his teammate in Snipe Drone, but Mighty's decision making is on point. He's gonna play Alpha with that.
Still getting the slays. Na'Vi find themselves still in control. Unfortunately, as I say that, they lose Glory over at B. Overshield's coming up, so they're gonna rotate towards that Overshield side, and that's Native Red's key to take not only B, but C as well. So although Na'Vi had a great set of slays, they transitioned it into what, 20 points? Native Red have transitioned their control into now 100 and counting. As they didn't play for Overshield, they played for the points, and it seems to have benefited them greatly.
Objective efficiency just too good here for Native Red as they're moving in for the triple cap. Snipe Drone, double kill will stop that from going forward. Soul Snipe, though, immediately cuts off that angle towards B. Meanwhile, Manny, he's being the sneaky player. Backsmack goes in, 1 goes down, and now he's gonna work onto the second. That was perfectly played by Manny. Somehow, Glory, he makes an even better one.
Yeah, you say perfect. Manny took a little bit too long right there, and as he was making his play, B actually got set up by Na'Vi, so that was a bit of a mistake. Na'Vi actually ended up taking down Manny, who should have been good for 2 in a situation like that, and now Na'Vi are trying to climb back in this, only down 60.
Glory's double kill, good to take down Bravo, but Na'Vi end up going 3 down. Talik does end up making his way over toward the sandbag side. Native Red are happy to trade out Charlie for both Bravo and Alpha at the same time. You mentioned that objective efficiency earlier. Native Red playing this so well, but Na'Vi, defense is in. They already get the first 2 kills.
Still Na'Vi, about tied in slays. It's difficult to do on the fly, Tony, but the math is there. The scoreline, however, still heavily in Native Red's favor. The objective efficiency of this team, we've talked about it all game long. A game type like Strongholds benefits a Halo 5 team like this Native Red squad is, and they're showcasing why they want to find themselves playing Faze later on.
Na'Vi are quickly eating at this lead here, and right as Overshield is coming up, Na'Vi has been so good at gathering every last one of these Overshields, and as that scoreline starts to get closer and closer to Native Reds, 1 more Overshield could put them over the hill. Jimbo taking down Talik with the quickness. Shroud is already down. It's already Na'Vi setting up for grabbing a hold of it. Suppress gets the kill onto Jimbo, but it looks like Na'Vi, they're still attacking Overshield.
Na'Vi, Jimbo just played that situation so perfectly. He finds the first player from Native Red that's able to rotate towards Overshield. He stops that from happening. Not only that, he shrouds the Overshield to allow his teammates a clean pickup of that Overshield. Na'Vi have had every single Overshield in this game as of yet, They're still down 60, but the recipe is there to somehow find a power swing, a momentum swing that could potentially put them in a game 5.
But somehow Navi's still down right now. You're not only fighting for your series life, you're fighting for your tournament lives right now. This is Elimination Bracket round 2. And I wouldn't expect to see both of these teams down here so early, but it is what it is. Double cap here for Navi. Only down by 40 points. You got to make something happen. Next round of Slay is going to be important. Gets the melee on his teammate.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. Melee's his teammate gets stuck in the process. A lot of damage goes in Native Red's favor there. Na'Vi go 4 down, and that might be a Melee to forget, as that one could cost you your potential tournament life if you can't come off respawn shooting.
Navi, I give out 1 pass per tournament. I'm gonna give you a pass on
Tony,
that.
that happens to you in matchmaking all the time. I watch you nade your teammates, Melee your teammates. Don't give them a hard time.
That's true. 159 to 112 lead. Favor of Native Red right now. Double cap is in. As Na'Vi are going to work on Charlie, you do have the numbers advantage, and Jimbo takes down Talik as well. That was the anchor player going after Charlie. Na'Vi not just satisfied with Alpha and Bravo already having Charlie's side presence here with Jimbo right up toward the tower side. Overshield is about to come up. Na'Vi playing this so well.
Jimbo playing this so well. Relocates back tower, puts the heat wave to use, finds Soul Snipe. And they're able to have C and B in their control here momentarily. Unfortunately, Jimbo with a bit of an overstep as Overshield is coming up. That is a death you don't want to see, because this might be Native Red's best chance to get their first Overshield of the game.
Really hard to believe that this is really Native Red's first Overshield so far, and somehow they've still been able to have a lead, and at times have been dominant within that lead. Has Native Red. Alpha already captured. Native Red working on Charlie, but Na'Vi gonna out-rotate him. It's a fight for B, and Native Red are sending bodies and Overshield as well. 2 members of Na'Vi gonna try to drain this Overshield. They might have been successful with it, but still Bravo will change hands.
Good use of the Overshield. Soak up as much damage as you can, but more importantly, transfer the stronghold in your favor right now. B, C, and A momentarily being transferred by Native Red. This is a moment that Na'Vi needs to step up and find some slays.
Double cap still in effect here for Native Red. They're getting dangerously close over toward that 200-point mark, and sometimes that could be the point of no return. I want to see Na'Vi step it up real big here. 194 and counting. As of right now, Na'Vi, they have bodies, but they need 1 or 2 more slays. They need to get in the hill.
They need to put the snipe to use, and Mighty's the new young gun on the scene. We talked about his individual talent. What a moment this could be for him. So many Native Red players in front of him. The body shot on the first can't hit the no-scope, however, and as he loses a few teammates over at B, he decides to go towards C and flip the map.
How important is this sniper rifle that's in the hands of Mighty's at the moment? This could be the turning point as both Jimbo and Mighty's make their way over toward the nest side. Body shot onto Soul Snipe will effectively put him out of the play as Na'Vi are now starting to overwhelm. You see players over towards pillars, you see players on nest, and now finally Jimbo makes his way in. Soul Snipe doing a great job of staying alive, but they're still gonna lose Bravo.
That one-on-one would have been big for Mighty's to try and win. Unfortunately, because he didn't have the first shot, he backs out of that fight, wisely able to play his life. But they do lose C momentarily. This shroud makes things very difficult for Mighty's to find his way onto this player from Native Red in this area. Overshield is popped up. Jimbo is there to pop it into his chest, and the rotation will come through for Na'Vi to get C controlled. But at 230 and climbing, Na'Vi don't have a lot of time to put these power weapons and power-ups to use.
Native Red putting on a clinic on how to turn lemons into lemonades. You only got 1 Overshield so far this game, but you are still in the end zone. You are still 17 seconds away from taking this one. Na'Vi are the ones on the clock, but half the members of Native Red go down, and the other half looking for an avenue over towards Alpha as Na'Vi are able to steal the triple cap. Points on the board going towards Na'Vi. Native Red good for 1, but it takes 2 to tango.
You're not in the end zone until you cross the goal line, Tony. This game is not over. B and C still controlled for Na'Vi. A momentary trip cap could have done the Doctor some good here to get us to a game 5. However, Na'Vi need to find some slays. The pressure is coming from cuts in the hands of Talik.
All the way down to 1 shot he goes. Talik doing a great job of staying alive here. He knows he has suppressed with them. He feels confident for the double push. Charlie should be able to change hands, while also Native Red are simultaneously attacking Bravo at the same time. The 2-2 split is going to take over 2 different sides of the map. This is perfectly played once again Native Red.
It was a 4-1 split for Native Red to get the kills. Na'Vi not able to have success with the map advantage that they had. And they have moments left in this game to try and change the outcome of what is their tournament.
Suppress puts the heat wave to Glories. Jimbo gets the kill onto Soul Sniper. Three down go Native Red. The final player of Native Red is Manny. Finds himself a kill, does damage onto Mighty's. Denial grenades are in, but looks like those nades are coming right back. Meanwhile, enough time has been bought. The rest of the spawners are here. One goes down for Na'Vi. Snipe Drone takes down Talon. Another trade goes in. This is a fight for Bravo.
Glory, it's up to you, bud. Soul Snipe goes down. Suppress finally gets the kill, hops into B, and starts to transfer it over. I'm not sure if we have time to play for this overshield. 6 points is all Native Red need.
Double cap is in. Mighty's puts another overshield to work. They're able to make it over towards Alpha, but eventually gets shredded. And with that, the final seconds are here. Native Red are taking it. Native Red are advancing forward.
Native Red will advance to the Elimination bracket semifinals. Maybe it's the quarterfinals. It's been a long day, Tony, but Native Red will continue to move on, and they will face Faze in their next matchup. But what a play to knock out that overshield immediately when they jump up from cuts. Native Red knew that they were playing for overshield, knew that overshield player had to push A, had the timings, met with some frag grenades, and that overshield was deleted.
That was probably one of the fastest melts of an OS I've ever seen, to be perfectly honest. It was actually stunning. You look across the series, it's all red from, after that first map. But do you know what's really frustrating, I think, about that Strongholds game, I think from the Na'Vi perspective? There were some actual moments, glimpses of excellence in that. I was really impressed with some of the, I think, plays and the transitions and rotations that we had seen from them. Although just small mistakes, some unnecessary pushes, some overextensions coming forward that just totally deleted the hard work that they had put in to either regain control of the map, take a trip cap even, and it just fell apart very, very quickly, which I think is testament to Native Red at times, but the mistakes that Na'Vi were also making.
They were doing the hard part. It was the easy parts that they weren't able to achieve throughout that game, right, Lod? It was, can we play for overshield? Can we win these pivotal battles to get these power-ups and to get map control? And time after time, they were able to have success in those situations. It was once they got those power-ups and power weapons and had map control that they couldn't figure out ways to trade successfully. And when that's happening, that's a red flag, because that's a testament to Native Red's scrappiness.
Right.
But you should be able to play from your advantages a lot stronger than I think we saw Na'Vi in that game 4.
100%. I do also think that is another thing that kind of pushes the tier level apart from some of our teams. Moments like that, examples like that, where yes, you can break control, you can get back on the board, you can get your kills, Tony, but when you don't know what to do with all of the toys that are on offer, when you can't convert or execute things that you have strategized or planned or make game-changing pushes and plays, that's when the difficulty kicks in, and that's where you see the other tier level teams come forward. And Native Red, for me, 100% are that. They were that the last World Championship. They were able to get that across the board, and they have done so yet again. What did you make of this squads series against Na'Vi?
I thought it was great. They showed that objective efficiency over towards Strongholds. At one point, West had pointed out the kills were about even, but somehow Native Red still had a 40 to 50 second advantage going on to the mid game. And even going back to that game number 2 on Argyle, Na'Vi had the advantage. You only had to hold Native Red out for about 54 seconds worth of time, which, I mean, obviously hard for me to do, but at that point, at this level of competition, Na'Vi have to be able to do that. So we've seen some improvements for Na'Vi, and I really enjoyed that, but we need that one step further. Maybe we'll see it in Season 3.
Very true. I just want to let you know, Tony, I don't think it'd be hard for you. I think you got that. All day, baby.
I've outgunned Suppressed multiple times in Halo 5, and Halo Infinite, I've hit a shot or two on them.
There's not a lot of easy things that come to Tony. I'll just say that. I've watched enough of the Why Not Be Reckless streams.
Unbelievable. This big brother, little brother duo. I feel like you need to cut him some slack at times, Wes.
I just expect more.
Oh, dear. Well, we also expected just a touch more from Na'Vi, but we do say goodbye to them today. Of course, that was an elimination match. Native Red, though, they will continue their journey on, but they're going to be meeting Faze up next, which is really going to be a kicker. That's the one they need to be so tuned in on. They can't have any kind of mistakes. We also don't want to fall short on that map 1 for Native Red either, like they did to Na'Vi. Wes, what is the most important thing for Native Red to carry from their series just now against Na'Vi into this next one versus FaZe?
I think it's important to know you can play better, right? And that you're going to have to play better. I think you got to figure out ways to dig deep, but know that that's that you're capable of it. We've watched Native Red upset Optic Gaming before. We've watched Native Red create upsets as big as the challenge they have in front of them. And what a better stage to do it on than Saturday night at Worlds.
Yeah, indeed. I honestly, these two guys, when did they last match up? Do you remember? I'm trying to think, how long ago was it when or have they really? I don't think they've really played that much. Yeah. I don't think they have to either. I'll have to speak to our wonderful stats operator Austin to see when these guys actually matched up previously, but we'll take a look at the brackets while we do get some information for you guys on this extra series that we're throwing in there because we love you and it's obviously the World Championships. Here's the elimination bracket. We have Sentinels waiting in the elimination semi-finals and they're waiting for either the winner of FaZe versus Native Red. Which one is it going to be? That is the question. There's an awful lot of red on this lower part of the elimination bracket, but I can tell you one thing, a team of red will win.
Yeah, guaranteed we'll have a red team winner in this series and in the next elimination bracket series.
I think you're onto something there, Wes. I think you're onto something. We're going to get everything set up on the main stage because we're adding an extra one for you guys to tonight's action. But while we wait, we're going to check out the community stage right now to see what is going on.
So, yeah, I would agree. Yeah, that was great.
Thank you.
What about you feel?
Please.
You can clap.
Please applaud.
That's good. That's clap. Go ahead.
I got to do a lot of interesting things in Halo 4.
Oh.
And so that was probably the most challenging and most fun and scary for me, I would say. So yeah.
Forest Cortana was definitely my favorite because of the emotional angle. Yeah. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Awesome. Great question.
Nice, thank you.
All right, how we doing?
Hi, hey, welcome
My
back.
partner in Pictionary. Sorry, I let you down.
Team Eagle representing here from Pictionary.
I'm sorry to let you down. So my question is actually for Jen today.
Mistakes.
Wow, he took a knee, man.
So my question is for Jen. It's kind of an interesting one. So you were on the Halo TV show, and normally you portray Cortana and Dr. Halsey. And since, a different actress took the role of Dr. Halsey, was it difficult or weird or even strange to bounce off? So normally you bounce off yourself, but was it weird to have to do that off someone else?
So I'm not sure. I can't really talk about the TV show right now because we're on strike. SAG-AFTRA is on strike, so I can't talk about the TV show. I'm so sorry that I can't answer that question.
No, I respect it. Thank you.
Do you have another one? Can I sing a song for you?
I'll take that. I'll take that, absolutely.
No.
Can you do the Halo theme real quick? With the...
Yeah, no.
By the way, is anybody familiar with Game Choir? Does that ring any bells? They did recently the world's largest Halo chant.
I shamed Steve into being a part of it.
She did.
Yeah.
She shamed me into doing it. And both Jen and I, along with thousands of other people, are on that. And they mixed it, so that it sounds decent. But it's literally thousands of voices.
Anybody here do it?
Oh, all right, cool.
Oh, okay, yeah, we're
all right.
couple. Okay, good.
We're in a band together.
Yeah, so you can say you're in a band. Yeah, you did choir together. That's awesome.
We're all background singers,
Very cool. All right.
This is gonna be really hard. It's not really a question. It's more of like an expression of my appreciation. As a series that's meant a lot to me growing up, and a lot to a lot of the folks out here. I just want to say thank you for all the work you put into the characters that you portray, the heart and soul that you put into everyone, and for sort of representing heroes to folks like us on the screen and out here with sort of the community outreach type of stuff. I grew up practicing your lines and your voices, and you guys were really big role models for me, so I just want to say how grateful I am for how you guys affected my life and everyone else's. So you guys do a great job. Thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You make it worthwhile. I mean,
thank you so much for sharing. Real quick, let's jump online, and we'll come right to you.
Cat video.
Whiskers is up to no good. No, this actually kind of a little bit dovetails off the one we just heard. And by the way, for chat, I'm sorry. I paused. I'm way behind. So if you're spamming questions, we may not even get to it. But for both of you, when did you first realize that the Halo game was becoming like a global phenomenon? Like, when did it suddenly dawn on you, like, oh my gosh, this is a thing?
For Halo 3, they asked me to travel around the world and do the Cortana Chronicles. Has anybody seen that? You can watch it on YouTube.
it's really cool.
It's me being.
It really is cool.
It's me being stupid for 15 minutes, and they had me travel around and meet people creators who had created content having to do with Halo or who were big fans of Halo, and I interviewed them, and that was when I really had the realization of, oh, this is way bigger than I had any idea of. So it wasn't until Halo 3 for me.
I think it was Halo 2 that I went down. I was visiting a friend of mine in Florida, and I don't know. My story changes every time I tell.
It morphs. Story morphs.
It's all a long time ago. Anyway, I was walking through the living room one day, and
This was the first game. This was CE.
Let's go with that.
I remember. Okay.
And they were playing the game, and it jolted my memory, because quite honestly, and this is not unusual in voice acting, and maybe in all kinds of normal acting. Once you're done with what it is that you're doing, first of all, now you are now fired, and you're looking for other work. So you kind of forget about what it was that you were involved in. And this was months and months and months after I had done the voice work for Combat Evolved. And these kids are playing the game, and I walked through the living room, and it jarred my memory. And I said, oh, I had a character in that game. I voiced a character in that game. And they were like, what? Who? And I said, I can't remember. I couldn't remember his name. But I said, I'm pretty sure he was sort of the main guy in the game. And they said, Master Chief. And I was like, yeah, I was Master Chief. Well, within 20 minutes, every kid in the neighborhood's over at the house carrying an Xbox or a copy of the game and wanting it signed. And that was my revelation that, unbeknownst to me, I had grabbed a tiger by the tail, and this thing was a huge global phenomenon at that point. And that was brand new information for me. And it's been a hell of a ride ever since.
Thank you, by the way, for signing my Xbox.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
I never told you.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't Florida. It could have been you.
Okay.
Let's go back to the audience now. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Matthew. This is for Steve and Jen. What is your favorite planet in the games or the books?
Well, that's easy. Reach. The late great Reach.
Remember Reach.
Remember Reach. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I'll look forward. The Zeta. I'm gonna be. Yeah.
Okay. Nice. Got them all covered.
Thank you.
All right. Who we got?
Wow, this thing's tall. Hi.
No, it's not tall. You're short.
Excuse
but
me,
go
I'm
on.
travel size, thank you. I actually have a travel size. I actually fit in a carry-on suitcase if I fold up
Good
small
to know.
enough.
Good to know.
Okay, I have a question for both of you.
No. Just move on.
Let's
move
move
forward.
along.
Yes.
Here, if you're wondering.
Yes, yeah.
I have a question for both of you as two experienced voice actors to somebody who's been kind of trying to get into it for years. How do you find the voices for your characters?
So one of the things that I started doing when I wanted to become a voiceover actor was I started to imitate people. I found characters that I thought were really interesting, whether that was in animation or whatever, and I would try to mimic them. And in so doing, I feel like I became. That's how I got a couple video games other video games.
Wait.
What? Yeah, no. That's how I was cast in other video games. But it's a way to start to understand craft, if that makes any sense, and how to create. Whether it's how you're using your voice. So much of it depends on. This game is very different than a lot of games in that there's so much backstory, there's so much lore, there's so much content to pull from. And most of the time it's just, you're a silly little mushroom head. And you're like, okay, what could that possibly sound like? And just throwing out, different ideas. And so much of that is just learning how to use your voice. And again, I feel like imitation for me was a way that I began to learn. And then from there, you can launch out and you start to take different things from this mimicry that you can then use. Is that at all help? That was one of the ways that I felt like I started.
When Keith David was here yesterday and we had the fireside chat, he talked about finding the humanity in whatever character you were doing, even if it's
an AI.
If it's an AI, or you're selling soap in a TV commercial, he talked about needing to find the human part of that, and then have your acting, your voice, whatever, come through that. So because that's what it's all about. It's not really about having a nice voice, a deep voice, a sexy voice, or it's really about when you
connecting to people.
Exactly. When you hear that voice, you, the listener, it's speaking to you. And whether it's in a commercial or a video game or, a narration for a documentary, whatever it might be, that voice is making a connection to you. And that's, the way he put it, I thought was so informative, is you're finding the humanity in that.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. How we looking online, Sketch?
Online's hanging in. They're enjoying it. Everyone's having a good time with the conversation. I'm just going to ask this one. This should be a quick one. It should be quick for you, Steve, because this person has been persistent.
He said politely.
But if Chief were to be infected with the Flood, would the galaxy even stand a chance of survival?
Well, egotistically, no.
There you go.
It wouldn't. So we'll leave it at that.
The fight would be finished.
The fight would be finished, yes.
Hi.
All right.
Hi. So my question is really for both of you. When you were working on Halo Infinite and really learning about the weapon and creating her character, for you, Jen, what was that like playing, a voice in Chief's head that wasn't Cortana? And for Steve, how was that like having a different voice in your head?
It was fresh and fun. I remember because Jen got the 411 on Infinite before I did, so I would call up Jen and say, "What's going to happen?" And so she started telling me these stories about the weapon and the pilot, and I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? But it, that was sort of my first introduction into, where the story was going to go, and and the challenge was that, the weapon was a different AI, and he needed to adjust his thinking accordingly, and he still wasn't really over Cortana. And he didn't trust her. Yeah, there was a whole lack of trust there, and that was new to the story. From the, you talked about in the beginning of Combat Evolved, there was an immediate connection there. It was the two of them against the world or the universe. And now with this weapon, he had felt like he had been betrayed by Cortana, and now he's supposed to trust this new entity. So it was a little rough going.
I love the weapon. I had a great time creating her. There's a lot of Jen Taylor in the weapon, I have to say. The silliness, the sort of fresh. So I hate to say that. That's a lot of me. So I had a great time creating her, and it's interesting. We get the big story sort of, but when you're doing it, when you're actually physically doing it, you're breaking it down moment by moment, and so it's different for us as actors. The big story isn't always apparent all the time, if that makes sense. You have to step back and think about it a lot, because so often all you're trying to figure out is, what do I need in this moment? What am I trying to get? How do So it feels smaller somehow, if that makes sense. But I had such a great time creating her, and it was also sad to really feel like I was saying goodbye to Cortana. So it was bittersweet.
Thank you.
Awesome. How are we doing to the crowd, by the way? Doing all good? All right.
We're still waiting on those drinks.
We're still.
Yeah,
I
where's
can't
the
stop
cigars
thinking
and
about
the
it.
drinks,
It's been
guys?
a long 2 days, right? Let's go.
I'm Brian. This is a question for the both of you. When did you realize that you were such a big inspiration in the lives of your fans?
Well, it's
now.
these things, right?
Right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the more conventions we end up attending, and it's just such a fabulous way to be able to connect with people to whom the game means so much and the characters in the game. And it took me a while to try to, again, to paraphrase Keith, to try to find the humanity in the character. And because I'm, talking to folks like you who it was a very deep connection that people have with these characters, and I needed to try to understand that. And if we've had a nickel for every time somebody said you were my childhood or you changed my life, and more accurately, the characters, had us, I needed to try to find a way to identify that. And for me,
this is Spartan 117. Can anyone hear me?
That's it, Chief. Welcome to the internet.
Hard eyes emoji, crazy face emoji, dancing guy emoji, sandwiches near me.
Chief, what?
How to delete post. Arr.
Now is one of those times it pays to be the strong, silent type.
You gotta love it. I mean, I'm here getting lost in their voices, and then we see an incredible skit as well. Just absolute legends among us right now on the community stages. A complete testament to that. Absolutely incredible to hear from them themselves. And Jen and Steve, I just love it. It's my childhood right there. I literally sat on a couch, which is really, really cool. But we do have some bonus content for you guys in the form of some more Halo action. And if you are tuning in, yes, you do get some Twitch drops that will happen with our bonus match tonight. So make sure you are watching all of the action. Keep that tab open and stick with us up until the end of the night. Really excited about this final one. Again, another elimination matchup west. It's going to be incredible. You're looking at the bracket here and the journey that Native Red have been on pretty early on in that round one, but they have had a journey. Will momentum be on their side, do you think?
Momentum is on their side. They're going to need a lot more than momentum to take down a team like Faze, a team that's coming off a very fresh in the memory loss to Optic Gaming, a series they probably felt slip through their fingers, and that could be the world championship in their heads at risk. So right now, it's both teams competing for an opportunity to play on Championship Sunday. And for me, I thought both of these two teams would be well rested going into Sunday, but we're here Saturday night and only one's going on.
We certainly are indeed. You mentioned this guy on this KD leaderboard not that long ago, Tony, and Royal 2 has been stepping up to the mark in terms of his slaying ability as normal. But you know what was interesting is seeing him at times kind of get lost amongst some of the noise that's happening in the series while he's just going off on absolute tears, making sure that he's creating space and opportunity for his teammates. Exceptional talent, and he'll be on that main stage shortly.
Yeah, I mean, when the series is tight and when the games are really close, it's usually the games that Faze ends up winning that World 2 is popping off, and he's usually going +10. We even saw a game where he got close to +20. If you include the assist, he did go +20. World 2 has been having a crazy event so far, so I'm not surprised that he's #1 on the KD leaderboard.
He's not surprised at all. Well, I hope you guys are happy about this bonus match. I certainly am. We have another series on the main stage for you guys. Elimination matchup to end day 2. We've got Faze versus Native Red.
We got one more match for you today, and we are seeing red. And no, I'm not talking about that awesome Power Rangers episode from like 10 years ago. Instead, it's going to be Faze Clan versus Native Red. Of course, I'm Golden Boy. This is Walshy here. We're going to talk about some video games. We're going to have some fun. Dave, how you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling good, but both these teams in front of us, also Walshy is misspelled, but even a misspelled Walshy is a little bit
I like
better.
Walshay. That's like Walshay. That's how you have to say. What is this travesty here? Who's better? I mean, I'm the 3-time champion. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Anyway, guys, here we go. We're jumping into the action. Solitude King of the Hill is going to be our first map. And we'll see who comes out on top here. I think Clutch said it best. With Faze, it's going to be hard. You're really climbing uphill here, man. It's going to be so difficult. But Native Red, they could be up to the task. They've done this before. They just need to find that magic that they had in 2022 here.
Yeah, Native Red, they didn't look dominant in a sense against their Na'Vi matchup, but they got one more matchup in front of them, and they know the task that needs to be done. One team goes on to top 4. One team's world run ends right here, right now.
That's right. This is for all the marbles to move on in this competition. Winner moves on. Losers run here at the Halo World Championship comes to an end. Pressure's on for both of these teams. As Frosty's going to get dropped there over towards the loop, and now we'll see what does Snakebite as well as the rest of the field try to do here as they're navigating and just waiting for the opportunity to get into that hill, which they do successfully do.
Yeah,
They
but
just
there's
need to
actually
get
a
a little
little
bit
bit of a tricky position.
It is.
Snakebite has Sniper at tower, and he sees Native Red grabbing time right now. Does he round the corner and try to take out that player himself? Does he go for more control? He is not getting the snipe angles that he would like to get.
And Snakebite being pressured over here by Posters, wins a big fight against Manny, and he's getting pressured here by Soul Snipe as well. Snipe's going to go down, he's going to go to the Soul Man, but see though how they're going to try and play off of this.
Yeah, I mean, slays are even across the board, but throughout that time, I would argue that Faze felt like they had more control, they had Sniper, they had better position, yet they're about even in time. So we'll see how that plays out in this next phase of this hill.
I see what you did there, Dave.
You know.
Well played.
I try from time to time.
That was good. You're very punny, you know. Royal 2, the top KD player here at Halo World Championship 2023. It's dominating the leaderboard, but we'll see if he can continue to add on in this game, and I have no doubt about it. A player like Royal 2 certainly will be looking to feast here. But it is going to be all native red. They managed to get 3 down. Renegade's going to be the last player left alive, and they're making moves here to try and secure at least a little bit more time in mid.
And they found where Renegade's at. They know the spawns are coming over towards Morgan Cafe. However, Faze taking a split spawn. Couple players near snipe left, and this is going to be so beneficial here. This is a bit unexpected for native red as they were fighting Renegade over towards Market.
Faze now have managed to get possession of that middle hill. We're going to hear, though, and jump into the comms of Faze as we get an idea of what their plan is going to be.
Yo, PJ, I'm hitting yard. There was one's going to spawn out, okay?
One should be yard, right?
Yeah, try to flip the glass.
Nice.
Work and kill together. Keep working.
He'll one.
I'm going to go soak. You turn. And yard. One inside. LR, one it. Nice.
Last guy top.
Snipe in 10 as well.
On me.
Live forever.
I can't.
That's far. I'm going back to blue.
Keep watching posters, bro. That's for one shot. Keep holding. You guys are good.
Yeah, no dust right
now. Bottom page, I think you heard somebody. But just silo. I'm coming.
I'm div. One shot silo. Nice cap.
Yo, one blue ramp.
Nice.
Yo, I'm fucking pushing. He's one at top side, mini.
No, U-turn one.
Wait for the sniper, guys. He's going soda 1 inch. Shelling. Going U-turn.
I'm looking at Ivy. I'm looking at this one. Nice. Shit up too. I'm going to drive way fast. Probably here.
Snipe you guys for.
Can you? I'm going posters. I got it. Loop on me, guys. Loop.
Loop.
Dog one loop on me. Put him off. Yard on me. Yard and loop, guys. Soda weak coming. Loop sniping. LR on you. Match. Dude, one
Absolute LR.
Very nice. Loop post. Might have new trust.
One LR.
Nice, dude. LR again.
Last sniping. I'm coming yard.
I'm pushing to loop. You want to loop? Nice. I'm playing tight. They're on soda on you guys. On soda as well.
They're on us. Should be on us.
Two soda. One's gonna push LR if you did. Yeah, in loop ready. You guys can push it out if you want. Loop weak, guys. I'm gonna soak. Last one. Nice beach. Nice. One minute. Another one top gold, I think.
Yeah, last one soda.
Excellent listening there with Faze as they managed to get that first point while we were in the listening, and you could just hear how confident Frosty was. He even said he was like, boys, I'm trying.
I hear these guys also calling out with more excitement than I normally hear. They're a bit more stoic, a bit more reserved, a bit more calm. You hear them treating this like it's the World Championship, like their tournament life is at stake, because it is. You hear them calling out every single one with emphasis. I almost wonder if the comms are getting a little muddled, because when you call out really loud and aggressively like that, that's okay when your team has the lead, when you're trying to hunt down, take out players. But if your team's behind and you're trying to coordinate a very particular push, that can come back to bite you.
Yeah, and you certainly want to try and keep the communication clear there. But hey, if there's one thing that it's working. Regardless, it's still working for them. They've gone so much progress on this driveway hill, and it really feels like Native Red have just been stopped right at the front door. That's going to be 2 points for Faze.
Yeah, I mean, one question I had going into the series was, Faze have been on a bit of a break. You know, probably a bit of a bummer as they've had to wait after their last loss. I was wondering if they might come in a little flat, if they might try to go through the motions on this and say, all right, one more series
coming so loudly.
Yeah, and they came in with the intensity that they need for the series. They are going to be tough to beat.
And also, you know, you got to put some respect on Native Red as well. This is a fantastic team, young players with so much talent that have really done a lot and have accomplished a lot in their careers in competitive Halo just this, you know, last season and this season alone. So you got to put respect on those players' names, which is why you're seeing Faze just give Native Red everything, because you know that on the other side, Native Red, they're coming just like that, because what's on the line here is your pathway, is your life in this competition.
Yeah, neither of these teams came to this event wanting to walk away 5th/6th, but the reality of this world is that one of these teams is getting knocked out tonight.
Someone's got to lose, and if neither of these teams wants to be on the receiving end of that one, Frosty's trying to do his due diligence up here over toward S4. He's got coverage all over the place as well. You got a few players down low, one at the Prius, one hanging out toward Yard, and another guy getting a little gully over here by posters by himself, looking to make an opportunity to get that sniper out of the hands of Frosty, but does not work out for him. QT's up as well, and Frosty's making those calls. This position's so powerful, man.
Yeah, he's going to be difficult to deal with. Best case scenario, you sneak up behind him, then you jump up, and then he's just going to no-scope melee you. there's really not much you can do there until you get more map control and you get a couple angles that can back him down. For the first time in quite some time, we have a little more control on the map here for Native Red.
All right, but Frosty's still going to be in this overlook position. They're still trying to get him out of here. They've been sending bodies over to handle this problem the entire time. Finally, Suppress is going to be the one to handle that business, though, and he's going to be able to get the double kill to boot. So that QT certainly going to be playing a role here for him, too, because he'll have that push and a free, I guess, bailout if Royal 2 and him go into that fight, but it's not going to happen here, so he's just patrolling the mid.
The other play I like that Native Red did there is while Frosty was sniping, they just opted to grab some time. That sniper's not going to be as big of a factor of taking out the hill player. So they scrapped up a bunch of time. They have about 80% in that hill and not much longer to go to get their first point on the board.
And they do it. Native Red back in this game. But you only have 38 seconds and counting left, and the next hill is going to be a tough one because FaZe have been holding this position for a good chunk of the game, and they've been doing it very effectively.
Yeah, and based on FaZe's early movements right now, they are not stepping in this hill. They are trying to drain this clock. 25 seconds of slaying is FaZe's game plan.
And it's very, very doable. If it was 45 minutes, a minute, you're going to kind of be testing your luck there. But 20 seconds with these players, you should be able to stop this. But Native Red, they're going to try and get in there. Now you got to fight this next round of slays. You got to get these players down, which they managed to get 2. They're looking for the last one here who hit the lift. That's going to be Manny, but Manny's going to get sent to the wall and cleaned up with relative ease, and that is going to be the game. FaZe take map 1.
The slaying game plan worked at the end there flawlessly. FaZe completely in control throughout that game, looking so strong. And also, like the comms, they're sounding fierce.
Yeah, they really are, and this is the kind of energy that you're going to need at 7:45 in the evening on a Saturday. We've been at this bad boy since noon, and it's been a long day for a lot of these players, right? A lot of waiting around, just warming up, shooting, bots and stuff like that, just trying to keep yourself hot for this game. It's very taxing when you actually think about it. But then on the flip side to that, Native Red, they've been through a gauntlet, man. They've been playing so many teams since they, were put to the lower bracket, and it has been a slog for them. So you also have to wonder how they're feeling as well, because that's exhausting, man, and FaZe are hitting.
Yeah, just look at some of these highlights, it's no surprise as to how FaZe got off to their 2-0 start. Even when Native Red would make an immaculate push together in the right places at the right time, a no-scope, a perfect 5-shot from the Bandit from Frosty, shuts down those pushes immediately.
Yeah. Well executed. FaZe Clan managed to pick up that first map win, 2 more. And they move on to this competition. Native Red has to bounce back. Here's your series layout. You have Slayer Streets, Oddball Recharge. We're going to go to some Empyrean CTF and Slayer Aquarius if necessary. And as we get ready for the Streets, let's take a look at this team head to head. And I think, the tale of the tape definitely speaks for itself. But it's also important to note as well that Native Red have been in a bit of a topsy-turvy tumble the last few events, having to replace Druck and then bring in Suppress and then integrate him into their system. But they're here now, playing for a top 4 opportunity. So it can't all be bad. But at some point, you got to turn that donut into a breadstick, Native Red. Maybe this could be the day you do it.
Yeah, they're going to have to turn it around right now. We're taking it on the streets. First team to 50 kills right here. And it looks like Suppress is going to take over towards that B-rail. Soul Snipe going to grab that Bulldog, get the first kill on that side of the map. And almost certainly should these rockets be grabbed here by Native Red. Frosty, the last member standing here for FaZe.
Talik manages to secure himself the rockets. We'll see what he does with this now. So he manages to shoot one off, get himself some value out of that, but he's just going to wait this one out here toward the arcade. Once this push comes, pop. It's going to destroy one, and expect the pressure to start to come in potentially. And there it is from the steps. So they shut him down, and now this gives FaZe a clear pathway to start to make their push, and they'll secure themselves quite a few kills out of that one, as well as the lead. Oh, actually, well, there it is, tie game.
Tie game now, but that was an interesting push from FaZe as they knew Rockets were on that side and just said, hey, send someone in flying right away, make sure we don't clump up. They dispersed, they made the Rocket player use its shot, and then able to clear out the rest of the players on the B side.
Yeah, and in those early days as well, especially with a player tucked away inside of the arcade like that, you know, you don't really have to worry about sacrificing a body in that instance. You just need someone to be willing to make that play happen. And, you know, any of these members in Faze will have no problem doing so. But unfortunately for Faze, they see 3 members down as Renegade World 2 start to come up here. You got Native Red hanging out in the tram. They do have this lead, and it's, you know, going to be a small one, but it's a lead nonetheless.
Yeah, and Soul Snipe spied on the spawns, but also just sniffed out there. These players know each other's tendencies inside and out. They're saying, all right, this person's not going to peek out from balcony. In fact, they'll likely go towards driveway. That's just that next level of strategy, knowing where players are going to retreat to and try to re-engage on the fight.
Snakebite has a job here inside of the ATM and as well as the bench. Rockets are going to be coming up in a second. Here comes the push. Rockets are available now. And Snakebite's going to go for the flank. He's going to get the Bulldog barking. Hits one. Looking for another one as well, but can't find it. Teammate there for the pickup? No. Instead, it's actually going to be Taulik who manages to secure himself the Rockets. Which is quite, you know, again, I got to give credit to... I was going to say, got to give credit to Native Red. That is the second set of Rockets that they were able to get. And Faze were in a position to stop that one.
Now both these Rockets are what has been giving this lead here to Native Red. I mean, they've gotten, what, 3 kills out of the 4 Rockets? They only have a 2-kill lead at the moment, so they have to try to extend those leads a little bit further. Renegade just dancing a little bit there against Taulik, able to trade out a kill. We'll see if that's the difference maker later on as we get closer to the 45 kill mark.
I didn't know Renegade was taking salsa classes, man. My guy's out there doing the cha-cha-cha. Just jiving, living his life. All right, well, let's see what's going on here with Frosty. It's going to be a 2-kill lead here for Native Red. Still holding on to it. Yeah, every single time Faze get close, Native Red find opportunities to peel away, and they keep on trading. This is pretty much what we've been seeing all day across all of our teams in these Slayer matches and how close these games have been. I don't think we've had any like real blowouts with these, you know, at least the top 6 teams in this competition. It has been neck and neck the entire day.
Yeah, it's been such close games. Even when a team gets some sort of lead, we've been seeing some miraculous comebacks like we saw with Sentinels.
Massive kill there for Frosty to open up the PD side. Man, he's going to be licking his wounds in the back area of the map here. Has to secure that kill, doesn't give up a teammate. There's going to be someone popping up behind him, though. And I think that's Soul Snipe, as a matter of fact. He's trying to cause some problems in the back line, and he was successful here. Let's see if Frosty can clear him out. Ooh.
Cleared out by Soul Snipe, indeed. We went to a listen earlier with Faze, hearing how they're coordinating on Solitude King of the Hill. Let's actually go to a Native Red listen and see how they're going to try to tie the series up 1-1.
I cannot help you. Hunter, trash. Bottom A. 100, one shot trash. Trash, telling you, front seat, telling you. You're up here. Go trade. There's rocks. He has him, I think.
Alright, hit that. One about B. Yo, you could look at arcade. Go to arcade, bro.
Yeah, rocks here.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Top 8 with rocks. I just saw him.
I hit that. I'm just sitting.
No, he's tires of rocks.
He's up. Plants it. In heaven. Plants in heaven. Roll 2 is heaven. He's got purple Renegade. One at purple Renegade. Ivy stairs. Tire down. Red bar back Ivy. Frosty. Yeah.
Alright, what you guys want?
Yeah, okay. Or actually, we can. Yeah,
rocks there.
Back
Ivy
to back C. Might go commando now.
We're all gonna be chopping. They chop us here.
Yo, commando guys. I'm commando guys. Can help.
No, rock.
One shot commando Brad.
Nice. Steps walking out front seat. One shot.
Going driveway.
He's going Ivy steps.
Watch out, tires.
I spawn A. Yeah, Mikey. I spawn cafe, Mikey. D-steps, weak. PJ. One top, Ivy, one hit.
Guys, tires.
Yeah, cones. Plants. Yeah, I'm looking back. Watch out, get dead.
No, watch out. We could keep, guys.
Yo, I'm gonna kill guys. Watch out, half shield P1, guys. Two. Okay, one shot P1, guys. Go to cafe. Go to cafe.
He said mom.
One's going to P1.
2 shots. One shot shotty.
We're good.
Behind the shotty. Never mind. He went down. Yo, 2 guys B steps. This guy benches with shotty.
I'm playing on purple.
Yeah, C steps.
We can kill these benches, guys. Okay, here. I'm looking at him. Looking at purple with you, Mikey.
Rocks in 20.
Yeah, we just need rocks. This guy, Frosty, have shield. This guy could be This guy close. Can we kill these P1 guys?
Yeah. And Ivy.
Help them.
Mikey, you with a shotty. I need them with her.
Benches or red wall.
Yeah, he could be red wall, guys. What's going on?
No, guys, left. Mikey, yo, Pure,
Mikey, give me one guys. Two shots.
Oh, man, and you're hearing good comms out of Native Red. The problem is they're not getting the slays, David. In that listening, the lead extended for Faze by 8.
Yeah, one thing I also noticed is a bit panicked, more reactive call-out, saying where these players are at, and also even going off of old information. Within the last 10 seconds of our listening, they were still saying, hey, there's 2 over here by bench or by C steps. And those players from Faze, many a time, have rotated on over from B side over towards Neons, or the reverse, over from Neons over towards B stairs. And their rotations that Native Red aren't catching. And they are still going off of old information.
Yeah, and if you keep on going like that, at the end of the day, you're going to end up with a losing game here. So you got to be mindful of that. You got to have players in positions to be able to stop this. Now Renegade tried to play his life through that Shroud screen. You got Snakebite playing over here back toward the alley, as well as another one on top of Heaven. There goes Soul Snipe, 1 shot in the back. Want to try and clear him out here, but an opportunity now has risen for Native Red to try and see if they can even the odds here. But the problem is it's starting to peel away little by little. Each kill, each trade comes in. Faze only need 5 more with that kill, and you still have 10. Actually, you have 15 you got to catch up on if you're Native Red. It's a tall order.
Yeah, it's going to be real tough here. 7 kill deficit, and Faze know how to slow it down. One thing that impressed me during that last setup was Royal 2 right here.
Oh, look at
when he was going over towards Heaven, he was laying down so many shots towards the B street, creating an opportunity for his player with rockets to push on over. And look at this sneaky little angle, just eyeing him, giving him the stink eye through the slit.
I respect that. That was actually pretty cool. Suppress has been back here for at least 3 years.
People?
Yeah. I do enjoy that quite a bit. So Suppress made a huge play, by the way, because while we were seeing what Royal 2 was doing, he was still back tram, and Faze were none the wiser. That actually opened up the floodgates here for Native Red to at least half that lead. But now, with these new rockets coming up, this is basically going to be the game here.
Yeah. Do or die here for Native Red. Faze has some more room for error, and Royal 2 and Snakebite picking up a couple kills.
How many balls?
Just like that, even though he gets the rockets, he runs on over to the spawn. That's going to be a 2-0 lead here for Faze.
I knew the game was ending, but you got to call out a combat evolve when it happens, man. You got to call it out. Wow, great stuff from Faze. Managing to keep Native Red at arm's distance the entire time. Never really letting them get into the game, get comfortable into the game. And I think also too, Native Red, you're right, Dave, in that listening, I was hearing comms that at the very least they're talking, which is something that we always harp on, is like at least communicate with one another. But you're right, it was really scattered. It felt like at times they were a bit lost in like what they wanted to execute on. And Faze, once they have that, you running in circles, it's so hard to catch up against them, you know?
Yeah, taking a quick look at the stats. Everyone doing their part on the Faze side. Renegade +2, Snakebite +3, and +1 for Frosty and Royal 2 each. Just a great team effort, but let's take a look at the damage and see if anyone stands out. And surprise, Renegade not only the most damage, but also the most damage received for the Faze roster. He was a huge target for that team the entire time, and frustrating. You can see that all those times over the cafe as he's soaking up as much time and damage as possible.
Yeah, my guy was getting shot up all over the place and somehow was managing to live. Call him Harry, unreal. But here goes some of the highlights from that last game. And, you know, I think it's something to say and praise Native Red for their opening strats, the way that they were able to secure a lot of those early rockets. Absolutely massive, right? The thing is, you're making these great plays, but then Faze are like, okay, cool, get the rockets. You only get like 1 out of that. We're not going to give you more than what's in the chamber of the rocket launcher the early part of the game.
Yeah, they got the 2 sets of rockets early on and still only kept a 2-kill lead. After no longer getting those rockets, they just kind of were dismantled from the second half of this game. I mean, looked at those scores. I want to say it was around 28-28, and all of a sudden, 10-kill lead there later on.
And they managed to try to bring it back, have that lead a little bit. But at that point, when you have those rockets set up, you know those players are going to be, organized around there. It's just really, really hard for Native Red to have to, sacrifice any depth when you literally cannot, and fight for those for the rockets as well. Rough one for them, without a doubt. But that is what Faze does. They put you in those positions, make you make mistakes, and that's the reason why these players, the players on this team, champions across the board, talent.
Well, taking a look at our game 3, it's oddball. And here are the 2 ball-time leaders on both these rosters. Manny with 111 seconds of ball time per game, and Snakebite with 98.4 seconds per game.
Protect me, Chief. I love that. I love that. But yes, you're going to see these guys be the objective players. And as well, in certain instances, in Snakebyte's instance, the play caller, same thing, with Manny as well, just trying to organize the troops, do what they need to do. But it seems like with Native Red and their system and like what they have built as a team, look, let's just not sugarcoat it. This is just going to be really tough for them. I think Faze are hitting. They're not missing a single shot. It feels as if they're unstoppable, and Native Red need to find a way to stop the unstoppable. Because otherwise, you're going to get steamrolled here, and it's going to be a very quick 3-0 to wrap this day up.
Yeah, they have to do it right here, right now. Their record overall against this roster so far this season, 12 maps in favor of Faze, 1 map in favor of Native Red. If they're going to do it, they have to do it here.
I mean, the numbers don't lie. And that's what we kind of have to, I guess really focus on here for Native Red. It's the fact that this Faze team has been a thorn in Native Red's side for a very long time. And even though Native Red are the type of team that, they're like a sleeper squad. You go up against Optic, they can take a game off of Optic, take a game off of Quadrant, take games off of anyone, because that's the talent that they have on that squad. But with Faze, it always feels like they hit a brick wall. And I don't know if it's the respect that they have for the players. I know the four of them, and as well as the coach, I know they all respect those Faze players a lot. Or it could just very well be the fact that it's like at this point in Faze's trajectory as a team, they're hockey stick, man. They're just shooting straight up,
Yeah, could be a lot of those factors. There happens to be some of those egos or levels of respect that happened in prior titles. Who knows how many times that these guys have played against Frosty and Renegade and some Halo 5-2s, just knowing how nasty those players are and their level of respect, and maybe at some point just almost even conceding, saying, all right, this guy might be a little better than me.
Yeah,
this person might just be a step up.
Well, let's not forget, man, those 4 players on Native Red, we were seeing them all over the place, like early Halo Infinite, obviously, and then, for some of them, even Halo 5. They were the players that were trying to punch their way into the top 8. Now they're firmly in the top 8. Now you're here, Native Red, so you have to establish yourselves. A reverse sweep here would change the landscape of this competition entirely. But you're asking for a damn near miracle from Native Red to have to pull this one off.
Yeah, they want to create another incredible story. Here is their chance.
They can do it.
They need to reverse sweep Faze Clan right here.
This is going to be tough. Players took a bio break, get themselves a moment of respite. And we were talking about it before with Native Red, man. They've been on that stage forever.
Native Red had
nonstop.
Grueling set after grueling set. Potentially one more, and they don't want this to be their last one. Fist bumps around. They are ready to lock it in. And they know they have to get up to a strong start. They've had some solid starts. Now, can they chain it together throughout the course of the entire game?
Yeah.
It's not just good enough to be ahead by a little bit when it hits the 50% mark of the game. They have to power through this entire one. And we're on Recharge Oddball. This one, out of all the Oddball maps, in my opinion, you have to be the most coordinated with your pushes well far in advance, because you have to take such long routes if you're going over towards pipes, or if you're making a push all the way through control.
Yeah, and that means that those setups are going to be equally as important here if you're going to try and see if you could hold off those very aggressive pushes. And I actually really like that play from Soul Snipe at the break of this one. He was putting his focus onto the plasmas to see if he can get a remote detonation on any player that got a little overzealous on the push. World 2 was wise to that one, though, waited it out. And he's still going to have control here over toward the tower, but they're going to sniff him out and pick him off.
Yeah, picks them off indeed. 2 apiece down for each side. And no one's going to be going for that ball just yet. They're going to be going for slays and control.
There really isn't much more that they can do at this point. Neither team feels all that comfortable at the opening start of this game. The opening gambit, rather, I should say. And oh my, Suppress over in the corner toward the sneaky area, just trying to play his life. And then he ends up finding a player. Oh, hey, I'll give you a few back whacks there. Well played. Frosty now sees the pressure coming over from the other side, but well done by Suppress. And you knew that Frosty was waiting for those players to come up, but Suppress had the timing.
And you know who's close to that ball? The person who had the most ball time for this roster. I saw Manny sliding down there not too long ago, but looks like they opt not to grab that ball. Almost gotta say that's likely a mistake. Looks like maybe they were opting for the grapple play. But now that there's 2 down apiece, Suppressed has a difficult decision. Scrap up a few points or go for some control. Decides to drop it, go first leg against Snakebite.
Yeah, it was going to be a tall order, right? No matter what. He had 2 teammates that died behind him. You knew the pressure was going to be coming from the long haul and gold side. And then on top of that, too, you have the elevator spawn as well. So this is a great setup now for Faze. They're going to see if they can rack up as much time as they possibly can out of this one. As the spawns and some of the players are going to be toward the elevator side of the map, making their way in. Let's see here how they're going to counter this. And actually, it was a push from behind Snakebite.
Yeah, so Snakebite looking for his teammates' screens, trying to see if he can get some more info as to what's going on. Missed that player sliding in. Also, maybe a minor mistake not to grab that grenade. Could have also been worried about that being remote detonated, but just in short, he's not playing just the micro game. In many cases, he's looking at the macro vision of the game, saying, where do I need to be with my teammates? What's the best play I can make at this moment? He's not just solely glued on his screen every millisecond.
And that is what's so impressive about Snakebite as well, is that he's doing that while also putting up wild numbers as well. The man is, just his objective efficiency is out of this world. His slaying when he needs to pops off. Like, the guy can genuinely do it all. So in those instances, you always are like, oh man, you're kind of kicking yourself there, right? Because you gave up, this ball. But I think what helps out with Faze is that they have the pieces to be able to counter those plays. And that's exactly what happened here. They broke that gold setup, and now they have a pretty ironclad setup here over toward Whirlpool. So this is working out quite effectively for them.
Yeah, 3 down. They know where the last member is. And World 2's going to win that 1v1. Now you got to wonder, are they going for these blocks over at Hydro? No, instead they're backing off, letting them spawn over at the long haul. There's the remote detonation, and that's going to stagger spawns even further.
You got to praise Frosty's proactivity in that situation. He knew he wasn't needed over toward the elevator, and unfortunately gets picked off because of a pesky doorway. But so well executed, and that just continues to lead to more points being racked up here for FaZe Clan now. Renegade having to deal with a few players toward gold, does the job that he needs to do, takes out at least one of those players, and that's a double kill now for World 2, but the ball manages to escape the elevator room.
Yeah, it looks like they were trying to play ball that out towards the pit. World 2 hunting it down over in the control and bringing it back to the elevator where it belongs.
Yeah, this ball belongs here, and only here. World 2's gonna hold this up top elevator now. Pressure's coming in. Talik's gonna have to back away from this one, maybe trying to go for an insta, but you got 2 players on the outside. One of them's gonna be very weak, so he's easy pickings. There's another one above Snakebite here. He's gonna have to deal with the player in front of him toward the Mangi. Pops him off, and now he's gonna look to see if he can, well, he died there, but I was gonna say his teammate was gonna look to see if he can clear up that kill, but instead it doesn't work out. Now, you got Faze yet again with another camo. I mean, they've been just dominating these power items.
And look at the setup. Every single time they've spawned an elevator, they've been putting this player near the needler side to watch anyone going across catwalk or going across pit. It watches essentially every single angle on that half, and then that player can also turn around if the ball player sees someone coming over from pipes or battery. It's almost a foolproof setup.
Yeah, that was a great rotation there. The ball, just as you were saying that, Dave, made its way over toward Tower. Who's there to stop him? Oh, Frosty's got himself the shocker. He's gonna look for a few more hits out of that one. Maybe find another. He's got a teammate behind him, but he's gonna get out of dodge, and he does so successfully. Flies to the other side of the map, and with the shock rifle, it's gonna be very hard to break through this from long.
Just like that, Snakebite putting on 69, making 70 points on the board at the end there for round 1 of Oddball.
They did everything right in that first round. From the elevator setups, the constant power item pickups, it really just immaculate play there for FaZe.
Yeah, FaZe are looking scary good right now. They need one more round of Oddball here to move on to top 4. Now, can Native Red dig deep? Can they find it in themselves to start to win some of these fights, get the slays, get the control they need? But right off the bat, all 4 members go down. Ball grabbed by, who was that? It's Royal 2?
Yeah, Royal 2.
Even Royal 2's got ball time. You know you're in trouble when that's happening.
Indeed, indeed. Frosty, though, by the way, thinks he's playing Halo 5 over here with this pistol. He's pretty much held it the entire time. Got himself a shock rifle, though. See what he does with this. The good old Frosty setup. You give this kid grapple, man, he will work magic. And he's a little frustrated with that one. He's like, man, that was a good grapple.
Yeah, he did. And you saw how he lined it up. You know that's this angle that these players practice, saying, all right, how do I make sure I get out here as quick as possible to loop out for when they're basically timing that for when someone throws a grenade.
Yeah.
They want to ideally basically wait a couple seconds, say, all right, I think it's happening now. Grapple out and try to, try to swing through that window.
Fortunately for him, could not break through, but for his team, well, kind of happy with that because you're able to pick up at least 30 points here with 4 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. I will refrain from making a comment. Wow, big shot there from Soul Snipe, but he's going to miss that one. Suppress gets a double kill off screen, trying to open things up. The ball gets played, yeah.
But is anyone in position to get the play ball? This is tough. I mean, Soul Snipe no longer has any grapple, so can't do it in a safe position. Now fighting a one-on-one in pipes. Notice how Faze played that. They brought ball towards back Hydro. As soon as they received too much pressure back there, they play ball, and then they put people into small corridors.
Yeah.
Not out in the center of the map where they can get double teamed or triple teamed. Small corridors where they're going to fight 1v1s, and that's what they found. They found a 1v1 in pipes and successfully got that fight when they were down in numbers.
Yeah, and if you give Faze that opportunity to isolate those fights, with these 4 players, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be really tough to win that battle, especially with the way that Frosty and Renegade are hitting.
That 10th one, that was super easy. That 10th one's always a doozy. But Frosty just double melee there on Talik. Still has his camo. No rush here from the Faze side. Just pinging, getting all this information, knowing that's too good to be true here. Just look at that understanding of the spawn system.
You just can't expect to win a game if you're not getting control of any of the power items. This would be, I think, the 4th grab for Faze in this game, and it's just so difficult for Native Red to have to fight against this, but Faze's setups have just been perfection.
Look at this, just taking their time, getting multiple kills back to back, forcing someone just to jump down to triple stacks. That player's not going to be effective for 10 seconds. They either have to run through tunnel or take a jump through double stacks. It's going to be a while until Suppress is in a strong position again. So these players from Faze just delaying them anytime they have the ball. Just playing everything perfectly. This is so difficult to beat.
Yeah, well, now it's going to be Native Red's turn to strike here. Let's see if they can add a little bit more to the scoreboard, but a big play there for Snakebite, and the ball carrier is going to be by himself. It's Suppress, trying to just hightail this ball out of there, get it to his teammates as fast as he possibly can. Manny's going to be there to receive him, so he can get away from this, and they got the cover from the tower. So, at the very least, they were watching each other's backs there.
Yeah, they went over and watched help, but I gotta wonder, you have to clear the path in front where Renegade is over at the sneaky ledge. Generally, when you're rotating the ball towards direction, you don't want to bring somebody back towards the ball. Instead, you want someone to clear that forward path. So as the ball's rotating towards gold and long haul, have the player go towards long haul and towards C plat to make sure that's clear. So you have the, you have some clear runway.
Yeah, it's just, pretty much your protocols there, right? Just ensuring that no one is going to be in that area, no spawners, no sneakiness, no shenanigans. And that is, even with that, though, it has been impressive to see Native Red manage to claw their way back into this game, because they're here now. They're at 35 points, and I knew that this team wasn't just going to keel over and die. They were going to have some fight in them, but they got to keep this going here because they got their first power item. And look at that. They get camo, and they start racking some points. Who would have thought if you control the map, you actually can win this one? Native Red's on a good path here.
And look at this spot now where all these players are at. Great movement there, getting the back smack onto Snakebite. Now what's his next move? No more camo, knows Renegade's over here in long haul, and wisely backs down as he's down in damage.
Dude, the way that Suppress took that corner, he was not sure where he was going to be, but the call was made immediately, and Renegade was just waiting in place. So no matter what happened, if Suppress came through there, it was always going to be a tough one for him to try and break through. And with this player hiding around, it just makes life so challenging, but they do manage to take him out. Suppress gets his revenge, but they have to move now. They got to get this ball out of the Faze hands.
A rare miss there from Frosty, not able to get that finish with the BR on that player. Talik now has the shock rifle. Let's see if he can do anything with it. 15 points away here for Native Red to tie up this round number 2. And that's just to get them in a tie position to go into round 3.
Yep. That's what they're playing for here. Not to win the game, just to stay alive in the matchup. Talik's waiting for anyone to come across. You got Frosty on the flank, and I don't think they're wise to it. Frosty's putting pressure from behind. The nade pops. Talik gets dropped by Frosty on that flank, and now we're right back where we started here. If you are Native Red, where you're just watching a blue player carry the ball away from you.
And this is tough. I mean, they weren't able to really play that ball out towards the center. If you're going to try to play the ball there, you almost want to toss it all the way towards the pit, really make it a nuisance there, but Faze just had too much control on the map. Somehow, Native Red comes back right away, though. They got 3 kills. Snakebite somehow able to snag the camo. Skipped out there by Manny. Snakebite not going to live, and ball time being acquired by Native Red. We now got ourselves a tie game.
That is massive. I wanted to see this team dig deep, and they did just that. Renegade trying to stay alive there, but it's going to be a all for nothing there as he's wiped out immediately. Ball's being held quite comfortably by Native Red. They're just going to continue to secure this, Dave.
Yeah, just holding the pipes. They had two options, whether they're going to rotate it over to
towards
elevator or hold pipes. 2 seconds, 1 second, Soul Snipe gets round number 2 here for Native Red. We're going to round 3, GB.
We got ourselves a game here on Oddball. Native Red fight back. But now, well, they have to finish it up. They have to close it out here and try and do so in a manner that you feel rather comfortable with, because you got a long series ahead of you. You win this one, you got to win 2 more.
We're seeing a better start this time. Previously, we saw so many members of Native Red, all 4 drop in round number 2. Not quite the case there in this round 3. 3 down, Renegade the last one standing. You got to wonder, where's Suppress going to help here? He needs to get in position to either help the ball or support this Camo player.
Well, Camo
and this
does manage to
Camo
get
is
away.
getting hunted.
Yeah, they're trying to find him. Renegade wasn't sure where those shots were coming from.
Look at that. Camo can't come up from back high ground being spotted these days. What is 2023 Halo Infinite?
Yeah, you know, I hate to see it. I truly do. Does feel as if Native Red have, you know, I would say woken up, yeah, in this series, right? They have started to find their shots, feeling a little comfortable. Again, let's not forget, Native Red's been on that stage for a while now. It's an exhausting thing to play. Halo is the type of game, a lot of people may not think about it, but Halo's the type of game that your brain is just moving a mile a minute. There's so much going on at any given point in time. It's exhausting.
Just as we saw those kills unfold, 4 members of Native Red down. Ball over in the hands of Faze, pushing towards elevators. This is that double-edged setup that I talked about before. Double-edged sword here. If you're not able to get this play ball out of elevator, the other team can take this setup and run with it. Looks like Faze are going to try to take over control, get a different angle here, but Talik and crew getting all the slaves they needed. Renegade, last one down. This is now going to be an elevator setup here for Native Red. The ball did not get played, just as I feared. They know spawns are going to be long haul and C plat. How do they react?
As well as that Camo coming up, I think Talik getting that kill against Frosty was a huge plus. They're going to rack up this, you know, these points. You got a Camo up now. Anyone in a position to grab it? It seems like it's going to be World 2, but he's getting challenged by Suppress. That fight's a big one here for World 2. He's got to win this one, but he gets away, pops the Camo, so at the very least keeps it out of the hands of his opponent.
And Soul Snipe dies with the ball in the elevator. Also, not a play ball from his side. That was just a really tumultuous time and fight there. I think there was a lot of uncertainty on where you could push it or where you could go. And Soul Snipe just decided to stay at elevator when, in many cases like that, that might be a time to push it on over towards pipes.
World 2's trying to get a good position here to help out. He does find one in the tower now. You got 1 player, 2 players as a matter of fact. There goes the play ball. Get it out of the elevator room. Man, he's going to be so weak, and you got that last guy down toward the elevator. Bottom elevator gets picked off. So with the ball being played, 2 players down. 4-3, scratch that for Native Red. You know exactly where those players are going to be coming from. They're prepared for it.
Yeah, look at this. Royal 2 watching over towards this cross angle, towards long haul. He notices that his teammate Frosty's over there. No longer needs to watch the angle and knows that the pressure's coming in from close. It's coming from control. But look at the difference here from Faze. Once they realize that the pressure's coming from control, they rotate the ball over towards pipes. That's exactly what Native Red should have done last time.
Yeah, just smart plays from Faze Plan. Let's go ahead and jump to the comms and hear how they're doing.
3 turn right, yeah, slay. Just literally sit in the pipes and just slay. Yeah, they're weak as shit. One shot turn right, one shot turn right.
I'm on 30.
There.
2 more PJ.
Alright, just keep going. Yo, suppress. I have nades. They can't push.
I'm on 20, guys.
I got more guys. It's 1C.
He killed me.
2 up. I have nades, BJ. They can't push.
Here.
Cam 115, guys. Cam 115. I opened up glass ones. Top AK, 1 it.
AK1.
Dude, top AK, 1 it. Keep holding it, BJ. I'm gonna look around.
Cam 1 10, guys.
Talk 1 it. One in hell.
We just got shot.
One's out. Cam 1 C.
He's gonna kill me.
Come by, man.
I just missed on him really good.
Holy shit, John.
Come on, guys. Come on.
I'm pushing this.
We're sliding.
The one man, another turbo.
He has camo.
I'm looking down. That guy.
He's one trap bottom.
I'm going for ball.
He spawned A.
Third up.
Hey, can we pinch A, Matt?
Hey, I'm gonna die.
Matthew might be dying. I'm trying to help you, Matt. I'm trying to get to you for a second, bro.
I see Turban.
Heaven.
Shitting down.
Yo, PJ, they love red steps. They love red steps. They love red steps. Yeah, I'm fucking bunkering it. I'm bunkering it. The other one's on it. The other one's on it. Actually, he's weak. He's weak.
Ball's moving. PJ could die here.
Two more.
Glass. One at glass.
Nice hold, John.
One shit on. One more top gold. You guys,
Push. Hey.
Trying to kill me single.
He's
He's two. It's going bottom mid.
Okay. He's and grapple spawn won it.
This one here, I think we had maybe an observer thing, but don't worry about it. We're back in the game, so we'll go ahead and keep our eyes on this one here. But one thing that we can't pull away from that, we can't extract from that, Dave, is that it's very clear, the game plan of Faze. Get that ball, go over to elevator, just try and yank it over there as much as they possibly can and just force Native Red to just go right into their BRs.
And also listen to those call-outs, how well they're controlling spawns. You even heard one time where Frosty left top gold and went towards long haul, said, glass no longer blocked, meaning that there's a chance that those players could spawn over near glass with how much pressure he was putting on towards Hydro.
Yeah.
So they're keeping tabs on any time the opposing team could get a tricky spawn behind them at pipes or wherever.
This is it. 82 points to 23. FaZe Clan on the prowl and potentially eliminating Native Red, which is something that I did not expect to see happen here. See FaZe in this situation. But after that last Optic game, it was damn near incredible from what we saw from both of those teams. But someone had to hold the L on that one. We'll see, though, how this ends up playing out, whether or not Native Red can try and claw their way back into this. You have a minute left to do this. And as it stands right now, it just feels like FaZe have eyes all over the map, man.
FaZe is going in slay mode right now, which is a safe play. Force Native Red to make a good ball grab and a rotation. They have yet to properly do that back-to-back times, and right here, every single time they get some slays, they're delaying that clock even further.
Now, of course, you're looking at the perspective of Royal 2 here. You could see that little arrow there on the side. Apologies for that, though, but the game continues to tick on down. 35 seconds and counting, and you're right, Dave. They're not going to necessarily go for that ball if they don't need to. They are perfectly fine allowing this to just trickle on down because they have the lead, and it's a big lead, and they have all the angles on the map covered here.
Yeah, 20 seconds remaining. Not only do Native Red need to grab the ball, they need to get all the kills, and they need to hold a setup. I do not see this happening, especially with Manny and Snow Snipe down. What can Suppress and Tolic do right here? Tolic trying his best in the pipes.
They got to do it now.
Soul Snipe, everything's up to him right now, and that's all 4 down. And that's going to be Native Red being knocked out of the tournament here at the Halo World Championship. FaZe moving on.
FaZe needed a dominant win after that loss against Optic Gaming to establish themselves, let everyone know that FaZe is here to play, and boy howdy, they did it. That was clinical. They crushed them from the start all the way till the end. It felt like Native Red constantly playing from behind, and FaZe were in full control the entire time, Walshy.
Yeah, to do that against a squad that's as impressive as Native Red, that is a tall order.
Yeah.
FaZe looking absolutely scary. We're gonna have to see them bring that same action in here tomorrow at Championship Sunday.
And I have no doubt that they will, because they are, they are going to go into the lab, correct the problems, and be ready for these matchups. Be ready for the gauntlet that is going to be Championship Sunday. Here are the stats. Renegade, you were hearing it in the comms that listening. They were praising him so much for what he was doing, the way that he was putting himself in those situations to extract as much value as he could. Renegade really was a playmaker in that game, and everyone else just knew that he was popping off, so they played around that, supported him. So many great heads-up plays by him. If he keeps playing like that, man, it's going to be really dangerous for everyone else in the field tomorrow.
Yeah, and looking at the damage dealt, Suppressed, 10,100, doing so much damage across the board in that game number 3.
And here you have it, 2-1, 50-43, and another 2-1. When I look at the series layout, yeah, they were hotly contested games, but FaZe were very much in control for a good portion of those maps, right? And it really just relied on heroics from Native Red to get back into it. So for FaZe to have that level of control at this point of the competition is quite horrifying for everyone else. And if anything, it's just going to make it that much more exciting for Championship Sunday tomorrow. But that's going to do it for myself as well as Walshy. Always a pleasure, my man. We're going to send it back over to Lottie and the rest of the crew to break it all down.
Good night, fellas. I hope you guys have enjoyed your last series of the day, and thank you so much for getting back on the mics for that bonus round of Halo Infinite action. Got to say though, Faze looking pretty scary at the moment, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered, right, in terms to remedy that really close series loss against Optic. What did you make of Faze overall, and how they bounced back there?
Yeah, great bounce back series, and Native Red is no pushover by any means. So for them to get away with this series with the 3-0 and to be able to focus on Sentinels ahead in the elimination bracket semifinals, that's going to be a massive opportunity for them. I loved Renegade stepping up in this series and showing that his slaying prowess is going to be there tomorrow. So that's something I was really trying to focus on. Is this Renegade going to bring his A game after what I would say is probably not his best series in the Optic series ahead? So I love the fact that very quickly he's able to delete that Optic series from his mind and be the Renegade we know.
And that's what we kind of talked about, right? Wes, is the frustration. How do you tackle it? How do you handle it? What do you then do with the next steps? And he handled it like an absolute pro, and that's exactly what you want to see from the Ice King, the kings who are able to come back and clutch up when it matters most. Tony, we're going to have a look at the stats here in just a second from this last series. On the Native Red side of things, what do you think was lacking? What was missing? What was it about Native Red right now that wasn't able to kind of combat the Faze teamwork and the kind of pressure that they were put under?
They didn't have a snake bite on their team. That's for one. I mean, you're seeing in the stats right now. I mean, obviously Suppress was really impressive with that damage, and he's been like that time and time again. But I really was impressed with snake bite. Game number 1, most kill time, most damage on his team, second most kills. Game number 3, kind of a similar story. Most ball time, most damage, it's about tied for second most kills and most assists. He's literally doing it all. He is the definition of an all-around player.
He certainly is indeed. I don't think there is anything that he can't do at this moment in time. That's pretty clear as we're going through our World Championship. As you can see on the KD leaderboard though, who's slaying their way to victory. Stella and Royal 2 are completely tied up at 1.34.
So is Formal.
And so is Formal. That's right, we actually do have a 3-way tie yet again. Oh my gosh, those haunt my nightmares. Honestly, they really haunt me in my dreams. But we love to see 3 main slayers on that board, all tied up a piece. And I gotta say, that's actually a fantastic kind of storyline heading into tomorrow, because there's some very good teams still left in the running here, and are hoping to make a serious journey as we go through, of course, the elimination bracket. As you can see, Faze, they're looking to go up against Sentinels tomorrow in our elimination semi-final, and they will then meet whoever doesn't manage to do it in the winners finals. And speaking of, let's take a look at our winners bracket to see who is still in a very clean run towards that grand final spot. Optic Gaming and Space Station, they will be battling it out tomorrow. Really excited to see that one, because I think it's going to be an absolute banger, and of course a rematch that Optic Gaming certainly want, and Space Station want to get the better of Wes.
I could be absolutely wrong, but Space Station have a perfect tournament going on right now. 3-0s across the board in championship bracket. And I don't think they dropped the game in pools yesterday, so they look flawless. But Optic Gaming looks like they're in championship form.
They certainly do indeed. Well, tomorrow brings a lot. Of course, it is Championship Sunday, but we do also have some really exciting things for you guys. We'll have our show match. This is our Halloween showdown. Or should I say Halloween, actually. Totally missed the pun on that one, but that's okay. It's late and we're tired. But I've got to say, amazing stuff to be shown here. Halo Season 5 is coming our way. Really excited to see all the players get their hands on that and basically give it the best shot that they've got on that main stage. I've also heard that there are some kind of Halloween surprises that will be occurring. I've seen a few things floating around, and yeah, I can't wait to see how some of our content creators and maybe familiar faces will be looking tomorrow on that main stage. But Wes, Tony, thank you so much. Day 2 is done and dusted. Folks at home, I hope you guys have enjoyed the show. But that does it for Day 2 here in Seattle, Washington. We say goodbye to 8 teams today, and my goodness me, what a battle it has been. Incredible stuff for those guys. We'll see them next season of the HCS. However, the tournament isn't over yet. We have another day to battle it out for that World Championship title, trophy, and ring to go with it. 4 teams left. We'll find out who hoists that up tomorrow, and I'll see you for Championship Sunday.